matter of hours now. Prime Minister Modi will also be a part of the historic moon landing moment, will join virtually from South Africa to be with our ISRO scientists. A billion hopes, a billion prayers pouring in for our ISRO heroes. Pujas, havans, namaz being offered as every Indian is doing their bit to offer their hopes and wishes to ISRO. Not only Chandrayaan, all eyes on chess prodigy Pragnananda as he takes on world number one Magnus Carlsen for the second game after the first one ended in a draw. US President Joe Biden is confirmed to attend the G20 Leaders Summit in New Delhi, talks on clean energy transition and climate change. We're inching closer and closer with every passing hour, with every passing minute to that nail-biting moment where lander Vikram will touch down on the south pole of the moon. Less than 9 hours to go because 6:04 p.m. is the time that ISRO is given when the soft landing will be completed. Remember, it starts at 5:20 in the evening, so we'll go on for about 40-45 minutes, and then at 6:04 is when the soft landing will be completed. So it's going to be a historic day, a historic moment for all of us. Prayers continuing to pour in for our ISRO scientists, but the mood inside at the ISRO headquarters, where I currently am, is upbeat. They're calm, they're collected, as all of us should be. I know all of us are excited, but also a tad nervous right now on what could happen in just a few hours from now. At this point, if you compare what happened to Chandrayaan 2 versus now, in that landing phase, the last 5 to 10 minutes, everything will be completely automated. So you're going to be seeing the sensors, the thrusters, all kicking in, including the lander image camera, all of that being used by lander Vikram to ensure that he brings alive all of the dreams of a billion Indians of touching down on the moon. Once Vikram reaches there, it'll take about 2 hours before rover Pragyan is allowed to step out as per experts, and that's because the lunar dust will first be allowed to settle. But if you're feeling nervous right now, just imagine what's going through the minds of these ISRO scientists who've toiled day and night for, in fact, this particular moment. They've been working for the last 40 days as well, tracking every update that's come in on Chandrayaan 3, on its movement. Everything went as per schedule. It's been a picture-perfect launch. It's been a picture-perfect schedule also that's been followed so far. And that's what's led to the moon being at the closest point, to Chandrayaan, I beg your pardon, being closest to the moon. 25 kilometers from the moon as it follows its elliptical orbit. From 5:20 this evening, you will see that particular maneuver where lander Vikram will in fact turn. It will tilt maneuver, but ISRO is confident that if ever, we can do it now. Sagar Raja is joining us live with more details. He's in fact at another vantage point of the ISRO headquarters. Sagai, less than 9 hours to go. What are you really picking up from your sources of what's happening inside? What is the ISRO team telling you?
The scientists are working around the clock as we speak now. They are monitoring every single movement of lander Vikram. Remember, this is a touchdown phase. This is the fourth phase where they are keeping a track of velocity. That means the speed of the lander when it is reaching close to the surface of the moon. And what you also get to learn is when it is around 150 meters away from the moon, there will be a special camera which will be activated from the lander, which will also take the pictures of moon surface. And it will also find out if there are any kind of craters or boulders on the moon, where it will send a signal through laser Doppler velocimeter to the Earth, which will also analyze which will be the best place for them to land. As we speak now, all these things is being done here in the ISRO tracking center, where the signals are sent from the orbiter to the Earth, and probably by 6/4 everything will be in place. So once the lander lands around 6.04, it will take around 2 hours for rover to come outside from the lander, because according to scientists, they have to take some time. They have to analyze the temperature. They have to ensure that all the dust goes down, and thereafter they will allow the rover to step outside, and that's when the rover will start doing its job. As of now, the scientists are tracking the touchdown phase of the lander Vikram.
Okay, Sagai getting us all of those details. Do stay with me, Sagai. As we count down to Chandrayaan 3's landing on the south pole of the moon, it's going to be historic, first in so many ways. And let me tell you again, that's not just India that's tracking this mission so very closely. It's not just us who've got our hopes pinned on this being a success. The world is watching this right now. Because while you've seen several moon missions, you may think that, look, this is a first for India. It's not. It's a first for the world, because you're going to, for the first time, see a soft landing actually occurring on the south pole of the moon. Largely, that's the portion that's been completely unexplored so far. So there are questions about whether we're going to find any traces of water. It's in these areas that temperatures reach somewhere around minus 300 degrees. So you can imagine how freezing it is. Impossible, of course, for any human habitat or anything of that sort. But frozen water is something that Chandrayaan 3 will look out for. There are massive craters here. What kind of soil are we talking about? What kind of geological evidence can we pick up? That's something also that Chandrayaan 3 will look at finding out. And that all those details, of course, we'll get post 6:04 today. Once it touches down, in about 2 hours from that, rover Pragyan will be unleashed essentially in a way from lander Vikram. The rover will be moving around. Very interesting detail this. The Pragyan rover, as it moves on, in fact, the moon soil, will be leaving an indelible mark. What do I mean by that? It's going to be imprinting an ISRO logo as well as the Ashoka emblem, the lion emblem across the moon surface to show guess who got there first. India has gotten there first. So it's going to be extremely significant for India and for the world as to what emerges from this kind of a mission. The kind of evidence, the kind of scientific data that we'll be picking up will be unprecedented, which is why you're seeing wishes pouring in right now from across the world. I can assure you that every country right now has their eyes on India firmly, has their eyes on the team of scientists seated behind me at the Mission Control Complex, carefully going through, studying all the data, getting set for that big touchdown moment. 5:20, there will be live streaming that happens. And that's another word that you have to give to ISRO, that they've been 100% transparent, constantly sharing updates with us of what's happening. And you compare that, you tend to compare that with what happened with Russia, as heartbreaking and tragic as it was that Lunar 25 crashed. Nobody has any details about what happened. There are some reports that suggest that one of the scientists behind the mission has now been hospitalized. A lot of secrecy over exactly what led to the crash. Compare that to ISRO, who've been 100% transparent about every single update that's come in, even if you look at what happened with Chandrayaan 2. There's a reason we say Chandrayaan 2 wasn't a complete failure, and that's because even today, the orbiter that continues to circle around the moon has helped us in so many ways to actually prepare for Chandrayaan 3, from giving back crucial data, from now enabling two-way communication, because communication between Chandrayaan 3, between the lander and the ISRO scientists right now seated behind me in Bengaluru, is happening using, one, the propulsion module, which is currently around the moon, and second, the Chandrayaan 2 orbiter. So I wouldn't call that a 100% failure. We didn't manage the soft landing, but those wrongs are being corrected now. Apurva Jayachandran is joining me live from Hyderabad. We're going to have our team of reporters from across the country joining us over the course of this broadcast. For the moment, Apurva, it's over to you. Good morning. I'm sure there's a lot of excitement in your city as well.
Akshata, yes, a very good morning. All eyes on Chandrayaan today, and in fact, in Hyderabad, special prayers have been organized by several political parties here, as well as special screenings that are being done by public and private entities. In fact, we're here at Hanuman Temple in we're here at Hanuman Temple in Sukhnagar, where BJP senior leaders here who have organized, a special Homam kind of sorts out here, special prayers for the success of Chandrayaan. All preparations that are currently underway for the Chandrayaan, success there. In fact, we're also going across many BJP leaders, sir. आज ये जो स्पेशल पूजा कार्यक्रम आप लोगों ने प्लान किया है, ये क्या है और किसके लिए आप कर रहे हैं? चंद्रयान का सक्सेस के लिए?
चंद्रयान का भारत देश में चंद्रयान के लिए सब लोग आज इवनिंग अपने को खुशखबरी के लिए अच्छा सक्सेसफुल होने के लिए हम लोग ये मंदिर में आज होमम लगाया है। सक्सेसफुल होके नॉट ओनली दुनिया भर अपना भारत देश देखने के लिए आज तड़प रहे हैं। आज शाम ने खुशखबरी से अच्छा लैंडिंग होना, चंद्रयान लैंडिंग होके अपना भारत देश पूरे दुनिया भर अपने को सब लोग भारत देश देखे जैसे करना बोल के हम राम मंदिर में आज पूजा कर रहे हैं।
So, Akshita, clearly all eyes are on Chandrayaan and the launching, what is going to be the landing that will be taking place this evening. And in fact, special prayers have also been organized here, not only at this Hanuman temple here, but also in across several other locations. All preparations that are being underway in across various parts of, the country, in fact, for the successful landing of Chandrayaan today. So definitely it is going to be an eventful and impactful day to ahead of the landing.
Correct. And it's got all idiots hopeful. Cricket unites, so does space now. And like never before, you're seeing all idiots cutting across what their beliefs are, ensuring that they put in a word of whatever they believe in, whatever their faith is, a good word for our ISRO scientists, hoping and praying for great news come 6 p.m. this evening. Thanks very much, Apurva, for getting us that ground report from a temple. Let's move back to science now and talk about what really happens, because there's a lot of talk about the 15 minutes, the very last 15 minutes. It starts by about 5:55 p.m. That's when everything switches into auto mode. The ISRO scientists essentially have to sit back then, look at their work, see whether their design has been absolutely perfect or not. And that will be essentially decided by whether the lander touches down smoothly on the moon's surface. That will happen in 15 minutes. And to every scientist, every astronaut, every expert we've spoken to, they refer to that as the last few minutes of terror, because that's the nail-biting moment that decides, that makes or breaks your mission. Here's a conversation that Rahul Kanwal had with Y.S. Rajan, Padma Shri, and a former ISRO scientist, someone who's worked with Abdul Kalam, someone who's worked with Vikram Sarabhai, so truly a pioneer of the space movement in India. Here's an excerpt of that conversation.
Can you explain, Dr. Rajan, to our viewers, how do you ensure that the Vikram rover, once it lands, is controlled in a way that it doesn't get stuck in any of these boulders or the sandy formations on the surface of the moon? And the fear that even if there is a successful landing, the need to control the lunar probe to be able to execute all the scientific experiments is successful.
Okay, thank you. See, main thing is, let us remember one thing. All what could be done is before 5:47 p.m. tomorrow. Once that 5:47 is done, it goes to the automatic landing system.
Okay.
Then they are also in the same boat like us, because then the Vikram and Pragyan of course are inside, so they are of their own. Okay, but to answer your question, what happens? The crater, this one, that one, etc. A lot of data has come from Chandrayaan 2 itself. In fact, Chairman ISRO, in the beginning part of it, he explained several things. In that, he said that even for the landing for Chandrayaan 2, they had to restrict it to a certain area, because that's all what they knew. Now, because of the Chandrayaan 2, they have got a much more, so it has got more areas in which it can be landing. Then it has got automatic velocity seeing, all for the landing, and then altimeter, etc. So once it lands, soft lands, we all pray that it takes place well. Then it is lander of its own. Everything. That fellow this will come out, and then they have programmed it on all possible modes which can take place. This failure, if it takes place, what it will do? If it you encounter this, what it will do? If it is a slope, what it will do? Or if something else, almost for most of these things, those programs have been loaded into the computer system there. And there are so many sensors there, underneath camera, there's etc., etc. With all of that, they will guide by themselves and go. It is for these 14 days. That's what it is.
You know what
The
makes
key
this
is-
even more
key is to
fascinating,
land software successfully.
you know, and which is why I think it will be one of the biggest visual moments of the
Yes.
year and arguably
Those
of all
17
time,
minutes,
is because
those
there'll be
17
live
minutes.
footage coming in. Now, just imagine, this is as the Chandrayaan, and explain, Dr. Rajan, the technology involved in that, as the Chandrayaan 3 lands. It's not as if you're seeing an empty screen, because initially, when a rocket would take off, you'd see the initial few seconds and then the rocket would be gone. Here you've got cameras on the Chandrayaan 3 that track the Chandrayaan 3 as it lands. That's quite incredible. How is that happening, sir?
That is happening because they put a camera there, and then you need communication. Chandrayaan 3 itself, the fellows who took it, the orbiter, it has got a link. And then in addition, Chandrayaan 2 was working well, so that lander has made a link to that also. So it has got two links. From the lander, even after the thing, when the rover also comes down, it will give to the lander, to the Vikram. Then there are two communication channels which communicate with the Earth. The ISRO's deep space network or something, they said. So now everything can be seen. Even in fact, one of the ISRO mission, they did it one camera in the bottom also, they kept one of the launch vehicle. In future, you will see such small TV cameras will be available. So it will be a great thing for you people. Always images
absolutely.
will come. So
Which
this
is,
one
you know,
is, you're seeing it. Now you will see, even when all those things, soft landing, etc. are taking place, you will see those. What I said was, you can't do any control on it. ALS takes over, it will come and soft land. Then about 2 hours or so, I think they have programmed it. Maybe even there they might have given some, this one where the dust and everything has settled. Then the one panel comes out. Then like as we come in the aircraft, sometimes emergency landing, they put one slide, it comes. So this will come in that, like as somebody explained it very beautifully, kangaroo's child, like that, it will leave it in. So then that is Pragyan. It is named Pragyan. Little tough to make it. So that fellow will start moving around, and when it moves around, it will always be in touch with the mother, Vikram. And all the data it collects, the two payloads also it will give there. So whatever it does, whatever it goes, Vikram also will be seeing it.
So that was Professor Rajan there explaining in such a great detail that you can almost picture it in your head as to how that landing will take place. Pooja Shali is also standing by in our studios to explain what happens between 5:20 to 6:04 p.m. Pooja, it's over to you.
Wondering, how will the soft landing take place? I have it all explained for you with this illustration. Look closely at what will happen as and when Vikram lander touches down on the lunar surface. So presently, Vikram lander floating at about 25 kilometers right above the moon. So this is how it's going to look like. This is an illustration as specific as you can see to help understand what will happen. Then it goes closer, but it will have to have a very controlled slowdown. It will reduce the speed compared to how it was till now when it was in the orbit. Remember, there is moon's gravity, so that will want to pull down the Vikram lander. So that controlled speed will help the Vikram lander go according to how it wants. Then there will be a maneuver. That maneuver is going to ensure that the direction is twisted, because right now it is an absolutely horizontal direction. It will have to change and twist itself so that it can come at a position where it can start to align itself to the landing of the lunar surface. Once it has aligned itself, once it's sure that this is the position that it can now go down to the surface to touch it, that is when the lander will hover at about 7.5 kilometers over the moon. This is going to be barely minutes before the landing of 6 p.m. When that happens, it will check all the compositions. The sensors are calibrated. The moon's surface has been touched. This is going to be the south pole of the moon. And that is when at 6 and 4 minutes past 6 p.m., the lander will become vertical, hover at about 800 to 1300 meters, and then the altitude starts to decrease to about 150 meters. It is going to be very slow, but it will be steady. And that is when, at about 4 minutes past 6, it's going to touch down on the south pole of moon, and that is when all of us are going to stand in cheer. Remember, this is going to be a very calculated mission. These are the last 10 to 15 minutes that the scientists will be waiting with bated breath to ensure all of this, the calculations, will work. Akshata, I want to toss it back from the studio to you to help us understand what exactly is happening on the ground. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Pooja, for getting us that detailed explainer. So all of you now get a sense of what's exactly going to happen. We had the expert break it down for you. We had that detailed illustration that Pooja just showed you that kind of gives you a sense of what it looked like. But remember that when we're talking about live streaming by ISRO, there are cameras on board lander Vikram. So you're going to get an amazing, unprecedented view of exactly what it looks like when Chandrayaan 3 actually gets closer and closer to the moon and finally touches down and finally accomplishes that soft landing on the moon. All of that will be on camera with multiple cameras that have been installed along Vikram. It's also important because that helps you kind of get a sense of how far we are. ISRO scientists will understand, what kind of impact the lunar dust will actually have, and then get also a lot of data and readings on the distance that is to be covered by lander Vikram, which will help them in enabling that soft landing as well. Let's once again focus on the excitement across the nation for that very moment. Less than 9 hours to go. Milind Sharma is joining us live from Ahmedabad, from the Science City. Milind, take it away. Good morning. I'm sure everyone's very, very excited.
Well, yes, Akshata, you and I both and everyone in the country today, especially the youth, the young ones, the children. I'm at the Science City in Ahmedabad where we have kids who've come in from all across, and I just want to speak with them quickly to understand. So we have this very young boy here who actually won an essay competition to write an essay on Chandrayaan. आप आए हैं आज, कितना एक्साइटमेंट है आपको चंद्रयान 3 के सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग के लिए?
मैम एक्चुअली बहुत ज्यादा एक्साइटमेंट है, मतलब लैंड करेगा आज, जब लॉन्च हुआ था तब भी बहुत एक्साइटमेंट था, अभी लैंड करेगा शाम को तब भी बहुत।
कितने साल के हैं आप?
मैम एक्चुअली मैं अभी 12 का हूँ।
12 इयर्स का। और आपको पता है कि सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग आज होने वाली है, क्या जानते हैं आप चंद्रयान के बारे में?
मेरे को मतलब मेरे हिसाब से चंद्रयान कोई रॉकेट नहीं है और ना ही सैटेलाइट है, मेरे लिए वो फीलिंग है, पूरे भारत की फीलिंग है। मतलब अगर चंद्रयान मतलब लैंड कर जाता है साउथ पोल पे, जो फर्स्ट टाइम होगा, तो पूरा भारत इस चीज की खुशियां मनाने वाला है। तो ये फीलिंग ही करी जा सकती है।
तो आप लोग यहाँ पे पूरा दिन है, आप लोग सब बच्चे आएंगे यहाँ पे, कौन से स्कूल से?
श्री स्वामीनारायण पब्लिक स्कूल, सेक्टर 23, गांधीनगर।
ऑलराइट, थैंक यू। आप बोलना चाहेंगे कुछ चंद्रयान के ऊपर? आप बोलना चाहेंगे? आप बोलिए।
यस, माय नेम इज दक्षेश और मैं चंद्रयान के बारे में मतलब मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ बिकॉज आज वो 5:20 को उसकी लैंडिंग स्टार्ट रहेगी और वो 6 o'clock and 4 minutes पे वो लैंड होगा, प्रॉपर सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग होगी उसकी।
तो आप लोग सब पढ़ के आए हैं, बहुत एक्साइटेड हैं इन चीजों के लिए, पेरेंट्स को भी साथ में
या
तो आप पूरा दिन क्या करने वाले हैं? कुछ यहाँ पे व्यूइंग है?
व्यूइंग हमको सब हम देखेंगे और हमको क्रिएटिव के लिए मतलब उन्होंने बताया भी कि व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेज आए थे कि सब लाना है, कटर्स, वाटर बॉटल्स और वो सब लाना है।
अच्छा, आप लोग प्रोजेक्ट्स
भी करेंगे।
Okay, so Akshata, it's the children, when you speak to them, it's so interesting because all these kids are young, 12 years old, and they know so much more, about the Chandrayaan 3 mission, the moon lander, Vikram lander, and what today is going to be like. So I also want to show you this outreach program that has been planned by, the Gujarat government also here has connected with students from across. So you can see that virtually also students have joined from various schools, and it's going to be a hell of a day because what I understand from the kids here and their parents, there's going to be, a creation of a project. They're also going to create their own rocket launchers, and perhaps with the countdown towards 4 p.m., they're going to start launching their own makeshift rocket from here, just putting forward, looking towards the moon. And of course, the excitement is just visible in the eyes of these children there.
Akshita.
You know, so many children right now are all tuning in, tracking Chandrayaan 3 so closely. I can tell you that when I was their age, I had no idea what a lander, what a rover, or any of that meant. And here you see these kids so well versed in what's happening with Chandrayaan 3 and know all the details about how the moon landing is also going to happen. It's amazing to see. And that right there is the impact that ISRO has had, because it's created so much curiosity, so much interest in space and space exploration, that I can bet you many of these kids will now consider becoming an astronaut, perhaps becoming a space scientist very, very seriously. And that's the power of really what ISRO has done. It was about this and much more about India's moon mission, taking things forward. What really does this mean for India and for the world? That I had a conversation with celebrated astronaut Chris Hadfield. It was an extremely interesting conversation where he said that Chandrayaan 3 could be a game changer for the world for space exploration. Here's an excerpt of the conversation that I had with him. And it's my absolute pleasure to be joined here on India Today by Chris Hadfield, former commander of the International Space Station and author of the Apollo murders. Just to give you a brief sense of all that Chris has achieved, he's flown in 3 missions, built 2 space stations, performed 2 spacewalks, and was the first Canadian to have walked in space. So you'd understand why I'm particularly excited about his new book, The Defector, that is, in fact, releasing on October 10th. That's coming out. Chris, good morning. Congratulations on your new book, and thank you very much for joining us here on India Today. I've been seeing, from your social media interactions that you've been tracking the Chandrayaan 3 moon mission very, very closely. Just so for our viewers to understand from an expert perspective, from your perspective, how hard really is a soft landing on the moon?
Well, thank you and good evening. Yeah, I heard someone say 1 billion cheers for Vikram, and I had my voice as one of those billion cheers. It's immensely exciting, but as you say, it's extremely hard. It's 400,000 kilometers away, and we're landing way down to the south, 70 degrees south. It's as if you were landing on the edge of Antarctica, and you're trying to do it where the final last few meters or few feet of touchdown, you're just counting on the automatic systems. And so there can always be, a boulder in the way or an uneven spot on the ground, even though they've chosen a plateau. And I know that the Russians had no success earlier this week. Remember, they've launched 27 missions to the moon, and they only landed 7 times, and the last one was a failure. So it's still exquisitely difficult. But with the tremendous experience gained in Chandrayaan 1, which helped discover water on the moon, in Chandrayaan 2, which has been mapping the moon ever since, and now with sort of the granddaughter of all of those, of Chandrayaan 3, I'm really optimistic and excited about the landing that's going to be happening just slightly under 24 hours from now.
I loved how you referred to Chandrayaan 3 as the granddaughter of these missions. It's so aptly put. I'm going to borrow that phrase also in the next 24 hours. You referred to Lunar 25, and the reason I talk about it right now, Chris, is look, Russia has attempted this, as you said, 27 times. They've got it right 7 times. Now, in the last 50 years or so, we've seen several such soft landings occur. It's 2023, and yet we haven't really been able to master it. Why is that? What makes it so unpredictable or so hard so many years on?
Well, part of it is the nature of the moon itself. If you were going around the moon, the amount of gravity that you feel in different parts of the orbit changes. The moon is a lot more lumpy than the Earth is. It's got big, dense sections. And so that makes orbital prediction more difficult. It's hard to know exactly where you are. There's no GPS. So where exactly around the moon are you? How do you even figure that out? And even though we've taken lots of images from the orbiting vehicles of the plateau that Chandrayaan 3 and Vikram are going to land on, you still don't know the fine details. Imagine if you were trying to land a helicopter somewhere in India and you looked and looked and looked, but then just when you got close to the surface, you had to sort of close your eyes and then just descend the last 50 meters with your eyes closed. It's sort of that level of difficulty. And that's why the engineers at ISRO have been working so hard since Chandrayaan 2 to improve all of the systems, to make the landing gear wider and more robust, to try and give extra layers of backup. And it is possible to land on the moon. 3 other nations have done it. And I think India is really poised right now to be the 4th nation in history to land on the moon. The scientific impact of that and the inspirational impact of that for young Indians right across the country. But it all comes down to that last descent and touchdown coming up within a day now.
Very true. And, the point that you also made about how hopefully this will come through, we've all got our fingers crossed. But also, besides what this will mean for ISRO and the kind of, experiments and the moon mission that they want to complete, Chris, what does this mean really in the global space race that's underway? Where do you think it'll put India in that race?
I work with several Indian companies. I help run an international technological incubator called the Creative Destruction Lab. And right now I'm working with several Indian space companies. One of them is called Dhruva Space. And I think this type of mission of showing kind of the ultimate capability of what Indian science and technology and combined capability can do, it's extremely inspiring, not just to young Indians across the country, but to young business owners and young inventors, people who are looking to do something that used to be impossible. You need to have an inspirational vision of what might be possible to then drive yourself to make the most of your own capability. And when I work with the Indian companies and see the educational capability, the insight, the brilliance of the minds, and the opportunity that's opening up now, it's really showing just how ISRO and space exploration in India is coming of age. And if you can land on the moon, I mean, you can do anything. And to me, that is the real essence of what is being attempted tomorrow.
And it's amazing to hear the words of praise that comes in from a legend like Chris Hadfield. It gives you a sense of how the world is really looking at India and this mission by ISRO, because it truly puts you in the top league, the top space league. 3 countries have managed to do what India is attempting to do right now. By no means is it easy, and that's what you get a sense of from that conversation with Chris Hadfield, because he speaks about Russia. 27 times they've attempted it. They've been successful 7 times only. And that tells you how hard really this particular soft landing really is that ISRO is attempting today. What are the challenges that ISRO will be watching out for as we get closer and closer to that landing time? I'm going to hand it across to Pooja Shali to explain that.
All right, thank you so much, Akshita, for that. The last few minutes, the last 10 to 15 minutes are going to be most crucial. ISRO has prepared its best, but what could be the challenges then? Let me take you through what will happen when the descent begins about at 5:45 p.m. Now, to find the right landing spot, that has been ascertained, but to really go ahead to that exact spot that where on the south pole of the moon, the lander can land. What happens there? To move the spacecraft from where it is parallel to the moon right now in a horizontal position to turn vertical, maneuver it, and then go towards the descent to land on that. And finally, amid all of this, while it is all automated, still to maintain communication with the ground station of the Indian Space Research Organization. And when it lands, this is how it's going to look like. The Pragyan rover is going to come out with the ISRO logo, and the Ashoka emblem is going to go around on the lunar surface, while the Vikram lander is going to stay put. Pragyan rover does the job it assigned to do. Over to you, Akshita, back to Bengaluru.
Thanks very much, Pooja, for getting us all of those details. As wishes continue to pour in, the world is currently watching what ISRO is doing. Let me get you a statement, a reaction that's come in from Indian origin American astronaut Sunita Williams, a household name for all of us. She's expressed her excitement and her good wishes for the ISRO team. She's also thrown some light on how challenging it is to actually attempt to land on the south pole of the moon. Let's play out for you that reaction.
The missions that we are training for, looking at, designing today, they're going to the poles because there's scientific benefits to that. But that makes it very complicated for us to get there, to get in an orbit, to establish a continual orbit to get to that certain spot. And then when we land on the moon, we would like to go there and have a sustainable presence. This mission is going to help us do that by trying to understand in those areas what is there and where would be a beneficial place to land and do some research. But it's really difficult. Yes, we have great technology, which is allowing us, specifically the guidance, navigation, and control of the spacecraft, to potentially get there. But actually getting there, understanding what's there is very difficult. And so that's all into that spacecraft. That process has been a number of decades in the making. So it's going to be challenging, but it has a different purpose. We're not just going and coming back. We're going to go there and we'll have a sustainable presence on the moon in that.
So all of these astronauts talking about how challenging it is. It's a very, very ambitious project, an ambitious mission. But if anyone can do it, it's our ISRO heroes. We're all rooting for them. In just under 9 hours from now, you will be seeing the landing take place. About 5 hours from now, I'm going to be making my way inside as well. There's just very few, very select media contingent that's being allowed inside. I'm one of the lucky few who will be there watching what's happening, what's playing out in the mission control room. So stay with us here in India today as we get you all of those updates in Chandrayaan 3, which is moments away from landing and leaving our imprint on the moon. On the other side of a very short break, we're continuing our rolling coverage on Chandrayaan. So join us as we cheer for our ISRO scientists.
From the biggest conflict zones
we are at the Hostel Air Base and this is
to the biggest international moments, a reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security, on the road, up the heights, in the trenches. He brings you stories that must unite us, because when it's national interest, it's India first. Monday to Friday, 10 p.m. only on India Today TV.
Where did our moon come from? Well, actually, there have been several theories over many decades. Earlier versions of lunar formation theories included capture, where the moon would have been a strayed planetoid. Another version was fission, where the Earth was spinning so fast that it would have warped out of the Earth and then formed its own body. This led to our current theory, the giant impactor theory. So this collision was during the late stages of planetary formation throughout our entire solar system, when planets were still very new and very much forming. So this happened when Earth was just an embryo, a baby planet. And this was actually in a crash course collision with Theia. which is a Mars-sized planetoid. And this collision ripped apart early Earth's crust. And that crust then coalesced, it snowballed into a whole separate entity, which we now call the moon. So where did our moon come from? Well, currently our understanding is that the Earth had collided with a Mars-sized object named Theia. But once we send future astronauts to the lunar surface again, who knows? We may actually have a whole new theory in the coming decades.
As Chandrayaan 3 heads to the moon and will land on August 23rd at 6 p.m., there was another country aiming to land at the exact same place, the moon's south pole, but failed. Russia's first moon mission in 47 years has failed. Russia's Lunar 25 took off for the moon on August 10th, a whole 35 days after Chandrayaan 3 was launched into space, and was expected to reach the moon a day before Chandrayaan. Lunar 25 spacecraft crashed into the moon after spinning into an uncontrolled orbit. Russia's space agency lost contact with Lunar 25 after a technical issue in the spacecraft. Measures taken to locate Lunar 25 were also unsuccessful. The Russian spacecraft was scheduled to land on Monday to explore southern pole of the moon, which scientists think could hold frozen water and precious elements. Lunar 25 was expected to reach the moon in just 12 days, whereas Chandrayaan is taking 40 days. But why is that? Well, the most important factor is the weight. While Chandrayaan 3 weighs a whopping 3,900 kgs, the Lunar 25 is much lighter, weighing just 1,750 kilograms. Now that Russia is out of the race to moon, all eyes are on India's Chandrayaan 3. After successful completion of India's moon mission, India will join an elite league of 3 nations, the United States, Russia, and China, to make a soft landing on the moon. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. You're joining our rolling coverage on Chandrayaan 3, and as we count down to, in fact, the landing time, we're getting you a news break also coming in on the latest updates. There is, of course, a lot of talk about whether everything is smooth. Nagarjuna is going to be joining me in just a while from now with those details. But for the moment, let's talk about really what's expected when the landing happens. How difficult is it? There's a lot of talk about that 15 to 17 minutes of terror. What happens then? Pooja Shali is explaining that for you.
All right, so barely about 15 minutes before that soft landing. That is called 15 minutes of terror. That's what the scientists refer to it, because that's going to be very crucial. Despite all the preparations, it will be those final descent and what will happen. There are different phases. Let me take you through each phase. 15 minutes before, at about 5:45, what will happen? There is a phase called braking and altitude holding. Remember, the moon's gravity is also pulling at the Vikram lander. So the landing sequence will begin around 5:45 p.m. It's currently parallel to the lunar surface. What is the job of the Vikram lander at about 15 minutes before the soft landing? The landing begins when Vikram lander reaches 25 kilometers from the moon exact spot. It will try to plan and align with the lunar surface. Now the lander will turn still for 10 seconds. There is a reason. It will still be still for 7.5 kilometers from the moon when it touches it. This 10 seconds is crucial to understand what happens with regard to lander's position. It will then, from 7.4 kilometer and still of 10 seconds, it will then start to descend to 6.8 kilometers. There's a slow and steady descent that is going to be towards the lunar surface. Then comes in the next phase. What happens after that? The fine braking will come. This is very crucial. At about 6.8 kilometers, once it has touched it from the moon, there is going to be the braking phase and the descent will start to happen. But what happens in that? Basically, at that moment, there is again going to be an understanding that the lander will try to figure out how the next step should be, and that is when the descent takes place. That is going to be about, let's go on to the next step, about 2.9 minutes later, Vikram reaches the altitude of 800 meters. Now it's very close to the lunar surface. It has to decide how fast, where can it land, what is the actual site, and if this is the site it is going to land in. The lander hovers for about 12 seconds. This is a margin that an automated Vikram lander will have to reach the altitude of 150 meters. It will not be a steady descent, remember. There will be breaks in between for the lander to be able to stay in control and have the speed in check. This will be the most crucial part, the terminal descent, when it happens very close to 6 p.m. At that point, the Vikram will check for the boulders, craters, and other obstacles. Now it's very close. It's barely there above the lunar surface. It wants to ensure that the surface is clear for its landing. All these have been done in tests. The Vikram lander will either continue a vertical descent or choose an immediate alternate site. So that about 10 to 15 seconds, that stillness will give it that opportunity to figure out, can it actually land at that point? So 52 seconds, about a minute, that is when the scientist will be sitting with a bated breath, because that is when Vikram lander by itself will be able to decide if it can land given the craters, the obstacles, the boulders on moon surface. If it chooses to go ahead with that site, it will descend to 10 meters above the lunar surface. Now it's right above on the lunar surface. As you can see in that illustration, that is how it's going to look at about 6 p.m. From 10 meters, Vikram lander takes 9 seconds to then come and soft land on the lunar surface. This is the south pole of moon where Vikram lander will land. And we will, of course, be standing to cheer for our scientists and Vikram lander, out of which the Chandrayaan rover will come out and be on the lunar surface. Akshata, over to you for the latest.
Thanks very much, Pooja. Let's get you the latest news break coming in. Nagarjun Dwarkanath reporting for us from inside the control room. He's gotten details of what exactly ISRO scientists are up to. They've loaded in the commands into lander Vikram, and that will be locked in the afternoon once all conditions, there's a green signal for that. Includes climatic conditions as well. The afternoon is when it will be locked in, which means that the descent then will 100% officially happen. Nagarjun, good morning. What are you picking up really from inside, from behind us, where the team Chandrayaan is based?
Well, good morning, Akshita. It's a big day for you, me, and the whole of India as well. We were talking about Plan B yesterday, about how the date might be changed to 27th, 400 kilometers away from the landing spot. But considering the ISRO scientists have already uploaded the descent command, and by afternoon around 1 p.m. is when it will be locked, is what we are told. As of now, the commands have been uploaded. If we have to break it down to our viewers, what are these commands? These commands would be how the lander would start its descent, when should the engine go off, when should the engine fire, what velocity should the engine fire at what velocities will the lander descend, and what tilt angle. As of now, as we speak, the lander is still orbiting around the moon in a horizontal. If this is the lunar surface, the lander is orbiting this way. It has to descend this way. So that tilt angle has to be changed. For that, firing has to be done. At 6 kilometers or 6.8 kilometers above the lunar surface, out of the 4 engines, 2 engines will be shut off so that the descent speed or the retrofiring will be taken care. All of this is a lot of permutation and combination and a lot of math, a lot of science, which of course you and me only have the surface level knowledge, but
Lies above our head.
people inside inside ISRO, the scientists have completely taken over the control. All the commands till the soft landing, touchdown will be put in place. They've already uploaded it. At 1 o'clock or 1:30 is when it will be locked. That there's no going back. That will be locked. So plan A will be executed. That today at 6:04 there'll be soft landing on the lunar surface. It will be descending at 30.5 kilometers. The lander right now is still orbiting about 30 kilometers above the lunar surface. It'll tilt 90 degrees. It'll become vertical and start descending. It'll descend somewhere up to 1.6 kilometers per second. So it would take average of 20 minutes, if you say, till the touchdown. But at 6 kilometers, 6.8 kilometers above the lunar surface, out of the 4 engines, 2 engines will be shut off so that there's more control as well. These are all called retrofiring because the moon's gravity is pulling while the engines are firing. So we have to have both control. It's as similar as any takeoff and landing that we see in a commercial airplane. The plane is coming down, but the gravity is also pulling, the Earth's gravity is pulling the airplane down or the aircraft down. And yet you have to do that exact speed. You have to come out so that you don't crash, neither do you fly away. That's the critical part of this. Like the ISRO scientists call it the 15-minute terror window that they'll go through today. But seems like the scientists are quite positive about it. Not even a nano millisecond here and there, nano centimeter here and there has gone wrong till now. Since the launch of this Chandrayaan 3, till now as we speak, nothing has gone wrong for ISRO. And when I spoke about as Russian Lunar 25 affected them, the morale, they said our systems are completely different. It's like saying flying an aircraft or flying an helicopter. Both systems are completely different. So if one has crashed also, our system is completely different. We are very hopeful that come this 6:04, you and I will celebrate together.
I hope so. There's a commercial pilot speaking for you, explaining all of the technical detail of what goes into this kind of a descent. Nagarjun telling us that the commands have been uploaded 1 to 2 p.m. as we told you yesterday. 2 hours before officially the landing begins is when that will be locked and loaded, which means there's no turning back after that. There's no going back. Plan A is 100% on, and Plan A means the soft landing will be completed by 6:04 p.m. Excitement at its peak. From what Nagarjun tells us, inside the mood is upbeat. There's excitement, all protocol, all procedure being followed to the T right now as they get set for the landing to happen this evening, starting 5:20 p.m. Here on India Today, I'm going to continue getting you the latest updates. I'm standing just meters away from where Team Chandrayaan currently is. And in just a few hours from now, I'm going to be going inside, getting a sneak peek of what's happening. So stay with us here on India Today. We're not taking our eyes away from Chandrayaan 3. We're keeping our focus on this big story. Our rolling coverage continues on the other side of a very, very short break.
Sunny Deol's Gadar 2 is roaring at the box office, but the actor is in the news also for the wrong reasons. He was heavily criticized for his negligent approach towards his constituency of Gurdaspur in Punjab. Now a fresh row over a bank notice issued for his villa at Juhu has triggered a controversy. Take a look.
His captivating on-screen heroics. But it's not all roses for Sunny Deol in real life. Back in his parliamentary constituency in Punjab, residents seen battling heavy floods on their own. If that wasn't enough, the 2.5 kilo ka haath actor seen caught in a financial whirlpool on Sunday. Bank of Baroda issued this auction notice for Sunny Deol's ocean-facing villa at Juhu in Mumbai. A 5-storied property spread over 6,000 square meters. The Bank of Baroda announced the sale of the Stars estate for non-payment of a loan worth 56 crore rupees. The notice set September the 25th for the proposed auction. Like in suspense thrillers, an unpredictable script followed the next day, with Bank of Baroda suddenly and mysteriously withdrawing the auction notice, claiming that there was a technical glitch. But what technical glitch are they talking about? How could a formal auction notice printed in newspapers suddenly be pulled and blamed on a technical glitch, that too by a well-known bank? The Congress has stepped in with a pinch of political sarcasm. Party spokesperson Jairam Ramesh wondered who triggered those mysterious technical reasons for the bank to withdraw the proposed auction. The bank later explained that the borrower has approached it and pledged to clear dues. With Deepesh Tripathi in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Amid the success of the film, Thalaiva's meet with the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has sparked a mega political showdown. The superstar was seen calling on Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath for a special screening of the movie and touching the feet of Yogi, who is also the Mahant of revered Gorakhnath Mutt in eastern Uttar Pradesh. Taking a jibe at Rajni's gesture, DMK student wing chief R. Rajiv Gandhi accused the BJP of doing religious politics. Congress MP Karti Chidambaram slammed the superstar, accusing him of bowing down to what he called wild bulldozer. Rajni, who had earlier been on a religious trip of Char Dham Yatra, then headed to Ayodhya, unfazed by criticism hurled at him, but not before calling on SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, and paid his respect to the late SP Patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav. Taking a swipe at Chief Minister Yogi, Akhilesh wrote on Twitter, "People hug when hearts meet."
9 साल पहले बॉम्बे में एक फंक्शन में अखिलेश जी से मुलाकात हुआ था। उस दिन से हमारा दोस्ती चल रहे है, आपस में फोन में भी बात करते हैं।
On Sunday, Thalaiva visited Ayodhya and prayed at the famous Hanumangadi temple in the holy town.
Rajni sir, you are here at Ramlala for Ramlala Darshan. How do you see this, sir? Sir, open the catch, open.
That's what, yeah.
How do you see this, Rajni sir?
Yeah, बहुत भाग्यशाली हूँ मैं। ये बहुत सारा इरादा था, आज पूरा हो गया, आज पूरा है।
Rajnikant, who shares special ties with political leaders, had earlier shied away from a political plunge, citing his health. But Thalaiva can certainly not stay away from political limelight. With Samar Srivastav in Lucknow, Bureau Report, India Today.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali, and today from India Today's Space Center with Chandrayaan 3 about to make a soft landing on the lunar surface. With that Space Center, let's go across and take you through the headlines this morning. India's historic moment is now touching down. Moon is just 25 kilometers below our Vikram lander. Soft landing on Moon expected at about 4 minutes past 6 p.m. this evening. This is the final phase now. The landing will start at 5:45 p.m. and 25 kilometers from the Moon. But there are different phases. At exact precision, the Vikram lander will be following that for the next 15 minutes. And we will decode the 15 minutes of terror, as scientists call it. Prime Minister Modi this time is not in the country, he's in Johannesburg, but he will be virtually watching every moment of Chandrayaan's landing live. But we're not only cheering for Chandrayaan-3 landing, all eyes also on chess prodigy Ramesh Babu Pragnananda. He takes on world #1 Magnus Carlsen for the second game. The first one ended in a draw. Remember, he's an 18-year-old teenager taking on 32-year-old world #1 Magnus Carlsen and has managed still one draw. In other news, US President Joe Biden is confirmed to attend the G20 Leaders Summit in New Delhi, talking on clean energy transition and climate change. So this is how the Vikram lander is going to look like at 6:04 p.m. when it's going to land and the Pragyan rover comes out of it for further experiments. But I'm on a virtual lunar surface. The one tracking the real lunar surface from ISRO headquarters in Bengaluru is my colleague Akshita Nandgopal. Over to you now, Akshita, for this special telecast.
Thanks very much, Pooja. Technically, you're closer to the moon than I am. But let's get you the latest updates. Hello and welcome. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you all the latest updates from right outside the ISRO, the ISRO Center, where the Mission Control Complex is. The team that's behind Chandrayaan, the brains behind Chandrayaan, all seated meters away from me. And they'll be tracking the time very closely, with less than 8 hours now to go for the landing of Chandrayaan-3 on the moon's surface. It technically starts at 5:20, so I would say it's less than 8 hours at this point to go. So the countdown well and truly underway. The news break that we got you just a few moments ago is that all commands have been uploaded onto the lander, onto Vikram as expected. ISRO scientists following procedure, following the timeline that they wanted to. So as per schedule, they've loaded in the commands, but it will be locked in a few hours from now in the afternoon at about 1 or 2 p.m. we're hearing, once they get a sense that their forecast of the weather, of the climatic conditions, all of that is exactly how they expect it to be. If there's any sort of change there, they will go ahead and abort the landing for today. But for now, looking as that the commands have already been sent across to the lander, it looks like everything is getting the go-ahead. And so far, all good. ISRO scientists have sent across the message that they're all cool. They're confident that this time around they've got it right. The descent will begin at 5:20 p.m. as expected. The live telecast also will begin at 5:20. So you'll be able to actually catch it live as the lander Vikram gets closer and closer to the moon's surface. In all, from 5:20, while the procedure will begin, the last 15 to 17 minutes, according to ISRO, is crucial. It's something that most space scientists refer to as those minutes of terror. In this case, it will be 15 to 17 minutes of terror. And it's at that particular point that you will see Vikram making its way down slowly. Remember, he's going to be going down from 6,000 kilometers per hour to absolute stillness. And that in a matter of 15 to 17 minutes. You can imagine how nail-biting that time will be, particularly because in that time, everything's automated. The design, the tech that the scientists have put in, all the hard work and, the toil that they've really done for the last many years, all of that will come into effect in those last 15 minutes because they won't be able to control anything at that point. It will essentially be all automated. That's when the lander will actually touch down on the moon's surface. A number of parameters that will be looked into. Why you ask at 1 or 2 p.m. is when things will be locked and loaded. Well, essentially, they look at what the climatic conditions are on the south pole of the moon. It's freezing temperatures there of minus 300 degrees and worse, in fact. So they'll want to ensure that the forecast that they've got about it being the perfect conditions for Chandrayaan-3 to touch down remains. If there's any change, there's a lot of unpredictability, as you can imagine, associated with space, associated with the lunar surface. So they're going to keep that area are free to ensure that if they need to, that leeway, if they need to go ahead and change plans, they can still do it. Lots of updates that have come in the last 24 hours, and here on India Today and our rolling coverage, we're getting you every single detail, every update coming in from Team Chandrayaan right now on the movement of lander Vikram. Let me round up for you some of those developments. Ahead of Chandrayaan-3 landing, there are special pujas that are being conducted for the mission. Special prayers are being offered around the country. In Ujjain's Mahakaleshwar temple, Mahakal Bhasma Aarti was performed. The entire country is praying for the successful landing of Chandrayaan-3 in Lucknow. A namaz was organized to pray for the landing of Chandrayaan-3. It's not just in India. Excitement building worldwide for the successful landing of Chandrayaan-3. In the United States, special prayers have been offered at the Om Shri Sai Balaji Temple and Cultural Center in Monroe of New Jersey. The temple is situated in Virginia of the United States. Members of the Indian diaspora conducted a havan, hoping for the touchdown of Chandrayaan-3.
मुहर मुहर गाळात दाळात ध्वनन्द्र सिंह रक्षमा शौर्य धैर्य वीर्य दुर्निवार्य दुर्गमम् अकार्य
Meanwhile, Indian students and research scholars in Uxbridge of London organized a special prayer at the Adya Shakti Mataji temple for the successful landing of Chandrayaan. So we're all set for that landing to take place of Chandrayaan-3 on the surface of the moon, on the south pole of the moon. A number of factors really that have to be considered in this kind of a circumstance, all of which right now is taking place just meters away from me as the ISRO scientists are going ahead with all of the data that they have and ensuring that they follow all the procedure and protocol that is to be followed at this crucial stage of the Chandrayaan-3 mission. For 40 days now, we've been getting every single update from that perfect launch that we saw in July to today. Every update that's come your way has been that the schedule is pretty much exactly how ISRO wanted it to be. Earlier, there was talk of it touching down to 5:45. So you saw essentially only a change of about 19 minutes in the overall schedule. Imagine on July 14th, when in fact the takeoff had taken place. At that time, they said 5:45 p.m. on August 23rd. Today, it's 6:04 August 23rd. So that much change is all that's happened in the schedule of Chandrayaan-3. That's how much they've stuck to the routine processes in place. And if that isn't a good sign, I really don't know what is, that things are going as per what was scheduled and on track. Excitement building up across the country. In less than 8 hours from now, you're going to be seeing Chandrayaan-3 touching down on the south pole of the moon. Extremely crucial this, and it's a first for the entire world, because while only 3 countries have actually managed a soft landing on the moon, India will be the 4th. For the first time, you're actually going to be seeing a soft landing on the south pole of the moon. That's extremely tricky, extremely challenging. But hey, if anyone can do it, it's our ISRO scientists. Manjeet Sehgal is joining us live right now. We're getting you reports from across the country to get you a sense of the excitement on ground. And I can tell you that there are very few things that really unite the nation, quite like space does today. Sports, culture, all of that does. And today, space has reached that league, courtesy our ISRO scientist. Manjeet Sehgal is joining us live from Chandigarh. Manjeet, good morning. Take us through, the mood out there in your city.
Good morning, Akshita. Well, there is a lot of excitement about the soft landing of the Chandrayaan mission. This is Sector 45 temple where a special Havana is being performed for the soft landing of the Chandrayaan 3. These prayers are not only being held here at Chandigarh for Sector 45, but also at various places. In Himachal Pradesh, one of the Shakti Pithas, Naina Devi's special prayers also being held. Prayers are also being held in Gurudwaras. All people, not only here but also abroad, Indian diaspora had also prayed for the soft landing of the Chandrayaan 3. As far as the events are concerned, the schools in Haryana will remain open. The state government has issued special orders to the school administration to open the schools in Chandigarh as well. Special screening is being organized so that people can witness the history which the country is going to meet today. Akshita.
Thanks very much, Manjeet, for getting us a ground report. How challenging is this mission going to be? While we are all wholly confident that our ISRO scientists are going to do it, this is extremely challenging and extremely ambitious to touch down on the south pole of the moon, considering so many inclement conditions, considering that this is something that no country has successfully done so far. Pooja Shali breaks down for you all of those challenges.
Look closely at what will happen as and when Vikram lander touches down on the lunar surface. So presently, Vikram lander floating at about 25 kilometers right above the moon. So this is how it's going to look like. This is an illustration as specific as you can see to help understand what will happen. Then it goes closer, but it will have to have a very controlled slowdown. It will reduce the speed compared to how it was till now when it was in the orbit. Remember, there is moon's gravity, so that will want to pull down the Vikram lander. So that controlled speed will help the Vikram lander go according to how it wants. Then there will be a maneuver. That maneuver is going to ensure that the direction is twisted, because right now it is an absolutely horizontal direction. It will have to change and twist itself so that it can come at a position where it can start to align itself to the landing of the lunar surface. Once it has aligned itself, once it's sure that this is the position that it can now go down to the surface to touch it, that is when the lander will hover at about 7.5 kilometers over the moon. This is going to be barely minutes before the landing of 6 p.m. When that happens, it will check all the compositions. The sensors are calibrated. The moon's surface has been touched. This is going to be the south pole of the moon. And that is when at 6 and 4 minutes past 6 p.m., the lander will become vertical, hover at about 800 to 1300 meters, and then the altitude starts to decrease to about 150 meters. It is going to be very slow, but it will be steady. And that is when at about 4 minutes past 6, it's going to touch down on the south pole of moon, and that is when all of us are going to stand in cheer. Remember, this is going to be a very calculated mission. These are the last 10 to 15 minutes that the scientists will be waiting with bated breath to ensure all of this, the calculations will work.
Let's take that particular point that Pooja made about the last 15 minutes of terror. Let's take that forward and explain to you what really that means. Any expert, any space scientist you talk to, and you talk about any space mission, they always refer to those last few minutes of terror. In this case, ISRO has confirmed it will be about 15 to 17 minutes, the most crucial phase of the mission. It's the make or break moment that decides whether this mission has been successful or not. The landing sequence will begin at around 5:45 p.m. and will last for around quarter of an hour. This last leg of the mission carries a heavy burden, because remember that it was in the last 15 minutes when Chandrayaan 2's Vikram lander failed to execute the transition needed, leading to a crash landing during that fine braking phase. It was just 7.4 kilometers from the moon. And I'm sure you all remember how when we were watching it live, suddenly the lander just stopped moving. There was no signal that was coming through. The terminal descent is the most crucial part of the landing. Vikram lander at this point checks for boulders, checks for craters, any obstacles essentially on the surface of the moon. And if it detects them, then won't go ahead and land at that spot. Or if it doesn't, then it will go ahead and continue with a vertical descent. Once the Vikram lander successfully lands on the lunar south pole, the sensors will signal the computer on board the spacecraft. And after about 2 hours of that landing, then you'll see the Pragyan rover coming out. And that's because there's a lot of dust in the surface of the moon, lunar dust. And they'll want that to completely settle so it doesn't affect the cameras, doesn't affect the computers, doesn't affect the sensors. Only after about 2 hours will the rover actually be allowed out of the lander. So let's talk about this 15 minutes of terror. The Chandrayaan team also recognizes that this perhaps is the hardest part of the mission. Here's an excerpt of the conversation that Rahul Kanwal had with former ISRO chief K. Sivan, where he explains exactly that, what happens in the last 15 minutes.
I want to start by asking you about the Lunar mission of the Russians, which crashed very unfortunately over the weekend without being able to land successfully. You know, given what has happened with the Lunar 25, which was Russia's first attempt to land a spacecraft off the moon and that ending in failure, you know, would that increase the levels of anxiety of the team in the Space Center of ISRO at this moment? Does that make you one extra level more anxious?
No, it is not so. First of all, Luna mission failure and this one, they are not related. Luna, actually, that is have its own system, its own the sensor, thrusters, and it may have its own characteristics. But we have our own system, our own thruster, our own sensors, which it has been functioning very nicely and without any problem. And till now, we are achieved what we want in a perfect way. And I'm sure that this will repeat on 23rd also. So we'll get a good landing. And we are not getting disturbed by the Luna 25 failure. They are not related. They are not a similar system. They are different system.
Okay.
So we are confident that we'll be able to achieve without any problem.
Just ahead of the landing of Chandrayaan 2, you described the final phase of the landing as the 15 minutes of terror. Could you explain in layman's language the complexity involved in that final slow descent? And why is it that most of the lunar missions that have gone wrong over the last few years, including the Japanese and the Israeli ones, have gone wrong just at the last stage, it seems?
See, this lunar mission is a very crucial and very critical and very complex. And that's what we are calling this, the entire descent process from 25 or 30 kilometers to touchdown is a 15 minutes terror. The reason is when at the starting of the travel descent, the craft used to move with the velocity of about 2 kilometers per second in the horizontal direction. Now, this velocity has to be reduced in a controlled fashion, within bracket, controlled fashion, to 0. And very interestingly, this 2 kilometers per second velocity is to be made to 0 at the time of touchdown, this one. So what really happened is there's a lunar gravity is acting. At the same time, that is if the thrust is not sufficient, it will fall like a football. Or if it is thrusting more, it will go away from the trajectory. And this controlled manner we are bringing to velocity 2 kilometers per second to 0. It's a very crucial.
So That was the former ISRO chief K. Sivan speaking about the 50 minutes of terror. They will be very, very nervous inside at that point. I'll be there, so I'll be getting you those updates of what's happening from 5:45 to 6:04 p.m. That's the most crucial part of the maneuver, of the landing. Sneha Murdani is getting us more on that. I'd like to toss this across to her in the studio.
Right. Hi, Akshita. Hope you're doing well and getting us all the updates. As far as that big moment at 4 minutes past 6 is concerned, certainly all fingers crossed. But Akshita referred to the 15 minutes of terror. What are those 15 minutes, the last 15 minutes of terror? At about 5:45 or so, the landing sequence will begin. This is just before the last 15 minutes or so, the braking and the altitude holding, which is absolutely crucial during this time. The landing actually begins when Vikram is 25 kilometers or so from the moon. That's how close it will be to the moon when the landing is going to begin. The lander to turn still for 10 seconds, just about 10 seconds at about 7.4 kilometers from the moon. That's when the lander is going to be turning still. Also, the Vikram, the lander, then descends to 6.8 kilometers closer as it gets to the moon. And that's where the excitement really builds up. And that is, in fact, a time that's going to keep everybody very, very tense. The braking phase begins 6.4 kilometers from the moon, just about less than 7 kilometers from the moon when the braking phase is going to begin, hoping for a soft landing there. About 2.9 minutes later, that's how precise this operation is going to be, Vikram reaches altitude of about 800 meters. That's how this is going to move forward in the last 15 minutes of terror. The lander hovers for about 12 seconds, reaches the altitude of 150 meters. So that's how close it's going to be to the moon, and that's how difficult it's going to be as far as the final descent is concerned. The most crucial part of the landing is certainly the terminal descent, which everybody is going to have their eyes very, very firmly on. Vikram checks the boulders, craters, and other obstacles. So to see if the road really is clear for that very smooth landing, which is absolutely mandatory right there. So this is how the last 15 minutes of terror or so going to look like.
Thanks very much, Sneha. Breaking down there for you all the details of what plays out in 15 minutes. There are 4 phases essentially that have been identified as ISRO, each of them extremely crucial, that will determine whether the Chandrayaan 3 mission has been a success or not. It all culminates to this very moment, less than 8 hours to go for that 15 minutes, which will decide whether Chandrayaan's journey for the last 40 days to the moon has been worth it or not. And here on India Today, we're getting you all the latest updates. We're also focusing on the mood across the country, sending across a billion good wishes to our ISRO scientists. I'm slipping into a very short break. I'll continue getting you all the latest updates from right here at the ISRO headquarters in Bengaluru.
As Chandrayaan 3 circles the moon, India's billion breaths are held. Our spacecraft is in final descent, and every Indian heart beats for it as India's historic moon landing nears for our scientists and their mooncraft. Your love, your prayers, your wishes matter. Come on, India, cheer for Chandrayaan.
In politics, everyone has an opinion. But I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange. With Rahul Kanwal, only on India Today.
Welcome back and welcome to India Today's Space Center. We're getting you up to speed with all the top developments. The countdown has begun and all eyes are on what's really going to happen at 6:04 today when Chandrayaan 3 is going to make a soft landing on the dark side of the moon. So what really happens then? How is India going to make an imprint? Let's talk about the Pragyan rover, which of course is all set to demonstrate really for India on moon other than the scientific imprint that ISRO is going to make. There's also going to be the Ashoka symbol on the moon that India is going to imprint to give then an idea to the world about who really first landed on the dark side or the south pole of the moon.
Vikram will prepare for rover Pragyan to carry out its mission right after the successful landing on the south pole of the moon. The rover will then conduct in situ chemical analysis of the lunar surface. As it starts to move, it will leave an indelible mark of India on the lunar surface. The back wheels of the rover have logos of ISRO and Ashoka's line emblem. They are not on the same wheels, so the two parallel imprints on one side will create the ISRO logo and the other will mark the Ashoka's line emblem. India has already left its mark on the moon during the Chandrayaan 1 mission in 2008. On 14 November 2008, the Moon Impact Probe separated from the Chandrayaan 1 orbiter and struck the South Pole in a controlled manner. And with that, India became the fourth country to place its flag insignia on the moon, near the crater Shackleton. The location of impact was named Jawahar Point. Nearly 15 years later, Pragyan, with a lifespan of 1 lunar day or 14 Earth days, is all set for a much bigger leap. With 26 kilogram mass, 50 watt power and 2 payloads. It will make history for ISRO by demonstrating a rover roving on lunar surface, carrying out qualitative and quantitative elemental analysis to derive the chemical composition. For mineralogical composition of the South Pole lunar surface. This is critical for mineral and chemical finding, as well as for ISRO's future manned moon mission, Gaganyaan.
All right, from our space center, we're going to be telling you why this mission, why go to the moon. Earth satellite has not just captured the popular imagination, but also the scientific community. Chandrayaan 3's landing will open avenues for testing technologies, flight capabilities, robotics, and even potential treatments for some cancers.
Moon, Earth's natural satellite, the closest neighbor to Earth in the universe. And it has always been a source of inspiration, imagination, inquisition. When humans embarked on space exploration, Moon was the first target and still remains, because the more we explore the Moon, the better we know about the genesis of Earth.
Earlier versions of lunar formation theories included capture, where the moon would have been a strayed planetoid. Another version was fission, where the Earth was spinning so fast that it would have warped out of the Earth and then formed its own body. This led to our current theory, the giant impactor theory. So this collision was during the late stages of planetary formation throughout our entire solar system, when planets were still very new and very much forming. So this happened when Earth was just an embryo, a baby planet. And this was actually in a crash course collision with Theia, which is a Mars-sized planetoid. And this collision ripped apart early Earth's crust. And that crust then coalesced, it snowballed into a whole separate entity, which we now call the moon.
The largest and the biggest object on our night sky. The moon makes Earth a more habitable planet by moderating its wobble on its axis. This leads to a relatively stable climate. And of course, the gravitational pull of the moon causes tides, creating a rhythm that has guided humans for thousands of years. Today, exploration of the moon presents abundant, exciting engineering challenges. It is an excellent place to test technologies, flight capabilities, life support systems, and exploration techniques to reduce the risks and increase the productivity of future missions. Different space missions will provide us with the first experience of living and working in another world, allowing us to test advanced materials and equipment in the temperature and radiation extremes of space. Humans will learn how to best employ robots to support tasks, explore remote locations, and gather information in potentially hazardous regions. By successfully establishing a presence on the moon, we will enhance life on Earth and prepare to explore the rest of the solar system and beyond. Keeping astronauts healthy in a lower gravity and higher radiation environment than Earth is an important challenge for medical researchers. This has potential benefits for the entire mankind in terms of prevention and treatment of bone and muscle loss and some cancers. Exploration of the moon also creates new business opportunities for technological innovations and applications, and utilization of new resources. And finally, establishing outposts on the moon enables adventurers and explorers to extend exploration and settlement to planets and moons beyond Earth. There is an entire universe of unknowns waiting for us to investigate and take us over the moon, literally.
People all over India are praying, in fact, for that soft landing. Fingers certainly crossed. A billion prayers for Chandrayaan 3 today. Amit Bhardwaj, my colleague, is getting us more details on that, joining us from Delhi right now. Amit is, in fact, in Vidya School, giving us an idea about how, Amit, the kids really are feeling about this entire mission. What do they have to say, Amit?
Well, Sneha, this school in Delhi, Vidya Bal Bhavan, has made peculiar kind of arrangements to make sure that all these kids that you are seeing right now with tirangas in their hands, very excited about Chandrayaan landing. And they were, a couple of minutes back, they were actually wishing all the best, Chandrayaan. Slogans like that.
Chandrayaan.
So, and Snehal, I'll give you a visual as well. I'll request Sachin to pan the camera to show you as to how they have created a module of sorts out here. So this is resembling moon, and the drone is being used here to give an idea of the realistic landing that is going to happen today of Chandrayaan 3. So this particular drone will be used in a manner to make these students understand as to how Chandrayaan will make its descent on moon today, which is going to create history as and when the safe and soft landing happens on moon. And we'll also speak to the students here to understand as to how excited are you for the Chandrayaan 3 landing.
I'm very excited as it is a proud moment for us that our India is the first one to land on the southern pole of the moon. So we are very excited and we pray to Chandrayaan that it land today, not to postpone on 27.
Last time around, kids like you were quite excited as well when Chandrayaan 2 was making that, attempting that soft landing. But things didn't go as per the plan, even though we had 50% success. But what are your prayers for the day today?
So I'm very excited and I prayed to God in the morning that this time our Chandrayaan should land and not to be postponed on 27, because this is a very mesmerizing day for us to land on South Pole, since India is the first country to land on South Pole and fourth country to land on moon. So I'm super duper excited and I also prayed to God.
Did you also pray to God today in the morning before coming?
I'm with my fingers crossed and I want and I hope that India Chandrayaan lands successfully there. We have to prove the world that we are the best. We will make history today.
Sir, before I go to the kids here, what is the kind of arrangements or preparations that you have made today to make sure that all these kids sitting today also get a realistic view of Chandrayaan 3 landing?
Today we have arranged the screen for live telecast in the school, and from the morning our students and teachers are very crazy or feel I am very proud, and along with my teacher proud we are the part of Indian, or today we have very proud moment.
Part of the history today, the history that is going to be created, and all these students, Sneha, you can look at these excited faces with a sort of nervousness as well, and tirangas on their desk as well. So you're going to spend the day here watching the preparations for landing, the ISRO documentaries that were playing.
Definitely.
All the best. Yeah, all the best, Chandrayaan. Slogans being raised here. All the best, Chandrayaan. That's the slogan for the day, right?
Yes, sir. We all are excited for this day only. From the launch of the Chandrayaan only, we all were finger crossing and waiting for this moment only, that our country will represent ourselves at the Chandrayaan. Because this is the moment when our country will be at that point where no other countries could reach. They were spending more money than us, but we are the person who will stand here and will show the world that who we are. We are Indians.
Okay, we are Indians, and tirangas are in hands of these bright students waiting for Chandrayaan 3 to make a soft and safe landing on moon. And right there again, all the best, Chandrayaan. Cheers for Chandrayaan continues in the national capital with tirangas in their hands. And the basic idea is that, many of these students also understand the fact, the challenges that await Chandrayaan 3. And as you just heard a young gentleman speak about as to how other countries have spent a lot of money in their projects, but they did not had much success. The reference is obviously to Lunar 25, the Russia's attempt to make safe and soft landing on moon, how that failed. But today, all these students are also, they have their fingers crossed. Many of them also offered prayers in the morning. I'll again cut across to these students to understand as to how excited they are for the day. What's your name? Can you come on this side? Yeah. What's your name and how excited are you for the day?
My name is Kanishka and I'm very much excited for the Chandrayaan 3 launch mission. As we know, we are the first country to land on the South Pole, Lunar South Pole, and our mission will be of 14 days, World Lunar Day. And also we are happy that we will be the fourth country, and after Russia, after Chandrayaan 2 failure, we are hoping that, and we are definitely sure that we will succeed in this mission.
There's Lunar 25 failure as well, right? So, did you offer prayers? You are also hoping, however, this is a very scientific mission that we are at, but did you also offer prayer like we do on all important days as well?
Yeah, exactly. From the day of the launch, 14 July, I'm really excited for it. And today I woke up at 5 a.m. I definitely usually woke up at 6 a.m. But today I especially woke up at 5 a.m., do all the bathing and all, and go to the temples and all to offer my prayers that this mission should be successful today only, and it should not be postponed. We are very much excited for it.
And are you guys going to stay back in the school today until the soft and safe landing happens?
मैं अपने भारत के इस गर्वशाली मोमेंट के लिए एक कुछ लाइनें सुनाना चाहती हूँ। सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा हमारा, सारे जहां से अच्छा हम बुलबुले हैं इसकी, ये गुलसिता हमारा हमारा, सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा हमारा, सारे जहां से अच्छा.
So right there, the message that stays there is that everybody, every student out here in the country, across the country, are praying that Chandrayaan 3 gets its safe and soft landing today. And there are prayers, students are nervous, they have their fingers crossed, they are cheering for Chandrayaan 3, and as well as praying, really proud of this particular moment. Sare Jahan Se Acha, along with Bharat Mata Ki Jai. And this is not just excitement, Sneha. There's scientific learning to it as well. I'll request Sachin to pan the camera if possible and show you as to how they are also having a view at the ISRO documentary that is being played, at different scientific visuals, how drone is being used to give a realistic understanding of the landing that is going to happen today. And this particular drone is being used as the lander of Chandrayaan 3, and it will show the descent of Chandrayaan 3. And this is the moon which has been created out here to give a realistic view of how things will be unfolding around 5 to 6 p.m. on moon, and how India will create history at that particular moment. Back to you, Sneha.
We're certainly creating history. And Amit, I'm going to thank you for the moment, for getting us that absolutely lovely ground report. Kids are enthusiastic, so are we, because this is a moment that all of us will remember in our entire lifetimes. 4 minutes past 6 is when Chandrayaan 3 makes a soft landing on the moon. From our space center here at India Today, let's give you a sense of why has the moon been just so fascinating. First of all, it's actually the only celestial body where humans have visited, where humans have touched down upon. The reason being, it just takes a couple of days or so for spacecraft to travel from Earth and reach the moon. And that's the reason why the attempt clearly is to reach the moon.
Space exploration is not even a century old, but man's moon mission has crossed 100. In the past 7 decades, there have been 62 successful missions to the moon. 41 missions failed, and only 8 were partially successful. The very first mission to the moon was a flyby carried out by the USA. On 17th August 1958, Pioneer 0 ended just 77 seconds after liftoff, when the rocket's first stage exploded. USA and USSR were competing against each other in their race to the moon. And after many failures and 6 successful missions, the first landing on moon happened in 1966. Lunar 9 of USSR made the first lunar soft landing on 31st August 1966. It also captured the first pictures from the lunar surface. 4 months later, US spacecraft Surveyor 1 made the first successful landing on the moon for Uncle Sam on 30th May 1966.
0, 1, LCC control, liftoff, 3, 2.
Between 1966 and 1969, both the USA and USSR carried out some successful and many failed missions to the moon to understand and prepare for manned mission to the orb of night. On 16 July 1969, history was made with the successful Apollo 11 mission as Neil Armstrong of the USA became the first human to land on the moon. Edward Buzz Aldrin joined Armstrong 19 minutes later. Together, they spent nearly 2 hours outside the lunar module, taking photographs and collecting 21.5 kilos of lunar material to bring back to Earth for testing.
It was the ultimate peaceful competition, USA versus USSR. I'll not assert that it was a diversion which prevented a war. Nonetheless, it was a diversion. It was intense, and it did allow to both sides to take the high road with the objectives of science and learning and exploration.
Few successful robotic landings and manned missions later, the first and so far the only scientist to land on the moon was Harrison Schmitt. Posted by Apollo 17 on 7th December 1972, Commander Gene Cernan and lunar module pilot Harrison Schmitt walked on the moon, while command module pilot Ronald Evans orbited above. Geologist by profession, Schmitt became the 12th and second youngest person to set foot on the moon. He is also the second to last person to step off the moon as he boarded the lunar module shortly before Commander Eugene Cernan. Schmitt also remains the only professional scientist to have flown beyond low Earth orbit and to have visited the moon till date.
The experience is going to be more than you ever anticipated, and it was that way for me to get onto the moon. Seeing this valley of Taras Littrow, which is deeper than the Grand Canyon, as a matter of fact, mountains to 6,000 and 7,000 feet above you on either side of the valley, all silhouetted against a black sky with brilliantly illuminated mountain slopes, and the Earth, of course, in one spot above the southern part of the massifs. That all was a new experience, of course, and you can't. You can hear people talk about it, but you can't absorb it until you're there. Being there is the essential human ingredient in any kind of experience of that
kind. Asia joined the race to the moon in 1990 with Japan's successful Hiten mission. The first successful Chinese moon mission happened a year before India's debut with Chandrayaan 1 on 24th October 2007. India so far has conducted 2 successful moon missions, and Chandrayaan 3 is its 3rd attempt.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LVM-3M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
All right, so that was the history of several countries besides India making several attempts to go to the moon. But what's special here is that this is the south pole of the moon, the dark side of the moon where nobody has reached really. And that is the attempt that India is making us very proud. And Anaga is getting us more details on that story as well. Joining us from Bengaluru right now, getting in the excitement in the air. Anaga, as far as students and everybody else is concerned, everybody is going to be glued to the television sets today to get a sense of how history really is made, isn't it?
You know, Sneha, if you can just give me 2-3 minutes, I'd really like to show you the wonderful works that the students of Orchids International School in Bangalore have done. So I have with me a bunch of 10 to 15 students who have put in the hard yards to make miniature models of Chandrayaan 3, right from LMV to, to the rover Pragyan, to lander module, to propulsion module. They've made these wonderful little models. And keep in mind, they had only 2 days in their hands to make such beautiful models. So let's go straight to Sana. She's going to be heading this team and she has some words to talk about Chandrayaan 3. Sana, tell us, what does Chandrayaan 3 mean to you and what do you know about this mission?
So, well, Chandrayaan 3 was actually
launched on 14th of July 2023. And the main purpose of this launch was to research more about the South Pole of the Moon. And the objectives of this launch were, it includes to demonstrate a safe and soft landing, and to it was for scientific research purposes, and also to exhibit rover mobility. And the launch vehicle which is used here is actually the LMV 3 Mark IV, wherein LMV actually stands for Lunar Modular Vehicle.
You know, Sana, you seem to be knowing all the details on spot. So are you like a science geek, and how interested are you in astronomy? Do you plan on venturing into this space when you grow up?
Well, space is actually quite interesting, and I have thought of it as a career option.
Wow.
But it's still there on the wait list. But
Who's your inspiration?
Inspiration? Well, I forgot the name of this astronaut. Chawla. Yeah.
Wow.
I've always been inspired by her. So yeah.
Lovely. All the best to you, Sana. I also want to go to Manas. Manas, can you explain to our viewers about any one of these models that you have done and the significance of this in Chandrayaan 3? And most importantly, how you made these models?
So we've done this model right here, and this model over here. This is the lander model. It's like a DIY lander model which we made up in 2 days. Okay. That is the solar panel. This is one of the main parts, and there's a connector over here, and that is mainly the lander over here. This part is the orbiter, and this is the lander with, you can see the landing pads over there, and maybe that also contains the rover. And we've also made a few students have also made the rocket model over that one right there, which consists of the propulsion model, which will actually help take the lander and the rover up to the lunar orbit. And it will, after deploying the lander, the propulsion module will actually remain in orbit, because it also carries another experimental payload, and that propulsion module along with the payload will have a mission life of about 3 to 6 months.
Superb. You've got all the details correct. Manas, I also want to know from you, since you know all these details by heart in your hand, what was the learning curve that you had while you were making these models?
So obviously, while we were making these models, we had to have a certain level of knowledge about the mission. So us and our team, we did research about the mission, and because space is something that it's endless, and there are so many possibilities, so many fascinating things out there. It's not really that hard to get that interest to get that.
Right. Sneha, this is a level of excitement that is there in the students. They have put in the hard yards for the last 2 days, making these beautiful models. And one of the students over here even made a miniature model. Over here, if I can just ask my camera person to show. Can you explain about this?
So this model I have done 2 days ago. It took somewhat 1 to 2 hours. So I did it in a pencil lead. So I took a 10B pencil. I carved some 1-2 centimeters.
This was made, from.
All right, Anaga is getting us all of those details, a sense of what the students there clearly are saying. But let's give you an idea about what the moon really is made of. Where did it come from? Of course, the attempt is to explore the lunar surface. NASA scientists explain in this report.
Where did our moon come from? Well, actually, there have been several theories over many decades. Earlier versions of lunar formation theories included capture, where the moon would have been a strayed planetoid. Another version was fission, where the Earth was spinning so fast that it would have warped out of the Earth and then formed its own body. This led to our current theory, the giant impactor theory. So this collision was during the late stages of planetary formation throughout our entire solar system, when planets were still very new and very much forming. So this happened when Earth was just an embryo, a baby planet. And this was actually in a crash course collision with Theia, which is a Mars-sized planetoid. And this collision ripped apart early Earth's crust. And that crust then coalesced, it snowballed into a whole separate entity, which we now call the moon. So where did our moon come from? Well, currently our understanding is that the Earth had collided with a Mars-sized object named Theia. But once we send future astronauts to the lunar surface again, who knows? We may actually have a whole new theory in the coming decades.
That report and much more going up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Do continue to watch us for the latest updates on every single movement of Chandrayaan 3, of course. We're holding our breath up to 4 minutes past 6 this evening when Chandrayaan 3 makes a soft landing on the South Pole on the dark side of the moon. Thanks for watching.
Where did our moon come from? Well, actually, there have been several theories over many decades. Earlier versions of lunar formation theories included capture, where the moon would have been a strayed planetoid. Another version was fission, where the Earth was spinning so fast that it would have warped out of the Earth and then formed its own body. This led to our current theory, the giant impactor theory. So this collision was during the late stages of planetary formation throughout our entire solar system, when planets were still very new and very much forming. So this happened when Earth was just an embryo, a baby planet. And this was actually in a crash course collision with Theia, which is a Mars-sized planetoid. And this collision ripped apart early Earth's crust. And that crust then coalesced, it snowballed into a whole separate entity, which we now call the moon. So where did our moon come from? Well, currently our understanding is that the Earth had collided with a Mars-sized object named Theia. But once we send future astronauts to the lunar surface again, who knows? We may actually have a whole new theory in the coming decade.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Getting you up to speed with the final stage of India's moon mission. A very good morning. I'm Sneha Mordani. We're tracking that big story right here. A quick check of the headlines in this edition first. Final stage of India's moon mission begins. ISRO uploads commands in lander Vikram. Commands in lander to be locked by the afternoon. That is the final phase of Chandrayaan 3 landing. Landing begins at about 5:45 p.m., 25 kilometers from the moon. Tricky maneuvers for the next 15 minutes. We decode the 15 minutes of terror. Just like the entire nation, the Prime Minister's gaze also to be fixed on Vikram. Prime Minister Modi to watch every moment of Chandrayaan's landing live from Johannesburg. Not just Chandrayaan 3, all eyes on chess prodigy Paragananda as he takes on world number 1 Magnus Carlsen for the second game as the first one ended in a draw. US President Joe Biden is confirmed to attend the G20 Leaders Summit in New Delhi. Talks on clean energy transition and climate change.
When President Biden asked me to consider serving here. And he told me when he asked me to come serve here, he said, this is the most important country in the world to me. I think something that no American president has ever uttered in the history of our two countries.
And welcome you joining us on our rolling coverage here of the Chandrayaan 3 landing on the moon. I'm joining you from the heart of all of the action from the ISRO headquarters in Bengaluru, meters away from me. Inside the mission tracking complex is where Team Chandrayaan is currently seated. They're giving the go-ahead for several commands right now to lander Vikram. All protocol procedure being put in place. Why? Because we have less than 7 hours to go for the soft landing to take place on the south pole of the moon. 5:20 is when the live streaming will begin. 5:45 is when the actual descent will happen. And in a matter of 4 stages, in 15 minutes, referred to as the 15 minutes of terror for all of these scientists and among the space fraternity, that's when it will be decided whether this mission is a success or not, whether we've successfully created history by touching down on the surface of the moon. Now, over the next 1 hour, I'm going to be getting you all the latest updates that's coming in from ISRO. What we can tell you at this point is that they're getting set for that landing. Commands have been shot across to lander Vikram, and all of these commands are about engines, 4 engines that are in Vikram, 2 of which will go off in the second stage of the 4-stage landing that is planned between 5:45 to 6:04 p.m. Now, it is in that stage that you will have a command being sent across by ISRO, which has already been loaded in. And then at about 1 to 2 p.m. is when the commands will be locked and loaded. And that will be based on the weather conditions as well. In less than 7 hours from now is when the landing will actually take place. At 6:04 p.m. is the time given by ISRO. That is the time where the landing will actually be completed. So that's when we will know that India has made it to the moon. 2 hours after that, the rover will be released onto the surface of the moon. Excitement is right now at its peak. And as we continue to get you all of those details of what we're picking up from the control room right now, the commands have been locked in, and by afternoon, by 1 to 2 p.m. is when, in fact, we're going to be seeing all of it being finalized. The commands will be finalized in the lander. It will be locked in, which means then the ISRO team has decided that the conditions are absolutely perfect for a soft landing to be attempted. We spoke a lot about a plan B yesterday. That plan B will kick in if conditions aren't in favor, and this has nothing to do with the lander. As far as Vikram is concerned, everything is already in place. It's only with regards to the natural conditions, with regards to the climatic conditions, the rise of lunar dust and all of that, the temperatures in the south pole of the moon, which is already at about minus 300 degrees Celsius. So you can imagine how bad it is as it is there. Now, in fact, after that, if those conditions are favorable, then at 1 to 2 p.m., you will be seeing everything continuing as per plan. and that's when the commands will actually be locked in to the lander Vikram. Now, excitement, as I said, is at its peak. We've been getting you also images of how there are wishes pouring in from across the nation. It's a big day for ISRO. It's also a big day for all of us in the country and the world, as I've been highlighting. Amit Bharadwaj, Sunil Bhatt are joining us live on this broadcast. Amit, to you first. Take us through, what's happening in the national capital. There are several parts of Delhi and across the country, really, where preparations have been made for people to come together in large groups and witness that landing live.
Well, absolutely right, Akshata. There's sense of excitement, there's sense of nervousness as well, all across schools and across the country, as well as in Indian diaspora across the world, as well as the scientist community in across the globe. And today I am in Vidya Bal Bhavan of the national capital, and these are very excited students, science enthusiasts who are here to witness this historic moment. And what better could be than having a Tiranga, the national flag, in their hands, and Indian music being played as a form of prayer and excitement by these students to witness this moment. And right behind us is a prototype of sorts, if I may call it, to show the students the landing of Chandrayaan 3. And in this particular school, you can see this drone is working as a lander, and it is making a soft and safe landing on the moon's surface right there. This is how this school has attempted to show, make the students realize as to how the entire safe and soft landing is going to happen on moon today by Chandrayaan 3, and that is what we are hoping, and that is what all these students are hoping today. In a way, all these select students have been given exemption from their regular classes. Yes. Akshata, all I can tell you is that
getting us all of those updates. I just want to take this across also to Sunil Bhatt, who's joining us live from Jammu, where again you've got a lot of preparations underway for the viewing of the soft landing. Sunil, good morning. It's over to you.
For the soft landing of Chandrayaan 3 on the south pole of the moon. The entire nation is waiting with bated breath for this historic moment. Right now, I am at Jammu's Jodamal Public School, and here you can see that a large number of students have assembled here, and they are very excited. There is massive enthusiasm among them. The excitement is palpable, and you can see that they are chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai, they are chanting Vande Mataram slogans. So there is enthusiasm here among the science enthusiasts. I will talk to one of the students here. Your good name?
Aditya Singh Sambhyar.
Aditya, you have built a model of Chandrayaan 3. Just explain it to us. What have you done?
Yes, so I have built this model to show the previous missions of ISRO. So here you can see, this is the Rohini 75 rocket. Okay. It was the first rocket ever made by India. This is the Aryabhatta satellite. It was the first satellite built by India. This is the GSLV MK3.
So you have built it?
Yes.
Are you going to become a scientist? Is that your aim in life?
Yes, that's it. That is my aim in life.
And the success of ISRO is motivating you, encouraging you?
Yes, it is very inspiring me very much.
Absolutely. I will talk to one more student here. Ma'am, your good name?
Vitasta Zuchi.
Yeah, Vitasta, how excited are you about this historic moment?
First of all, I would like to congratulate the entire nation of India and the ISRO scientists, and it is with profound happiness and enthusiasm that we are all here to talk about it. It is this mission is not only about the hard work and dedication being put by the scientists, but also.
Can you all of you sing a song?
Yeah, sure.
सुनो गौर से दुनिया वालों, बुरी नजर ना हम पे डालो, चाहे जितना जोर लगा लो, सबसे आगे होंगे हिंदुस्तानी, हिंदुस्तानी हमने कहा है, तुम भी कहो.
So सबसे आगे होंगे Hindustani. So India is going to create history, and that's what all of us are, hoping and praying for that Chandrayaan 3 will make a soft landing on the south pole of moon, and we will become the first nation to achieve this feat. And here in Jammu's Jodamal Public School, students are quite excited, and they are also praying for the success of Chandrayaan 3's soft landing on moon's south pole.
That was simply wonderful. All of them singing a song also dedicated to the ISRO scientists. Thanks very much, Sunilji, for getting us that ground report. Let me just open this up also. Joining us on this broadcast is Mr. Ajay Lele, consultant at the Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defence Studies, author of Space Tech Asia, also Shakil Ahmed, co-founder and director of Spark Astronomy. Mr. Shakil Ahmed, good morning. We've all got our fingers crossed that we'll get some great news today, that today is going to be a historic day for us in the country, and I'd really say across the world, because we've never seen anyone making a touchdown on the south pole of the moon. There's a lot of talk, Mr. Shakil Ahmed, about the 15 minutes of terror. And I think with any space mission, there are so-and-so minutes of terror, which essentially decides the fate of the operation. Can you explain in this case what exactly happens in that 15 minutes of terror?
Very good morning and Jai Hind to India, and I'm very excited to be here, and of course the entire India is excited for this wonderful mission. And so that the thing that you're talking about, the 15 minutes, last 15 minutes is very crucial, because at last moment the speed of the vehicle as well as the position of the vehicle, that matters. So even last time when we talk about the Chandrayaan 2, the position of the vehicle has to change at the last moment, which is the most difficult part of any landing. So as you know, the lander rotates around the moon while it takes the position, and it is in the horizontal position. And to come from the horizontal position to vertical position is the most difficult task, which we are very sure this time we should be able to achieve, and we should be able to achieve the right speed to be able to actually land on the moon. So I'm very sure we are going to make it this time. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Ahmed, we're going to come back to you, but I just want to also check if we've got Shibimol live with us. She's got with her the former ISRO chairman, Mr. Madhavan Nair. I wonder if Shibi is with us. We'll try to connect with her also, because we'd love to hear from, in fact, our ISRO heroes and all the work that's come in so far, and that's helped us really get to this moment. 15 minutes of terror is when we will know whether the soft landing has been completed or not. In those 15 minutes, if everything goes as per plan, if the automated systems work as they're supposed to, that means we got the green signal, we're touching down safely on the lunar surface. And imagine that moment. It's going to come very, very soon, because we're just hours away from really the moment when Chandrayaan 3 will touch down on the moon. At 5:45 is when that 15 minutes will kick off. Largely, you could say about 19 minutes, because the time stipulated by ISRO it'll take is still 6:04 p.m. That's when the soft landing will be completed. So we will try to connect with Mr. G. Madhavan Nair. In the meanwhile, I want you to take a look at our next report, where we talk about lander Vikram. Right now, all focus is on this big boy. He is about 1,770 kilos light, you could say, for, in fact, a spacecraft of this manner, considering that Chandrayaan 3 by itself was about 3,600 kilos. You had the propulsion module being separated. The lander since has been doing this elliptical orbit around the moon on his own. And now lander Vikram, in hours from now, will finally get to call it a day. Will finally get to at least rest and relax a bit after that crucial maneuver when he touches down on the south pole of the moon. A lot of tweaks that have been made to lander Vikram to ensure that the lessons from Chandrayaan 2 could kind of be incorporated in lander Vikram in Chandrayaan 3 to ensure this one is a 100% success. Take a look at this report.
The Indian Space Research Organization has successfully reduced the orbit of the Chandrayaan 3 mission's lander module Vikram on Sunday. Vikram is on its own journey towards the lunar surface now. Equipped with 4 landing legs and 4 landing thrusters of 800 newtons of force each, Vikram is designed for a soft landing on the moon. It carries within it a rover named Pragyan. Chandrayaan 3 is largely a replica of its predecessor, Chandrayaan 2. Chandrayaan 2 was launched in July 2019 in the form of an orbiter and a lander Vikram bearing a rover Pragyan. Vikram entered into orbit around the moon, but the surface mission failed in September 2019. The lander Vikram crashed instead of executing a slow descent. ISRO later identified a problem. Based on it this time, ISRO has strengthened the lander's legs, lowered its minimum thrust, enhanced the availability of power, and upgraded the landing sequence to a soft landing. The Vikram lander is currently traveling at about 25 kilometers above the lunar surface at a speed of 6,000 kilometers per hour. From this, it needs to come down to a speed of 1 meter per second within seconds. It then further needs to make a sharp 90-degree turn as it starts moving away from its orbit. ISRO will need to make some major adjustments at very quick, almost breakneck speeds. To achieve a successful landing, Chandrayaan 3 has lander hazard detection and avoidance cameras that will be used to coordinate with the orbiter and mission control as the lander makes its careful descent approach to the surface of the moon. Vikram, the lander module, also carries Laser Retroreflector Array or LRA. It would carry out a passive experiment to understand the dynamics of the moon system. Once the soft landing is achieved, the rover Pragyan will be deployed on the lunar surface on the South Pole to carry out its own research to find evidence of water molecules.
So we are going to measure it for the first time. What is the kind of profile that will be existing? So you have a probe that will be inserted into the lunar regolith. We will penetrate up to around 10 centimeter for probing. Actually, 14 centimeter, including the tip. The tip will be actually aiding us to penetrate. So 10 centimeter of the lunar surface will be probed. Temperature will be measured, and basically it will give you the conductivity. This regolith can be a building block for future space bases, lunar bases.
Chandrayaan 3 is the third installment of the Chandrayaan series and represents India's second attempt to achieve a soft landing on the moon's surface. So far, only 3 countries have successfully landed spacecraft on the airless lunar world. Failure of the recent Russian moon mission has put the limelight back on India's Chandrayaan 3.
As we count down to Chandrayaan 3's landing on the moon, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce here on India Today Mr. Madhavan Nair, former ISRO chief. Mr. Nair, namaskaram. Thank you very much for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today, sir. At this point, the countdown is on. We're hours away. I'd like you to explain a few technicalities to us, Mr. Nair. We got a news break coming in from inside the ISRO headquarters, where I am currently, that the commands have been sent across to the Vikram lander, that it will be locked finally in a few hours from now. Can you explain what really that means, sir?
Well, certainly this is going to be the most difficult and challenging moment as far as the Chandrayaan 3 mission is concerned. To get out of the moon's orbit and to have a soft landing is an extremely difficult process. Very few countries have succeeded in the past, and that too the success rate is quite low. As you have explained earlier, the Chandrayaan 2, we had a mishap just 2 kilometers above the surface of the moon. And since then, ISRO has done a considerable amount of design modifications, studies, simulations, and then with that confidence, they have built the Chandrayaan 3, and these operations are going to be initiated today evening. The real challenge is in identifying a clear spot for landing and reducing the speed of the spacecraft from about 6 kilometers per hour to something like a few meters per second. And also to see that it lands in a clear area where there are no boulders or no craters. So this operation is completely autonomous, and programmed to be implemented by the onboard computer with its host of sensors and the algorithm which is built into it. It is based on the ground simulation. These parameters are finalized, and if anything misbehaves, either the thrusters or the sensors, the laser ranging system or the cameras, we can get into a problem. But at the same time, the amount of simulation what they have done, perturbing the parameters to the maximum extent possible and identifying possible scenarios of failure also, and how to reconfigure and go ahead. So these experiments have been done successfully by ISRO, and there is a good chance that we'll be able to make this event happen. The last leg of the journey, the spacecraft is going to hover over the surface of the moon, and from there identify a location, suitable location, and laterally move to the location and descend slowly to the surface. So this is going to be the most crucial moment for the mission.
Sir, what you're describing to us essentially happens, if I'm not wrong, in the last 15 minutes, which very often has been referred to as that 15 minutes of terror. In that, sir, is there any control really that the scientists have, or is it completely automated?
I think people named it as the last 15 minutes of horror. It is so, because it is a totally unknown territory. There are no beacons or GPS to guide. It is to be self-contained, and the sensors on board, the gyroscopes, the inertial system, the cameras, laser system, everything has to precisely work. And there is no possibility of any ground intervention once the initiation of the sequence is done. So this is that's how where I think the anxiety comes. Of course, to the extent possible, redundancies have been built in. But still, if there are occasions in which things fail, and if any such glitch happens, we may get into a catastrophe. It's a real worry for everybody and anxious. But at the same time, I'm confident that with the amount of simulations carried out and the extent of design modification carried out by ISRO, the mission will be a success.
Sir, is there, and this is a tough question, but is there a margin of error that ISRO has accounted for in Chandrayaan 3?
Can you repeat the question again?
Is there a margin of error that's been identified by ISRO scientists, sir, in Chandrayaan 3?
Yes, I think based on the Chandrayaan 2 experience, they have identified what all can go wrong, and they have perturbed to the something like 6 sigma level, that is to the extent the imagination can go. And with that, theoretical probability of a failure is 1 in a million. But I don't think the theory and the practice that could be match. If any which happen beyond the limit of whatever we have conceived in the simulation test, there can be problems. But at the same time, the chances are of such problems occurring are very remote.
And let's hope so. Mr. Madhavan Nair, can you explain to us why this mission is particularly challenging? Because we've chosen the South Pole of the moon. Why does that make it all the more challenging, sir, than landing in any other part of the moon?
I think the polar region of the moon is least explored by any country in the past. So that way, it's a very unique opportunity for India to collect fundamental data about the lunar surface, its mineral content, the presence of water, and the helium-3, and so on. So this will help in establishing the next generation of the exploratory laboratories and so on. And also, it will throw a lot of light on the origin of the moon and how the condition of the planet Earth was there at the time of the moon separating from the Earth. So that way, scientifically, it is going to be a very important event. And the fact that very few countries have succeeded in the past is a very technical challenge. the technology demonstration is something which will show the power of Indian space program to the global community.
Mr. Nair, with this being a success, once Chandrayaan 3 touches down on the moon, do you believe it sets the stage for many more successful missions like Mangalyaan, like Gaganyaan?
Yes, I think already the Aditya mission for observing the sun is very much on and is going to be launched soon. It will be observing various solar phenomena, and then it's a coupling with the planet Earth and so on. And similarly for the exploration of the Venus also, it is on the anvil. And definitely with the confidence what we gain out of the Chandrayaan 3, the future planetary exploratory mission also will pick up momentum.
And finally, Mr. Madhavan Nair, would you like to give a shout out, any message to your ISRO colleagues who've been working for the last many years on Chandrayaan 3? Your message, sir, to them?
Well, I think Chandrayaan 2 has taught us some lessons, but at the same time, it is glad to note that the orbiter, which was part of the Chandrayaan 2, is still functioning, and that will act as a data relay station for Chandrayaan 3 as well. And the lessons learned from Chandrayaan 2 has been used for implementing the corrective actions. And I wish all success for the team ISRO for this historic event.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Madhavan Nair, for joining us here on India Today with your insights, with all of your expertise and your knowledge here, giving us a sense of what Chandrayaan 3's mission really is all about, and of course, what happens in that crucial 15 minutes as Vikram lander gets closer and closer to the moon's surface. Always a pleasure to have you here with us on India Today. Let's get you more expert voices. There was one question that I asked Mr. Madhavan Nair about the South Pole of the moon, how it makes the mission all the more challenging and how it also makes it all the more exciting. Because we've never had any country really touch down on the South Pole of the moon. That's a huge deal because in the moon's surface, every single part of the moon has very different conditions, has very different weather conditions. And it's the polars of the moon where you'll see extremities, which is why landing at the South Pole is no small feat. Indian origin American astronaut Sunita Williams, who's been to space several times, is a big voice when it comes to the space exploration. She's spoken particularly about the aspect of the South Pole of the moon and, of course, sent across her wishes to ISRO.
The missions that we are training for, looking at, designing today, they're going to the poles because there's scientific benefits to that. But that makes it very complicated for us to get there, to get in orbit, to establish a continual orbit to get to that certain spot. And then when we land on the moon, we would like to go there and have a sustainable presence. This mission is going to help us do that by trying to understand in those areas what is there and where would be a beneficial place to land and do some research. But it's really difficult. Yes, we have great technology, which is allowing us, specifically the guidance, navigation, control of the spacecraft, to potentially get there. But actually getting there, understanding what's there is very difficult. And so that's all into that spacecraft. That process has been a number of decades in the making. So it's going to be challenging, but it has a different purpose. We're not just going and coming back. We're going to go there and we'll have a sustainable presence on the moon, and that's complicated.
This is Sunita Williams speaking from her experience of being at space. I know that's got all of us wondering, when will we have ISRO sending someone to space? Their manned mission is something that's in the works. Gaganyaan is going to benefit hugely from the success of this mission as well, because it means that ISRO is capable of doing soft landings, which is a very crucial element in a manned mission. So it'll take that giant step towards ensuring that we're closer to a manned mission as well. But while we talk about the moon, talk about manned missions, let's not forget the first man who set foot on the moon, Neil Armstrong. Let's take a trip down memory lane and take a look at that exact moment when Neil Armstrong touched down on the moon and what it meant for humankind. As he said, it was a giant leap.
At this time, I'd like to introduce the Apollo 11 crew, astronauts Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin.
It was the ultimate peaceful competition, USA versus USSR. I'll not assert that it was a diversion which prevented a war. Nonetheless, it was a diversion. It was intense, and it did allow to both sides to take the high road with the objectives of science and learning and exploration. Eventually, provided a mechanism for engendering cooperation between former adversaries. In that sense, among others, it was an exceptional national investment for both sides.
And that footage seared into our minds because it was such a monumental moment that's paved way to what we're talking about today, about exploration of the moon, about a Chandrayaan 3 mission and a soft landing on the moon. I'm slipping into a very short break here on India Today. We're going to continue getting you all the big newsmakers, scientists, the biggest voices as we count down to that crucial moment of landing. 5:45 is when it begins. The live streaming begins at 5:20. In just a few hours from now, I'm going to be making my way inside and getting your first-hand view of what's happening in the mission control room. For the moment, heading into a very short break with some of the wishes that are coming in for Team Israel.
I think it's a great moment for India and a proud moment for each and every Indian. The kind of, you feel that pride in your heart. And as an Indian, all of us, I think right now, we're waiting to watch it. A lot of people are going to be glued watching it. And I'm going to be doing that with my boys as well, with bated breath.
We would perhaps be the first to reach there. And I understand that the world might not acknowledge this, but every Indian in his heart or her heart knows that this is a very, very great achievement. And even if we don't achieve it, that's perfectly fine. I think that the attempt that we have made is stupendous. Nobody has gotten so close, especially on the dark side of the moon. We've got pictures of the dark side of the moon for the first time. So I think it's a tremendous achievement, and we are all elated, proud of whatever you have achieved, ISRO. And may God be with you. May the moon be with you.
These are great moments. We always keep talking about sports, but these are also tremendous achievements for the country. So wish them all the best.
मुझे इस बात की बहुत खुशी है, सब भारतवासियों को खुशी है कि आज हमारा विक्रम लैंडर जो स्पेसक्राफ्ट है वो चांद से बिल्कुल 100 किलोमीटर के आसपास दूर है और ये एक बहुत बड़ी अचीवमेंट है हमारे भारत की, पूरे विश्व के लिए, पूरे यूनिवर्स के लिए, पूरी ह्यूमैनिटी के लिए। और मैं सबको मुबारकबाद देता हूँ, इसरो के चेयरमैन साहब को और उनकी पूरी टीम को।
From the biggest conflict zones
We are at the Hostel Air Base and this is
to the biggest international moments, a reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security, on the road, up the heights, in the trenches. He brings you stories that must unite us, because when it's national interest, it's India first. Monday to Friday, 10 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
India's latest moon mission, Chandrayaan 3, carries with it the nation's pride.
the blood, the sweat, the tears, the emotion, the joy, the exhilaration. As a billion-strong nation prays for the soft landing of Vikram lander.
India counts down to its moment in history. Join us as we cheer for Chandrayaan.
Welcome back. You're joining us here on a rolling coverage of Chandrayaan 3 touching down on the moon's surface. In just a few hours from now, the official process will begin, and then at 5:45 is the make or break moment. That entire 15 minutes from 5:45 right up to 6:04, so essentially 15 to 19 minutes, that will decide whether we've successfully landed and touched down on the moon or not. That will be the nail-biting moment that you don't want to miss out. Do not look away from your television screens at that point. Do not look away from India Today, because we'll be getting you a second-by-second minute update that comes in. That is the most crucial point of the entire Chandrayaan mission. So what exactly happens over those 15 minutes that we're referring to it as being the most crucial? It's the last leg of the mission, which carries a heavy, heavy burden. It was in the last 15 minutes when Vikram lander failed to execute the transition needed for Chandrayaan 2. And that's what led to that crash landing, a hard landing rather than a soft landing. And that was just about 7.4 kilometers from the moon. The last phase, in fact, in 15 minutes, you'll see 4 phases. The last phase is the terminal descent, which is the most crucial part. It's here when, in fact, the Vikram lander is about 150 meters away from the moon's surface that it will check the moon's surface, check for craters, check for boulders and other obstacles. If nothing is there, it will continue with its vertical control descent. Otherwise, it will go ahead and choose an alternate site, which could be a few meters away from the current position that it's identified. The sensors will then signal the computer on board once it lands successfully on the lunar South Pole. Let me bring in once again and reintroduce our experts who are with us on our broadcast. Mr. Ajay Lele, consultant of the Manohar Parrikar Indian Defence Institute Studies and Analysis. Shakil Ahmed, who's the co-founder and director of Spark Astronomy. Mr. Ajay Lele, if I can come across to you, we're all, of course, looking forward to what happens come 5:45. Am I right in saying that while all of the protocol procedure so far has been extremely smooth, Mr. Lele, it won't matter, because those 15 minutes will decide for itself whether this mission is a success or not?
Definitely. You see, as it has been rightly pointed out that it's going to be a 15 to 17 minutes of a terror. Essentially, at that point in time, the entire Vikram lander would be, fully autonomous mode, and there will be no communication or no instructions would be given from the surface of the Earth. Already, ISRO has taken tremendous amount of precautions based on experiences of 2019 failure. So they have made their software very sturdy. In a sense that the algorithm has been made sturdy, various options have been identified. As it was earlier mentioned by Chairman ISRO, that they have worked on all known unknowns. Only smallest probability of a doubt is that if there is something unknown, then only there could be a problem. And for any eventual problem also, they have worked out a plan B. The craft will hover around 15 meters above the moon's lunar surface. It will take a lot of pictures. The lander itself has got 8 cameras. The orbiter, which is there at 100 kilometers in the lunar orbit, is also going to take pictures. There would be certain amount of modeling based on AI will be conducted, and then they will clearly identify what is the exact location where the lander should land. And if they find that the exact location is having certain amount of craters or boulders and some problems are there, then they will look for a location which could be around 110-50 meters away from the initial landing spot which has been identified. So it is going to take another 52 seconds more to change the course of direction of the lander and land to a secondary, that is the plan B action, which has been planned. So things are looking at place. All sorts of precautions have been taken. The lander's legs also have been strengthened, because at one point in time, while dropping down, the speed is going to be totally zero. So there is going to be some sort of a free landing or a free fall onto the surface of the moon. It has been said that even if the lander is on the moon with, say, an angle of 12 degrees, still it is going to function correctly. So various
Mr. Lele, in
anomalies
just a
which
bit,
could happen have been taken care of.
I'm not sure if
All right, getting you all the details as far as India and the world really cheering for Chandrayaan 3 and the soft landing that we're so hopeful about at 4 minutes past 6 this evening is concerned. Ajay Lele, consultant MP, ITSA continues. And if I can establish the connection right at this point in time, talk to us a little about the very fact that the actual work of ISRO, given the kind of exploration that is required after today, essentially begins. What is it that they're going to be looking at? There will be hundreds of secrets that this mission will help the world unfold in terms of what really is the dark side of the moon and what are the opportunities in that sense that the south pole of the moon is going to help, is going to in fact offer.
Is this question to me?
Yes, Mr. Lele.
So you're basically asking about South Pole challenges?
Yes. Mr. Lele, if you can hear me, please answer the question that I asked about the opportunities and the challenges in that sense.
Okay. Basically, as far as South Pole is concerned, it has been time and again said that this is the area where there will be a lot amount of problems from a point of view of landing, because the earth out over there, rather the ground out over there, is not even. It's quite uneven. There are rocks, there are boulders, there are craters. So to identify a landing area is going to be a real challenge. And even after identification of a landing area, you have to actually do a very precise landing, because just close to your landing zone, there could be certain boulders or a small craters also. So this is one challenge to it. Other challenge is that when India has identified a particular location on a South Pole, it's not exactly very close to the South Pole, in a sense that South Pole, we call it as 90 degrees. It is somewhere around 70 degrees. The challenge over here is that we want to land in an area where there is not going to be a sunlight from a point of view that we will be able to identify the presence of a water out over there. But as far as our rover system is concerned, it will have the solar antennas. So you require a sunlight for the rover to function for one lunar, that is 14 Earth days. So under those circumstances, we have identified an area where the rover will get sufficient amount of sunlight, but at the same time, it is very close to the area where the sun is also not reaching, so that we can undertake the observations from a point of view of identifying the presence or absence of a water over those areas. So it's a very critical area. It's a very
taking
smart
that forward,
area which has been
Mr.
identified.
Lele, and particularly the point that you made about finding water. I think that's the most exciting bit about this mission. Mr. Shakil Ahmed, Chandrayaan 1 found water on the moon. How does Chandrayaan 3 really take forward from that sense? The south pole of the moon, am I right in assuming, has been chosen because there's a greater possibility of finding frozen water in the craters?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So the number of times we have been talking about failures of Chandrayaan 2, but it was not truly, it's not good to say that it was a failure, because even the hard landing, with the hard landing, you discover a number of things. And a lot of other hard landings were made, because of which we were able to identify that there is very, very high possibility of water, because of which it's very essential and crucial for us to find out whether that is true or not. So this time when we land there, and if we are able to, I'm sure we will be able to do it. And if you are able to soft land there and discover the water there, that's going to be extremely huge achievement for India, and in fact the entire space industry, I must say. So I'm hoping that happens.
Very true. I think whatever mission and whatever is found on the moon is going to be helping not just India but the world really in exploration of the moon. It's very hard to really comprehend, Mr. Lele, that we've been on the moon, considering that 1966 is when you had Lunar 9 first touching down on the moon. Since then to 2023, there are still aspects of the moon which we don't know about, like the South Pole. Nobody knows about what the craters contain, what really the soil contains, what kind of minerals are there in the moon's surface. It's astounding to think about.
Definitely. You see, that's why if you look at more critically with India's missions, particularly the sensors which are going to be on board of Indian mission, the lander will have sensors, the rover will have sensors. The rover actually is expected to move around in a distance of around 500 meters, and there will be a laser associated with it, which will do certain amount of a small digging out over there. Because the challenge as far as understanding of the South Pole is that we want to know about the possibility of a water over there. So the soil moisture will give you certain amount of indications. So as far as soil moisture is concerned, you will have to do some amount of a digging and then understand whether the soil moisture is available or not. So from that point of view, one can say that our sensors are self-sufficient. The lander itself will have a sensors which will be identifying the plasma issues, because basically, even though there is no atmosphere on the surface of the moon, there is a possibility of certain amount of a gases present in the, you can say, the ground of the moon surface. So there is going to be certain amount of assessment of that. Temperatures are going to be measured, particularly the thermal structure. Then there is a possibility to know more about the imbalances which happens onto the moon surface. Particularly, moon is known for moonquakes, and we want to know more about it. Till date, whatever observations have been available as far as the lunar surface are from the distance of 100 kilometers, because most of the satellites, whether India's orbiter or the US satellites, are revolving into that area. So whatever we knew or whatever is known about the South Pole is essentially taken observations from a distance of 100 kilometers above the lunar surface. But now we are going to touch the surface and actually come to know what are the things out over there. 14 days time is an interesting time. I will not say that it's a good time. It could have been more, but definitely within 14 days, good amount of observations can be collected.
I think there'll be a huge amount of takeaways. You're right. I'm sure a lot of experts would agree with you that we wish the duration of the rover roaming on the moon was much longer, because there's so much of unexplored surface that we have to cover now. But it also tells you why it's extremely ambitious, but also much needed, that ISRO has planned this landing on the South Pole of the moon. How far we've really come in our space journey, from an imported rocket in 1963 to now an India-made Chandrayaan 3 that's aiming to touch down on the moon. And that, to mind you, in a budget that's less than Hollywood films, that's less than a film like Interstellar, which was made on space. That shows you the true success that our ISRO scientists have achieved. But we want to, in our next report, take a look at how we've come this far from 1963 to today, courtesy the Indian Space Research Organization.
वास्तव में अंतरिक्ष में है तो क्या वैसी ही हालत है या कुछ अलग लग रहा है?
India's pride soars high.
ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है आपको?
बगैर किसी झिझक के कह सकता हूँ कि सारे जहां से अच्छा।
Astronaut Rakesh Sharma becomes the first Indian to explore the celestial realm in a joint space mission with what was then Soviet Union. But the country achieved its first astronomical feat much before, in 1963. Nike Apache, a two-stage sounding rocket imported from the United States, blasted off from a fishing village near Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. Over the last 6 decades, India's space program has evolved enormously. From launch vehicles for satellites, INSATs for telecom, broadcasting, meteorology, remote sensing for satellite imagery, to research and development in space. From Aryabhat, a satellite designed and fabricated indigenously and launched from a Soviet rocket in 1975, to now on course to reach the moon and become the first country to explore its south pole.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LPM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
Because that's a place where we can get sufficiently enough solar heat, light for power generation. If you go further, there is a possibility that you will not get the full daytime utility.
15 years ago, India's first moon mission performed a detailed search of evidence of water and chemical composition of certain lunar rocks. The sky is the limit for the country's space ambitions. India's first space-based mission to study the sun. Aditya L1 nearing its launch date by the end of August or early September.
Currently, payloads are getting integrated with the satellite, and it will go through a series of testing, including thermovag, vibration, so many things. And after that, we will have the launch. It goes in a PSLV, so that will send a commercial launch. So after that, we are already starting another building a next PSLV, and we are targeting by August 10th that Aditya can go.
ISRO working on the Gaganyaan mission, India's first manned space flight program. Blazing its way through the Earth's final frontier, India establishes itself as a space power and a master of space engineering. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, I had a conversation just a few minutes ago with our experts. We were talking about water being found on the moon, about how Chandrayaan 1 did that, and Chandrayaan 3 choosing the south pole of the moon exactly for that reason, to find frozen water in the deep, deep craters of the south pole of the moon. And make no mistake in your mind, every country is trying to do it. India is part of a race, an aggressive one between the United States and China, as they're attempting to also do this, to reach the south pole of the moon. Largely, lunar missions have been concentrated to the equator, the western side of the moon, because these are easier landing areas. These are easier sites to reach. The polar sides of the moon are a lot more unpredictable weather-wise, and with regards to what the conditions really are like, what the surface is like. It's all the more difficult, but could be all the more rewarding.
What's driving the new race to the moon? Major powers like the US, China, Japan, and the EU have all been probing the moon over recent years. There's been a focus on the South Pole, where no country has been able to reach yet. Rough terrain makes landing difficult, but the prize could be historic. Ice that could be used to extract fuel, oxygen, and drinking water. Russia's Lunar 25 craft had been scheduled to land on the South Pole this week, but spun out of control on approach and crashed. Yuri Borisov is the head of Russia's space agency.
The race for the development of the natural resources of the moon has begun, and in the future, the moon will become a platform for deep space exploration, an ideal platform.
Astronomers have wondered about water on the moon for centuries, which is 100 times drier than the Sahara Desert. It was only in 2020 that NASA confirmed the existence of water there. India sent up its Chandrayaan 3 lunar lander last month, after the Chandrayaan 2 failed in 2019.
So we'll continue getting you all the highlights from here, from the ISRO headquarters. And just 2 hours from now, I'm headed inside to get you details of what Team Chandrayaan is up to and what's the more on ground. But a billion cheers pouring in, a billion prayers, all hopes pinned on our ISRO heroes. I'm leaving you with this report where we show you the kind of prayers that is coming in from across the country, from the Aam Aadmi to our ISRO scientists. And don't forget, to stay with us here on India Today as we continue our rolling coverage, getting you all the latest on Chandrayaan 3.
Faith, science, a billion hopes, and a nation in anticipation. As Chandrayaan 3 gets set for its tryst with the moon, India is on the edge of its seats. From puja in Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh to a yagna in Karnataka's Vijaypura. To namaz in Lucknow. From Lord Shiva to Hanuman and Allah, from old to young, India's historic mission has brought its people together in praying for its success, all hoping for Bikram's safe landing.
यहाँ पे हम प्रे करने आए हैं कि चंद्रयान 3 अच्छे से सेफली मून पे लैंड हो जाए.
India's historic moment has everyone riveted. Children across schools are aiming for the moon. Others are dressing up like Chandrama.
हम लोग इसरो के नए रॉकेट क्राफ्ट चंद्रयान 3 को प्रेयर्स देने आए हैं कि वो सक्सेसफुली मून के ऊपर लैंड कर जाए.
Chandrayaan 3 has ignited Indian minds like never before. From art to song and dance, all are moonstruck. A never-before-seen celestial collision of science and spirit. With a million prayers and grit, the moon is surely ours. With Akshita Nandagopal in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
जितने भी इसरो के लोग इस अभियान से जुड़े हुए हैं, मैं उन सभी का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करूंगा.
ऐ वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू, ऐ वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू.
So it's a very proud moment for every Indian. And finally, the wait is over.
I think everybody is looking for that today, and it's a proud moment for India.
चंद्रयान 3 की सेफ लैंडिंग हो सके, इसलिए हमारे स्कूल के सभी बच्चों ने प्रे किया. ये अपने पूरी दिल से ये प्रे करते हैं कि वो खैरियत सलामती के साथ मून पर लैंड हो जाए.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Our rolling coverage on India's moon mission Chandrayaan 3. It's carrying with it India's pride and a billion hopes. I'm going to take you through every angle. Akshata Randagopal is on ground in Bengaluru at the ISRO station. Let me begin with the headlines. Final stage of India's moon mission begins. ISRO uploads commands in lander Vikram. Commands in lander to be locked by the afternoon. Final phase of Chandrayaan landing. Landing begins at 5:45 p.m., 25 kilometers from the moon. Tricky maneuvers for the next 15 minutes. We decode that 15 minutes of terror for you. A billion cheers as India set to create history with Chandrayaan's moon landing. School students cheer, pujas, namaz, prayers across India for Chandrayaan's success. Not only Chandrayaan, all eyes now on chess prodigy Pragnananda as he takes on world number 1 Magnus Carlsen for the second game as the first one ended in a draw. US President Joe Biden confirmed to attend the G20 Leaders Summit in New Delhi. Talks on clean energy, transition and climate change, the highlights.
Here. And he told me when he asked me to come serve here, he said, this is the most important country in the world to me. I think something that no American president has ever uttered in the history of our two countries. When President Biden
All right, big news here is less than 6 hours to go for Chandrayaan's historic landing. India, of course, waiting for the Chandrayaan to descend on the moon. Commands have been uploaded. All eyes now on the soft landing. Final stage of India's moon mission now begins. ISRO uploads commands in lander Vikram. Commands in lander to be locked by this afternoon, and then the descent will begin. About 6 hours' time, India will be achieving a landmark moment where they will accomplish being the first nation to reach the south pole of the moon. We're really hoping and praying everything goes as per plan. The maneuvers during the last minute is really going to be the most challenging part of it. But what we know now is that the descent has begun as commands have already been uploaded. And by afternoon, the descent will begin. ISRO uploads all commands in lander Vikram as the moon mission for India so far has gone as per plan. ISRO uploads commands in the lander Vikram. That means it will now be moving towards the moon as the speed will be cut down and it will slowly descend towards the moon in about 6 hours' time. It's now only a few hours left from India making history, barely a few hours. Chandrayaan 3 is all set to land on the moon in about 6 hours' time. And India now eyes to become the first country to reach the unexplored south pole of the moon. The space agency ISRO has said that all systems are undergoing regular checks. Smooth sailing is continuing so far. Live telecast of the landing operations will all begin at 5:20 p.m. on ISRO's X account. Of course, it's fairly exciting moment for India and globally. 600 crore project, Chandrayaan project that was launched for a 14-day, it was in fact launched July, nearly about 2 months ago, and it will be there on the moon if all goes as per plan for 14 days. This is the first time ever a country will be landing on the South Pole. In fact, the spacecraft is a third lunar exploration mission for India that was planned by ISRO following a failed attempt with Chandrayaan 2 mission. But let us tell you, even Chandrayaan 2's orbiter is still functional. And in fact, the Chandrayaan 2's orbiter will be the one decoding messages from the Vikram lander. Amit Bharadwaj is joining us right here from Delhi, giving us a lot more on the Chandrayaan 3's excitement on ground. Amit, over to you. We know that this is a moment for India, a billion Indians, and of course, space enthusiasts across the globe. We see pujas, namaz, prayers, hectically hoping that Chandrayaan 3 lands as per planned.
Well, Nabila, this is a moment India for the entire world. Entire world is witnessing this moment when Chandrayaan 3 will be attempting a safe and soft landing on the southern pole of the moon. And we have very excited kids of the national capital singing right there, supporting the team ISRO, team Chandrayaan 3. Through their musical inspiration, they are saying that, you know, India is standing behind its scientists and this expedition of the moon. And what better than this Sare Jahan Se Acha and Tirangas in their hands. So right there, excitement at its peak in the national capital. This is Vidya Bal Bhavan of the national capital. And, you know, all these kids I'm seeing since morning, they have been watching ISRO's documentaries, videos, reports on explaining as to how this Chandrayaan 3 will be making safe and soft landing. And there's a drone established in the school as well to explain this entire landing. And we are joined this morning with a very special guest. What's your name and how excited are you?
My name is Goraj Vida.
And how excited are you for Chandrayaan?
I'm very happy that Chandrayaan 3 is like to go on the moon.
You want to become a scientist or astronaut?
Astronaut.
Astronaut, right there. आप चंद्रयान 3 के लिए excited हैं? Yes. I am very excited. And I see you went to the mandir this morning for Chandrayaan. Right?
Yes, I went to Mandir to pray for the Chandrayaan. Finally, we are going to land on the south of the moon, and we are becoming the first country to land on the moon. So I'm very excited.
And you know what better way could be in celebrating this inspirational and historic moment. And right there, I can see all these kids singing Sare Jahan Se Acha, and how Parcham Lehrado is another song that they have been singing since morning, saying that this is the moment when national flag, when Tiranga will be hoisted on you know, moon. And this is a historic moment. We'll cut across to more students out here with national flags in their hands. आप लोग कितने एक्साइटेड हैं
आज चंद्रयान 3 के लिए हम बहुत एक्साइटेड है, क्योंकि आज चंद्रयान 3 की दोबारा लॉन्चिंग हो रही है। चंद्रयान 3 हम भारतीयों के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा प्राउड मोमेंट है, जिसके लिए हम सब बहुत खुश हैं।
खुशी है। इस तरफ we will come to this side as well. All these young kids since morning hoping. So the landing will happen around 6. So all these hours, is it a moment of sort of a nervousness as well, excitement as well, you know, waiting for the next few hours?
Yeah, exactly. We are very much excited for it, and we are definitely sure that we will land on the lunar southern pole. And also we are very happy and feeling very much proud that we are landing on the south pole. We will be the first country to land there and fourth country to land over the moon to find about the minerals and iron ores and their quantity over there. So we are very much excited. That 15 minutes will be very crucial of the landing, because that was the one.
Nabila, this song that I've been talking about, Lehra Do, I'll just put the mic as well to get a better audio.
लहरा दो चंद्रमा पे तिरंगा लहरा दो, गर्दिश में फिर अपनी सरजमी का परचम लहरा दो, लहरा दो लहरा दो, सरकशी का लहरा दो।
Nabila,
That was lovely. We hear that.
तिरंगा लहरा दो, भारत का परचम लहरा दो.
Yes. We totally heard that, and that's so heartwarming to see children across the country. Of course, we know there are several space enthusiasts, mini space enthusiasts all over, and for them, this is the moment. Chandrayaan 3 closer to its time of landing. India Today has been playing out the ticker for you, the countdown. 5 hours, 57 minutes to go for the historic landing for Chandrayaan. I'm going to cut across to Mustafa, also joining us from Mumbai. The kind of celebrations and the mood, Mustafa, take us through. We know that children are really excited to know that India will be soon the 4th nation in the world to land on the moon successfully.
Yes, of course, Nabila, and there is enthusiasm among students from all standards. I'm joined here by St. Schools Standard 8th. They had come to Nehru Science Center. I caught hold of them. कैसा लग रहा है? How are you feeling? Are you excited about Chandrayaan 3 landing on moon? You think the mission will be successful?
भारत के वैज्ञानिक दुनिया में सबसे प्रतिष्ठित में से एक हैं। ये मिशन हमारे देश को पूरा दुनिया में चर्चित बनाएगा। हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने बहुत परिश्रम किया ताकि हमारा भारत किसी भी क्षेत्र में पीछे नहीं रहे। ये मिशन जो है उनके परिश्रम का एक फल है।
बिल्कुल, तो आपसे भी जानना चाहेंगे, you agree with him, this is scientists have worked hard and they are trying to achieve it. How excited you are about it?
I am very excited today because the Chandrayaan 3 is landing, and I am proud to be an Indian.
And so you had come here to watch a space movie. How was
Yes, it was very beautiful.
it? Great. So what do you know about Chandrayaan 3 and about soft landing?
I just want to say that when in 2019 our spacecraft failed, many countries made us feel bad. So now is the time to prove them, and I'm very excited for Chandrayaan 3. So I'm proud to be in
So
it.
if we land, it would be the first landing on the south pole of the moon. We are all excited here, and we are hoping that it will be a successful mission. Back to you, Nabila.
All right. Well, we know that the prayers, the hopes, and all that enthusiasm is resonating all across. We at India Today have been on a rolling coverage to see this success, to see this mission complete successfully. And we have no doubt why it wouldn't. In every way, ISRO has ensured that all the errors in the past have been corrected this time around. It's a lot more rugged, is what the experts and scientists from ISRO tell us. Now, as we wait for the successful and historic landing of Chandrayaan on the lunar surface this evening with bated breath, Chandrayaan 3 has now managed to stoke the scientific flair and curiosity among students across the nation, as we see many of them holding science exhibition, launching dummy rockets, praying for success of this historic moon mission. Schools across the nation now organizing special programs, even many of them screening the Chandrayaan 3 landing right this evening, only to educate their students on India's moon mission.
As the countdown begins for the soft landing of Chandrayaan 3 on the south pole of moon's surface, the entire nation is waiting with bated breath for this historic moment. Right now, we are at Jammu's Jodamal Public School, and here you can see that the excitement is palpable. The students are very enthusiastic here. They are waiting for this historic moment, and you can see that they are chanting Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogans. So the entire nation is united. Everyone is praying for the success of Chandrayaan 3.
सुनो गौर से दुनिया वालों, बुरी नजर ना हम पे डालो, चाहे जितना जोर लगा लो, सबसे आगे होंगे हिंदुस्तानी, हिंदुस्तानी। ऐ वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू, ऐ वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू, मैं जहाँ रहूँ वहाँ मैं याद रहे तू, मैं जहाँ रहूँ जहाँ मैं याद रहे तू, ऐ वतन मेरे वतन, ऐ वतन मेरे वतन।
I am a
As we know now, politics over India's moon mission does not cease. As we see, Digvijay Singh of the Congress party, who's now said that scientists in ISRO haven't been paid for nearly 17 months. The Congress Neta now spreading fake news is what we believe, that scientists indeed have been paid. But here the Congress, even a few days earlier as well, some of the Congress members had spoken about ISRO scientists not being paid for nearly 17 months. PIB now clarifies on the scientist's salary. PIB says scientists get salary every month. Let me cut across, though, to the senior Neta of the Congress party who clearly are attempting to finding faults on the Chandrayaan mission. At this point, this was a statement he made which has been busted by the PIB.
इसरो के साइंटिस्ट ने हमारा चंद्रयान चंद्रमा तक धरती पर उतारने का उन्होंने सफल प्रयास है और हमें तो ईश्वर से यही प्रार्थना करते हैं कि वो सफल हो। लेकिन इसमें साथ साथ ये भी है कि समाचार पत्रों में खबरें आ रही हैं कि जिन वैज्ञानिकों ने सब काम किया है उनकी 17 महीने से वेतन उनको नहीं मिल पाया है। इस बात का भी ध्यान प्रधानमंत्री को देना चाहिए।
All right, moving away from politics and now keeping our focus on the team, the brains behind Chandrayaan 3. Let me tell you, world over, scientists have been saying if one can achieve a feat of landing on the moon, one can achieve anything. So this is the kind of superpowers that our ISRO scientists possess. They've managed to come up with 3 moon missions. The third one, in about 5 hours' time, will be landing on the moon. I'm going to take you through the brains behind the success so far. Let's have a look.
0 plus 5 seconds. Liftoff.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LVM-3M. The launch has also added a feather in the cap of LVM-3 rocket.
As Chandrayaan 3 inches closer and closer to the moon, it's our ISRO heroes who've made this possible.
जी हाँ, चंद्रयान को सफलतापूर्वक अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया है।
We sign up. Up next. On July 14th, we got a glimpse of our scientists who've toiled for years now to make this mission a reality. Leading Team ISRO is Chairman S. Somnath, who is beaming with pride as his team managed to pull off a picture-perfect launch.
Congratulations, India. Chandrayaan 3 has started its journey towards moon. Our dear LVM-3 has already put Chandrayaan 3 craft into the precise orbit around Earth. 170 by 36,500 kilometers was its intended target orbit, and it is precisely there now. And let us wish all the best for the Chandrayaan 3 craft to make its further orbit racing maneuvers and travel towards moon.
And that's just been the beginning of their dream coming true.
Office to scientists in the mission.
These scientists have had sleepless nights for nearly 40 days now, tracking every update, every maneuver. Leading this project is Director P. Veeramuthuvel, who hails from Villupuram in Tamil Nadu. A graduate from IIT Madras, Muthuvel has been dedicated towards building the Chandrayaan spacecraft since 2019.
All our spacecraft health parameters are normal, including the power generations in both propulsion module and lander module. Our journey to moon has begun now for the most awaited soft landing. We'll be closely monitoring and controlling the spacecraft from its track Bangalore. Many critical events are lined up, starting from earthbound maneuvers, insertion into the Lunar's orbit, and separation of lander, and set of deboost maneuvers, and finally the power descent phase.
प्रज्वलन और सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन LVM-3.
Remember that heartwarming moment after the launch when ISRO Chief Somnath and another official simply couldn't hide their excitement? This is LVM Mission Director Mohana Kumar, who is in charge of India's Bahubali, the LVM which sent Chandrayaan 3 soaring into space.
I am very happy to report here that the LVM-3 M4 vehicle has injected the Chandrayaan 3 satellite to the precise orbit. And once again, the vehicle is proved to be the most reliable heavy lift vehicle of Indian Space Research Organization. Congratulations to the teamwork of ISRO family.
So who else is part of Team Chandrayaan? The director of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, where the LVM-3 was developed, Unnikrishnan Nair was in charge of several key functions during the launch. U.R. Rao's Satellite Center Director M. Sankaran is currently leading the satellite fraternity to meet the national requirements and is part of Team Chandrayaan. A. Rajarajan, the director of Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota, gave the go-ahead for the launch. It takes an army to build a spacecraft like Chandrayaan 3, and there are so many more scientists who play an integral part of making this dream a reality. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, why these men behind ISRO or men behind Chandrayaan 3 are important, because we know the world over, multiple nations have attempted a moon mission. Not many of them have been successful. India has managed Chandrayaan 1, Chandrayaan 2, and now successfully so far, Chandrayaan 3 has gone as per plan. But what are the real challenges? A quick word coming in. Joining us is Aryan Mishra, the founder of Astroscape. Thank you, Aryan, for speaking to us. Tell us a little about the challenges that Chandrayaan majors face. About close to 6 hours or barely 5 hours, 50 minutes that's left for the historic descent of Chandrayaan onto the moon. But we know that the South Pole is quite tricky. And this is what every space station across the globe have said. The South Pole is rugged. It's going to be difficult. Take us through.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the first question which comes up is that why the lunar South Pole? Why we are targeting the lunar South Pole when 6 manned missions plus other more than 50 missions have been to the moon? The reason South Pole is that there are patches of land which has water and ice, which was confirmed by Chandrayaan 1 a decade back. In this region of the axis and the tilt of the moon, there are areas and craters which are in complete dark. And there are craters which we humans have never seen, which means there is no sunlight which is reaching these craters. Now, this is what we are interested in. This is what we are interested to know about the shadowy places that we want to study in. These are basically called planetary fossils. They contain water and hydrogen and hydroxin ions, which forms the water. Now, Chandrayaan 3 is trying to study those craters. It's trying to study those regions which are also known as coal traps. Now, Chandrayaan 3, the orbiter, and Pragyan rover and the Vikram lander, both of them will only operate for 1 lunar day, which is equal to 14 Earth days. One of the biggest challenges is the relay of information, that telemetry data coming back to the Earth, right? Because the information will be passed through the orbiter, then back to the Earth. The telemetry data of from the moon to the back to the Earth is somewhere which is one of the technical things. Again, we know the landing procedure, like the maneuvers which is going to make the lander land on the surface of the moon, is one of the major challenges. That I think will be excellent because we have learned from the failures of Chandrayaan 2, the 15 minutes of terrors that we described is basically, I don't think that would have any problem because we have learned from the past of the failures.
Absolutely. I mean, there are a few challenges, and it seems like ISRO has already widened the scope of error. And this time, we believe that the Chandrayaan 3, the spacecraft itself, is a lot more rugged, and they've managed to ensure all these errors of the past have been dealt with. But thank you very much, Aryan, for joining us. We know that space enthusiasts all across the globe are keeping a close watch on the Chandrayaan 3, India's moon mission, and celebrations and prayers endless. Let me cut across to Sunilji Bhatt, joining us live from Jammu, as prayers are on right from the start of today. As India Today has we've begun our coverage right from 7 a.m. So have Indians all across the globe. They've been praying for Chandrayaan's success. I'm going to cut across to Sunilji Bhatt, bringing us those visuals. Sunil, take it away.
Well, Nabila, the entire nation is praying for the success of Chandrayaan 3 mission, and here in Jammu's Rani Park area, you can see that people are offering prayers. A Havan has been organized, and everyone is saying that they are quite hopeful that Chandrayaan 3 will be a success. And Nabila, India is the only country where faith, spirituality, religion, and science go together. And that is why you can see that people, across the nation are offering prayers. They are, visiting temples. So 140 crore people are praying for the soft landing of Chandrayaan 3 on moon's south pole. We will speak to some people here. अशोक जी, आप यहाँ पर हवन यज्ञ का आयोजन किया है आपने, चंद्रदेव के लिए प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं आप, क्योंकि चंद्रमा अगर धार्मिक दृष्टि से देखे तो उनको देवता माना जाता है, तो क्या उम्मीद है आज सफल होगा ये मिशन?
इसी भगवान चंद्रमा से ये प्रार्थना है कि उस चंद्रयान को, तीसरे चंद्रयान को वहां सफलतापूर्वक उतारने का प्रयास करें। रशिया को 34 वर्ष लगे, लेकिन हमको सफलता की राह पर बिल्कुल निकटतम खड़े हैं हम।
हमारे देश में तो अगर हम देखें तो बच्चों को लोरी सुनाते समय माताएं जो हैं चंदा मामा की लोरियां सुनाती हैं। आज देश जो है चंद्रमा पर तिरंगा लहराने जा रहा है, तो कितनी प्रसन्नता की अनुभूति?
आज वही चंदा मामा कृपा का दृष्टि पर हमको देखने का प्रयास कर रहा है। हम चंद्रमा को, ये भारतीय संस्कृति है जो चंद्रमा को पूजती है, सूरज को पूजती है। आज वो जो पूजन है, जो उनके अंदर की अलख है, वो उसको कामयाब कर रहे हैं।
Nabila, clearly you just heard from people here that we worship sun god, we worship moon god. That is the tradition of India, that we worship nature, we worship water. And here the people are praying for the soft landing of Chandrayaan 3 on moon's south pole. And if that happens today,
Absolutely.
India...
Yeah, Sunilji Bhatt said it so well. India is all about, well, we are religious, undoubtedly, but it also goes hand in hand with science. And this is what Chandrayaan 3 establishes, to see India's prowess when it comes to space exploration. We're excited, and we want to find out a little more about the technicalities of it. Let's bring on board Shakil Ahmed, who's a co-founder and director of Spark Astronomy. Shakil, thank you for speaking to India today. Give us a sense right now on India's mission and why the soft landing part of it is going to be the most challenging area. Many countries across the globe have attempted a moon mission. Not many of them have succeeded. And we're looking at 5 long decades. Yet we haven't mastered the art of a soft landing. We saw what happened with Chandrayaan 2, but we believe that ISRO is very confident that Chandrayaan 3 have already worked out the margins of error. So we are hoping that this will be a successful mission, but take us through the real challenges that come with a soft landing.
Last 15 minutes, which are very crucial for any landing. And many countries have sent their missions to moon, but those have been the hard landings. The difference between the hard landing and the soft landing is the hard landing will also collect data, but it will not be able to collect that much data as the soft landing collects. The soft landing is actually the rover will go there and collect the data there. The most crucial part is changing the position at the last moment when the speed comes down to 0. So for local people to understand, I would give an example. You must have seen Superman flying, right? So Superman fly horizontally, but when it stands on the ground, it has to come vertical, right? So that is the most difficult part. So it will fly horizontally, it will go near to the surface, and then it has to come on the vertical level. And then that is the most difficult part. I would also like to mention that one thing we have to keep in mind through the Chandrayaan 2 mission, that we have now become much stronger with the failure of Chandrayaan 2. And because of that, we have worked out all the possible ways to make it a success. So I'm audible, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So with that success, I keep saying that failure was not the failure, it was a success, because of that, we are now more stronger. If that we would have made that time, we would have made a weaker lander on the moon. Now we are sending the stronger one, just because of we were not able to do it that time. So that is the part now, and I'm very sure since this time ISRO has spent 4 years on designing a model. They call it a failure-based model, which means they have understood all the reasons why it may fail, and they have designed it why it will not fail this time. So they will make sure that this is going to happen, and we will be able to land on the moon and fly our tricolor on the moon this time. Thank you.
Shakil, thank you very much for joining us and giving us an insight on the real challenges. A couple of challenges which ISRO has worked out, we believe, and clearly now, looking at the way Indians are waiting with bated breath, we have no doubt that the Chandrayaan 3 will not succeed this time. The prayers and preparations all across India in full swing. Let's have a quick look as the spacecraft now begins its descent. Barely about 5.5 hours for Chandrayaan 3 to land on the moon's south pole. Roughly about 6:04 p.m. is the time given. Preparations and excitement fill the air. Let's take a look.
Faith, science, a billion hopes, and a nation in anticipation. As Chandrayaan 3 gets set for its tryst with the moon, India is on the edge of its seats. From puja in Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh to a yagna in Karnataka's Vijaypura. To namaz in Lucknow. From Lord Shiva to Hanuman and Allah, from old to young, India's historic mission has brought its people together in praying for its success, all hoping for Vikram's safe landing.
यहाँ पे हम प्रे करने आए हैं कि चंद्रयान 3 अच्छे से सेफली मून पे लैंड हो जाए.
India's historic moment has everyone riveted. Children across schools are aiming for the moon. Others are dressing up like Chandrama.
हम लोग इसरो के नए रॉकेट क्राफ्ट चंद्रयान 3 को प्रेयर्स देने आए हैं कि वो सक्सेसफुली मून के ऊपर लैंड कर जाए.
Chandrayaan 3 has ignited Indian minds like never before. From art to song and dance, all are moonstruck. A never-before-seen celestial collision of science and spirit. With a million prayers and grit, the moon is surely ours. With Akshita Nandagopal in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, as Chandrayaan races towards the moon, of course, questions being asked, why should a country land on the moon in the first place? Well, what we know is that many countries across the globe, including United States, China, Russia, who have already landed on the moon in the past, have one thing in common. They want to be at the forefront when it comes to space exploration. India now is in also joining the bandwagon. And at this point, what we know is India's Chandrayaan 3 mission is focused around finding the soil composition on the moon and, more importantly, water on the moon. Here's a look.
What's driving the new race to the moon? Major powers like the US, China, Japan, and the EU have all been probing the moon over recent years. There's been a focus on the South Pole, where no country has been able to reach yet. Rough terrain makes landing difficult, but the prize could be historic. Ice that could be used to extract fuel, oxygen, and drinking water. Russia's Lunar 25 craft had been scheduled to land on the South Pole this week, but spun out of control on approach and crashed. Yuri Borisov is the head of Russia's space agency.
The race for the development of the natural resources of the moon has begun, and in the future, the moon will become a platform for deep space exploration, an ideal platform.
Astronomers have wondered about water on the moon for centuries, which is 100 times drier than the Sahara Desert. It was only in 2020 that NASA confirmed the existence of water there. India sent up its Chandrayaan 3 lunar lander last month, after the Chandrayaan 2 failed in 2019.
Well, as we remember Neil Armstrong, how can we forget Apollo 11, the NASA spacecraft that really carried him, Armstrong and Lunar module pilot. Buzz that Aldrin landed the Apollo lunar module Eagle on July 20th, 1969. And now with Chandrayaan racing towards the moon, we're of course remembering Neil Armstrong. Let's have a quick look at the journey back of Apollo 11.
Okay, let's go there, Capcom on the hot fire. Okay, all flight controllers going around the horn, gonna go for undocking. Okay, retro, go. Fido, go. Guide, go. Control, go. Telcom, go. Jinsei, go. Econ, go. Surgeon, go. Capcom, we're go for undocking.
Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins arrived at the moon on Saturday, July 19th.
When we did get close and we rolled out and saw it for the first time, it was a revelation. It was gigantic. It filled our entire window.
The next day, Sunday, July 20th, was landing day.
In a lot of anticipation, we finally come to the day, the moment that this is about to commence.
Landing on the moon was absolutely the most difficult piece of any Apollo mission, okay? Think about it as a controlled fall out of lunar orbit. The problem is, in this controlled fall out of orbit, you only have enough fuel for one try.
Capcom, we're go for landing. Altitude 4200.
Houston, you're a go for landing, over.
The trajectory had been wrong. They were targeted into this inhospitable place. Then they had to fly over this area at a high forward velocity, then pitch up to slow down so that kill that forward velocity, and then start down like a helicopter. So now we're critical fuel state. And that's why the 60-second call was given, and then the 30-second call.
Then I really got nervous, was calling out 25 seconds of fuel left, and then 20 seconds of fuel. Oh, jeez.
Okay, engine stop. APA at a descent. Mode control both auto. Descent engine command override off. Engine arm off. Port 13 is in. We copy you down, Eagle. Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
The landing to me was a great celebration. The nation was almost euphoric.
Well, it proved that the United States could accomplish tremendous goals if they worked together as a team.
अभी मैं अपने घर पे पूजा कर रहा हूँ और भगवान जी सामने हैं। ये देखिए, ये मेरा मंदिर है और ये पूजा आज की जो है ये चंद्रयान की सेफ लैंडिंग के लिए है। और मैं सभी भारतवासियों को अभी से ही शुभकामनाएं देना चाहता हूं और बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि आज 6:04 पर भारत इतिहास रचेगा और हमारा जो चंद्रयान 3 है वो मून पर के साउथ उस तरफ लैंड करेगा।
For India and a proud moment for each and every Indian. The kind of you feel that pride in your heart. And as an Indian, all of us, I think right now, we're waiting to watch it. A lot of people are going to be glued watching it. And I'm going to be doing that with my boys as well, with bated breath.
We would perhaps be the first to reach there. And I understand that the world might not acknowledge this, but every Indian in his heart or her heart knows that this is a very, very great achievement. And even if we don't achieve it, that's perfectly fine. I think the attempt that we have made is stupendous. Nobody has gotten so close, especially on the dark side of the moon. We've got pictures of the dark side of the moon for the first time. So I think it's a tremendous achievement, and we are all elated, proud of whatever you have achieved, ISRO. And may God be with you. May the moon be with you.
These are great moments. We always keep talking about sports, but these are also tremendous achievements for the country. So wish them all the best.
मुझे इस बात की बहुत खुशी है, सब भारतवासियों को खुशी है कि आज हमारा विक्रम लैंडर जो स्पेसक्राफ्ट है वो चांद से बिल्कुल 100 किलोमीटर के आसपास दूर है और ये एक बहुत बड़ी अचीवमेंट है हमारे भारत की, पूरे विश्व के लिए, पूरे यूनिवर्स के लिए, पूरी ह्यूमैनिटी के लिए। और मैं सबको मुबारकबाद देता हूँ, इसरो के चेयरमैन साहब को और उनकी पूरी टीम को।
India's latest moon mission, Chandrayaan 3, carries with it the nation's pride.
The blood, the sweat, the tears, the emotion, the joy, the exhilaration. As a billion-strong nation prays for the soft landing of Vikram lander.
India counts down to its moment in history. Join us as we cheer for Chandrayaan.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. Thanks for watching our rolling coverage on India's moon mission Chandrayaan 3. In fact, retired Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield, speaking to India Today's Akshita Nandagopal, spoke about how confident he is that Chandrayaan 3 indeed will be successful. All eyes now on the moon mission. He charts out what exactly are the difficulties and in what kind of terrain and conditions that India is managing to land on the moon's south pole. Here's a listen.
And it's my absolute pleasure to be joined here on India Today by Chris Hadfield, former commander of the International Space Station and author of the Apollo murders. Just to give you a brief sense of all that Chris has achieved, he's flown in 3 missions, built 2 space stations, performed 2 spacewalks, and was the first Canadian to have walked in space. So you'd understand why I'm particularly excited about his new book, The Defector, that is, in fact, releasing on October 10th. That's coming out. Chris, good morning. Congratulations on your new book, and thank you very much for joining us here on India Today. I've been seeing, from your social media interactions that you've been tracking the Chandrayaan 3 moon mission very, very closely. Just so for our viewers to understand from an expert perspective, from your perspective, how hard really is a soft landing on the moon?
Well, thank you and good evening. Yeah, I heard someone say 1 billion cheers for Vikram, and I had my voice as one of those billion cheers. It's immensely exciting, but as you say, it's extremely hard. It's 400,000 kilometers away, and we're landing way down to the south, 70 degrees south. It's as if you were landing on the edge of Antarctica, and you're trying to do it where the final last few meters or few feet of touchdown, you're just counting on the automatic systems. And so there can always be, a boulder in the way or an uneven spot on the ground, even though they've chosen a plateau. And I know that the Russians had no success earlier this week. Remember, they've launched 27 missions to the moon, and they only landed 7 times, and the last one was a failure. So it's still exquisitely difficult. But with the tremendous experience gained in Chandrayaan 1, which helped discover water on the moon, in Chandrayaan 2, which has been mapping the moon ever since, and now with sort of the granddaughter of all of those, of Chandrayaan 3, I'm really optimistic and excited about the landing that's going to be happening just slightly under 24 hours from now.
I loved how you referred to Chandrayaan 3 as the granddaughter of these missions. It's so aptly put. I'm going to borrow that phrase also in the next 24 hours. You referred to Lunar 25, and the reason I talk about it right now, Chris, is look, Russia has attempted this, as you said, 27 times. They've got it right 7 times. Now, in the last 50 years or so, we've seen several such soft landings occur. It's 2023, and yet we haven't really been able to master it. Why is that? What makes it so unpredictable or so hard so many years on?
Well, part of it is the nature of the moon itself. If you were going around the moon, the amount of gravity that you feel in different parts of the orbit changes. The moon is a lot more lumpy than the Earth is. It's got big, dense sections. And so that makes orbital prediction more difficult. It's hard to know exactly where you are. There's no GPS. So where exactly around the moon are you? How do you even figure that out? And even though we've taken lots of images from the orbiting vehicles of the plateau that Chandrayaan 3 and Vikram are going to land on, you still don't know the fine details. Imagine if you were trying to land a helicopter somewhere in India and you looked and looked and looked, but then just when you got close to the surface, you had to sort of close your eyes and then just descend the last 50 meters with your eyes closed. It's sort of that level of difficulty. And that's why the engineers at ISRO have been working so hard since Chandrayaan 2 to improve all of the systems, to make the landing gear wider and more robust, to try and give extra layers of backup. And it is possible to land on the moon. 3 other nations have done it. And I think India is really poised right now to be the 4th nation in history to land on the moon. The scientific impact of that and the inspirational impact of that for young Indians right across the country. But it all comes down to that last descent and touchdown coming up within a day now.
Very true. And, the point that you also made about how hopefully this will come through, we've all got our fingers crossed. But also, besides what this will mean for ISRO and the kind of, experiments and the moon mission that they want to complete, Chris, what does this mean really in the global space race that's underway? Where do you think it will put India in that race?
I work with several Indian companies. I help run an international technological incubator called the Creative Destruction Lab. And right now I'm working with several Indian space companies. One of them is called Dhruva Space. And I think this type of mission of showing kind of the ultimate capability of what Indian science and technology and combined capability can do, it's extremely inspiring, not just to young Indians across the country, but to young business owners and young inventors, people who are looking to do something that used to be impossible. You need to have an inspirational vision of what might be possible to then drive yourself to make the most of your own capability. And when I work with the Indian companies and see the educational capability, the insight, the brilliance of the minds, and the opportunity that's opening up now, it's really showing just how ISRO and space exploration in India is coming of age. And if you can land on the moon, I mean, you can do anything. And to me, that is the real essence of what is being attempted tomorrow.
You spoke about how this is so inspirational for every Indian youth watching right now what ISRO is accomplishing. There are a lot of cynics out there who question, Chris, what's the need for a developing nation to invest so heavily in space, to invest so heavily in space exploration? What's your answer or response to that?
Well, I think it's a really important question to ask because everything has to be done in balance. But I challenge anybody who asks that question, how much money does India spend on health and welfare and infrastructure to take care of the billion Indian people? How much money is spent on that versus how much is spent on research and development and exploration? And I know for Canada, we spend an enormous amount of money on taking care of the Canadian people, but we also spend a little bit of money on inspiring and exploring and pushing the edges of technology. And I think it's important to do both. You don't want to get way out of balance. But I think it's important to truly get the exact numbers of how much is spent on taking care of the people, but also how much is spent on pushing the very edges of what we know and understand. And when I was a little boy, it was because of the moon landings that I decided what I was going to do with my life. It's why I got multiple university degrees. It's why I challenged myself to become an astronaut and to eventually command a spaceship. And I'm Canadian. I'm not from a country that used to have a space program. And so, yes, you need to take care of the people, but you also need to give your young people something that is so inspirational that they make different decisions with their lives to make the absolute most of themselves. And that balance is important. But I think what we're doing right now is a really key part of India's future.
That's a very, very interesting perspective. Chris, and I'm going to say when rather, not if, Chandrayaan 3 is a success, when that soft landing is completed, does it essentially set the stage then for a manned mission? As someone, who's gone repeatedly to outer space, does a soft landing then mean that, we're ready for that next step of a manned mission?
When the very first human being stepped onto the moon, when Neil Armstrong stepped on the moon, he described it as one small step, obviously, but a giant leap for all of humanity itself. But you have to make those small steps. You have to incrementally improve the technology and all of the people that build those machines, you have to allow yourself to make mistakes on the way to eventual success. And with Chandrayaan 1 and then Chandrayaan 2, we've made those small steps collectively as a group of people, and pushed the technology a little bit too far, leading now hopefully to success for Chandrayaan 3. But there's a lot of numbers left after 3, 4 and 5 and 6, and it's only limited by the imagination and the collective will of the Indian people, where this will take them. There are Indians right now selected as astronauts who are training to fly into space. You can't encapsulate science and technology and inspiration more clearly than in trying to develop the capability for Indian citizens to be able to look up and see a fellow country person flying across the night sky. And that's coming fairly soon. And with what we learned from Chandrayaan 3, it will lead to eventually not just an Indian citizen flying in space, but traveling all the way to the moon and walking on the surface. There's a Canadian going to orbit the moon late next year. That seems impossible to me. And yet, because of the small steps, that's happening for my country. And because of these steps of missions like Chandrayaan 3, it's happening for India.
Steps that you've taken has ensured this moment for your country largely. So I'm hoping that there'll be many Chris Hadfields for India also very soon. Chris, I will tell you this, that, with all of this talk of Chandrayaan, of what ISRO has accomplished, it's piqued a lot of interest among Indians about space. And you've been there so many times, a former commander of the International Space Station. This is a tough ask. But can you tell me one experience that truly stands out for you? When you think about your journey in space, when you think about your experience in space, what's that one moment that always comes to mind?
Akshita, I was so lucky to spend about half a year in space. I went over India thousands and thousands of times, but I think my best moment when I was outside on my first spacewalk. We were south of Australia, sort of north of, in between Australia and Antarctica. And while I was outside on a spacewalk in the darkness, we went through the world's aurora, through the southern lights of the world. And I could see the reds and the greens, and they were pouring past our ship and flowing around me, the incredible, beautiful majesty of our planet. And it's very scientific. It's the Earth's magnetic field and the energy from the sun, but it glows in this beautiful ribbon of color. And this little kid got to go outside and experience that personally. This little dreamer from Canada, I got to surf on the world's aurora. And of all the things I've done in my life, of all the myriad experiences, to be able to personally experience that as part of our first steps away from the world, it was profoundly moving and beautiful to see our world that way and to recognize where we are headed collectively. It's a memory that is seared into my brain, and one that I hope more and more people get to experience as our technology gets better and better.
You've described that so beautifully. I half wish that instead of a journalist, I chose to be an astronaut after this conversation.
All right, here's some big news coming in. Chandrayaan set for automatic landing. Chandrayaan 3's mission all set to initiate an automatic landing sequence. ALS, as it's called, awaiting the arrival of lander module at the designated point at around 5:44. Now, upon receiving the ALS, the automatic landing system command, in fact, what we see now is the lander module will activate the throttle engine for power descent. Mission operations team will keep confirming the sequential execution of these commands. The live telecast of the operations to begin, in fact, at approximately 5:20 p.m. That's precisely the time. Now, the descent has begun. As we know, that the Chandrayaan-3 mission has been set as per plan, and it's going as per plan. It's all set to initiate the automatic landing sequence, ALS, as they call it, and it's awaiting the arrival of the lander module at the designated point around 5:44 p.m. 5:44 p.m., the Indian Standard Time. Upon receiving this automatic landing command, we see that the activities will then begin to throttle the engine for a powered descent. One should know that while the lander is getting closer to the moon, the speed which the lander is coming towards the moon with at nearly 6,000 kilometers per hour. That's mostly the speed that it's progressing towards the moon. That speed must be cut down to nearly zero. Basically, barely 2 meters per second. That's the speed with which it's got to descend on the moon in the last 15 minutes. So this operation will begin at around 5:20 p.m. approximately. That live telecast of the operations will begin at 5:20 p.m. We'll be able to see exactly the maneuvers of the Chandrayaan, the Vikram lander. The Chandrayaan-3 mission is all set and as per plan, descending towards the moon. It's all set to now initiate the automatic landing sequence, and it awaits the arrival of the lander module at the designated point at around 5:44. And upon receiving the automatic landing sequence command, we see that the lander module will activate the throttle engine for a powered descent. And this mission, the operations team will keep confirming the sequential execution of these commands, and that live telecast of the operations will be relayed at 5:20 p.m. onwards. Chandrayaan-3, as we know, is moving with the gravitational force. The Earth and the Moon's gravitational pull is what's really guiding the spacecraft, as opposed to maybe what Russia's moon mission, the Lunar 25, their system was mostly a high-powered rocket that landed the Lunar 25 on the moon, unfortunately in a crash. But the Chandrayaan-3 system itself is designed as per the gravitational force. And we see a big update that's coming in on it is that this all set, that the Chandrayaan-3 mission right now is all set to initiate the automatic landing sequence. Let me cut across to Shiv Arur joining us live from the newsroom. Shiv, these of course are technical jargons, but do simplify for us. As the Chandrayaan-3 mission is progressing very well as per plan towards the moon's surface, tell us exactly what's the update coming in from ISRO.
So we've got the first pictures here on India Today of the inside of the ISRO command center. These are the men and women of ISRO in large numbers here, men and women, scientists, engineers, technologists, analysts, mission specialists, observers who are at their terminals waiting for the next few hours when that automatic landing sequence will be initiated, and then the powered landing of the Vikram lander will start taking place. Around 5:20 is when the entire sequence will actually be kicked off. As we've reported here on India Today, the sequence is a very, very delicate one. Many of the lessons learned after the 2019 Chandrayaan-2 mission have been incorporated into a nearly fail-safe mechanism for the Chandrayaan-3 landing system. So these pictures are actually amazing because this is for the first time that we and our viewers are getting an inside view of where it all happens. This is the real war room viewer, where the men and women of ISRO, the managing team, those with telemetry systems, those with the computers that are directly linked to the Vikram lander, and the orbiter module of the Chandrayaan-3 are tracking in real time, through imagery, through camera information, through telemetry, precisely what's happening. There's a great deal of health monitoring also happening. Obviously, we're not going to be able to zoom into those terminals because much of this information is privileged information and these scientists cannot be disturbed. But this is amazing. This is where it all really happens. Every person you see here plays an extremely key role in what's happening thousands of miles away on the Vikram lander. So, hearts apace right now. Everyone's completely strapped in. There's going to be no one, very few people getting up from their seats now until the final countdown.
All right, Shiv getting us those pictures, and ISRO confirming this is the first update, by the way, that ISRO has put out on Chandrayaan 3 today, in which they've said we're all set to initiate the automatic landing sequence. What does that mean? Essentially, to break it down to you in layman terms, the command has already been sent across, and that's something we told you at 9:45 this morning. The command has already been sent across from the center behind me, from Team Chandrayaan, to lander Vikram, and they will be locked and loaded in about 1 hour from now, once they check if all conditions are 100% favorable for a smooth, soft landing. Remember, we've told you about the 15 minutes of terror. That 15 minutes of terror is going to be completely automated, which is what ALS really stands for, an automatic landing sequence. It comes down to the design, the tech that was used while designing Chandrayaan 3. If all of that was successful, especially having learned lessons from Chandrayaan 2, it means we're set for a successful landing onto the south pole of the moon. Also important to highlight here that the automatic landing sequence is something that consists essentially, and you see in that statement from ISRO, they refer to thrustable engines. There are 4 such thrustable engines on lander Vikram that will help it come down from 6,000 kilometers per hour to a standstill, to zero. You can only imagine the kind of tech, the kind of genius it takes to ensure something like that is accomplished in a matter of 15 minutes. So these thrusters will be used on and off, again, completely automated. It will start off with 4. There are 4 phases as part of, in fact, the final 15 minutes. And the last stage, which is the vertical descent, that's when the thrusters then will go in and out. Essentially, 2 of them, these thrustable engines, will then be functioning to ensure that from 6,000 kilometers, it doesn't bang onto the surface of the moon, but rather controlled comes down. Because also keep in mind, there is the factor of the moon's atmosphere and that pressure working against Vikram. It's extremely technical, but I hope I was able to explain that to you as much as I could to break down exactly what we mean by automatic landing sequence and how that's going to work for 15 minutes there from 5:45. But ISRO also, with that particular update they've put out, has confirmed that everything is on track. Everything's happening as per schedule. It will start at 5:20 this evening. That's when the live streaming will begin, and that's when you'll be able to catch all of the action firsthand. I should just showed you those pictures also. Our scientists hard at work. I can tell you that from early in the morning they've been streaming in. I have no doubt that many of them were staying up through the night within the premises as well. They've all been hard at work, cool, collected, sticking to the duties they have at hand, sticking to whatever procedure needs to be followed right now. The first update that's coming from ISRO is one of positivity, is one saying, look, all is well. We're going to go ahead with this mission. Shivarur is still with me, getting us all the details, the communication that's coming from ISRO. It's looking good, Shiv. It looks like we're well on our way to ensuring that soft landing. I know there was a lot of talk of plan B, of what will happen if things change. There is still a bit of space for that, because as per the information we had, maybe 1 hour from now, they'll have concrete information on the conditions of the south pole of the moon and whether it's feasible to go ahead with that landing.
That's right, Akshita, and can I say right off the bat that you standing just meters away from the people you see in these beautiful pictures is filling me with a great deal of envy, because you're right there while this is all playing out. I can only imagine the atmosphere inside the ISRO control room. Now, these pictures you're seeing here on India Today that have just been released by ISRO are the first images from inside the actual battle room where it all happens. The men and women of ISRO, many of whom Akshita has already, met off camera. She's had meetings with them. She's spoken to them to get a real flavor of how things work. Akshita, you're absolutely right. There are many variables. There's weather. There are other situations that the observers and the managers of the Vikram will need to look out for before that actual landing. But this latest update that ISRO has put out, once again, paints a very, very calm and confident picture. Everything is going like clockwork as planned by ISRO. They've got this on track. They've got this one. 5:20 is when the final sequence initiates. 5:44 is when the final landing sequence happens, and then 6:04 p.m. or thereabouts is when that successful landing will take place. We're all in an enormous amount of anticipation. I can imagine that things must be pretty noisy inside the war room of ISRO at this point of time. Lots of people talking to each other, commands being shouted. There are microphones at each of these stations. People have their headphones on. But I do know, because we've seen this before, Akshita, for those final minutes at about 5:20 onwards, a silence will descend. A silence will descend in this amazing room of ISRO. And everybody will be looking at their screens, looking at their telemetry data, waiting for that signal from Vikram. So, I'd really give anything to be inside that room for those final minutes. I hope you get a chance to get in there.
I'm going to be in just about an hour from now. I've got my passes. I've done the due security clearance. So yes, Shiv, I'll be one of the lucky few fortunate enough to be inside when the landing actually takes place. So I'll get to witness some of the action firsthand, and I promise to get you and all of our viewers a sense of exactly what it's going to look like. Dr. Jitendra Singh, Space Minister, has also just tweeted. He's been very, very closely following everything that's happened. So once that update has been put out by ISRO, he's also confirmed exactly that. He said all set to initiate the automatic landing sequence. The lander module activates the throttleable engines for powered descent. He shared the pictures also. So essentially sharing ISRO's update there. You've got the government also very closely, I'm sure, like every single one of us, tracking what's happening right now. Shiv, I remember you were there when Chandrayaan 2 was landing here in Bengaluru, exactly where I am in Pina. Can you tell me and tell our viewers a sense of what was the mood when you entered?
It was absolute, at that point of time, the anticipation was so high, the exhilaration was so high. The landing was to happen very late in the night, early in the morning, around 2 a.m., if I'm not mistaken. So it was an all-nighter that was being pulled at that point of time. Of course, there was a great deal of disappointment over what finally happened. But speaking to, Mr. Sivan, who was the ISRO chief at that point of time, and all the scientists involved, while there was a great deal of disappointment, each one of them was completely galvanized, Akshita, because as you've been hearing from all of these scientists you've been speaking to, that is the nature of space exploration. When you reach into the unknown, there is always the possibility of things not going quite as planned. It's also very important to note that the Chandrayaan 2 mission was not a failure in that sense. The last bit did not quite work out, but the mission itself was largely a success. There were many learnings which have been incorporated, as you've been reporting, in Chandrayaan 3, including in the mechanisms for the landing. All the criteria that are taken into account before effecting the final landing sequence. So Chandrayaan 2, in many ways, is the heart and soul of Chandrayaan 3. It is because of Chandrayaan 2 that Chandrayaan 3 exists, and because of Chandrayaan 3 that Gaganyaan and future missions will also exist. So none of these missions exist in isolation. They all flow into each other. The lessons, the learnings, they all flow into each other and influence each other. Many of the scientists from Chandrayaan 2 are the same that are on Chandrayaan 3. They are older, they're wiser, they're looking out for more things, they have more information, they definitely have better technology. And as we've been reporting through the year, ISRO has made an example of being able to do this kind of thing at a fraction of the cost that many other countries have. And that's why they are the cynosure of all eyes across the world. ISRO has made a name for itself of being able to maintain a world-class space program without burning an enormous hole in a country's national budget. No other country has been able to do it, not even China. And that's the reason why Chandrayaan 3 is being looked at from literally everywhere right now, Akshita.
600 crores, Shiv, lesser than the budget of a film that was based on space, lesser than the budget of the film Interstellar, and that by itself is so amazing. I was reminded of the conversation that I had with Chris Hadfield when you were talking about how Chandrayaan 3 wouldn't exist if not for Chandrayaan 2. He referred to it as the granddaughter of Chandrayaan-1 and Chandrayaan-2. And that's so fitting because even today, right now, as you pointed out, Shiv, Chandrayaan-2 has helped immensely in what's happening. You've got the orbiter still going around the moon, and it's worked effectively in being a communicator between lander Vikram and the scientists who are seated behind me in their mission complex. It's helped in communicating, besides, of course, the propulsion module also that continues to go around the moon. So that speaks volumes of how every single mission has been such a big driver towards the next mission also for ISRO. And like Shiv said, from Chandrayaan-3, of course, that the stage will be set for a Mangalyaan, for a Gaganyaan, because a soft landing is so crucial for a manned mission as well. I'd like to also, in the meanwhile, bring in Nabila Jamal to get you some of the technicalities of what you can expect as far as the landing of Vikram is concerned. Nabila, it's over to you.
Right. Akshita, of course, the landing itself is the biggest challenge. A soft landing, 5 decades on, and we see countries still struggling. India, of course, with its Chandrayaan-3 mission, have already worked out the margin of error, and this time they are super confident that their landing will be on point. I'm going to take you through the Chandrayaan-3's landing process. If you really look at it, let me start with the lander that floats about 30 kilometers above moon. And what we know is that this lander then is controlled in such a manner where the speed is cut down and it will slowly descend towards the moon's surface. And as we know, the moon's gravity will also guide the lander, as opposed to what we saw with Lunar 25, Russia's space mission. It was guided by a speed rocket. In fact, the Chandrayaan-3 is guided by the moon and Earth's gravitational force. So that will be guiding Chandrayaan. Chandrayaan will then, as it goes closer to the moon, will have to twist from its horizontal position to a vertical position to land exactly at the spot that has been identified by ISRO. And then, of course, the lander will hover about 7.5 kilometers above moon for a little while. And what we know is that the lander, which is guided, let me tell you, this is all guided by ISRO and their teams there. Their sensors will be calibrated. The moon's surface will be checked. Only then will they decide to finally bring the lander down to on the surface of the moon itself. The lander then becomes vertical, like I mentioned, after hovering above the moon's surface for about 7.5 kilometers for a little while until they do their tests. The lander will come to a vertical position and slowly descend. The altitude decreases from 7 kilometers odd to 150 meters. It's got to be calibrated and the descent has got to be highly controlled. And the lander then eventually will touch down on the moon's surface. As we know, these are the challenges and difficulties that Chandrayaan-3 will have to face. And this is really what is called the 15 minutes of terror. The last final attempts or final stage of the landing is going to be the toughest one. And it seems like ISRO has it under control. Akshita, you're there and you're witnessing it live.
Very true. ISRO seems to be having it under control. I know all of us are excited and a tad nervous, but it definitely doesn't look like the scientists behind me are. Looking at the kind of pictures that have come in right now, we're also getting you a sense of how excited India is. This matters because, you know, it also ups and boosts the morale of our scientists, gives them that sense of purpose. Besides, of course, the scientific aspect of it, there's so much of emotional and sentimental value attached to this project. And that's clear in the pictures that are coming in of celebrations from across the country. Kamaljit Sandhu is joining us live from Chandigarh with more on what's happening in her city. Kamaljit, good afternoon. It's over to you.
A billion hopes, a billion prayers going in for Chandrayaan-3. I was in Sriharikota when it took off at least 4 years ago, and then the dreams came crashing down. Today, we are in Kalpana Research Center, and this is Chandigarh University. We have with us a professor who's been part of the ISRO. And today we're talking about the excitement and also speaking to the aero science students. Do tell us, what is the sort of excitement and what goes into making of such a big project?
Yeah, ma'am, we are very much excited about this project. We are actually waiting for once the data will be received from our station, because we have our own ground control station. We want to know exactly what are the topography.
What is really happening? We'll just show you a 360-degree view, because they are tracking down every single moment, and these screens will play out live when that exact landing really takes place. But yes, let's talk to the students out here. How excited are you, especially as an aerospace student?
Ma'am, as an aerospace student, we are very excited. There will be a lot of data that we will be getting to study on. And we are very inspired by ISRO, learning from failures, as they always say.
What a brilliant line to say. And let me tell you, we asked, and this is what we're going to ask again. How many of you watched Chandrayaan 2 when it was close to landing? How much of, oh yes, the hands really going up, because these are science students. You are in Sriharikota, you've also interned with them. Do tell us about your experience.
Ma'am, during my stint with the ISRO Sriharikota, what I found very intriguing was that the way of their working on the various space programs, as well as the launch vehicle systems, it tells us how meticulous we should be with our work. And also, ma'am, it tells us how management is there.
How the management is there. Another student, do tell us, what are your hopes, especially when it comes to this particular project? 1 billion prayers already for this project.
Of course, ma'am, the value of the project increases because at the last Chandrayaan 2 is a fail, so that we have to perform this time, and we are actually the Chandrayaan 3 is constructed in such a way that every sensor is fail. Then itself it will land safely.
It should land safely. That's what we're expecting. And see, all these links actually activated. There is also the ISRO camera. We are looking at that. Let's talk to a woman out here. You know, we've seen posters of Kalpana Chawla, Dr. Sunita Williams. Now you tell us, as a woman and as a science student, how do you see a role, and especially we've known how women have participated in a big way and leading this particular project?
I'm feeling very, very proud today that women are coming up in rocketry sciences, where there are limited opportunities and a society dominated by men, but women are standing out here. And to watch it in front of the Chandrayaan 3, it will be a great success, and women are contributing in ISRO, and we can see in control room as well. There are many women out there who are contributing for the mission. So yes, it's a great opportunity.
Big way, obviously, with women, and obviously, let's just try and speak to a professor out here. All these aerospace students, but what is the focus today? We've been told big screens have been kept out for the evening.
Yeah, all the screens are on here, and in the most of the auditoriums we have on all the screens, and it will be relay so that we can see landing as smooth as we are jumping on the sponge.
Jumping on the sponge, yeah, but it's a history in the making, and these are students all here. Look at the rockets, look at all the time. Do tell us, what is your personal idea about this particular landing taking place?
So basically, it's like last time we failed because we got deviated from a fine breakdown position. So this time the algorithm has been developed in such a way that it will just tackle all the orientation, and it will help us to land safely on the.
So error free. There is hardly any room for error, and this is what 1 billion Indians are really hoping for. And the scientific temper here in this particular room with all these students, they are actually now not just holding on to the prayers, but also ensuring that science will play its own part. And all these students are going to not only be part of this project. And remember, as far as Chandigarh University is concerned, they're saying the next big thing is that they already have a tie-up with the ISRO. A satellite would be launched, their own satellite, which will monitor the water system. So all this is going to take place, but a big, big, exciting day. And from here in the classrooms, they will eventually in the evening move out to the big screen where the entire university students will come together and watch this live, watch a history unfold live.
Very exciting times ahead. And for students, of course, there's nothing bigger than this, especially for those who are so excited or are passionate about astronomy. It doesn't get bigger than this, essentially. Space exploration, being there to witness this kind of a moon mission and the landing live. Kamalji, thanks very much for getting us a ground report. I'd like to bring in on this broadcast Mr. R.C. Kapoor, astronomer, former professor at the Indian Institute of Astrophysics. Mr. Kapoor, good afternoon. It's Chandrayaan Day, so we're all extremely excited and a bit nervous. The first update, sir, that's come in from ISRO today was just a few moments ago, where they said that the ALS, the automatic landing sequence, the command has been given for that. So it's a go-ahead, essentially. Can you explain in layman terms for our viewers what exactly that means? What happens in that 15 minutes till 6:04 p.m.?
Actually, I have been watching the happy faces and the curious faces of children and school children and people. In fact, I must say that 615 crore rupees have been very well spent. And as lander and rover land on the moon, that is the bonus of the mission, as I feel now. And as you just now mentioned, ALS, which is automatic landing sequence command. So that will be given when the lunar module, that is lander and the rover with it, they arrive at a very particular point in their orbit. So that point in the orbit, as soon as they arrive, which is expected to be 1744 this evening, this ALS, that is the automatic landing sequence command, will be given. And immediately thereafter, the lander module will fire the engines. And then they just deorbit and the power descent begins. And after that, as they say, 15 minutes of terror. But today, as I read, it could be from 19 minutes to 30 minutes. So although the terror is prolongated, but I think that the landing is going to be perfect as per the textbook, as if. So let's hope that, because whatever preparatory things had to be done have already been done. That is the initial conditions of the trajectory, how it is going to sort of follow till the point of touchdown. And the calibration of the systems and everything has been checked up, and then sort of ISRO is now very sure of. So looking at the faces of people in ISRO, we already feel that they are so very confident. So I think the nervousness part is, I don't think it's there, and anxiety, of course, not. So nervousness part, I will just say that
landing is what we're all hoping for. And I think from what you're telling us also, Mr. Kapoor, it's very clear that ISRO at this point, the scientists may be 100% confident and not nervous at all, but I'm sure the whole country right now is feeling a bit of nerves. You're also telling us that it could be beyond 15 minutes of terror, it could be 19, 30 minutes of terror. We'll keep our fingers crossed that whatever happens at the end of that, 15, 19, 30 minutes, we have great news, we have history being scripted on the South Pole of the board. Mr. Kapoor, request you to stay with me. The lander very fittingly is called Vikram, after the father of India's space program, Vikram Sarabhai. So we caught up with Sarabhai's son, Kartikeya Sarabhai, on his message for our ISRO scientists and how proud he feels of all that his father had accomplished that ensured this moment for us.
इसरो की जिसने नींव रखी थी वो डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई गुजरात से थे, और उनके पुत्र हमारे साथ हैं, उनसे बात करते हैं कि कितना बड़ा क्षण है साराभाई परिवार के लिए भी। कार्तिकेय भाई, जिस तरह से आज एक गौरवपूर्ण क्षण है भारत के लिए, परिवार के लिए भी, आपके परिवार के लिए कितनी बड़ी क्षण आज रहेगी?
मुझे लग रहा है कि विक्रम भाई का परिवार, सारा भारत उनका परिवार ही है। तो जो उसमें जो अभी हम देख रहे हैं कि भाई कैसे लैंड होगा, हम पूजा कर रहे हैं कि भी ठीक तरह से सब हो जाए, तो उसमें जो प्राइड आती है तो सबको आती है, और हमको तो आती है, देयर इज नो डाउट अबाउट इट। एंड इट्स आल्सो डायरेक्टली कनेक्टेड कि उनके जो सपने थे स्पेस में, इसरो में, तो वो जो फुलफिल होते हैं, तो इट इज ऑब्वियसली वेरी नाइस।
आपका कभी वो समय या कोई एक ऐसी बात जब अपने पिता के साथ आपकी बात हुई हो, या आपने वो टाइम देखा, क्योंकि तब भारत स्पेस शुरुआत कर रहा था, तब का टाइम बहुत डिफिकल्ट था, आपकी कुछ यादें उसके साथ जुड़ी हो, और आज का भारत और आज का इसरो?
मैं जब कैम्ब्रिज पढ़ने गया था, तब मैं फिजिक्स और मैथमेटिक्स कर रहा था, और बाद में मैंने डिसाइड किया कि मुझे डेवलपमेंट, विकास कम्युनिकेशन में काम करना था। तो तब पापा से बहुत बात हुई थी कि ये चेंज फील्ड है कि नहीं, लेकिन उनके लिए दो फील्ड थे ही नहीं। उनके लिए जो साइंस थे, जो वो साइंस इसरो को जो डेवलप कर रहे थे, वो साइंस में तो एक्सेलेंट था ही, लेकिन वो जो देश के विकास में कैसे एक पार्ट कर सके, वो उनका एक ध्येय था। और इसलिए जो इसरो का डेवलपमेंट है, वो कोई अनुकरण नहीं कर रहा है कि भी अमेरिका ने ये किया, रशिया ने ये किया, तो हमको ऐसा ही करना है। हम अपने देश के लिए क्या चीज जरूर है, कब प्रायोरिटी क्या आती है, तो सबसे पहले एजुकेशन की प्रायोरिटी थी, रिमोट सेंसिंग की थी, एग्रीकल्चर में मदद करे, क्लाइमेट चेंज और क्लाइमेट में प्रिडिक्शन करे। अभी एक समय आया कि जब हम चंद्रमा के पास और उससे भी आगे जाने की क्षमता है अपने पास, तो ये कैसे करें। अभी इट्स अ प्राइड फॉर सारी पृथ्वी के सब लोग के लिए कि साउथ मून की जो सदर्न सरफेस है, सदर्न पोल के पास नहीं सरफेस है, उससे सबसे पहले जा रहे हैं।
सिर्फ हिंदुस्तान सबसे पहले नहीं जाए, सब कोई गए नहीं है वहाँ। तो वहाँ शायद पानी भी है और कि फ्रोजन में होगा, लेकिन पानी भी लाइकलीहुड है। तो इसलिए ये एक बहुत बड़ी एक वैज्ञानिक एक अचीवमेंट है, और वो अचीवमेंट अभी तक भी हुई है। चंद्रयान 2 भी जब गया था तो वो एक सक्सेस ही था। वो लास्ट पार्ट जो लैंडर का था उसमें कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो गई, लेकिन वो चंद्रयान, आपने पढ़ा होगा कि चंद्रयान 2 और चंद्रयान 3 की जो सैटेलाइट है वो एक दूसरे से बात भी कर रहे हैं कि भाई ये लैंडिंग की करेक्ट पोजीशन ढूंढनी जो है उसमें दोनों मिलके कर रहे हैं। तो ये जो साइंस और साइंस में प्रिसीजन है। दूसरा गर्व की बात ये है कि ये जो गया है वहाँ, उसकी अलग अलग सी कंपोनेंट एक ही जगह नहीं बनी है। इंडिया के अलग अलग लैब्स में अलग साइंटिस्ट ने सब मिलके ये एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया है। तो इसमें
Technicalities aside, let's tell you about the kind of celebrations, the kind of prayers that's pouring in and wishes that's pouring in for our ISRO heroes. Here's a look at that. Celebrations are resonating across the world. Bharatnatyam dancer Pooja Hirwade was seen dancing to the tunes of the Chandrayaan anthem and Namo Namo Bharatambe. Our future scientists who will be taking ISRO to new heights in the coming years are also celebrating this historic day. Expressing their excitement, students were seen making rangolis and posters of Chandrayaan 3. Various schools and colleges across India have organized special events providing young minds an opportunity to come forth with models of Chandrayaan 3. All this to celebrate the milestone related to the moon mission. As anticipation continues to build over Chandrayaan 3, students from Rajasthan's Fatehpur were seen sitting in a formation, and yes, it reads Chandrayaan 3. And students from across the country are rooting for Chandrayaan 3. In a series of videos, students can be seen extending their heartwarming wishes to ISRO in the most charming manner possible. I want to bring in on this broadcast Anurag Pandey, founder of AstroCamp India. Anurag, as we count down to Chandrayaan 3 touching down on the moon's surface, there's so much excitement, there's so much curiosity and anticipation. Have you ever seen this kind of a mood really in the country where space now, almost as much as sports, is uniting Indians? Mr. Anurag Pandey? Okay, we'll connect with Anurag Pandey in just a bit. In the meanwhile, what I was referring to, the excitement, anticipation reaching whole new levels. We'll get you more ground reports on that. Amit Bharadwaj is joining us live from a school in the national capital. Amit, students are particularly excited. It's like I've been saying from yesterday in all my interactions with students. At their age, I had no idea what a lander was, what a rover was. Today, every student now knows exactly what Chandrayaan 3 is all about, knows what exactly a moon landing is like.
Well, absolutely right, Akshata. You know, this generation is much advanced and they are they have more details about Chandrayaan, about the space science, and they are also encouraging ISRO Team Chandrayaan 3 with all this enthusiasm, tirangas in their hands, songs on their lips, you know, encouraging the team. You have one gentleman, since morning I've been seeing him on the flute, wishing the best to the ISRO team and Chandrayaan 3 team. What is to be noted here, many of these students since morning have been telling me about as to how, you know, we have ended up making Chandrayaan 3 in a lesser budget than a Hollywood project. And right there, you have different songs being sung by these students of Vidya Bal Bhavan of the National Capital.
चंद्रमा पे तिरंगा लहरा दो, में तेरा सरजमी का परचम लहरा दो, लहरा दो, लहरा दो, लहरा दो,
Chandrama pe tiranga lehra do, parcham lehra do. That is the message coming from the national capital, and I'm sure similar messages is being sent from different schools, institutions. Young kids are very excited today about the future of India's space missions, and this is going to be a landmark moment, and all these students realize it as well. Just one word, you know, you believe this is the landmark moment for India's future space mission?
Yes, we are excited and we want that India go to the space mission and completed it successfully, not to postpone it on 27th.
Stay back to witness that historic.
Yes, I will stay back to witness that because it's a proud moment for us as we are Indian and we are the first one to land on the south of the moon. So I'm very excited. I will stay back to witness it.
How are you cheering for Team ISRO today?
Through songs, we express our emotions and enthusiasm also. Today, we all are gathered here to support and cheer up Chandrayaan 3 to land on the moon on the South Pole.
Let's cheer for Team ISRO
जीतेगा जीतेगा इंडिया जीतेगा है दुआ हर दिल की है यकीला.
Different songs being sung by these students, and I've met very young kids here telling me about the space mission, about how the Chandrayaan 3 will be landing, making a safe and soft landing on moon today, and why this is a historic moment. You know, all these students have explained to us since morning. And one question, missions like Chandrayaan 3, has it increased your interest in space science as well?
Yes, sir. It has increased many students believe in space that they can become an astronaut and make our nation a very good and make ISRO in the first position in this astronomy.
आप लोग सुबह ये बात भी कह रहे थे कि हॉलीवुड सिनेमा के कम बजट में हमने चंद्रयान.
Yes, sir. This is true because जो बजट चंद्रयान 3 का है उससे कहीं बॉलीवुड फिल्म जो कि साइंस फिक्शन है उससे कम बजट है. तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात है कि हम चांद पे गए हैं उस बजट में जिसमें इंडिया पे अर्थ पे ऐसी मूवीज बन रही है जो चांद पे दिखा रही है जाने को.
And Akshata, let me show you these visuals. Very excited kids with tiranga in their hands, and "Maa Tujhe Salam" kind of songs being sung by these students.
जो मेरे साथ थी मुझको तड़पाती रुलाती, सबसे प्यारी तेरी सूरत प्यार है बस तेरा प्यार ही. माँ तुझे सलाम, माँ तुझे सलाम, अम्मा तुझे सलाम, माँ तुझे सलाम. लहरा दो सरकशी का परचम लहरा दो, गर्दिश में फिर अपनी सरजमी का परचम लहरा दो.
The sheer excitement of these students since morning, they are relentlessly, you know, speaking about the the fact that this is a historic movement that is being registered today. And this drone, let me tell you what is the objective of this particular drone, which you can see on the screen right now. Since morning, multiple times this particular school has been showing to its students as to how the Chandrayaan will reach the orbit of moon, and after that, it will start to descend for a safe and a soft landing on south pole of moon. And this particular drone is being used to showcase, to give an example as to how Chandrayaan will be making that landing today. And there's a prototype of moon which has been created in this school as well, to give a complete picture of, or rather a realistic view of as to what is going to be happening around 6 in the evening today, and how our scientists are going to create history. It is a India movement that students have been talking about as well, and they also want to understand as to what is the science behind it, how that descent will be made, how Chandrayaan 3 will be making a safe and soft landing on moon, and why it is so important. And since morning, I have been also seeing these students not only singing and cheering for ISRO team, but also watching documentaries, scientific videos on explainer videos on this particular space mission Chandrayaan 3 went. And very important, normally the school gets over by 2 in the noon on regular days. But these kids are going to come back to watch that historic moment when India is going to create history, when
Okay, Amit, thank you for getting us that ground report. It gives you a sense of the kind of celebration and excitement among the younger generation. We're going to come back to you. I have to slip into a very, very short break, but we're going to continue getting you more such ground reports.
I think it's a great moment for India, and a proud moment for each and every Indian. The kind of, you feel that pride in your heart.
ये एक बहुत बड़ी अचीवमेंट है हमारे भारत की, पूरे विश्व के लिए, पूरे यूनिवर्स के लिए, पूरे ह्यूमैनिटी के लिए.
I'm really excited for Chandrayaan 3, and it's a proud moment for all of us, for all the Indians. Being an Indian, we are all proud because of Chandrayaan.
India's latest moon mission, Chandrayaan 3, carries with it the nation's pride.
The blood, the sweat, the tears, the emotion, the joy, the exhilaration. As a billion-strong nation prays for the soft landing of Vikram lander.
India counts down to its moment in history. Join us as we cheer for Chandrayaan.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 86. In Mumbai, 52. In Kolkata, 76. In Bangalore, 37. In Chennai, 26. In Hyderabad, 77.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
On 10th September, days before the final landing on Moon, ISRO announced that it had lost contact with lander Vikram. ISRO scientists were disappointed. It was an emotional moment. Chandrayaan-2 suffered various delays and revisions a decade after the successful maiden Indian moon mission, Chandrayaan-1. In October 2008, ISRO successfully launched Chandrayaan-1. On 22nd October 2008, Chandrayaan mission with a lunar orbiter and impactor was launched using PSLV-XL from Satish Dhawan Space Center at Sriharikota.
Ignition sequence normal and lift-off normal.
It was a big boost to Indian space exploration history. India researched and developed indigenous technology to explore the moon with Chandrayaan-1. 2 weeks after its launch, it was inserted into lunar orbit on 8th November 2008. On 14th November 2008, the Moon Impact Probe separated from the Chandrayaan orbiter and struck the South Pole in a controlled manner. India became the fourth country to place its flag insignia on the Moon, near the crater Shackleton. The location of impact was named Jawahar Point. Though Chandrayaan-1 was planned to survey the lunar surface for 2 years, but after a successful year of transmitting data and detecting presence of lunar water, it stopped communicating on 28 August 2009. 312 days of Chandrayaan-1 was a celebration of ISRO's hard work and indigenous technological advancement in space exploration. Nearly 7 years later, NASA, with a ground-based radar system, relocated Chandrayaan-1 in its lunar orbit. Today, its orbit varies between 150 and 270 kilometers in altitude every 2 years around the Moon.
Welcome back. You're joining us live here on India Today as we're not taking the focus away from Chandrayaan-3. You're tuned into our rolling coverage. If you missed out on the updates that came in the last 30 minutes, ISRO has now put out their first official post of the day where they have confirmed that everything's on track, where they have confirmed that commands have gone across for the landing sequence to take place as scheduled from 5:20 this evening. 5:45 right up till 6:04 p.m. is when you will see the most crucial maneuvers as far as the soft landing is concerned. Let me also bring in some experts on this broadcast to explain to you the magnitude of what we're attempting to do today. Anurag Pandey, founder of AstroCamp India, is also with us. Mr. Pandey, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us here on India Today. It's a great day, history in the making, hopefully. Explain to us, really, at this point, when ISRO talks about an automatic landing sequence, how much leeway, how much space is there really for scientists to step in and say, look, something's going wrong, we need to intervene, we need to step in and manually control the lander? Is that even possible?
This voice can be increased. Okay, can you please repeat your question once again?
Mr. Pandey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you be louder?
Mr. Pandey, I'm not sure if you saw the post of ISRO. The ISRO post says that the automatic landing sequence command has been sent across for that. Now, we know that the 15 minutes of terror, which everyone's talking about, is going to be an automated procedure. But I want to understand from you, how much leeway is there for scientists to kind of step in, for them to kind of ensure a soft landing if there's a need for them to step in?
Okay, all right, I got your question. So basically, look, this time from Chandrayaan 2 to Chandrayaan 3, there are quite significant changes that happened. Okay, once it's coming to the point of scientists, this time we have more control on our rover. This time we have more control on our lander. If you know, very surprisingly, the budget is less for Chandrayaan 3, but still there are more components attached. But yes, definitely we are not sending orbiter this time because orbiter are well placed in Chandrayaan 2. This time we are just sending our lander and the rover. Okay, like Vikram and Pragyan, same name has been given again. So this time we have more control. Last time we had very least control because the actually what we are calculating on based on the prediction. This time we have more control on our hand. So definitely, if situation goes not as per the plan, we can still control from our hands. Actually, the scientists can control the rover, can still control the speed, can control the temperature. So this time, as the chief said, this time from ISRO, that any which way we will able to touch down moon, even if the engine will not work, even if the I can say the software glitch happens, still we will able to touch down to moon. So how this is.
Okay, interesting. So, Mr. Pandey telling us that at this point, looks like there have been several systems put in place to ensure that there's no scope for failure, essentially. So, we're all keeping our fingers crossed that most definitely is the case. How did we reach to this point? From the launch, which happened on July 14th, in the last 40 days, we've seen so many historic instrumental moments in Chandrayaan's journey. We decided that as we count down to the landing day, to the culmination of it all, let's take a look back at the last 40 days journey of Chandrayaan 3 from the ISRO headquarters, from in fact the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota to the moon, 400,000 miles away.
3, 2, 1.
The clock ticked, and at exactly 2:43 p.m. on 22nd July 2019, India took a giant leap to the moon. For the second time, Indian Space Research Organization created history by the successful launch of Chandrayaan 2.
L110 engine started. अभी अनाउंस किया गया कि L110 जो कि हमारा दूसरा मुख्य रॉकेट है उसका इग्निशन हो गया है, उसके दोनों इंजन प्रज्वलित हो गए हैं.
This was India's second mission to the moon after the successful voyage of Chandrayaan in 2008.
Ignition sequence normal and liftoff normal.
GSLV Mk3 blasted off to space carrying a Land Rover, orbiter and a lander with a speed of 11 kilometers per second from the Satish Dhawan Space Research Center in Sriharikota.
It is the beginning of a historical journey of India towards moon and to land at a place near South Pole to carry out scientific experiments to explore unexplored.
Within minutes, Chandrayaan 2 was successfully placed into the Earth's orbit. As the space vehicle beamed back a perfect report card, Indian space scientists at Mission Control erupted with joy.
7.4 kilometers and the velocity was nearly 140. So the Vikram lander has successfully completed the rough braking phase.
The mission was expected to take 48 days in total to land its rover Pragyan on the south pole of the moon, roughly on 14th September 2019. But then, on 10th September, days before the final landing on moon, ISRO announced that it had lost contact with lander Vikram. ISRO scientists were disappointed. It was an emotional moment. Chandrayaan 2 suffered various delays and revisions a decade after the successful maiden Indian moon mission Chandrayaan 1. In October 2008, ISRO successfully launched Chandrayaan 1. On 22nd October 2008, Chandrayaan mission with a lunar orbiter and impactor was launched using PSLV-XL from Satish Dhawan Space Center at Sriharikota.
Ignition sequence normal and liftoff normal.
It was a big boost to Indian space exploration history. India researched and developed indigenous technology to explore the moon with Chandrayaan 1. 2 weeks after its launch, it was inserted into lunar orbit on 8th November 2008. On 14th November 2008, the Moon Impact Probe separated from the Chandrayaan orbiter and struck the South Pole in a controlled manner. India became the fourth country to place its flag insignia on the Moon, near the crater Shackleton. The location of impact was named Jawahar Point. Though Chandrayaan 1 was planned to survey the lunar surface for 2 years, but after a successful year of transmitting data and detecting presence of lunar water, it stopped communicating on 28 August 2009. 312 days of Chandrayaan 1 was a celebration of ISRO's hard work and indigenous technological advancement in space exploration. Nearly 7 years later, NASA, with a ground-based radar system, relocated Chandrayaan 1 in its lunar orbit. Today, its orbit varies between 150 and 270 kilometers in altitude every 2 years around the moon.
And that's all we have time for on this broadcast. I've got my pass with me. You can see people queued up behind me, and that's because now they're slowly allowing us to enter as well. So hopefully the next few minutes I'll be able to join you from inside the ISRO headquarters, getting you all the action of what's happening up close with our ISRO scientists. A very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. I'll be joining you on the other side from where all the action is, the ISRO headquarters.
कदमों की आहटें कल के सपने पूरे करो आज रहो एक कदम आगे तमिलनाडु मर्केंटाइल बैंक के साथ
Faith, science, a billion hopes, and a nation in anticipation. As Chandrayaan 3 gets set for its tryst with the moon, India is on the edge of its seats. From puja in Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh to a yagna in Karnataka's Vijaypura. To namaz in Lucknow. From Lord Shiva to Hanuman and Allah, from old to young, India's historic mission has brought its people together in praying for its success, all hoping for Vikram's safe landing.
यहाँ पे हम प्रे करने आए हैं कि चंद्रयान 3 अच्छे से सेफली मून पे लैंड हो जाए.
India's historic movement has everyone riveted. Children across schools are aiming for the moon. Others are dressing up like Chandrama.
हम लोग इसरो के नए रॉकेट क्राफ्ट चंद्रयान 3 को प्रेयर्स देने आए हैं कि वो सक्सेसफुली मून के ऊपर लैंड कर जाए।
Chandrayaan 3 has ignited Indian minds like never before. From art to song and dance, all are moonstruck. A never before seen celestial collision of science and spirit. With a million prayers and grit, the moon is surely ours. With Akshita Nandagopal in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
India's latest moon mission, Chandrayaan 3, carries with it the nation's pride.
The blood, the sweat, the tears, the emotion, the joy, the exhilaration. As a billion-strong nation praised for the soft landing of Vikram lander.
India counts down to its moment in history. Join us as we cheer for Chandrayaan.
A very good afternoon. You're watching our rolling coverage on Chandrayaan, India's moon mission. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through the top headlines as we decode the Chandrayaan's successful landing on the moon in about 5 hours' time. Chandrayaan is all set for an automated landing. ISRO lander to reach designated point at 5:45 p.m. ISRO releases its first images of the command center, the place where all the action is centered. Final phase of Chandrayaan landing. The landing begins at 5:45 p.m., 25 kilometers from the moon. Tricky maneuvers for the next 15 minutes. We decode that 15 minutes of terror for you. A billion cheers as India is set to create history with Chandrayaan's moon landing. School students, their cheers, pujas and namaz resonate across India for Chandrayaan 3's success. As India eyes moon glory, the Congress now trying to peddle fake news. Digvijay Singh says that scientists of ISRO haven't been paid their salaries for 17 months. PIB now clarifies, saying salary has been given to every scientist every month.
समाचार पत्रों में खबरें आने की जिन वैज्ञानिकों ने सब काम किया है उनकी 17 महीने से वेतन उनको नहीं मिल पाया है. इस बात का भी ध्यान प्रधानमंत्री को देना चाहिए.
Not only Chandrayaan, all eyes now on chess prodigy Pragnananda as he takes on world number 1 Magnus Carlsen for the second game, as the first one ended in a draw.
Welcome back to our rolling coverage on Chandrayaan 3's landing on the moon. We've got just less than 4 hours to go. 6:04 is when it will be completed. But the actual landing process will begin by about 5:20, which is when the live streaming is going to happen. But hours before that, here on India Today, we're going to get you first-hand images, a view of what's happening in the ISRO headquarters. I'm going to be making my way inside. You can already see all of the activity around here at the ISRO headquarters. A lot of media contingent. There are a lot of people from the ISRO also who are present out here, accompanying us, helping us with all necessary steps. They've started the process of letting us in, so I'll also be going in the next 1 hour, showing you what's happening inside. What is really the mood in the ISRO headquarters? What are the scientists up to? All that and much more coming your way. But first, let's get you all the latest images, the latest developments that's coming in. pouring in from across the country for the successful landing of Vikram. A priest is seen performing Ganga Aarti at the Parmarth Niketan Ghat in Rishikesh. The Aarti was performed with national flags in hand. Pujas and Havans are also being performed across several temples. These are images from Delhi's Kalkaji Nagar. So just about 1 hour ago, the first update came in from ISRO. With less than 4 hours to go for the landing, ISRO's confirmed that they're going ahead, all guns blazing, with the operation. They're going ahead with their mission to soft land Vikram on the moon. What they've confirmed in their tweet is that the automated landing sequence has been, in fact, given the go-ahead. The command has been sent across for it. It will officially start at 5:45, but the live streaming will begin by 5:20 this evening. So what do we mean by an ALS? What do we mean by an automated landing sequence? Remember that the soft landing on the surface of the moon is completely automated. So scientists essentially will have to sit back and only track to see if things are going as per plan. And this is, of course, based on the work that they've done, based on the design that they've come up with, based on the hard work and tech that they've put in for the last many years. If all of that is absolutely pitch perfect, you will see a beautiful, beautiful moment where India has officially touched down on the moon, and that too on the south pole of the moon, courtesy lander Vikram. So we will be, of course, waiting for that moment. But before that as well, there's a lot of anticipation. Very importantly, ISRO also has confirmed that as far as the entire mission is concerned, it's scheduled as per plan. I know there was a lot of talk. I got a lot of WhatsApp messages, a lot of questions of people asking me on social media, is the landing pushed to August 27th? It's most definitely not. It's happening today as of now. And considering that there's been no sort of communication otherwise from ISRO, I'm pretty certain, almost 100% certain, that it is going to happen today, because ISRO did say that their plan B would kick in by about 1 or 2 in the afternoon. The fact that they've sent across those commands, the fact that they've taken to social media to confirm that their landing sequence will kick off at 5:45 p.m. itself tells you that they are completely confident in the mission at hand, and they're completely confident that where Chandrayaan 2 fell short, Chandrayaan 3 will accomplish and fulfill all of our dreams of touching down on the moon.
So we've got the first pictures here on India Today of the inside of the ISRO command center. These are the men and women of ISRO in large numbers here, men and women, scientists, engineers, technologists, analysts, mission specialists, observers who are at their terminals waiting for the next few hours when that automatic landing sequence will be initiated, and then the powered landing of the Vikram lander will start taking place. Around 5:20 is when the entire sequence will actually be kicked off. As we've reported here on India Today, the sequence is a very, very delicate one. Many of the lessons learned after the 2019 Chandrayaan 2 mission have been incorporated into a nearly fail-safe mechanism for the Chandrayaan 3 landing system. So these pictures are actually amazing, because this is for the first time that we and our viewers are getting an inside view of where it all happens. This is the real war room viewer, where the men and women of ISRO, the managing team, those with telemetry systems, those with the computers that are directly linked to the Vikram lander, and the orbiter module of the Chandrayaan 3 are tracking in real time, through imagery, through camera information, through telemetry, precisely what's happening. There's a great deal of health monitoring also happening. Obviously, we're not going to be able to zoom into those terminals, because much of this information is privileged information and these scientists cannot be disturbed. But this is amazing. This is where it all really happens. Every person you see here plays an extremely key role in what's happening thousands of miles away on the Vikram lander. So, hearts are paced right now. Everyone's completely strapped in. There's going to be no one, very few people getting up from their seats now until the final countdown.
Let me take this across to Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who's keeping a very, very keen eye from here at the ISRO headquarters of what's happening meters away from us, what the ISRO scientists are saying, what Team Chandrayaan is saying. The last update, Naga, that came in an hour ago from ISRO confirmed that the ALS will happen. So I think it's essentially safe to say now that the landing is going to happen today.
Well, that's absolutely true, Akshita. Around 6:04 is when we'll have the soft landing done. We are just waiting for the lander to come to a designated point where the landing procedure will be initiated. That's around 5:44 p.m. exactly when, let's call it, say, spot X. The moment the lander comes at that exact spot X, that's when the command will be initiated. The commands are already locked. It was uploaded this morning. By 1:32, it was supposed to be locked, considering all the weather changes and other parameters. Now it has been locked, is what we are telling. In next 3 hours is when the landing process will start initiating. Its automated landing system is what we are told that it will start its descent. It's a powered descent. There'll be retrofiring done as well. When the lander is just above 6.8 kilometers above the lunar surface, 2 engines out of the 4 engines will shut off, and at 150 meters just above the lunar surface, the camera will look at a clearer spot where it can land. It'll have 3-4 options. Where should it land? If there's any minimal changes, then it will make its change. Should I go on to spot 1 or spot 2? There's something called a radio altimeter. The moment the lander starts descending, laser beam goes through the surface of the moon and it hits back to the lander, giving you exactly the height in 2 nanocentimeters as well. That's how precise the landing will be taken up. The radio altimeter will help the lander to get exactly the soft landing spot, and the velocity also will be decreased to 0 by the time it touches down at 6:04.
Okay, Nagarjun getting us all of those updates. Let's bring in also a guest on this broadcast. Mr. Anurag Pandey of AstroCamp India stays with us. We've also got Mr. Manish Purohit, former ISRO scientist and space educator. Manish Purohit, if I can come across to you first, I'm sure you're very excited and you're counting down much like the entire country and the world is for that soft landing of Vikram right now. Can you explain to us, when the ISRO says that commands have been sent across, what happens in these crucial hours to the run-up to the landing?
Once that autonomous landing sequence sets in, then we all will be monitoring. The way we will be looking at the live stream, even at our command centers, they will be monitoring what's happening. So as the things move on, let's start at this moment what's happening. Right now, they are just keeping a very close eye on the health, on the parameters, orbital parameters, about different aspects, that what can be the small little test that can be confirmed right now related to the system, the cameras, everything should be just perfectly in place at this moment. So that is what they are going to do right now. Keep a very close eye on the different parameters. There are so many that has been tracked, that has to be tracked. But once that ALS sets in, means those last 17 minutes of terror, when they set in, after that, we are just simple spectators. What's going to happen there will be, at that moment, we'll be cruising at around 1600 meters per second, somewhere around 25 kilometers above the lunar surface and 750 kilometers away from our landing site. We will have the first phase will be rough braking phase. In the rough braking phase, we'll be firing all our thrusters. We'll be covering around 700 kilometers of distance horizontally, and we'll bring our Vikram lander in an position of some inclined position with the vertical axis. And during this phase, we will be again calibrating our different altimeters and our different sensors. After this, the next will be just 10-second phase. The first phase will be around for 11.5 minutes. Then the next 10-second phase will be attitude control phase. Now, this is the part where things started to go wrong in Chandrayaan 2. Chandrayaan 2 time, this phase was for around 38 seconds, and it was called camera costing phase. Camera costing phase or attitude hold phase, almost the same thing. We have to just, attitude means the position of the spacecraft. The Vikram will be held in that particular position, and we will be clicking images of the lunar terrain just to make sure we are on the right track, we are approaching the landing site, and everything is just fine as per the plan. So during those 10 seconds, we are going to do that comparison using AI with the camera images and onboard images that we have. After that will be the fine braking phase. Fine braking phase will finally bring us over the landing spot 800 meters above the ground and will be hovering. No horizontal velocities, no vertical velocities. We'll be just there hovering. Thrusters will be firing, keeping us just there stable. At that point of time, we'll be measuring the distance from the ground. We will be again switching on our sensors, cameras, everything will be working, taking the data, putting it into the processor, the onboard computer, and we will gradually descend to a height of 150 meters. There, the lander hazard detection and avoidance camera will start its very important role of detecting if there is anything that can create a hazard for soft landing. If there is nothing, it will be a go ahead. If there is something,
so
there will
there's
be
four phases. Yeah.
Yeah, so there are 4 phases. So
I
if
think
there
those
is a
four
no-go
phases you've
condition,
explained very, very well. The altitude control phase, that's the tricky one. And I think what we've learned from that is essentially that, if anything could go wrong, it could happen in a fraction of a second, which is why there must be control at all times. ISRO scientists, as you're pointing out, will also essentially be watching what we're watching, but they'll of course be monitoring it with much greater detail. Before I take this across to our other panelists as well, I'd like to also play out what my colleague Sneha Murdani told us about earlier, about the 15 minutes of terror and exactly what happens. You heard what Mr. Manish Purohit has said. He's explained that to you in great detail. But let's, in fact, pull out for you exactly what happens in those 15 minutes of terror. From 5:45 approximately, it will start. The landing will begin, and the entire process will go on for 4 phases till 6:04 p.m. So that's essentially 15 to 19 minutes. You've got some experts who are telling us that, look, that moment of terror, those minutes of terror could even go up to 30 minutes of terror. And that's because these are very, very intricate, complex, complicated procedures. They could take time. It's all automated. So if there's a reason for Vikram, let's say, needs to move to another location, finds debris where he's about to land, they could then move to another location as well. So we will get you that graphic in just a bit, the 15 minutes of terror, which my colleague Sneha was explaining for us earlier as well. We'll play that out for you in just a bit as well. Nived, co-founder and CEO of Starscapes Experiences as well. Paul, what stands out for me, away from the technicalities, is also how excited we've got everyone, particularly the younger generation. I remember when I was speaking to some students yesterday, I was amazed. They know words like lander, they know exactly what a rover is, they know everything about Chandrayaan 3. And that's amazing to see. That's been another huge impact of what ISRO really has done in India.
Yeah, Akshita, thanks for handing me over. It is true. I think the energy and the enthusiasm among children today because of something like this and everything, honestly, which ISRO does is pretty massive. We are from the astro-tourism industry and we are seeing that excitement grow over time, and stuff like this just keeps, hyping them up even more. In fact, I had gone for the Chandrayaan launch on July 14th to Sriharikota, and that gallery of 5,000 is filled with over 10,000 people, and most of them were school children. They had come from schools from as far away as, Pilani and Indore and Delhi. And that is extremely heartening to see. And ultimately, these are the ones who are going to, drive everything in the next 50 years. And it's great to see that kind of an enthusiasm there.
They've given it to me in the rundown. Paul, thank you. And let's get you, in fact, more details from our panelists who are telling us all of the information, the intricacies of what's expected. But I think Paul also summed up the sentiments involved here and how it's really got everyone's emotions stirred up. And I tell you again that, the last time we saw something uniting us in such great detail was perhaps sports. And now you've got space also doing that. Now, what's also interestingly coming in is a lot of images of prayers, of people hoping and praying for ISRO's success. We've been getting you these kind of pictures. These are the latest also from a Gurudwara, where you see Union Minister Hardeep Puri leading prayers as well. Amazing to really see how space has united people across the country, and I dare say across the world as well, because if we touch down on the south pole of the moon, it's a monumental moment for the entire world, because the kind of discoveries we'll make will benefit every single person. These are images from the Bangla Sahib Gurudwara, Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri leading prayers there. You got pujas, havans, namaz, prayer meals at churches, and now these images are also from a Gurudwara of prayers being performed for the success of Chandrayaan 3. It speaks volumes of how much every single Indian wants our ISRO heroes to succeed here, wants our ISRO heroes to ensure that we leave an imprint on the moon like never before. Amazing images that are coming in, and we get you more such pictures as well, because besides the celebrations, besides everyone also going ahead and sending out a message for ISRO, you've got these kind of images of faith, of prayer also coming in. So let's get you in fact more updates at this point of what's happening as we beam these images.
ਸਰਬੱਤ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਕੋ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ 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 ਚਿਤਾਵੇ ਚੇਤਾਵਨ ਕਾ ਸਦਕਾ ਸਰਬ ਸੁਖ ਹੋਵੇ ਜਹਾਂ ਜਹਾਂ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤਹਾਂ ਤਹਾਂ ਰਚਿਆ ਰਿਆਏ ਦੇਗ ਤੇ ਫਤਿਹ ਬਿਰਧ ਕੀ ਪੈ ਪੰਥ ਕੀ ਜੀ श्री सहज जी सहाय खालसे जी के बोल वाले बोलो जी वाहिगुरु सिखानो सिखीदान के स्थान
Now, as we get you all of these images coming in, let me also introduce, it's our absolute privilege to be joined here on India Today by, in fact, Mr. Johan Dietrich, Jan Warner, who's joining us on this broadcast. He was part of the European Space Agency, the 7th ESA Director General. Mr. Warner, thank you for joining us on India Today. I don't think many of our viewers know about the important role that the ESA, the NASA is also doing in helping us here at ISRO. So first of all, thank you to the European Space Agency. Can you just explain for us exactly how the ESA is also helping in the Chandrayaan 3 mission?
So first of all, I would like really to congratulate you to reach the moon, and I hope, of course, for a full successful mission. So ESA, the European Space Agency, has a worldwide tracking instruments called ISTRAC. And with that, we helped also ISRO and the Chandrayaan 3 to really find its way to the moon and also for the successful landing. And as you mentioned already, also NASA is participating in this mission. And therefore, I believe it's not only a success for India, it's not only for India to be proud of Indian things, but it's also that we from the world, we are looking to India at this time. And we really think that this mission, Chandrayaan 3, is an achievement for the worldwide cooperation in space.
Could you elaborate a bit more on that, Mr. Warner? If we see, that successful landing happening in just a few hours from now on the south pole of the moon, what does this really mean for the world? What kind of exploration are we talking about? How is a soft landing on the south pole of the moon really helping in, space exploration globally?
The moon is something like an archive of the Earth. It most probably was formed by an impact of another body with the Earth. And therefore, as the moon has no flowers, no animals, it is something like a museum or an archive of the Earth. And we can use scientific investigations on the surface of the moon to understand better of the Earth. And another thing is, My hope is since several years to create something like a moon village, which is not a settlement of normal people, but it's a research station on the surface of the moon. And for that, we need resources. And the south pole of the moon has water, as we know, and therefore water can be used, of course, as a drinking medium, but it also can be used to produce hydrogen and oxygen. And therefore, I believe to go close to the south pole of the moon is a very important achievement if this is successful. And then the world can use it by cooperating in what I call the Moon Village, a research station on the surface of the moon, beyond all the earthly issues we have between the different countries. So therefore, your mission, the Indian mission, is a very important step forward for global cooperation.
Mr. Warner, also, when we talk about the South Pole of the Moon, is it trickier to land on the South Pole than in other parts of the lunar surface? Why is it that we've not really seen any soft landings there so far?
Yes. If you look to the moon during night, what do you see? You see a flat part of the moon, which is the side of the moon which is directed toward Earth. And these are the places where former missions landed. So, for instance, also Apollo 11 landed on this side of the moon. The far side of the moon and the poles of the moon are very rough terrain. So it's really difficult to find a nice place to land over there. And therefore, it's very difficult. And therefore, I cross my fingers for the mission. And the south pole of the moon is also interesting because what we believe is that water is at the south pole of the moon in some deep craters. And therefore, I hope really that Chandrayaan and Vikram, especially Vikram, can land on the surface and send out also the tiny rover to investigate what is happening on close to the south pole of the moon. It's a very interesting location.
You know, you join a billion Indians here, Mr. Warner, when you say we really hope that Chandrayaan 3 makes that soft landing on the south pole of the moon. Besides space exploration, what really this means for exploring the moon and identifying all of the resources available on the lunar surface, Mr. Warner, where do you think a successful Chandrayaan 3 mission will really put India in the global space race?
So the resources of the moon should not be there to bring them back to Earth. That's not the idea. To use the resources of the moon for people and for robots working on the surface of the moon, that's the important point. And ISRO is already, during the last years, it's part of the international community of space explorers. And therefore, I believe this Chandrayaan 3 mission and Vikram is an important step also to be part of the global community. And therefore, I believe and I hope that we are talking about space and future beyond all earthly borders. Astronauts already say the Earth is so beautiful and they don't see any border. So let's work together on the surface of the moon and in space without all these problems we have on Earth.
My final question to you, Mr. Warner, and I know you're in a tearing hurry, but I just have to ask you this. You know, when we see this kind of information that the ESA, NASA are all on board helping ISRO, I can't help but wonder, is there any competition between these organizations in, you know, space exploration?
Okay, you see, very clear. Competition is a driver for innovation. We know that competition leads us all the day, not only in sports, but in any dimension. But at the same time, cooperation is an enabler. In cooperation, we can do things together which we cannot do alone. And Chandrayaan 3 is a good example for that. You are cooperating with the Americans, you are cooperating with the Europeans, and maybe with even more in the future. So therefore, Chandrayaan 3 is a good example for cooperation and competition at the same time.
Very, very well put, Mr. Warner. I appreciate you taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. Thank you very much once again from all of us here in India to the ESA for all the help and support that you're lending also in tracking Chandrayaan 3 from the very date of its launch. We'll continue getting you more such voices because, you know, there are so many intricate, interesting details that we don't know about how ISRO's really pulled off this mission, about what it's taken for the last 40 days to become a reality, and what it's taken for us to come to this moment, the culmination of it all. the landing of Chandrayaan 3 on the moon. And as I said, there are a billion hopes riding on this, billion prayers that are pouring in for Chandrayaan 3. Let's get you a glimpse of all of the images coming in from across the country of people sending across their wishes to the ISRO scientists.
Faith, science, a billion hopes, and a nation in anticipation. As Chandrayaan 3 gets set for its tryst with the moon, India is on the edge of its seats. From puja in Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh to a yagna in Karnataka's Vijaypura. To namaz in Lucknow. From Lord Shiva to Hanuman and Allah, from old to young, India's historic mission has brought its people together in praying for its success, all hoping for Vikram's safe landing.
यहाँ पे हम प्रे करने आए हैं कि चंद्रयान 3 अच्छे से सेफली मून पे लैंड हो जाए.
India's historic movement has everyone riveted. Children across schools are aiming for the moon. Others are dressing up like Chandrama.
हम लोग इसरो के नए रॉकेट क्राफ्ट चंद्रयान 3 को प्रेयर्स देने आए हैं कि वो सक्सेसफुली मून के ऊपर लैंड कर जाए.
Chandrayaan 3 has ignited Indian minds like never before. From art to song and dance, all are moonstruck. A never-before-seen celestial collision of science and spirit. With a million prayers and grit, the moon is surely ours. With Akshita Nandagopal in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
कदमों की आहटें कल के सपने पूरे करो आज रहो एक कदम आगे तमिलनाडु मर्केंटाइल बैंक के साथ.
India's latest moon mission, Chandrayaan 3, carries with it the nation's pride.
The blood, the sweat, the tears, the emotion, the joy, the exhilaration. As a billion-strong nation prays for the soft landing of Vikram lander.
India counts down to its moment in history. Join us as we cheer for Chandrayaan.
The clock ticked, and at exactly 2:43 p.m. on 22nd July 2019, India took a giant leap to the moon.
समय आप स्क्रीन पे देख रहे हैं 2 S-200 रॉकेट प्लस 5 सेकंड दोनों का प्रज्वलन हो गया है.
For the second time, Indian Space Research Organization created history by the successful launch of Chandrayaan 2.
L-110 engine started. अभी अनाउंस किया गया है कि L-110 जो कि हमारा दूसरा मुख्य रॉकेट है उसका इग्निशन हो गया है, उसके दोनों इंजन प्रज्वलित हो गए हैं.
This was India's second mission to the moon after the successful voyage of Chandrayaan in 2008.
Ignition sequence normal and liftoff normal.
GSLV Mk3 blasted off to space carrying a Land Rover, orbiter and a lander with a speed of 11 kilometers per second from the Satish Dhawan Space Research Center in Sriharikota.
It is the beginning of a historical journey of India towards moon and to land at a place near South Pole to carry out scientific experiments to explore unexplored.
Within minutes, Chandrayaan 2 was successfully placed into the Earth's orbit. As the space vehicle beamed back a perfect report card, Indian space scientists at Mission Control erupted with joy.
7.4 kilometers and the velocity was nearly 140. So the Vikram lander has successfully completed the rough braking phase.
The mission was expected to take 48 days in total to land its rover Pragyan on the south pole of the moon, roughly on 14th September 2019.
మాకు మెయిన్ రైవల్ ఎవరిని కూడా మేము అనుకోవడం లేదు. వాస్తవంగా చెప్పానంటే 95 to 105 మధ్య మేమే గెలుస్తాం అనుకుంటే రైవల్ ఏం తెచ్చిందండి.
Assembly elections in Telangana are yet to be announced, but CMK Chandrasekhar Rao is first off the block. The BRS chief has already released a list of candidates to be fielded in 115 out of the total 119 constituencies, giving his party the first mover advantage.
Party decided and I am contesting. What is the objection for you?
KCR is facing a double challenge this time. He is fighting both BJP and Congress, which are hoping to encash anti-incumbency against the BRS. He lashed out at both rivals on Monday when he released the list.
Confidently, it's a joke of the century. I can only say that it's a joke of the century.
The BJP, which sees Telangana as a potential growth state, taunted KCR for contesting from 2 seats. The Congress claims KCR is scared of losing the elections.
తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ప్రజలు చంద్రశేఖరరావు సిట్టింగ్లందరూ సీట్లు ఇవ్వకపోవడం, గజ్వేల్తో పాటు కామారెడ్డిలో పోటీ చేస్తున్నాడంటే చంద్రశేఖరరావు గారి గొంతులో భయము, ఓటమి స్పష్టంగా కనిపించింది. నిన్న సూర్యాపేటలో బహిరంగ సభలో మాటలు.
Meanwhile, hours after BRS released the list, a BRS MLA broke down in front of party workers after he was denied ticket. Interestingly, the BRS is neither a member of NDA or the opposition's Grand Alliance India. and insists that 2024 remains a focus point. In 2018, KCR had advanced state elections, catching the opposition by surprise, giving his party the early mover advantage. The move also neutralized the Modi factor that would have come into play if polls were held along with Lok Sabha polls. While announcing candidate list many weeks in advance, similarly, click for KCR. With Abdul Bashir and Apurva Jayachandran, Bureau Report, India Today.
So as we come down to the landing of Vikram on the south pole of the moon, you're joining us live here on India Today for our rolling coverage. Just a few hours to go now. I know that this particular countdown, I can't wait for it to get over because all of us are impatient right now for the lander to touch down the south pole of the moon. Let's talk about what happens after. 2 hours or so after lander Vikram safely touches down on the surface of the moon, it will release rover Pragyan. Pragyan, named because it means in Sanskrit wisdom and supreme intelligence, will then roam around the surface of the south pole of the moon, untouched so far, to get us data, to get us details, evidence of what lies there. And if there's water, any sort of form of water, particularly in a frozen form, on the south pole of the moon. Interestingly, while the Pragyan goes around, it's going to leave a mark of India on the soil. And I mean that literally, because it'll leave an indelible mark of two things, the ISRO logo and the Ashoka emblem on the lunar surface.
Vikram will prepare for rover Pragyan to carry out its mission right after the successful landing on the south pole of the moon. The rover will then conduct in situ chemical analysis of the lunar surface. As it starts to move, it will leave an indelible mark of India on the lunar surface. The back wheels of the rover have logos of ISRO and Ashoka's line emblem. They are not on the same wheels, so the two parallel imprints on one side will create the ISRO logo and the other will mark the Ashoka's line emblem. India has already left its mark on the moon during the Chandrayaan-1 mission in 2008. On 14 November 2008, the Moon Impact Probe separated from the Chandrayaan-1 orbiter and struck the South Pole in a controlled manner. And with that, India became the fourth country to place its flag insignia on the moon, near the crater Shackleton. The location of impact was named Jawahar Point. Nearly 15 years later, Pragyan, with a lifespan of 1 lunar day or 14 Earth days, is all set for a much bigger leap. With 26 kilogram mass, 50 watt power and 2 payloads. It will make history for ISRO by demonstrating a rover roving on lunar surface, carrying out qualitative and quantitative elemental analysis to derive the chemical composition. For mineralogical composition of the South Pole lunar surface. This is critical for mineral and chemical finding, as well as for ISRO's future manned moon mission, Gaganyaan.
And let me take this across now to Himanshu Gautam, astronomer at Space India. Mr. Himanshu Gautam, thank you very much for joining us here in India Today. The last leg of the countdown that we're on, and I'm sure every Indian right now is glued to their television screens, hoping for some positive news coming in from ISRO. We just played out a report on the Pragyan rover, and I think not enough is spoken about the rover because everyone's so busy focusing on lander Vikram. Can you tell us, some details about the rover and what kind of equipment it's really equipped with right now that will help us survey, research the moon like never before. Mr. Gautam, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, before that, let's
ये बेनती है कि साउथ पोल पर सफल लैंडिंग हो, उसके लिए हम सब एकत्रित हुए। कोई और राजनीतिक इसमें सवाल ना करें, गुरुद्वारे की जगह है। बस मैं आपको कहूंगा कि फिर पुरी साहब आपके पास आएंगे, धन्यवाद करने इसी स्थान पे आएंगे, फिर हम आपसे बात करेंगे।
Okay, so brief comment there by Hardeep Puri. We'll play that out for you in full and his message to the ISRO team. Let me take this back across to Mr. Himanshu Gautam. Mr. Gautam, just before we were interrupted by that live input, I was asking you about the rover Pragyan, and if you could give us some details of the kind of equipment that it has on board.
Okay, so can you please speak a little louder? I couldn't hear you. I'm really sorry.
No problem, Mr. Gautam. I was asking you about rover Pragyan and the kind of equipment that it has.
Okay, so today, as we all know, that Vikram is going to land on the surface of the moon about 6 p.m. And after that, few hours after the landing of a lander, the Vikram lander, the rover will come out on the surface. Okay, so it will take a few hours so that the dust, the lunar dust, which is going to be there, is going to be there, so it needs to settle down after a point. So then the rover will come out, and it has to basically two instruments. That one is laser breakdown induced spectroscope, and another is X-ray alpha particle spectrometer. So basically, it is going to be there, and it is going to study the soil of our moon. Okay, what component it has, what is the quantity of each element. If we are carrying out, if we are taking a piece, if we are taking a sample of the moon surface, so we are checking what element it has, what components are available, if water is present, that we have confirmed through Chandrayaan-1, what form of a water is present. So this is the first time that we are launching and we are landing on the south pole of the moon, which have never been explored by any mission so far. So this is the first time that we will be seeing what all elements, what all water molecules are all there in that on that surface of the moon, and this will be checked with the instrument that we have on the rover as well as the instrument which are present on the lander. So after the landing, that both the lander will take the photograph of a rover, and rover is going to take photograph of a lander. So this will be a first selfie from the moon that we are going to receive today.
Oh, that's a very interesting update that you told us. A very interesting anecdote there, because you're telling us that they'll be the first selfie of Vikram lander and rover Pragyan. That's very interesting, and we look forward to that. I also want to take this quickly across to Paul. Paul, we did speak to you about how this has inspired so many youngsters to talk and learn more about space. But what to you, and as we count down, to the soft landing, what to you is the biggest takeaway from this mission?
Well, see, there's going to be a lot of impacts across different spheres, right? We all know what the scientific impact of this mission is going to be, but there is a bigger geopolitical scenario here where space travel is going to become extremely commoditized over the next 50 years, and we're going to have policies which are going to be determined. So who are the people who are going to determine the policies? It is going to be space powers, and this is one of the ways in which India can assert itself as a space power. Being everything which you've said, right? One of the 3 countries to do this, one of the 4 countries to reach there, and so on. These are the things which actually make India a big player on the table. There is an economic aspect to the whole thing. We are already outsourcing our launch capabilities to a lot of countries. Who knows, when lunar landing becomes a thing, India would be one of those experts in landing on the moon. So that would be another economic aspect of the whole thing.
Correct.
But again, coming back to the whole thing, it's the whole social aspect to it, right? Where people are inspired to do new things basis what these successes are. and they drive conversation and they drive interest, and that becomes passion and then careers and so on. That's exactly what we're looking forward to with something as simple as one instance where an engineered device actually lands on the
You're
surface.
right. You're right when you talk about this having a social impact as well. And I think it's so multi-layered when you talk about Chandrayaan 3 and the kind of impact that it has, not just locally, not just in India, but globally as well. I'd like to also play out for you a very, very interesting conversation. If you're wondering exactly what the landing process is going to be like, we had with us former ISRO scientist, one of the pioneers really of the space movement in India, Professor Y.S. Rajan. And we will get you, in fact, that conversation. But let's get you the first images that are coming in from ISRO headquarters. These are the first update right now, the first images from inside that we're getting you. I'll be going in just a few moments from now, so I'll be witnessing it firsthand as well. But in the meanwhile, these are images that we're receiving since really yesterday. And you've got all the scientists sitting at their stations, looking carefully at what's happening. I'm sure they're also extremely excited, but you see a sense of confidence. You see that they're all extremely calm as they're working at their stations, no doubt tracking every minute detail on lander Vikram. They know full well, better than any of us, I imagine, what the impact of the next 4 hours really will be. And the 15 minutes of terror, they're fully prepared for that. At this stage, they still have some control. Commands have been sent across from this very mission control center. I'm just a few meters away from there. But all of these scientists busy at work, they've made this possible. They've made this lunar dream of ours truly come true at this point. And as we get you these images of these scientists working hard, let me tell you that at this point, they've all set to go ahead and start off the ALS, which is the automated leading sequence. That will kick in at about 5:45. 15 minutes is when everything is automated. For the moment, at about 9:45 this morning, we got the confirmation that the commands have been sent across to, in fact, the lander Vikram. The commands have been confirmed, sent across, and at this point it will be all about how the lander really goes ahead with that soft landing, how Vikram does it with all the tech, with all the work that our ISRO scientists have put in. First images that we're getting to you for, ladies and gentlemen, from inside the ISRO headquarters, where all of our scientists, all of our heroes who made this moment possible are seated hard at work. I imagine they've had a sleepless night or two waiting for this moment. For the last 40 days, actually for the last many years, they've toiled day in and day out for this exact moment. 2019, since then, Chandrayaan 3 has been in the works. And now the next few hours will essentially determine what comes of that hard work. I'm not going to say that Chandrayaan 2 at any point was a failure, considering that the orbiter even today is helping with the Chandrayaan 3 mission. So even at this stage, the ISRO scientists know full well that the fact that Chandrayaan 3 has made it so close to the moon is by itself a huge accomplishment, and one that will help them in the missions going forward as well. But with a soft landing, what does that pave the way for? It paves the way for these very scientists, for this very team, to then take it forward with other missions as well. It sets the stage for a Gaganyaan, for a Mangalyaan, for the Aditya, which is to do with the sun as well. All of that is dependent on this mission, and that's something these ISRO scientists know very well. I imagine that there is an air of excitement currently in the mission control complex, but also there will, I'm sure, be a tinge of nerves, which is expected, considering that all of their years' hard work and the determination of whether that was successful or not will be made in the next few hours. We've been covering this entire Chandrayaan 3 journey, that we feel like we're part of the ISRO family now, and that we share their emotions, we share their sentiments, we share the nervousness, we share the excitement as well. And I'm sure you've seen that also in all of the images that we've shown you in the last few hours of the prayers, the messages, the well wishes that are poured in for our ISRO family. And that's exactly what it's about, the sense of togetherness that this space journey has brought for us. Multi-layered contributions, really, that Chandrayaan 3 has brought to us as a country and globally. These scientists are being watched by some of the best in space tech, by some of the best in the space industry very closely. Why? Because what they will accomplish in the next few hours will turn around the exploration of the lunar surface, will turn on its head everything we know about the moon. Imagine this, while we've seen since 1966 to today so many moon missions, never have we seen a landing or exploration for that matter of the south pole of the moon. And now finally we're going to see that courtesy of our very own scientists. So NASA and ESA, all of them are going to be watching this very closely. They're all rooting for us. I got you that segment just a few moments ago where we showed you of how the ESA, which is the European Space Agency, and NASA are working on providing all possible help at this point. Shivarur is going to take this forward with you while I make my way inside the ISRO headquarters to catch a glimpse of our ISRO scientists hard at work. Shiv, good afternoon. First images coming in from the ISRO headquarters. I'll join you in just a few moments from inside.
Akshita is headed inside the ISRO headquarters. It doesn't get bigger than that because that's the war room. That's the place from where everything is being monitored. All the screens you see, the men and the women, the scientists who make up Team ISRO and specifically Team Chandrayaan 3 are in there. They've been there for days together. Very little time for any real rest. They've all had a good night's sleep last night, we're told, because today is going to be a really long and taxing day. Now, if you're feeling nervous, viewer, imagine what the atmosphere is like inside the ISRO headquarters. Akshita will be joining us in just a few minutes from inside this particular war room. She'll have access to some of those scientists as well. The 3-hour countdown now officially begins. We're beginning a no breaks broadcast, viewer. That's right. No breaks on our broadcast. So you miss absolutely nothing between now and the touchdown of Vikram on the surface of the moon. Right now, we're taking a very quick break. On the other side, 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. non-stop, no breaks broadcast begins. Stay with us.
कदमों की आहटें कल के सपने पूरे करो आज रहो एक कदम आगे तमिलनाडु मर्केंटाइल बैंक के साथ
वास्तव में अंतरिक्ष में है तो क्या वैसी ही हालत है या कुछ अलग लग रहा है?
India's pride soars high.
ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है आपको?
मैं बगैर किसी झिझक के कह सकता हूँ कि सारे जहां से अच्छा.
Astronaut Rakesh Sharma becomes the first Indian to explore the celestial realm in a joint space mission with what was then Soviet Union.
जरूरत से ज्यादा खा रहे हैं हम.
But the country achieved its first astronomical feat much before in 1963. Nike Apache, a 2-stage sounding rocket imported from the United States, blasted off from a fishing village near Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. Over the last 6 decades, India's space program has evolved enormously. From launch vehicles for satellites, INSATs for telecom, broadcasting, meteorology, remote sensing for satellite imagery, to research and development in space. From Aryabhat, a satellite designed and fabricated indigenously and launched from a Soviet rocket in 1975, to now on course to reach the moon and become the first country to explore its south pole.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
15 years ago, India's first moon mission performed a detailed search of evidence of water and chemical composition of certain lunar rocks. The sky is the limit for the country's space ambitions. India's first space-based mission to study the sun. Aditya L1 nearing its launch date by the end of August or early September. ISRO working on the Gaganyaan mission, India's first manned space flight program. Blazing its way through the Earth's final frontier, India establishes itself as a space power and a master of space engineering.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Faith, science, a billion hopes, and a nation in anticipation. As Chandrayaan 3 gets set for its tryst with the moon, India is on the edge of its seats. From puja in Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh to a yagna in Karnataka's Vijaypura. To namaz in Lucknow. From Lord Shiva to Hanuman and Allah, from old to young, India's historic mission has brought its people together in praying for its success, all hoping for Bikram's safe landing.
यहाँ पे हम प्रे करने आए हैं कि चंद्रयान 3 अच्छे से सेफली मून पे लैंड हो जाए.
India's historic movement has everyone riveted. Children across schools are aiming for the moon. Others are dressing up like Chandrama.
हम लोग इसरो के नए रॉकेट क्राफ्ट चंद्रयान 3 को प्रेयर्स देने आए हैं कि वो सक्सेसफुली मून के ऊपर लैंड कर जाए.
Chandrayaan 3 has
around the world has, at least a comparable degree of anticipation about the success of Chandrayaan 3. Thanks very much, Jonathan. We'll connect with you again in a few hours from now. But back to the celebrations, the jashan, the namaz, the prayers, the puja, all across the country is non-stop. It started early this morning and it simply isn't stopping. Samarth is with us from Lucknow. Suryagni is in a temple in Kolkata, I presume. Suryagni, what's happening there? Non-stop prayers, non-stop spirituality. The science is taken care of. Now the spirituality is also being invoked by people across the country. What's happening where you are?
There are pictures of Chandrayaan over here, and the puja is constantly on. It's happening for a while now, sir, and these people will continue it till the landing happens. What we do, we try and speak to some of the folks over here. कब तक पूजा करेंगे आप लोग?
लैंडिंग नाउ for Chandrayaan 3.
अच्छा, so you heard it says that as and when until the landing happens and a successful landing happens, the puja will be on. It's not this particular temple where the prayers have been on ever since morning. It was a pretty gloomy.
I'm just going to reconnect with you because the audio is a little poor, so I want our viewers to get the absolute best. So we'll reconnect with you in just about 15 seconds. Let me go across to Samarth, who's with me in Lucknow. Samarth, I saw a lot of tirangas behind you. What's going on where you are?
See, Shiv, it's the moon mission for India. All eyes are on Chandrayaan 3, and schools, colleges all over UP also are celebrating this moment, a historic moment. I am present at the AIM College of Lucknow. First, you see the visuals out here with the children, with the students out here waving the Indian national flag out here. They are in full of enthusiasm and singing patriotic songs as well. As you will be seeing out here, the visuals and even the LED screens, the projectors have been erected out here, which are showing the visuals out here, the Chandrayaan 3, and the students out here are singing the patriotic songs. I would ask the cameraman to pan the camera out here.
ये गुलसिता हमारा हमारा सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्ता हमारा हमारा सारे जहां से अच्छा.
If you are seeing all these visuals out here, I'm also being joined by a lot of professors, the principals out here. So tell me, what are the arrangements out here and how you are skillfully telling the students about this particular project?
All right. The matter of fact that we are delighted to witness this moment does not even begin to quantify real joy, because the mission that started 40 days back in Sriharikota, now we are about to witness its soft landing on the moon.
How students are excited, because you are also erected the projectors out.
So the students have been extremely excited, and they have been preparing with their props, and also have been updating their information. So as you can see in this smart theater, they have assembled since morning, and they are constantly...
Let's speak to the students also. Shiv, you should see the visuals out here. How excited you guys are today?
We are so excited about it, and we are all together here to celebrate this.
Do you expect Chandrayaan 3 to be landing today?
Yes, sir, we are very excited, and I feel so proud as being an Indian. We are getting this opportunity, and it will be a very historic moment for our India to be like we are reaching to the moon, and it's very proud for me.
Okay. We saw that how Chandrayaan 2, despite various, but this time it's again Chandrayaan 3. So how excited you are and how you are thinking?
We are very excited because it is the third attempt, I think, and from being an agricultural sector, from being a country which is great in agriculture to being an IT hub, it is very great.
So let's talk to the boys as well. So how excited you guys are, because it's the rover, the lander, everything is around. What do you know about Chandrayaan?
We are very excited for it, and it is a proud moment for us for being it. And we give congratulations.
And we are happy to see that. And we are proud to our country, and
Shiv, you saw the visuals out here, and let's again go to that the melodious, the patriotic voice of this particular thing.
आपस में बैर रखना मजहब नहीं सिखाता आपस में बैर रखना हिंदी है हम हिंदी है हम हिंदी है हम वतन है हिंदुस्ता हमारा हमारा सारे जहां से अच्छा.
So you saw the visuals out here, and the way these students are waving the Indian national flag, you can see.
And I love the fact, Samat, I love the fact that they're singing Sare Jahan Se Acha. There isn't a greater song or a more fitting song for an occasion like this. Remember, Sare Jahan Se Acha were the words uttered by Rakesh Sharma, India's first man in space, when he looked down at India, when Prime Minister Indira Gandhi at that time asked him how India looks from space. He had said the same words that these children you just heard had said, Sare Jahan Se Acha. I want to also bring in, more people from civil society who have a stake in astronomy and India's space programs. Aryan Mishra is the founder of a startup called Astroscape, which is a citizens' initiative towards more citizen involvement in science in the country. He's an amateur astronomer as well. Aryan, welcome. Good to have you. How excited are you? What's your mood like today ahead of the Chandrayaan 3?
It's actually incredible, to be honest, because we space enthusiasts, this is something which is going to begin a new era of science. When I talk about new era, technically, I'm more elaborative. It's more about knowing ourselves only. The research which will be carried out by the Chandrayaan 3 at the South Pole is something that we are trying to discover the water ice. We are trying to work in a more elaborative manner, understanding about through different payloads which are already on Vikram and Pragyan rover to understand more about the celestial bodies of the solar system. and to understand how these bodies have formed in the universe, even in the solar system. This gives us more closer view of how the past has what all in the past has happened. So this mission gives us a more closer view of about all things in the solar system and about ourselves only. So
Incredible.
It's absolutely great.
So there could be an origin story, arising from what we actually learned from this particular mission. Aryan, also, the vagaries and the unpredictability of space missions, came as a very harsh reminder to us just a few days ago when the Lunar 25, craft failed during its attempted soft landing on the moon. And that has come it's been reported in different ways, but it's something that has only reminded the world that all these decades after humans first set foot on the moon or set a craft on the moon, this is still a very difficult enterprise. These are extremely complicated missions, and no matter how many times countries have done them, they continue to be difficult, and those 15 minutes of terror will never change.
Yeah, absolutely. I technically believe because see, it's all about exploration of space. Even if the Russian spacecraft which has failed, but their data set is very important. We have learned because the landing of Chandrayaan 3, where it's exactly landing near the Mazinus crater on the moon, we have learned about that crater and where to land through the data of Chandrayaan 2 of the orbiter data which belongs from the Chandrayaan 2. So we have come out to a conclusion that there can be a safe placer to land Chandrayaan 3 exactly at this place. So Lunar 25 data of Russia is going to help in the future missions. This Chandrayaan 3 will be extremely helpful for China's Chang'e 5 and Artemis mission of NASA, because both of them are planning to go on South Pole. So everything, the science revolves around science. So nothing is like, that the money went into waste. It's all about exploration. We went to India big. Yeah.
No, please finish your point.
Yeah. Like India went to Mars at the first attempt because we have learned from the failures of other spacecraft which have tried to go to the Mars.
Yeah.
So it's all about learning and unlearning. You keep moving forward in space. Science never fails. Science always succeeds.
I'm really glad that an expert like you, Aryan, has said this, because just 30 minutes ago I said the same thing, that there is no such thing as a failed mission. Each mission flows into the other. In many ways, in terms of data, in terms of learnings, each space mission fuels the other, and that's the reason why I take great exception when Chandrayaan 2 is described as a failure. It wasn't a failure. I was there in Bengaluru. I'd spoken to the scientists there as well. No part of it. The last objective was not met, but that does not mean that there were gargantuan learnings that have in many ways informed and bettered Chandrayaan 3. So something that is so useful not just to the Indian space program, but to space programs everywhere else in the world can by no means be described as a failure. And in the same way, Lunar 25 can't be described as a failure because, like you rightly said, the learnings from there will make some other future program just that little bit better, and therefore it cannot be called a failure. Aryan, really appreciate it. Good talking to you. All the best with Astroscape. We'll keep connecting with you as we get closer to the landing of Vikram on the lunar surface. For the moment, I'm going back to the Jashan celebrations because they're coming in from everywhere. They're deafening celebrations, and we are most certainly not going to ignore them. The Ram temple, there's a famous Ram Mandir in Kolkata where Suryagni is standing by. Suryagni, I hope you can hear me because earlier I think the noise was so great that you couldn't hear me. Take it away, Suryagni. A big puja happening at that Ram Mandir in Kolkata.
Well, absolutely, Shiv. We are showing you live visuals. People are here. We were, witnessing how these people were praying ever since morning. They were chanting slow. They were chanting hymns and with the tricolor in their hand. There are pictures of Chandrayaan as well. We can see laddus over here as well. Which has been offered for puja and which will be given out to everyone who's in and around this particular area. We'll try and speak to the youngsters who are over here as well. कब तक चलेगी आप लोगों की पूजा?
हम सब की पूजा तब तक चलेगी जब तक सक्सेसफुल लैंडिंग चंद्रयान 3 की ना हो. ठीक है, हम तो चाहते हैं चंद्रयान 3 की सक्सेसफुल लैंडिंग हो.
So we'll ask other people as well. There are seniors as well. दादा ये पूछेंगे कि लड्डू इतने ही हैं या फिर जब लैंडिंग होगा और लड्डू मंगवाएंगे?
बगल में दुकान है, बहुत सारे, और आज हम लोग को हर्षोल्लास की बात है 6:05 में चंद्रमा पे हम लोग चंद्रयान 3 का लैंडिंग, सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग होगा। यही हम लोग ये महादेव जी की मंदिर है और ये सावन का ये हम लोग का पवित्र महीना चल रहा है और महादेव जी से यही हम लोग की प्रार्थना है कि चंद्रयान 3 का सफल पूर्वक लैंडिंग हो।
So this is what, we can understand the emotions over here, which are, soaring extremely high as, Chandrayaan's flight, and everyone, irrespective of wherever that person is throughout the country, we want a very safe landing of Chandrayaan, so that, we go on to make history, and we hope that we go on to make history. That is something that these people, you and I, everyone wants. Shiv, back to you.
Thanks very much for that live report from the Ram Temple in Kolkata. I want to quickly play out for a report. Now, viewer, we are less than 2.5 hours till touchdown on the lunar surface. What those final moments are going to be like, the 15 minutes of terror before the actual touchdown takes place on the moon's surface. Watch this report. It explains it and breaks it down perfectly for you, so you understand what you're going to be looking at once our live coverage of the live data begins at 5:20 p.m. Watch this report. The Indian Space Research Organization has successfully reduced the orbit of the Chandrayaan 3 mission's lander module Vikram on Sunday. Vikram is on its own journey towards the lunar surface now. Equipped with 4 landing legs and 4 landing thrusters of 800 newtons of force each, Vikram is designed for a soft landing on the moon. It carries within it a rover named Pragyan. Chandrayaan 3 is largely a replica of its predecessor, Chandrayaan 2. Chandrayaan 2 was launched in July 2019 in the form of an orbiter and a lander Vikram bearing a rover Pragyan. Vikram entered into orbit around the moon, but the surface mission failed in September 2019. The lander Vikram crashed instead of executing a slow descent. ISRO later identified a problem. Based on it this time, ISRO has strengthened the lander's legs, lowered its minimum thrust, enhanced the availability of power, and upgraded the landing sequence to a soft landing. The Vikram lander is currently traveling at about 25 kilometers above the lunar surface at a speed of 6,000 kilometers per hour. From this, it needs to come down to a speed of 1 meter per second within seconds. It then further needs to make a sharp 90-degree turn as it starts moving away from its orbit. ISRO will need to make some major adjustments at very quick, almost breakneck speeds. To achieve a successful landing, Chandrayaan 3 has lander hazard detection and avoidance cameras that will be used to coordinate with the orbiter and mission control as the lander makes its careful descent approach to the surface of the moon. Vikram, the lander module, also carries Laser Retroreflector Array or LRA. It would carry out a passive experiment to understand the dynamics of the moon system. Once the soft landing is achieved, the rover Pragyan will be deployed on the lunar surface on the South Pole to carry out its own research to find evidence of water molecules.
So we are going to measure it for the first time. What is the kind of profile that will be existing? So you have a probe that will be inserted into the lunar regolith. We will penetrate up to around 10 centimeter for probing. Actually, 14 centimeter, including the tip. The tip will be actually aiding us to penetrate. So 10 centimeter of the lunar surface will be probe. Temperature will be measured. And basically, it will give you the conductivity. This regolith can be a building block for future space bases, lunar bases.
Chandrayaan 3 is the third installment of the Chandrayaan series and represents India's second attempt to achieve a soft landing on the moon's surface. So far, only 3 countries have successfully landed spacecraft on the airless lunar world. Failure of the recent Russian moon mission has put the limelight back on India's Chandrayaan 3. Now remember, there are very many complex technologies that make up the Vikram lander. There is a 15 minutes of terror that the scientists will have to navigate before that landing actually happens. But there are also some basic physics and basic technologies that go into the landing mechanism of the Vikram lander. And I'm joined here by a person who APJ Abdul Kalam had called the drone man of India. So very happy and privileged to have Milind Raj with us. He's a very well-known, well-regarded scientist and researcher in the field of drones, robotics and things like that. So he's here in his element. As you can see, he's got a lovely little model of the Vikram lander also in his hand. Milind, what do you want to share with us about the landing mechanism?
Right. So today is the most interesting day in the history of our country, of course, because today we're going to create an example that the world will going to witness our technological success.
Yeah.
So this here, I have the Vikram lander. So now most of the people are very curious to understand that what exactly Vikram lander is going to do at 6 o'clock, maybe, or somewhere near about that time. So now this is a look-alike of a Vikram lander, a very close model to what the actual lander it looks like. So now I'm going to tell you what are the improvements compared to Chandrayaan 2, the Chandrayaan 3 lander, and what exactly this machine is going to do. It's full of complicated technological engineering. So basically, this is the final stage that we are now heading towards. And Vikram lander is powered by solar cells. So there are solar cells which is giving it power. So today, once this is going to make a vertical soft land. Now it is very important to understand what is a vertical. Right now, at this very second, this lander is orbiting in a horizontal form.
Right.
Like
with forward motion.
Yes, forward motion. So it's going something like this, in a horizontal line. The toughest thing is to bring it in a vertical axis like this.
So it has to turn completely 90 degrees.
Right. So right now, all 4 engines. So if you Google search any images of the lander, it looks somehow like this. So there are 4 engines beneath it. Now, right now, all 4 engines are on. So once we're going to bring it from horizontal to vertical, this axis, then only 2 engines will be put to action and rest 2 will be shut down. These 4 engines are going to assure that there is a maximum balance achieved once it's going to vertical land.
Right.
Because it is the most...
So it doesn't topple.
Right. And in case if it topples, then the mission might face another challenge. But I'm sure it's not going to happen. So these 4 engines are going to ensure that it lands vertically down on a soft land. So soft land is when it touches the moon surface softly, perhaps at a speed which is lesser than 10 kilometers per hour or something. So just imagine from a speed of 6,000 kilometers per hour all the way to 10 kilometers per hour, so nearly nothing. And that too in a place where there's no atmosphere. So you can't even have
big
those...
deceleration.
It is big de-boosting, de-acceleration. So, and that too you cannot have propellers like in helicopter because there's no atmosphere. You cannot have a parachute either. So now the rocket engines are going to ensure that it lands soft land and vertically. And once it lands, then what's the next step? Once it touches the moon surface...
Oh, the little baby comes out.
Yes. So now you can see the ramp will unveil itself. And once the ramp will come out, our super favorite Pragyan rover is going to come out.
6 wheels.
6-wheel robot, 3 each side, and this rover, which you call as Pragyan, is going to do all the exploration, is going to find the elements, minerals, and also the much awaited, like we're going to have some traces of frozen water on the moon surface.
He's the guy who's going to be sending back the pictures.
Of course, he's the guy, he's a friend. So now another question, what will happen to the lander once the rover is out? Is it of any use or is just like, something, another important thing? So the answer to this is that Pragyan, the rover, the robot, or we can say, is a device that will collect the data. It will send it to the lander, and now lander will send it to
beams that data back
to ISRO.
Right.
So lander, Pragyan, I mean the rover, the lander, and ISRO ground station control, satellites, the things we're going to receive, and all the antennas, huge dish-sized antennas. All 3 will be synchronized and communicated with each other. So this is the thing which we are going to experience and witness today at 6:04. Now there's another condition. What if we didn't land successfully today? So suppose First of all, yeah, but ISRO claims that we have the best of the fail-safe technology in it.
Right.
So even during the worst-case scenario, we'll make a landing, and we're going to make a soft landing because there are certain major improvements. First of all, if you closely look at the lander, the Vikram, you see there are 4 legs here.
Yes.
These are known as landing gears.
Right.
LG landing gears. This time we have better landing gears.
Okay.
Also, we have better engine. The rocket engines are much of a higher capacity.
And these are lessons learned from the last time.
From the Chandrayaan 2, correct. So we are very sure that we are not going to fail this time. We will land. And the challenge is there are a lot of cameras installed in the rover. So there are cameras beneath the rover which are going to take the pictures and to the most intended.
When does the rover come out after landing? How long after the landing will the rover be
see, now it depends. Once the lander touches down, and then we are going to decide that is it now okay to start with the rover mission, or we need to do some more exploration. So it's kind of thing which is in our control.
Okay, so the scientists will decide.
Right.
Okay.
So now what next is that one more important thing, both the rover, the robot or the Pragyan and the Vikram lander are powered by solar energy.
Right.
So if there is no sun, system will come to a halt.
Right. So it has to be charged. Yes. It has to work with the sun.
So we have a time of 14 days because one lunar day on the moon is equal to 14 days on our Earth. So we have plenty amount of time, and we are pretty sure. And the weight of the rover, one more thing I would like to mention. The rover is somewhere 26 kg in weight.
Okay.
The lander is somewhere around 1740 kg in weight.
Right.
The propulsion module, which has already left now, it has been detached, that weighs around somewhere 2,400 kilograms. But at this stage, we have a 26 kg rover and a 1,700 kg lander.
Amazing.
So this is it, and this is all the beautiful story of the very complicated technological engineering which India is going to witness.
You've also brought a drone here, Milind, and we wanted to know what you're going to demonstrate with that, since you are the drone man of India.
Right.
I would be amiss not to.
Right. So I got a drone here to explain you.
Okay. I'll hold that for you if you want.
Yes. So now let me come back here.
Yeah.
I was just mentioning about the 4 engines that the lander have. These 4 engines ensure there's a vertical land. These 4 engines are also going to ensure that from horizontal is going to come to a vertical stage.
Correct, right.
So now how these 4 engines are going to ensure that the axis is maintained to the best possible stability so that it doesn't topple.
Right.
Now let's assume these are rocket engines. And in a drone, they're also engines, but they're kind of electric motor engines. They're propellers, which are going to create the propulsion. Propulsion means something to push.
Yes.
When you push. So now I'm going to give you a demonstration.
Yeah.
You just hold
I'll
it
hold
like
that
this.
like that.
So now in a drone, so first I'll just explain you. I just want you to do a close up. So in a drone,
like the 4 engines.
Like
here,
the 4 engines, yes. So we have 4 engines here. These are electric motors. And for a demonstration purpose, I'm putting this.
Yes, absolutely.
So now you see how beautifully a drone maintains its vertical balance. So I'm going to take it off and I'm going to bring it to a certain height. Right. Now if you see, I hope my audio is clear. Now you see how stable this machine is. There are 4 engines. Now what if I try to push it, and how the system is going to again create an algorithm which will balance it.
Right.
So like, you see, even if I push it, you see, maintains it. Yeah, it maintains it. It creates a different kind of thrust. Like if I pull it from this side, the motor on this side, on the left side of us, is going to spin faster so that it creates more thrust. Similar thing in the rocket engine. So this is how we are achieving a vertical balance, you see. This is exactly what has to be done. So it's the closest and easiest example which I can present here. So this is a very small engineering compared to what lander.
No, but that's a great example because it demonstrates the basic physics of what they're looking at. Except that the circumstances are vastly different. Obviously, the stakes are much higher.
Of course.
And also the controls. Milind, we haven't been inside the control room obviously yet. Hopefully, we'll go in there a little later. I'm not assuming for a moment that the control of a drone is going to be the same as controlling the Vikram lander.
Two different
How complicated are would the control console for the Vikram actually look like?
Okay, so
how difficult would that be?
Right. So, of course, we have reached to a point when things are more autonomous.
Yeah.
There's a very complex AI system. Even the lander has AI. So there's a condition also defined. Suppose if the lander is unable to decide, because once it's going to come close to the moon surface, there's a problem of dust.
Right.
The dust might damage the sensors. There are different kind of anti-hazard sensor. There are different kind of optics, camera sensors.
Moon dust gets kicked up.
Moon dust might affect the sensors.
Okay.
So in this case, if we are not able to find out is it the right place for a yes or a no, then the lander itself, the AI will trigger in and it will decide the best possible space to land.
Fantastic.
And that's a beautiful piece of artificial intelligence.
Cutting edge.
Tech
Amazing.
engineering.
I think what you've painted for us here, Milind, is an absolutely a marvelous slice of science.
Of course.
I think it's very important for our viewers, to me personally, to the channel, that you've used such a simple example to demonstrate the basic fundamentals involved in this. There's no air, there's no atmosphere there, so the differences are there for people to understand.
And you also cannot use a propeller system like in helicopters or in drones.
Correct.
There's no atmosphere.
There's no
you
air.
cannot use parachute system. There's no atmosphere.
Absolutely. So incredible. Milind Raj, thank you very much for joining me. That was extremely illuminating. We're actually going to be equipped now to understand a whole lot better how these things actually work. A drone and the Vikram lander, one an analog of the other, similar in many ways, but so vastly different in how complicated one is versus the other. But science remains science. Milind, appreciate it. We'll keep coming back to you. As Milind said, this is going to be fail-safe. Whatever happens, there's going to be a landing. And I feel it's going to be a completely successful landing. The science is locked. The spirituality, as you saw from different places around the country, is continuing to pour in. And nothing could be better poised for Team Chandrayaan 3. We'll take a very, very short break, I promise. And we're right back with our live coverage here on India Today.
कदमों की आहटें कल के सपने पूरे करो आज रहो एक कदम आगे तमिलनाडु मर्केंटाइल बैंक के साथ
India's latest moon mission, Chandrayaan 3, carries with it the nation's pride.
The blood, the sweat, the tears, the emotion, the joy, the exhilaration. As a billion-strong nation prays for the soft landing of Vikram lander.
India counts down to its moment in history. Join us as we cheer for Chandrayaan.
Faith, science, a billion hopes, and a nation in anticipation. As Chandrayaan 3 gets set for its tryst with the moon, India is on the edge of its seats. From puja in Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh to a yagna in Karnataka's Vijaypura. To namaz in Lucknow. From Lord Shiva to Hanuman and Allah, from old to young, India's historic mission has brought its people together in praying for its success, all hoping for Vikram's safe landing.
यहाँ पे हम प्रे करने आए हैं कि चंद्रयान 3 अच्छे से सेफली मून पे लैंड हो जाए.
India's historic movement has everyone riveted. Children across schools are aiming for the moon. Others are dressing up like Chandrama.
हम लोग इसरो के नए रॉकेट क्राफ्ट चंद्रयान 3 की को प्रेयर्स देने आए हैं कि वो सक्सेसफुली मून के ऊपर लैंड कर जाए।
Chandrayaan 3 has ignited Indian minds like never before. From art to song and dance, all are moonstruck. A never before seen celestial collision of science and spirit. With a million prayers and grit, the moon is surely ours. With Akshita Nandagopal in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome to the India Today Science Center. We're now just about 2 hours from India's tryst with moon history. The lunar surface is just about 20 kilometers from the Vikram lander. 6:04 p.m. is the landing. 5:44 is when the automatic landing system kicks in, and we'll be bringing all of that to you live right here, the only channel that's continuing to stay live till the lander touches down. I'm Shiv. Thank you so much for being with me. I'm going to take you across to all our reporters at the ISRO headquarters in just a moment. First, as always, the headlines. Chandrayaan all set for its automated landing system to kick in shortly. ISRO lander to reach designated point at 5:44 p.m. ISRO releases first images of the command center where everything is being controlled. Final phase of the Chandrayaan 3 landing begins at 5:45 p.m., 25 kilometers from the moon surface. Tricky maneuvers for the next 15 minutes. We decode the 15 minutes of terror. A billion cheers as India is set to create history with this moon landing. Pujas, namaz, prayers across India for Chandrayaan 3's success. Union ministers also out there praying for a successful landing. As India eyes moon glory, Congress peddles fake news. Digvijay Singh talks about scientists at ISRO not being paid salaries. This was something that was fact-checked just a week ago.
समाचार पत्रों में खबरें आ रही कि जिन वैज्ञानिकों ने सब काम किया है उनकी 17 महीने से वेतन उनको नहीं मिल पाया है। इस बात का भी ध्यान प्रधानमंत्री को देना चाहिए।
And it isn't just Chandrayaan that's making news today. All eyes on our chess prodigy, Pragyananda, as he takes on world number 1 Magnus Carlsen at the Chess World Cup in Azerbaijan. The first game ended in a draw. It's on to the second game now. And only 2 hours to go now for India's moon landing. The Vikram lander is locked and loaded. Everything is going perfectly according to plan. 2 minutes, 2 hours and 4 minutes to go for that final touchdown on the moon's surface. 5:44 p.m. is when the auto landing system will engage, bringing the Vikram lander to its final approach configuration for a soft touchdown on the surface of the moon. 2 hours to go for history to be created for India and for the world. It will be the first landing on the south pole of the moon, which has not been explored by any mission so far. Akshita Nandagopal is at the ISRO headquarters in Bengaluru. where the command center is busy with activity with only 2 hours to go. This is a nail-biting moment that cannot be described. But all things, Akshita, are smooth sailing, everything going according to plan before those 15 minutes of terror. And even in that case, the scientists, with all the lessons from the last mission in 2019, believe that they have a much more robust, prepared and ready, lander for this mission.
Very true, Shiv. I'd say less than 2 hours, because at 5:20 is when the live streaming will begin. And here, as we stand in the ISRO headquarters, behind me is where we'll be getting you those images of the live streaming as it happens, because that's go time. That's the time when ISRO scientists then will be ensuring they do all their checks and balances to ensure we're fully ready for that soft landing. The 15 minutes of terror that you're referring to, Shiv, in all likelihood, from what I've seen really, and the pamphlets that ISRO has given us, looks like it's going to be 19 minutes of terror, starting at 5:45 or so, going up till 6:04 p.m. And in those 19 minutes, that's the time when ISRO scientists essentially will just watch what's happening, like us. Of course, they'll be tracking very closely, understanding a lot more of what we're seeing on our screens and the movement of the lander itself. But having said that, from 5:20, they'll be busy going ahead and giving commands to the lander. 5:45 onwards, they have absolutely nothing to do, because everything is completely automated. It's a system very clearly that's set in place, what they refer to as ALS, which is the automated landing sequence that's already been put in place. The commands have been given. Based on that, the commands that the scientists, that Team Chandrayaan has sent across right now to lander Vikram includes when the 4 engines should come on, when 2 of the thruster engines will be switched off, when 2 will be on. All of that with precise timing down to the second has already been sent across as a command to lander Vikram. So it's just about following a string of commands that ISRO has given. It's just about ensuring that their design, their tech, that they've been working on for the last many years so very hard and toiled over, all of that comes into place, fits in like a perfect puzzle. In which case, 6:04 p.m. from here, I'll be showing you all the celebrations that break out.
Incredible. I mean, the entire energy, the entire atmosphere there, it's not going to be easy to describe it in words. But Akshita, I've been where you're standing in 2019, so I know exactly how you're feeling right now. Many of those scientists are the same ones we saw that time as well. The science is locked and loaded. We've got that down. The spirituality and the celebrations and the good wishes of the public is as important as well, and ISRO knows it. Going across to the Nehru Planetarium in Delhi, where India Today's Nabila Jamal, has been speaking to the people there. Celebrations and energy organized everywhere. Nabila, what's the atmosphere there like at the Nehru Planetarium?
Right. Shiv, if you can hear me, I'm right now at the Nehru Planetarium in Delhi, and of course the mood right now is upbeat. Unfortunately, I had a big bunch of people here who rushed in to watch a show. So right at the time when the Chandrayaan is landing, it appears that Nehru Planetarium are selling out back-to-back shows on the planet and an understanding of the moon. In just about a few hours as the Chandrayaan lands, we see that people across Delhi have landed at the Nehru Planetarium hoping to see some kind of telecast. If I can actually ask my camera to pan here. These are, of course, all the media channels here waiting for that live telecast for ISRO to show relay visuals. But that's a screen there that you see where the Chandrayaan 3's movement is tracked. That's precisely the screen that is being tracked here by people who are coming into the planetarium to get a close look of the movement of Vikram lander and its rover Pragyan. So the mood is upbeat. People are here, but they're all inside watching a show on the celestial, on the galaxy itself. And of course, the Chandrayaan's relevance is high. It has been already spoken to a bunch of the people who have landed here, and they are waiting and eager to watch this whole process, but possibly at 5 o'clock we'd see them flocking in larger numbers. For now, there's a show right here. The doors are closed. The show is happening right inside where people are going to watch the galaxy and get an understanding of it. But we can't wait, Shiv, if this is successful and goes as per plan, India to become the 4th country in the world to accomplish this mission. And I think this is where a billion hopes are riding on the Chandrayaan 3. And we are super sure that ISRO has worked out every margin of error. It will be landing on point as planned.
Nabila, thanks for that. We'll keep coming back to you. The people at the planetarium have gone inside. There's a showing of a film right before that big landing, but only 2 hours to go. Less than 2 hours to go. A big crowd and media there, and there are screens behind Nabila where they're going to be showing live images from the ISRO, I suspect. So those images that Akshita brings to us here live on India Today are going to be shown all across the country. Sagai Raj is also with us. He's live from inside the ISRO center, where those images are going to be coming online in just a short while from now. Sagai, it's 4:07 now. In just about 1 hour and 13 minutes, the live data will start to come in from the Vikram lander, and the screen behind you will start to beam all that information. Am I right?
Also got a correction, and remember that it is going to be very crucial for the entire ISRO those 19 minutes, because that is the time where ISRO will try to land the lander on surface of the moon. Remember, there is a speciality when you compare to Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3. This time they have a few special cameras which will detect the craters as well as blunders on the surface of the moon and detect which is a safe place for them to land. They didn't have this kind of a provision in Chandrayaan 2. So this time they have enhanced the software, they have enhanced the hardware as well, and they have also done enough trial. When the lander lands vertically, it lands successfully without any kind of hazard. As of now, they have a radius around 4 kilometers to choose their landing point, unlike in Chandrayaan 2, where they had only half a kilometer of moon surface where they can land. That is the reason the scientists are quite confident, because they have done their homework, they have learned from their past mistakes, and this time they have come up with a better equipment and better software upgradation in the lander.
Very, very interesting, Sagai. You know, the graphics, the information that ISRO has shared with us that we're going to be putting out on our screen in just a moment about that final landing sequence. We've just recorded, a chunk that I'm going to play out for you, showing you precisely the kind of science and physics that's going to go into the lander turning 90 degrees, standing vertical, and then beginning that deceleration and descent towards the surface of the moon. Akshita, many things can change between now and the moon landing, but it stands to reason that most things that have been accounted for are pretty much locked right now. There's no atmosphere on the moon. There's no weather system over there to speak of that can really affect things. But the vagaries of space science means that there's always a possibility of things having to be pushed till a later date. As you reported, that it could be a plan B for August 27th if things don't work out in the way that the scientists are hoping for today. But at least so far today, Akshita, correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't look like plan B is going to be necessary.
No, Shiv, absolutely not. I think it's safe to say now that we're locked and loaded for the soft landing happening today, because the information that we had essentially was that, yes, there are some conditions for obvious reasons that are out of our control. While everything with lander Vikram is in place, what happens if, there's some change in the atmosphere? What happens if they suddenly feel that the location that's been chosen is not exactly as smooth as they wanted it to be? ISRO, being scientists, left no chance for doubt, which is why they had that plan B in place. And all along, we kept reiterating here on India Today, it's only a plan B. Their primary mission and focus is on ensuring that landing happens today. And look at the beauty of it, Shiv. 40 days ago, 14th July, when the launch took place, I remember we were there in studio, and that time ISRO had said the landing will happen at 5:45 p.m. on this day, on August 23rd. They followed the process to the T, that nothing has changed in that schedule. 5:45 is when the soft landing will begin, and it will go on for 50 minutes. So it will complete at 6:04 p.m. So everything has been followed so much to the T. that there has absolutely been no change in protocol, in procedure, or in the schedule. So Plan B, yes, was present, but I think it's safe to say now that it's Plan A, especially because we were told very clearly that if there is any sort of change, and when I'd spoken to ISRO scientists saying, look, is there a possibility of it being pushed from
You're not
August 23rd to August 27th? I was very nervous personally because I was like, I cannot take these emotions going on till Sunday. But they did say very clearly that we will know by about 1, 2 p.m. if that's the case. That time has passed. Now we're very, very close to the landing time. So at this point, it doesn't look like anything will really change per se. Their forecast seems to be bang on as well.
It's 4:11 p.m., which means 1 hour and 9 minutes to go for basically the final stretch of this entire operation. The automatic landing sequence, 5:44 is when that becomes engaged. The 15 minutes of terror, and 6:04 p.m. is when touchdown time is expected. I want to go across. We've got reporters, as you can see, who are stationed at the ISRO viewing center in Bengaluru. Both Sagai and Akshita are there. Samarth is with me live from Lucknow, but I want to go across to Ritik Mondal, my colleague who's with me from Kolkata today. Ritik, where are you reporting from currently? What's happening? We're seeing participation from the public in all parts of the country today, Ritik.
Well, Shiv, it's just few hours left for the magnificent movement, and Kolkata is gearing up for this, Chandrayaan soft landing on moon surface. And I'm currently at BITM, one of the significant science center in the city. Remember, Kolkata is a city. Whenever such a big space event comes, it gets united, and this time also Bengal contributed a lot in this lunar mission, and India's moon missions now going to it's coming to an end, and it's everybody is waiting, eagerly waiting over here. We can see that this is a special model has been set up, created to demonstrate to the students arriving over here across the city, across the state, particularly to get a hand-on experience. And remember, I was wondering, Shiv, that these kids, maybe they are studying in schools, but they are well learned about this space mission, and I'm gonna go across to ask them how they are excited at this point in time. लग रहा है कि ये चंद्रयान जो पहुंचने वाला है, इस बारे में जानकारी आपके पास किस तरीके से है और क्या उम्मीदें हैं आज के दिन से?
14 जुलाई 2023 को भारत ने सतीश धवन स्पेस स्टेशन से चंद्रयान 3 को लॉन्च किया था, और आज चंद्रयान 3 का विक्रम लैंडर को चंद्रमा,
यहाँ पर ये विक्रम लैंडर जो है वो आप खुद देख सकते हैं। ये कैसा एक अनुभूति है?
इसे देखने के बाद हमें लग रहा है कि वी आर सो क्लोज टू द मून एंड वी आर सीइंग इट by our eyes how they are made, the scientists made this model. And
really exciting movement for them also, and of course for me, Shiv, we have some girl students. In this particular mission, women participated in a larger number, and that's also a very big achievement for the country. When the entire country and the rest of the world is eagerly waiting for this moment, how actually you are feeling?
I'm feeling very good at all and very excited at the same time. So, yeah.
So, yes, all are very, exciting about, and let me tell you, Shiv, that if in few moments from now, they're gonna start the screen of this live footage of this, this mission, and you can see around me that in large, students in large number, they have arrived over here, and to take a hand-on experience of this particular model and to experience that what exactly is happening on the surface of moon today, and how it's gonna be happen. So these are the very exciting moment for, of course, everybody, and also for me. We'll be keeping you updated what exactly is happening in this particular science center in Kolkata.
Ritvik, very much like where you are in Kolkata, the celebrations, the kind of fervor we're seeing in different parts of the country. In all my years as a journalist, I don't think I've ever seen people coming together in this kind of amazing way to contribute, to belong, to be part of, to cheer on to be galvanized for Chandrayaan 3. It's really, a kind of public wave that we're witnessing and capturing here on India Today. I'm going to come back to you guys in just a moment, but let me just show you how we've captured all of that on camera, from school kids to the elderly, people from different strata of society, all coming together, because this is really something that unites us all, that means something to all of us, and in the future as well. This is something we can all look back and be proud of. Now, India is all set to script history. Let me show you some of the defining images that we've captured so far today. Take a look at this. Prayers are pouring in from across the country for the successful landing of Vikram less than 2 hours from now. Priests performed the Ganga Aarti at the Parmarth Niketan Ghat, seen here in Rishikesh. Pujas and havans are also being performed across temples of India, like you just saw in Kolkata. In Delhi's Kalkaji, as you can see here, a havan was performed in the name of Chandrayaan 3. Thousands are extending their wishes and prayers in anticipation of Indian moon history. Special prayers seen here offered at Ujjain's Mahakaleshwar temple. Prayers in other parts of the country as well. In Lucknow, namaz prayers were organized to pray for the smooth landing and success of Chandrayaan 3. Remember, it's the South Pole that India will be pioneering with this landing at the moon. Nobody has landed there before. Hardeep Singh Puri, Union Minister, seen here at Delhi's Gurdwara Bangla Sahib, offering prayers and seeking blessings for the Vikram lander. And the breaking that we have for you right now on India Today is that the Chandrayaan landing is now on schedule. Everything is running to plan, no delays. Chandrayaan's Vikram lander will land on the moon today as scheduled. There will be no postponement. The landing sequence begins at 5:20 p.m. and by 6:04 p.m., that's 18:04 hours, is when Vikram is expected to land successfully on the moon's south pole, making India the first country in history to land at the moon's south pole. Never before has any spacecraft, crewed or uncrewed, landed at the moon's south pole. We can confirm now that the landing sequence begins at 5:20 p.m. That's when live telemetric data will begin to be streamed at the ISRO command center in Bengaluru, where India Today is reporting from. There will be no postponement. Chandrayaan is going through with Plan A, 5:20 p.m., which means exactly 1 hour from now, the 1 hour countdown has now begun, viewer. 1 hour to go for that final landing sequence to kick in. Very, very happy to tell you that Team Chandrayaan is fully confident and pushing ahead without any prospect of a postponement. Everything is in line. The ducks are all in a row. The situation has aligned itself. All circumstances are totally optimal now for Team Chandrayaan 3 to go ahead and execute a picture-perfect soft landing on the surface of the south pole of the moon. You can watch that entire landing sequence through telemetric data and images that will be beamed live from the Vikram lander once they're released by ISRO. Here on India Today, you'll never miss it, because we're not going to take any breaks now between now and the landing. I want to go across to Akshita. Super news, Akshita. No postponements being deemed necessary, like you said. Locked and loaded. 1 hour to go for the landing sequence to be initiated. We're waiting now with bated breath for those first pieces of data to come live streaming down back from Vikram.
I'm personally very, very happy that it's not delayed, Shiva. I couldn't have handled the wait, honestly, because we've been counting down to this day for so many weeks now. For the last 40 days since the launch, August 23rd has been our date with the moon. And ISRO has confirmed right now that they're sticking to this date. You can see also in the pamphlet with me, they've given great details of exactly what the landing will look like, what time it's expected. So all along, this has been their plan. This has been their mission, that August 23rd, this evening by 6 o'clock, we will have our footprint on the moon, courtesy lander Vikram, an indelible mark of India on a part of the moon that nobody's touched so far. Obviously, there were a lot of questions about what kind of conditions would be there, with regards to the lunar dust, also to ensure that the weather conditions atmospherically, also everything is sorted. Our forecast seems to be bang on that this is the right time to have done it, which is why ISRO has stuck to their guns. They say we're going to go ahead with our schedule. The reason we're saying that now Plan B isn't going to come into effect, Shiv, is because ISRO had confirmed to us yesterday, and when we'd spoken to the top ISRO official yesterday, he had very clearly told us that if there's going to be any change, God forbid, if it was going to be pushed from today to Sunday, it would be done 3 hours before the landing time. So it would have been announced by 1 or 2 p.m. And that is exactly the time.
Just stay with me for a moment. K. Sivan, former ISRO chief, is with me on the phone line. Sivanji, thank you very much, sir, for speaking to India today. We very much value your words and your wisdom on a day like this. 1 hour to go for the execution of that touchdown on the moon surface, sir. What's going through your mind? What are your sentiments right now, sir?
We have done our job and everything is in line, so that we are waiting anxiously for the moment to occur.
What will the atmosphere be like right now in the command center, sir? You've been there many times over many programs. Describe for us the kind of emotions.
All are looking with the anxiety. Everybody is working.
When will the information start to come from the Vikram lander, sir? Will it be around 5:20 p.m.?
Yes. That is where it will come from that time.
Sir, everyone is talking about those 15 minutes of terror, of unpredictability, when the turning happens and the descent sequence is initiated. What is that like for scientists, sir? What is that like? What do they experience when they have to go through that from the command center?
No, once the command is executed, everything is automated. So we have to wait and watch what really happening. Okay.
And everyone is confident, sir. You've spoken, of course, to many of them, members of Chandrayaan 2 and 3. Everyone is confident that in less than an hour from now, things are going to go exactly as planned. How are you feeling about it?
I am also feeling that it will go as planned, exactly as planned.
Many learnings from Chandrayaan 2, which was, mostly successful, sir, also feeding into this particular program. In many ways, the Chandrayaan 3 is benefiting from the work that you did at ISRO as well.
Yes, definitely that it really benefited from Chandrayaan 2 data. That way, the system got improved. That way, the Chandrayaan 2 also contributed for this mission.
Final words from you, sir, before we get into that final descent phase now. Your words of your blessings, your words for the young scientists who are listening right now. They all, regard you very well. They look up to you as one of the legends of Indian space programs. What would you like to say to them, sir?
So, everything we have done to our humanly possible. So, till now, things happened as per plan. And I am not expecting anything further new development now onwards. So we are expecting that we are going to get a very good landing this time.
Your words mean a great deal to the scientists, to the team, and to the public at large, because we bestow people like you and entrust you with the safety of our programs, and you've done an amazing job. So thank you very much, Sivan sir, for joining us here on India Today. Very, very important for us to be able to hear from legends like you, that too right before India creates history on the moon. I want to take you across to the India Today in-house auditorium, where a lot of students have arrived to participate in this historic day with us. My friend Jessica is there with many of those students. Over to you, Jessica. What are the kind of reactions you're getting from Generation Next?
Today here we are joined with the youth of the nation. Let's find out what they have to say about the Chandrayaan landing. So tell us, have you been following the Chandrayaan mission closely? What are your initial thoughts about this?
Actually, I'm very excited to see Chandrayaan 3 on moon, and I'm very proud.
How long have you been following this mission for?
Like last 2 to 3 years.
Oh,
yeah.
What do you think of the Chandrayaan landing on the moon?
I am just so proud to be Indian right now, and I just want it to be successful, so finger crossed.
We also have some poets along with us. Let's see if they can share a line of poetry for the Chandrayaan landing.
एक 4 लाइनें मैं आपको ऐसी सुनाऊंगा कि बिल्कुल नई नई मैंने बस अभी स्पेशल इसी चैनल के लिए लिखी है, इंडिया टुडे के लिए लिखी है कि दुनिया हमारे रूप में अब ढलने वाला है, दुनिया हमारे रूप में अब ढलने वाला है, अपना ही सिक्का हर जगह पे चलने वाला है, सारा जहान बात इतनी गौर से सुन ले, अब चांद पे भारत का सूर्य उगने वाला है, तो चांद पे भारत के नए सूर्य का उदय हो रहा है। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय।
As you can see, the people are really excited here about India making a mark on the moon. Over to you. What do you think of ISRO, landing on the moon? What do you think how will this be for India?
It will be truly a proud moment for all of us Indians. I think I am really proud of it. It will be amazing.
What do you make of Chandrayaan 3 landing on the moon? How excited are you? Tell us about your initial thoughts. What are the conversations that the youth is having when they look at Chandrayaan?
Okay, so my initial thoughts are that like everyone is enthusiastically waiting for Chandrayaan, and even I am very proud at the moment. So like I'm very much excited now. So that's all I can say about it. Thank you.
Do you think now more people are going to pursue the fields of science and technology? Do you think that more people of students are going to pursue science and technology once they see the successful landing missions like Chandrayaan that land on the moon?
Yeah, they will surely. I think they will.
All right. What are your initial thoughts, ma'am, when you see Chandrayaan 3 landing on the moon?
Of course, it is a proud moment for all of us.
How long have you been following the mission for?
From Chandrayaan 2, we have started following the mission, and now we have come to Chandrayaan 3. We truly hope that this will end on a better note than Chandrayaan 2.
What do you think of Chandrayaan 3 landing on the moon? How do you think this is big for India?
Very much for that. Many more voices coming, and I want to show you some quick ground reports, and then we're going to go completely technical and show you what the landing we're expecting to see is going to look like. Quickly, want to show you some ground reports first.
It's Moment India, and the countdown for Chandrayaan 3's soft and safe landing on moon has started, and the enthusiasm in students of the country is not coming down. They are very excited right now, wishing the best to Team ISRO and Team Chandrayaan 3. And right there, messages of this sort. You can see we are in National Capital's Vidya Bal Bhavan, where since morning we have been seeing paintings like this one being drawn by students, wishing the best to the Chandrayaan 3 team. And they're also singing songs to encourage the team which is going to mark the history today, create the history today by landing, making a safe landing on the southern pole of moon. So the countdown for Chandrayaan 3's safe and soft landing has begun, and so has the excitement across the country. Right now we are in National Capital's Vidya Bal Bhavan School located in Mayur Vihar, and you can see how excited are these kids. On one hand you have a dummy Chandrayaan 3 landing project going on in one section of the school. The other section of the school you have science enthusiasts who are also into art, sending across their own message. And right here, this particular painting giving the sentiment of the entire country, all the best Chandrayaan. क्या message दे रहे हैं आप लोग? What's the message?
This is giving the message that India is a so proud country that we have launched the Chandrayaan 3, and it's a great moment for our country.
And you're also wishing the best for Chandrayaan 3 team and ISRO team today?
Yes.
Okay, right there. So we'll also show you the visuals out here as to how excited are all these students, young kids, possibly many of them will also become scientists, astronauts, somebody working in the space science. And today, these moments, these different visuals are coming from across the country, from the national capital. A proud moment for all Indians, as well as the Indian diaspora living across the world, and the scientist community, people who are interested in the space science. And we also have young kids who are not only here to draw the prototypes or the models, giving out the message, wishing the best for Team ISRO, but there are also students who are interested in space science. What's your name? And are you also somebody who's interested in the space science?
I am Pranali. My name is Pranali and I am in class 9th, and I have much interest in astronomy to find new things about space, and the things which are not the things which we don't know exploded to us. I want to explore them and to find the new experiments or new institutions about our space, like finding life on the Mars, which we have not get, and about the aliens, which is also a big mystery about
Big ambitions, big dreams, and in paintings as well. You can see Chandrayaan 3, ISRO, all the best for mission. All the best is much needed today.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Well, Vande Mataram. Prayers are resonating all over the globe as today is the proud day for Indians, and Chandrayaan 3 is going to land over the moon. And we are right now here in the Kendriya Vidyalaya Fort William School of Kolkata, and students are so much excited about the landing of the Chandrayaan 3. We are having with us teachers as well as students. Ma'am, how is the feeling today that the Chandrayaan 3 is going to land, and maybe it will be a successful tenure for ISRO?
Yes, we definitely, all Indians pray for the successful landing of Chandrayaan, and all the students, all Indians are feeling very, very proud of this moment.
Are you excited or nervous about the Chandrayaan 3? How is the feeling right?
Well, it's a feeling of both together, because the shock of the failing of the Chandrayaan 2 is also with us. But we are expecting and highly excited that the Chandrayaan 3 will be successful.
They are singing Vande Mataram, and they are also giving slogans for the ISRO, as this is a proud moment for us. As we all know that defense makes us proud, and also right now ISRO is making us proud. The scientists of India are making us proud. Please give your nara to the ISRO scientists, please.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram. Bharat Mata ki Jai, Bharat Mata ki Jai. Jai Hind, Jai Hind.
Well, with camera person Prashun Bose, with camera person Pravir Vishwas, Anirban Roy, for India Today, Kolkata.
And the levels of excitement are completely exploding. Now, less than an hour to go for the landing sequence to be initiated. I want to go across to India Today's Navjot, who's with us live from Lucknow. Navjot, many children, many tirangas behind you. What's the atmosphere there where you are?
Well, Shiv, I'm here in CMS Lucknow, and students as well as the teachers, they all are very excited. So let me ask students only. So how much are you excited?
We are really excited to be over here and to see ISRO achieve success and perhaps catch up with the entire world and be the only person in the space club. We want to reverse the cartoon that was made by the New York Times earlier.
So are you confident?
Very
confident.
Very confident. Confident.
Very confident.
Very confident. So all are very confident, and you can see the tricolor flags are here. And now let me go to the teachers, because here is a band. Sir, छोड़ो कल की बातें.
कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लिखी है हम मिलकर नई कहानी. हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी. छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बहुत पुरानी नए दौर में लिखेंगे हम नई नई कहानी हम हिंदुस्तानी हम हिंदुस्तानी हम हिंदुस्तानी हम हिंदुस्तानी बहुत पुरानी जंजीरों को तोड़ चुके हैं इस तरह से हम नाता तोड़ चुके हैं चांद पे घर पे जा पहुंचा है रात जमाना पूरे जगत से हम भी नाता जोड़ चुके हैं नया दौर है नई उमंग है और है नई कहानी हम हिंदुस्तानी हम हिंदुस्तानी
So here, Shiv, you can see the excitement among the students and the school staff as well.
Absolutely beautiful. And, nothing can be more heartfelt, Navjot, than people who are really cheering for their country and their scientists. So lovely to hear those people singing. And thanks for that performance as well, because we're hoping that some of the people in ISRO, their attention is completely fixed now, because only a few minutes to go before the final landing sequence actually kicks in. Navjot, we'll come back to you in Lucknow. Let's go to the other end of the country. Milan Sharma is with us live from Ahmedabad. Non-stop viewer, non-stop inputs from across the country. Milan's got students with her as well. Milan, this is, none of this is stage managed. These are students who are coming out for their own love, their own levels of excitement.
Absolutely, Shiv. In fact, a few moments ago when you and I were on a live broadcast, these were the very students who were doing a garba. They are sitting here at the Science City, and right now also they're moving for the official screening of the ISRO that's going to begin. And I'm going to ask the students how excited they are. आप लोग अब कुछ ही घंटे रह गए हैं, कुछ ही घंटे भी नहीं, मैं तो कहूंगी 1 घंटे से भी कम में अब लैंडिंग होने वाली है. कैसा फील कर रहे हैं आप लोग?
हमें तो बहुत अच्छा गर्व फील हो रहा है कि हम लोग फर्स्ट होंगे कि जो साउथ पोल ऑफ मून पे लैंड करेंगे. सो ये प्राइड का मूवमेंट होगा हमारे लिए.
और मतलब आप लोग आज पूरा दिन स्कूल का आप लोग निकाल के यहाँ पे आए हैं, तो क्या मतलब प्राउड तो फील हो ही रहा है सबको. आप लोग कोई मैसेज देना चाहते हैं अपने साइंटिस्ट को?
That we are the scholar, we are the student of JNV Gandhinagar, and we came here under the Vigyan Jyotish program.
And we will all the best, give best wishes to our Chandrayaan 3.
All right, let's give them best wishes.
3 cheers for Chandrayaan 3.
Hip hip hooray!
Hip hip hooray! All the best.
All the best.
All right, so these are children, Shiv, wishing our scientists, our ISRO scientists, our heroes, all the very best for
Milan, I'm coming back to you. Amit Bharadwaj has just sent us the latest from Delhi, from his location. I want to quickly just cut across to that.
So the countdown for Chandrayaan 3's safe and soft landing has begun, and so has the excitement across the country. Right now we are in National Capital's Vidya Bal Bhavan School located in Mayur Vihar, and you can see how excited are these kids. On one hand you have dummy Chandrayaan 3 landing project going on in one section of the school. The other section of the school you have science enthusiasts who are also into art, sending across their own message. And right here, this particular painting giving the sentiment of the entire country.
Now let's assume these are rocket engines, and in a drone they are also engines, but they're kind of electric motor engines. They are propellers which are going to create the propulsion. Propulsion means something to push.
Yes,
when you push. So I'm going to give you a demonstration. You just hold it like this. So now in a drone, so first I'll just explain you. I just want you to do a close up. So in a drone,
like the 4 engines.
Like
here,
the 4 engines, yes. So we have 4 engines here. These are electric motors. And for a demonstration purpose, I'm putting this.
Yes, absolutely.
So now you see how beautifully a drone maintains its vertical balance. So I'm going to take it off, and I'm going to bring it to a certain height. Right. Now if you see, I hope my audio is clear. Now you see how stable this machine is. There are 4 engines. Now what if I try to push it, and how this system is going to again create an algorithm which will balance it. So like You see? Even if I push it, you see? Maybe it maintains it. It creates a different kind of thrust. Like if I pull it from this side, the motor on this side, on the left side of us, is going to spin faster so that it creates more thrust. Similar thing in the rocket engine. So this is how we are achieving our vertical balance. You see? This is exactly what has to be done. So it's the closest and easiest example which I can present here.
So this is a very small engineering compared to what lander.
No, but that's a great example because it demonstrates the basic physics of what they're looking at. Except that the circumstances are vastly different. Obviously, the stakes are much higher, and also the controls. Milind, we haven't been inside the control room obviously yet. Hopefully, we'll go in there a little later. I'm not assuming for a moment that the control of a drone is going to be the same as controlling the Vikram lander.
Two different
How complicated are the would the control console for the Vikram actually look like?
Okay, so
how difficult would that be?
Right. So, of course, we have reached to a point when things are more autonomous.
Yeah.
There's a very complex AI system. Even the lander has AI. So there's a condition also defined. Suppose if the lander is unable to decide, because once it's going to come close to the moon surface, there's a problem of dust.
Right.
The dust might damage the sensors. There are different kind of anti-hazard sensor. There are kind of different kind of optics, camera sensors.
Moon dust gets kicked up.
Moon dust might affect the sensors.
Okay.
So in this case, if we are not able to find out is it the right place for a yes or a no, then the lander itself, the AI will trigger in and it will decide the best possible space to land.
Fantastic.
And that's a beautiful piece of artificial intelligence.
Cutting edge.
Tech engineering.
I think what you've painted for us here, Milind, is an absolutely a marvelous slice of science.
Of course.
I think it's very important for our viewers, to me personally, to the channel, that you've used such a simple example to demonstrate the basic fundamentals involved in this. There's no air, there's no atmosphere there, so the differences are there for people to understand.
And you also cannot use a propeller system like in helicopters or in drones.
Correct.
There's no atmosphere.
There's no air.
You cannot use parachute system. There's no atmosphere.
Absolutely. So incredible. Milind Raj, thank you very much for joining me. That was extremely illuminating. We're actually going to be equipped now to understand a whole lot better how these things actually work. A drone and the Vikram lander, one an analog of the other, similar in many ways, but so vastly different in how complicated one is versus the other. But science remains science. Milind, appreciate it. We'll keep coming back to you. As Milind said, this is going to be fail-safe. Whatever happens, there's going to be a landing, and I feel it's going to be a completely successful landing. The science is locked. The spirituality, as you saw from different places around the country, is continuing to pour in, and nothing could be better poised for Team Chandrayaan 3. Now, remember, there are very many complex technologies that make up the Vikram lander. There is a 15 minutes of terror that the scientists will have to navigate before that landing actually happens. But there are also some basic physics and basic technologies that go into the landing mechanism of the Vikram lander. And I'm joined here by a person who APJ Abdul Kalam had called the drone man of India. So very happy and privileged to have Milind Raj with us. He's a very well-known, well-regarded scientist and researcher in the field of drones, robotics, and things like that. So he's here in his element. As you can see, he's got a lovely little model of the Vikram lander also in his hand. Milind, what do you want to share with us about the landing mechanism?
Right. So today is the most interesting day in the history of our country, of course, because today we're going to create an example that the world will going to witness our technological success. So this here, I have the Vikram lander. So now most of the people are very curious to understand that what exactly Vikram lander is going to do at 6 o'clock maybe, or somewhere near about that time. So now this is a look-alike of a Vikram lander, a very close model to what actual lander it looks like. So now I'm going to tell you what are the improvements compared to Chandrayaan 2, the Chandrayaan 3 lander, and what exactly this machine is going to do. It's full of complicated technological engineering. So basically, this is the final stage that we are now heading towards. And Vikram lander is powered by solar cells. So there are solar cells which is giving it power. So today, once this is going to make a vertical soft land. Now it is very important to understand what is a vertical. Right now, at this very second, this lander is orbiting in a horizontal form.
Right.
Like
With
this.
forward motion.
Yes,
Yeah.
forward motion. So it's going something like this in a horizontal line. The toughest thing is to bring it on a vertical axis like this.
So it has to turn completely 90 degrees.
Right. So right now, all 4 engines. So if you Google search any images of the lander, it looks somehow like this. So there are 4 engines beneath it. Now, right now, all 4 engines are on. So once we're going to bring it from horizontal to vertical, this axis, then only 2 engines will be put to action and rest 2 will be shut down. These 4 engines are going to assure that there is a maximum balance achieved once it's going to vertical land.
Right.
Because it is the most...
So it doesn't topple.
Right. And in case if it topples, then the mission might face another challenge. But I'm sure it's not going to happen. So these 4 engines are going to ensure that it lands vertically down on a soft land.
Right.
Soft land is when it touches the moon surface softly, perhaps at a speed which is lesser than 10 kilometers per hour or something. So just imagine from a speed of 6,000 kilometers per hour all the way to 10 kilometers per hour, so nearly nothing. And that too in a place where there's no atmosphere, so you can't even have
big deceleration.
It is big deboosting, deacceleration. So, and that too you cannot have propellers like in helicopter because there's no atmosphere.
Correct.
You cannot have a parachute either. So now the rocket engines are going to ensure that it lands soft land and vertically. And once it lands, then what's the next step? Once it touches the moon surface,
the little baby comes out.
Yes. So now you can see the ramp will unveil itself. And once the ramp will come out, our super favorite Pragyan rover is going to come out.
6 wheels.
6-wheel robot, 3 each side, and this rover, which we call as Pragyan, is going to do all the exploration, is going to find the elements, minerals, and also the much awaited, like we're going to have some traces of frozen water on the moon surface.
He's the guy who's going to be sending back the pictures.
Of course, he's the guy, he's a friend. Huh? So now another question, what will happen to the lander once the rover is out? Is it of any use or is just like, something, another important thing?
Right.
So the answer to this is that Pragyan, the rover, the robot, or we can say, is a device that will collect the data. It will send it to the lander, and now lander will send it to
Beams that data back to
ISRO.
Right.
So lander, Pragyan, I mean the rover, the lander, and ISRO ground station control satellites, the things we're going to receive, and all the antennas, huge dish-size antennas. All 3 will be synchronized and communicated with each other. So this is the thing which we are going to experience and witness today at 6:04. Now there's another condition. What if we didn't land successfully today? So suppose, first of all, but ISRO claims that we have the best of the fail-safe technology in it.
Right.
So even during the worst-case scenario, we'll make a landing, and we're going to make a soft landing because there are certain major improvements. First of all, if you closely look at the lander, the Vikram, you see there are 4 legs here.
Yes.
These are known as landing gears.
Right.
LG, landing gears. This time we have better landing gears.
Okay.
Also, we have better engine. The rocket engines are much of a higher capacity.
And these are lessons learned from the last time.
Correct. So we are very sure that we are not going to fail this time. We will land. And the challenge is there are a lot of cameras installed in the rover. So there are cameras beneath the rover which are going to take the pictures and to the most intended.
When does the rover come out after landing? How long after the landing will the rover be
see, now it depends. Once the lander touches down, and then we're going to decide that is it now okay to start with the rover mission, or we need to do some more exploration. So it's kind of thing which is in our control.
Okay, so the scientists will decide.
Right.
Okay.
So now what next is that one more important thing, both the rover, the robot or the Pragyan and the Vikram lander are powered by solar energy.
Right.
So if there is no sun, system will come to a halt.
Right. So it has to be charged.
Yes.
It has to work
so,
with the sun.
So we have a time of 14 days because one lunar day on the moon is equal to 14 days on our Earth. So we have plenty amount of time, and we are pretty sure. And the weight of the rover, one more thing I would like to mention. The rover is somewhere 26 kg in weight.
Okay.
The lander is somewhere around 1740 kg in weight.
Right.
The propulsion module, which has already left now, it has been detached, that weighs around somewhere 2,400 kilograms. But at this stage, we have a 26 kg rover and a 1,700 kg lander.
Amazing.
So This is it, and this is all the beautiful story of the very complicated technological engineering which India is going to witness.
You've also brought a drone here, Milind, and we wanted to know what you're going to demonstrate with that, since you are the drone man of India.
Right.
I would be amiss not to.
Right. So I got a drone here to explain you.
Okay, I'll hold that for you if you want.
Yes. So now let me come back here.
Yeah.
I was just mentioning about the 4 engines that the lander have. These 4 engines ensure there's a vertical land. These 4 engines are also going to ensure that from horizontal is going to come to a vertical stage.
Correct, right.
So now how these 4 engines are going to ensure that the axis is maintained to the best possible stability so that it doesn't topple.
Right. And the breaking news we're getting to you now is just about 20 minutes to go now for India's lunar history. 20 minutes to go, just over 20 minutes to go before the final landing sequence is initiated. 5:20 p.m. It's 4:51, so about 29 minutes to go before that sequence is initiated. Just over 20 minutes to go for that final stretch of the Chandrayaan 3 mission to commence. The deceleration, the turn in position of the Vikram lander, the firing of its engines, and then the soft touchdown on the surface of the moon's south pole that will make India the first country in history to land a spacecraft on the south pole of the moon. Remember, the first spacecraft to land on the moon was back in 1966. There have been several moon missions ever since, but India's will be the first to land on the south pole of the moon. So only 28 minutes to go, but let me just quickly show you what that landing sequence is going to look like. 28 minutes to go, and this is how it's actually going to play out. Now remember, the Vikram lander is currently just over 20 kilometers above the moon's surface. The lander is moving at a pretty fast velocity right now above the moon's surface. There will be a controlled slowdown to reduce the speed at this point of time. There will be a controlled slowdown to reduce the speed at this point of time, after which the lander will have a downward movement at about 60 meters per second. That will be its deceleration. Once its attitude has changed, the Chandrayaan will then, the Vikram lander will then twist slightly, aligning itself with the landing spot, because that is going to be the final sequence when the entire Vikram lander turns completely vertical, as you can see in this image behind me. The sensors are fully calibrated. Let's move that text up. Calibrated with the moon surface completely checked. Remember, there are sensors and cameras. The lander becomes completely vertical at this point of time. It hovers about 800 to 1300 meters above the landing spot. At this point of time, there's really no turning back. The altitude decreases to just 150 meters. That's when the lander is within sniffing distance of the lunar surface. And then finally, the lander touches down on the moon's surface. So this entire sequence is going to take about 44 minutes, starting at 5:20 p.m. and ending at 6:04 p.m. That entire sequence carries on for 44 minutes. There will be 15 minutes of terror as well, right in the middle. I want to go across to Navjot, who's with me live, because I don't want to fail to reflect India's emotions right now. Very important for us to showcase how the public is feeling, because they want to be part of it. Navjot is with me live from Lucknow. Navjot, the excitement levels are at fever pitch. Only about 25 minutes to go before the final landing sequence begins. I can only imagine what the atmosphere is like where you are.
So Shiv, you can see we are at CMS Lucknow right now. So you can see the excitement. Students don't want to go home. They want to stay here because they want to experience that moment. So countdown is going to start very soon. But in the meanwhile, they are just setting up the new space. कितने excited हैं आप?
बहुत
आपको चंद्रयान 2 के बारे में पता है?
चंद्रयान 2 हाफ सक्सेसफुल मिशन था.
3
तो ongoing.
So Shiv, they have their own astronomy club. If you can see, he's the vice president of the astronomy club. क्या-क्या करते हैं आप यहाँ?
हम स्पेस के बारे में सीखते हैं.
आप बड़े होके क्या बनना चाहते हैं? मैं बड़े होके देखूं तो इसरो में कोई भी एक जॉब करना चाहता हूँ. इसरो में मैं जाना चाहता हूँ. So they want to go to that. They want to be an astronaut. But in the meanwhile, let me show you the excitement here in the auditorium. And the music band is going to set up, I think, in just few moments. So
We are not.
So they are not ready right now, but you can see the excitement. The national flags are here, and they're very confident that yes, our mission is going to be successful this time. So give me just 2-3 minutes. I'll be back with the music and with the live performance, which students have prepared right now and right here.
Navjot, thanks very much for that. Also wanted to show you what's happening in India's national capital, very far away from Bengaluru, where all the ISRO action is. But that doesn't mean that people aren't participating in full measure. Take a look at Amit, who sent us this report.
It's Moment India, and the countdown for Chandrayaan 3's soft and safe landing on moon has started. And the enthusiasm in students of the country is not coming down. They are very excited right now, wishing the best to Team ISRO and Team Chandrayaan 3. And right there, messages of this sort. You can see we are in National Capital's Vidya Bal Bhavan, where since morning we have been seeing paintings like this one being drawn by students, wishing the best to the Chandrayaan 3 team. And they're also singing songs to encourage the team, which is going to mark the history today, create the history today by landing, making a safe landing on the southern pole of moon. चंद्रायन पे तिरंगा लहरा दो.
इंडिया वाले अपना है दिन ये आज का, दुनिया से जाके बोल दो ऐसे जागो रे साथियों, दुनिया की आंखें खोल दो लहरा दो चंद्रमा पे तिरंगा लहरा दो.
I want to go across to Nabila, who's at the Nehru Planetarium in the national capital as well. Nabila, 20 minutes to go for all the action to start with the landing sequence. What's the atmosphere at the famous Nehru Planetarium in Delhi?
Well, right, I'm at the Nehru Planetarium, Shiv, and I'd like to focus a little on these installations that have been placed here. Of course, a bunch of enthusiastic space enthusiasts who are joining me right here. This is the installation that's to welcome the people who are coming into the planetarium to watch the Chandrayaan 3 successful mission. The Vikram lander in barely about 1 hour's time is going to be landing on the moon, and this is what's actually catching attention of people who are coming in. These are the kids here. If I may get a word from them, he's a budding scientist. That's what he wants to be. Today is a momentous day for India. You're here at the planetarium. What are you hoping to watch?
I am hoping to watch a great landing call by the rover today. And I hope India has many more successful missions like the one today, which we all hope for.
What's going to be the challenges in your view? Of course, our prayers are that it is a success, but what are the delicacies?
Okay, basically, some of the sensors could fail, propulsion systems could stop working well. There could be a lot of challenges we could face, but our scientists are really clever. And
Scientists are really clever. You know, that's the hope that bunch of them have. What do you think? So 5 decades, Shiv, 5 decades that countries across the globe have been attempting on a moon mission. Many of them, in fact, Russia attempted it 27 times, successful only 7 times. India's 3rd mission, and we're super confident.
We landed for the first time on the moon.
Absolutely. Found water on the moon.
We landed on the first time with the Mars when no other country could, and we'll do the same on the moon.
We'll do the same on the moon. This is a quick look at the Chandrayaan 3, and these are installations. If I can ask my camera to give a quick pan of what the Nehru Stadium here in Delhi, Nehru Planetarium looks like. This is all the media frenzy here. Of course, Shiv, I'm also being told that people from the Supreme Court, some of the advocates, maybe some judges are also going to come by at the planetarium to have a good close look at the Chandrayaan 3 landing. It's all relayed live right here. Screens that have been put across. National capital is, of course, buzzing, and the mood is surely upbeat.
Nabila, thanks very much for that. We're going to come back to you in a short while. I'm sure the celebrations are going to explode even more once the landing is complete. But I want to go across to Akshita Nandagopal, who's at the ISRO Viewing Center in Bengaluru, where all the action is. We have a lot of experts from the space industry with us. Naveen Sharma from Spark Astronomy. Will be going to him in just a moment. We've got more guests joining us for the final stretch of our coverage here on India Today. But I want to go across to Akshita first, because she's at the epicenter of this incredible piece of history. Akshita, it's 5 p.m., 20 minutes to go now for the landing sequence to be initiated. 5:20 is when the live telemetry data is going to start streaming in on that lovely screen behind you.
That's right, Shiv. And I can tell you that right now they've started all preparations, clearing up any sort of chairs and all the lights that were put up on the stage, all of that being cleared, because the live streaming will begin here and we're going to be getting you those updates. As soon as it starts, we'll be beaming it live for our viewers as well, because, you'll be able to see live how scientists are reacting. You'll be able to see what really they're doing to track very closely the movement of Chandrayaan 3. I can't believe that the moment has arrived, Shiv, because we've been counting down to this moment for so long now. We're just about 20 minutes away from Chandrayaan 3 actually starting its process of touching down on the south pole of the moon. Through the day, we've had so many interesting discussions about what this will mean for the Indian space story, what this really means as far as moon exploration is concerned. What's the next step for ISRO? Why the South Pole of Moon? We'll get all of those answers and, of course, much, much more to post 6:04. Just a reminder, 5:20, while you'll be watching it live, Prime Minister Modi, last time around a few years ago, was here personally to be with the ISRO team. Unfortunately, this time, because of the BRICS summit, he's not here, but we're being told he will be tracking every update virtually. He's going to be with the ISRO team during that nail-biting moment when the landing happens. So 5:20, you'll also see the Prime Minister tuning in on behalf of an entire grateful nation to congratulate the ISRO scientists, to be with them at a very, very anxious time. As Mr. Sivan told you, we've been talking about how cool, calm, collected they look, but I'm sure within them there are whispers of anxiety, there are whispers of what if. But with these scientists and the kind of work that they've done, emotions obviously running high, we can't wait. Honestly, I can't wait, Shiv. 6:04 is when the landing will be completed. 5:45 is when that 15 minutes of terror, which we've been speaking about in such great detail, will actually begin.
Just to remind all of our viewers, Akshita, stay with me. 18 minutes to go for the landing sequence to be initiated. Nerves now at fever pitch. India on the cusp of history. Whichever way this goes, it's going to be a successful mission. There's going to be a soft landing in less than an hour from now. 5:03, 6:04 p.m. is the scheduled moment of touchdown on the lunar surface. And therefore, in just about 17 minutes from now, the landing sequence will be initiated. It takes 44 minutes for everything to be completed before the Vikram lander comes touching down. Joining me live, let's get a quick perspective now. We're always bolstering our coverage here with the best perspectives by stakeholders, those who've tracked India's space program for a long time, and those who are part of India's space ecosystem. I'm joined now by Naveen Sharma. He is the founder of Spark Astronomy, which is a very well-known startup in the country. But I quickly want to first get, Naveen, first I will go to Raj Chengappa, who is our group editorial director and someone who has tracked ISRO, India's space program, the details of India's trysts with space for many, many years together, written many seminal articles about it as well. Mr. Chengappa, thank you so much for your time here. What an exciting day. We're standing here now, 15 minutes from that landing sequence, actually starting. I imagine you've actually been in some of those control rooms. Yes. What will it be like inside there right now?
Well, Shiv, you were with me last year.
Yeah, last year.
2019. Yeah. Let's put it like it's 4 years since we watched Chandrayaan 2, and of course, disappointingly, the result didn't come up to our expectations. But the fact is, I think there is a lot more confidence I find in the room. I mean, I was speaking to chairman of ISRO the other day, just day before yesterday. And what came through was that they have learned from that failure. And what they have built in is a lot of redundancies that are there. So if the propulsion system, which is what went wrong, we were watching live at that time, and suddenly the spacecraft started disorienting itself.
Yeah.
And we thought this was part of the movement till we realized that they'd lost contact. Now, what was the reason? There was apparently an additional thrust. So what they've done in those, they've got 4 major thrusters that are there, apart from 8 control units, attitude and altitude controls. Now, among those 4, there was a malfunctioning happening. So what they've done is they have actually tested all these again. These are all space validated before, and made sure that a valve, the slosh, even the liquid in that, made it sluggish, so that it would start not overreact or go beyond the parameters. So if you look at the planning that they've done, I'm just giving one example of the kind of testing that they've done in the last 4 years to ensure that every component. What they've also done is, but what they've realized is that they, the error calculations that we're building. Now, when we start getting initiated, right now, of course, you'll have that. When they get the exact point, the countdown sort of begins. But it's really that 18 minutes that is going to be critical. Now, in the first 11 minutes of that, what they didn't do was that they didn't have instantaneous correction. So if there was an error building, it waited for what is called the camera coastal phase. The coast phase. Which is the
by which time
phase.
it would be too late.
By that time, that algorithm that was built into that software was not available for them. So you're saying, so what they're doing now is that they're doing instantaneous correction. And I think the most interesting thing is at each stage they built this kind of double checks. Let's sum up the thing this way. And this is what Dr. Somnath said. In Chandrayaan 2, they worked on what is called a success-oriented thing. Everything will go well and work the parameters. In Chandrayaan 3, they worked on a failure-based model, which is everything that could go wrong, they tested and made sure that they had redundancies
in every respect,
right to the last, which is they have a hazard camera, the hazard detection. So if there's a boulder there and it's come out there, they've got an alternative landing space to move. So I think that's what gives the sort of confidence that this time, we would see a successful landing.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Live images, by the way, of Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister of Science and Technology, in the ISRO viewing gallery in Delhi. Remember, there are ISRO viewing galleries in different parts of the country. The main one, of course, is in Bengaluru, where India Today's team is there. Jitendra Singh is the Minister of Science and Tech in the Modi government. He's at the ISRO viewing gallery here in Delhi. I want to quickly bring Naveen also in on this. Naveen, what does today mean for guys like you? You're part of the space ecosystem, so much to achieve, so many youngsters in ISRO. You've also got skin in the game as far as what India can achieve from space programs of this kind. What's going through your mind right now? 10 minutes to go for the landing sequence to initiate.
Yes, it's just 10 minutes away, and we are so excited for this movement. So, and what sir was talking about, like Dr. Somnath mentioned, in Chandrayaan 2, there was a lot of failures. And this time we are learning from failures, and we have double-checked everything, right, from all the phases and all. And for education, if I talk about, like, earlier, nobody was known about ISRO and all this. Everybody was talking about NASA. But now ISRO has set up something different, and it's on the top of the world. The first country who is going on to the South Pole. And we have so much to talk about. Now people know about, and everybody know about ISRO. So that's going to be a new feature.
It's going to be a new feature. And ISRO is one of the most well-regarded space organizations in the world. The cost effectiveness of a space program of this kind is unparalleled. And I don't use that phrase lightly, because even if you look at the numbers, and we've been putting those numbers on our screen all day today, the budget for the Chandrayaan 3 program is less than the budget used for the film Interstellar. People have been saying that all day today. But what a lovely factoid. An actual space program cheaper than a Hollywood movie. I think nothing could be a greater tribute to the economies, the cost effectiveness that ISRO has brought to a world-class mission, which is the pride of the country and the admiration of the world. I also want to remind you that while Dr. Jitendra Singh, the Union Minister for Science and Technology, is watching the live proceedings from Delhi, India's Prime Minister is in Johannesburg, remember, for the BRICS Summit. And he, we are told, is going to be watching all the live data, the telemetry data, the first visuals that come in. He's going to have a screen there in Johannesburg as well. I don't know yet if we're going to, get to see the Prime Minister watching. Hopefully, maybe they'll send us a picture or two from the Prime Minister's office to share with all of our viewers. But remember, the Prime Minister was there in 2019 when Raj sir and I were in Bengaluru, that famous moment where he had hugged K. Sivan, the then ISRO chief as well. We spoke to the ex-ISRO chief, and he's full of confidence this time. Many of the things that Mr. Chengappa just said, he also echoed. but lots of reactions coming in. We're standing at 5:10 now. 10 minutes to go for that landing sequence to kick off. Lots of reactions coming in. Many celebrities also taking time out to tell us what they have on their minds right now and to wish Chandrayaan well. Listen in.
अभी मैं अपने घर पे पूजा कर रहा हूँ और भगवान जी सामने हैं। ये देखिए, ये मेरा मंदिर है और ये पूजा आज की जो है ये चंद्रयान की सेफ लैंडिंग के लिए है और मैं सभी भारतवासियों को अभी से ही शुभकामनाएं देना चाहता हूं और बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि आज 6:04 पर भारत इतिहास रचेगा और हमारा जो चंद्रयान 3 है वो मून पर के साउथ उस तरफ लैंड करेगा।
For India and a proud moment for each and every Indian. The kind of you feel that pride in your heart, and as an Indian, all of us, I think, right now, we're waiting to watch it. A lot of people are going to be glued watching it, and I'm going to be doing that with my boys as well, with bated breath.
We would perhaps be the first to reach there, and I understand that the world might not acknowledge this, but every Indian in his heart or her heart knows that this is a very, very great achievement, and even if we don't achieve it, that's perfectly fine. I think that the attempt that we have made is stupendous. Nobody has gotten so close, especially on the dark side of the moon. We've got pictures of the dark side of the moon for the first time. So I think it's a tremendous achievement, and we are all elated, proud of whatever you have achieved, ISRO. And may God be with you. May the moon be with you.
These are great moments. We always keep talking about sports, but these are also tremendous achievements for the country. So wish them all the best.
मुझे इस बात की बहुत खुशी है, सब भारतवासियों को खुशी है कि आज हमारा विक्रम लैंडर जो स्पेसक्राफ्ट है वो चांद से बिल्कुल 100 किलोमीटर के आसपास दूर है और ये एक बहुत बड़ी अचीवमेंट है हमारे भारत की, पूरे विश्व के लिए, पूरे यूनिवर्स के लिए, पूरी ह्यूमैनिटी के लिए। और मैं सबको मुबारकबाद देता हूँ, इसरो के चेयरमैन साहब को और उनकी पूरी टीम को।
Well, it's a historic moment for us, for every Indian, and I feel so proud that Chandrayaan 3 is landing today. I cannot wait to actually go back home and watch the whole landing. You know, I think 5:20 p.m. and it's landing around 6:04, and we're like all set. We're going to be like sitting there waiting for Chandrayaan 3 to land.
Okay, breaking news coming in. The Chandrayaan lander is in its final orbit now. 30 minutes to go for the final landing sequence to begin. The initial landing phase has begun. The Chandrayaan landing phase begins at 5:44 p.m. That is final approach and descent. The Chandrayaan lander, Vikram, is now officially in final orbit around the moon. It is from this orbit that its attitude will change and it will begin a vertical descent towards the lunar surface. So everything is locked and loaded now. There's very little turning back, and there is no need because the team is exuding confidence right now. Everything is smooth sailing, the words used by ISRO to describe all the circumstances that have presented themselves so far. Okay. Akshita is with us from the viewing gallery at the ISRO headquarters in Bengaluru, where all that data is going to be coming in just a few minutes from now. 6 minutes to go, Akshita, when when hopefully we'll see those telemetric depictions of Vikram's status on that screen behind you. But currently can confirm the latest that you're bringing to us. Final orbit has been entered. Very, very shortly, the position, the direction of Vikram will change for that final descent.
That's right, Shiv. 6 minutes. 6 minutes to go for the live telecast to begin. And that means exactly 30 minutes to go for the landing, for the descent to actually begin. ISRO is stuck to 5:44 p.m. being the time. And yes, this is the last round around the moon. It's been on an elliptical orbit, lander Vikram on his own since the separation a few days back. And so this is the last elliptical orbit that he is on. And then he'll get closer to that spot that they've identified as the touchdown point in the south pole of the moon. The descent will begin at 5:44 p.m. Shiv. 5:44 p.m. all the way to 6:04 p.m. That's the entire duration of the moment that will make or break the Chandrayaan 3 mission, that will decide whether it's a spectacular 100% success and whether we finally, India, has a mark on the moon. So it's getting very, very exciting now. ISRO clearly at this point confirming with all of the news breaks that we're getting at this point that everything's on track and they're sticking perfectly to the schedule. Raj did make a point about what went wrong with Chandrayaan 2. All of that, of course, has been factored in as he gave us great detail as well. And remember that Chandrayaan 2 also, it was in the second phase of that 50 minutes of terror, which has 4 phases of descent, where things did go a bit awry. That's something that this time around they've taken care of. So hopefully we'll see all 4 stages completed. And in less than 1 hour from now, we should have that good news.
We'll be having that good news right now. And I have more good news. We're really privileged, Akshita. I'm going to come back to you in just a moment to be joined now by Mallika Sarabhai. She is the daughter of the famous Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, the person who is widely regarded as the father of India's space program, one of the greatest original icons of India's tryst with space. Mallika ji, a true privilege. Thank you for your time and thank you for joining us live here on India Today. It's wonderful to see you. We are all so proud of you, of your family, of your father. Everyone remembers him on days like this. How does it feel? I know the pride you must feel every single day, Mallika ji, but is it especially so on a day like this? It was Vikram Sarabhai's work, blood, sweat, and tears over decades that has resulted in India being able to celebrate a day like this?
I today keep going back to that little 9-year-old girl who used to share this dream with Papa, and he would share it with the family, and he had a twinkle in his eye every time he used to talk about what the science can do and what space technology can do. And as a little girl, I used to always be asking him, why are you doing this? Is it to go to the moon? Is it to go to the stars? And he kept saying to me, no, it's to get us the information that can actually change this country. We're a very poor country and we need technology. We can't take 100 years to get there. And I'm sure that space research will take us there immediately. So I keep thinking of those conversations of us sitting on the carpet in our home and Papa in a kurta pajama and the twinkle in his eye and that particular very mischievous smile on his lips. And that's really where it takes me to today. Papa's dream has been fulfilled by hundreds and thousands of scientists in ISRO working every day. People talk of prayers. This is not about prayers. This is about such dedicated hard work and taking every failure as one more step towards how you can get closer. I am keeping my fingers crossed and my heart, like the rest of the nation, beats, and I'm just hoping that things will go as they should. I'm also prepared that perhaps they won't, and then that will be just one more step towards the next stage.
Yeah. Very, very true. And well said, Mallika ji. This is something that all Indians need to hear, because you, as being the daughter of Vikram Sarabhai, know that the life of space scientists reaching into the unknown is fraught with the dangers of the unexpected. We are hoping for a complete success this time. In fact, as we speak to you, Mallika ji, we're getting a live feed, the first live feed of data from the from the Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft, from the Vikram lander itself. What were days like this like, Mallika ji? You've seen many days like this because Vikram Sarabhai would have spent many days of criticality for India's space programs. What was he like on days like this? What would it have been like for him if he were around today?
He was always extremely calm, but he had this totally boyish excitement at the possibility of what would happen.
Yeah.
But if it didn't happen, he was not somebody to be crestfallen at all. He would, on the contrary, give courage to the rest of the team and say, come on.
एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण पेलोड OHRC यानी कि ऑर्बिटर हाई रिजोल्यूशन कैमरा विश्व का सबसे बेहतरीन कैमरा है, जो कि चंद्रमा के सतह का लगातार पिक्चर भेज रहा है। अब मैं आरुषि जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो आप लोगों को इसरो के वर्तमान मिशन चंद्रयान 3 के बारे में बताएं।
अभी आपने मिश्रा जी के द्वारा सुना इसरो के अब तक के लूनार मिशंस का विवरण। अब चलते हैं टुवर्ड्स चंद्रयान।
नमस्कार। इसरो के इस महाअभियान से जुड़ने के लिए आप सादर आमंत्रित हैं। मैं पद्मदेव मिश्रा अपने को होस्ट श्रीमती आरुषि सेठ के साथ आप सभी को और देश विदेश से जुड़े सभी दर्शकों का हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत करता हूं। 23 अगस्त 2023 आज की शाम इसरो के वैज्ञानिकों और सभी अंतरिक्ष वैज्ञानिकों के साथ लैंडर मॉड्यूल को चंद्रमा के सतह पर उतरने के ऐतिहासिक पलों को देखने के लिए तैयार और उत्सुक हैं। जी हाँ, इसरो के गौरवपूर्ण इतिहास में एक और अध्याय जुड़ने जा रहा है और आज हम सब लोग इसके साक्षी बनेंगे। आप ये सारे विजुअल्स अपने स्क्रीन पर इसरो के मिशन ऑपरेशन कॉम्प्लेक्स यानी मॉक्स से देख रहे हैं, जो कि बेंगलुरु में स्थित टेलीमेट्री ट्रैकिंग एंड कमांड नेटवर्क इस ट्रैक से प्रसारित किया जा रहा है। ये विजुअल्स आपको पावर डिसेंट के काउंटडाउन और उस पथ को प्रदर्शित कर रहा है जिस पे चलकर लैंडर आज चंद्रमा के साउथ पोल पे सेफ और सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग करेगा। आपको ध्यान दिला दूं, इस समय हम लोग पावर डिसेंट शुरू होने से लगभग 22 मिनट दूर हैं। जो दर्शक थोड़ी देर से जुड़े हैं उनकी जानकारी के लिए बता दें, आप लोग इस ऐतिहासिक पल को इसरो के ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट, फेसबुक, ट्विटर और यूट्यूब पे भी देख सकते हैं।
Honorable dignitaries, delegates, scientists, media personnel, and dear viewers, a very good evening to all of you. We at ISRO welcome you to the live coverage of India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 mission's landing event on the lunar surface. These are the visuals from Mission Operation Complex at ISRO's Telemetry Tracking and Command Network, ISTRAC, situated in Namma, Bengaluru, Karnataka. I, Arushi Seth, and my colleague, Dr. Padamdeo Mishra, are your hosts for the evening and shall accompany you on the journey of the landing event from powered descent start to touchdown. Today, we shall be witnessing the final phase of the critical and most technologically challenging mission operations of Chandrayaan 3, wherein the lander module will be making a safe and soft landing on the surface of the moon. These display screens show the countdown to the power descent start as well as the path that will be followed by the lander module. We are 18 minutes away from the commencement of power descent. India is at the brink of creating history as we all await with bated breath to witness the landing on Moon's south polar region.
इसरो का पहला मून मिशन चंद्रयान 1 अक्टूबर 2008 में पीएसएलवी धन्यवाद आरुषि। अगर मैं सही मायने में कहूं तो अंतरिक्ष का कोई भी मिशन हो और चाहे किसी भी देश के द्वारा संचालित किया जा रहा हो, इसरो मिशन की निश्चितता और अनिश्चितता के बीच बहुत ही महीन अंतर होता है, जिससे कि एक मिशन सफल या असफल होता है। लेकिन ना हम थके, ना हम हारे। हमने पिछली कमियों को सुधारते हुए आज पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त किया है कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल निश्चित तौर पे चंद्रमा के सतह पर सेफ और सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग करेगा। सभी दर्शकों के जानकारी के लिए अब हम इसरो के अब तक के सभी लूनर मिशंस को संक्षिप्त विवरण प्रस्तुत करेंगे। जी हाँ, इसरो का पहला मून मिशन चंद्रयान 1 अक्टूबर 2008 में पीएसएलवी रॉकेट के द्वारा सफलतापूर्वक प्रक्षेपित किया गया था। चंद्रयान 1 ने चंद्रमा के सतह पर पानी की खोज करके पहले ही इतिहास रच चुका है। यही कारण है कि आजकल विश्व के तमाम अंतरिक्ष वैज्ञानिक और स्पेस एजेंसियां चंद्रमा को और करीब से जानने के लिए उत्सुक दिख रही हैं। अगर हम बात करें चंद्रयान 2 की, जो इसरो का दूसरा मिशन है, जुलाई 2019 में इसरो के सबसे ताकतवर रॉकेट LVM-3 द्वारा सफलतापूर्वक प्रक्षेपित किया गया था और आज भी लगभग 4 साल बाद यह चंद्रमा के 100 किलोमीटर के सर्कुलर ऑर्बिट में घूमते हुए बहुत ही उत्तम क्वालिटी का डेटा प्रदान कर रहा है। मिशन के प्रारंभ में इसकी आयु 1 साल निर्धारित की गई थी, परंतु LVM-3 द्वारा बहुत ही सटीक इंजेक्शन और मिशन मैनेजमेंट की वजह से चंद्रयान 2 काफी लंबे समय तक कार्यरत रहेगा। अब तक चंद्रयान 2 चंद्रमा के लगभग सभी भागों का चित्र ले चुका है। इसका एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण पेलोड OHRC यानी कि ऑर्बिटर हाई रेजोल्यूशन कैमरा विश्व का सबसे बेहतरीन कैमरा है, जो कि चंद्रमा के सतह का लगातार पिक्चर भेज रहा है। अब मैं ROC जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो आप लोगों को इसरो के वर्तमान मिशन चंद्रयान 3 के बारे में बताएं।
अभी आपने मिश्रा जी के द्वारा सुना इसरो के अब तक के लूनार मिशंस का विवरण। अब चलते हैं towards Chandrayaan 3, the follow-up mission of Chandrayaan 2, which has been designed to accomplish our mission goals. The primary objective of Chandrayaan 3 mission is the demonstration of safe and soft landing on the lunar surface. This demonstration is a critical aspect for ISRO's future interplanetary missions. In addition to this, the mission objectives also include demonstration of roving capability and conduction of in situ scientific experiments on Moon's surface. Carried on the shoulders of India's heaviest rocket LVM-3 on the 14th of July, Chandrayaan-3 was placed in the precise elliptic parking orbit of size 170 by 36,500 kilometers. ISRO, in its mission plan of following the incremental trajectory approach, carried a total of 5 earthbound maneuvers. The fifth apogee raising maneuver, which took place on the 25th of July, placed the spacecraft in an orbit of 250 by 1,27,000 kilometers. At the early hours of 1st August, the translunar injection was carried out, after which the composite module began the final leg of its long journey of nearly 3,84,000 kilometers for its rendezvous with the Moon. The TLI was a key step in the mission, enabling the spacecraft to escape Earth's gravitational pull and travel to the Moon. An orbit of 288 by 3,69,328 kilometers was achieved at the end of the translunar injection.
जी हाँ, ट्रांसलूनर इंजेक्शन किसी भी इंटरप्लेनेटरी मिशन के लिए बहुत ही आवश्यक परंतु कठिन ऑपरेशन होता है। इस सफल मैन्यूवर के बाद चंद्रयान 3 पृथ्वी से दूर निकलकर चंद्रमा के प्रभाव क्षेत्र में एक हाइपरबोलिक ट्रेजेक्टरी के द्वारा पहुंचाया गया। पुनः 5 अगस्त 2023 को लूनर ऑर्बिट इंसर्शन के द्वारा चंद्रयान 3 को 160 किलोमीटर के पेरीलून और 18,000 किलोमीटर के अपोलून के साथ चंद्रमा के इलिप्टिकल ऑर्बिट में स्थापित कर दिया गया। TLI के तरह LOI भी एक बहुत जटिल ऑपरेशन होता है। इसमें हमें यह ध्यान देना आवश्यक होता है कि उपग्रह के वेगमान को एक निश्चित बिंदु से घटाया जा सके, अन्यथा उपग्रह चंद्रमा के प्रभाव क्षेत्र से बाहर निकल जाएगा। LOI के सफलतापूर्वक परिचालन के बाद चंद्रयान 3 की कक्षा को 4 बार और परिवर्तित किया गया। इस दौरान चंद्रमा की अधिकतम ऊंचाई को घटाकर 160 किलोमीटर कर दिया गया। इस पूरी प्रक्रिया में प्रपल्सन मॉड्यूल का लगभग 755 किलोग्राम ईंधन का उपयोग हुआ और चंद्रयान 3 के वेगमान को लगभग 850 मीटर प्रति सेकंड कम कर दिया गया। लैंडर मॉड्यूल को लगभग 150 किलोमीटर के सर्कुलर ऑर्बिट में स्थापित करने के बाद 17 अगस्त 2023 को प्रपल्सन मॉड्यूल से अलग कर दिया गया। पुनः लैंडर मॉडल के ऑर्बिट को 2 डीबूस्ट मैन्यूवर्स के द्वारा 150 किलोमीटर के सर्कुलर ऑर्बिट से घटाकर 25 गुणे 130 किलोमीटर के एलिप्टिकल ऑर्बिट में स्थापित कर दिया गया। इस दौरान यह भी सुनिश्चित कर दिया गया कि 800 न्यूटन के चारों थ्रोटेबल थ्रस्टर्स पावर डिसेंट के समय किसी भी चुनौती का सामना कर सकें। लैंडर मॉड्यूल इस ऑर्बिट में 4 दिन तक चंद्रमा की परिक्रमा करता रहा ताकि इसके सभी सब सिस्टम को पावर डिसेंट से पहले कार्यात्मक रूप से वेरीफाई और वैलिडेट किया जा सके। इस दौरान चंद्रयान 2 और लैंडर मॉड्यूल की आपस में बातचीत भी हो चुकी है और संक्षेप में अब तक की यात्रा की बात करें तो लैंडर मॉड्यूल अब तक 21 बार पृथ्वी के और लगभग 120 बार चंद्रमा का चक्कर लगा चुका है और इस पूरी यात्रा में लगभग 55 लाख किलोमीटर की यात्रा भी पूरी कर चुका है। अब तक के इस पूरे अभियान में यह भी सुनिश्चित किया गया कि सारे ऑर्बिट मैन्यूवर्स इस प्रकार किए जाएं कि लैंडिंग साइट पावर डिसेंट की शुरुआत से ही लैंडर के ऑर्बिटल प्लेन में बना रहे।
Make it further complicated. That is true indeed. We have arrived at the crucial juncture wherein the orbit plane contains the desired landing site at the start of powered descent. We are also happy to announce that live images from the Chandrayaan 3 lander imager camera is being received continuously. The demonstration of soft landing on the moon's surface is no ordinary feat due to the innumerable challenges and complexities involved. The lander velocity has to be killed from nearly 6,048 kilometers per hour without any aid from the thin and tenuous moon's atmosphere. The lunar dust at the time of landing and the craters and boulders scattered over the moon's surface make it further complicated to achieve this. The new and improved Chandrayaan 3 design has been built after envisaging all the scenarios which the lander module can encounter. With several software improvements, provision for full-level redundancies, a plethora of special tests, namely the integrated hot test, integrated cold test, and lander leg drop tests were carried out for the lander module. The success of these tests has provided great confidence in the performance of all the onboard sensors, propulsion system, and associated guidance, control, and navigation algorithms. The key findings during the tests have enabled to improve the overall system performance. The largely unexplored south pole of the moon has been chosen as the intended landing site since there is a possibility of finding ice and other minerals which would be vital resources for future explorers. Apart from continuing investigations pioneered by Chandrayaan 1 and Chandrayaan 2, the Chandrayaan 3 mission will also provide invaluable data to the science community around the world. Let us give our viewers a glimpse on the configuration of Chandrayaan 3 mission.
चंद्रयान 3 का मिशन प्लान लगभग चंद्रयान 2 के तरह ही बनाया गया है। यहाँ यह भी सुनिश्चित किया गया है कि चंद्रयान 3 को रॉकेट से अलग होने से लेकर के चंद्रमा के निकटतम कक्षा में स्थापित होने तक सारी गतिविधियां चंद्रयान 2 के तरह ही हों। और अब हम यह कह सकते हैं कि यह प्लान पूरी तरह से 100% सफल रहा। हालांकि लैंडर मॉड्यूल के सेंसर्स और propulsion सिस्टम को इस तरह से मजबूत किया गया है कि लैंडर पावर डिसेंट के समय किसी भी आपदा से बाहर आकर के मिशन के मुख्य उद्देश्य को पूरा कर सके। इस क्रम में लैंडर के मुख्य सेंसर्स कारा, लासा, LHBC, LDV और LHDAC का कार्यात्मक परीक्षण भी किया जा चुका है। एलडीवी जो कि पूर्णतः स्वदेशी तकनीकी से बनाया गया एक नया सेंसर है, इसका मुख्य कार्य लैंडर के वेलोसिटी को तीनों अक्षों में कंप्यूट करना है। पावर डिसेंट के दौरान लैंडर के सटीक पोजीशन और वेलोसिटी का ज्ञान होना बहुत ही आवश्यक है। लिराप यानी लेजर इनर्शियल रिफरेंसिंग एंड एक्सीलरोमीटर पैकेज इस कार्य को पावर डिसेंट के दौरान बखूबी निभाएगा। ट्रजेक्ट्री जनरेशन जो कि चंद्रयान 3 मिशन के लिए बहुत ही अहम है, क्योंकि हर ऑर्बिट मैन्यूवर के बाद यह सुनिश्चित किया जाता है कि लैंडर की मिशन ऑब्जेक्टिव को ना बदले। इस क्रम में मैं यह भी आपको बता दूं कि ऑर्बिट डिटर्मिनेशन जो कि उपग्रह के पोजीशन और वेलोसिटी को बहुत ही एक्यूरेटली बताता है, एक बहुत ही कठिन और जटिल कंप्यूटेशन और एस्टिमेशन होता है। यहाँ यह भी जानना महत्वपूर्ण है कि चंद्रयान 2 का OHRC पेलोड अब तक काफी ऊंचे स्तर का डैम प्रदान किया है, जिसके फलस्वरूप लैंडिंग साइट के सीमा को बढ़ाकर 4 गुणे 2.4 किलोमीटर कर दिया गया है, जो कि पावर डिसेंट के दौरान सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग कराने में काफी सहायक सिद्ध होगा।
Apart from the sensors, Chandrayaan 3 is equipped with a suite of sophisticated payload instruments. While Chandrayaan 1 and Chandrayaan 2 orbiter have provided abundant remote sensing data of Moon, equally important are the on-site localized measurements that provide ground truths. Lander and rover have payloads which are completely new and will perform in situ analysis of lunar surface. The two spectroscopes on rover, APXS and LIBS, will actively measure the surface elemental abundances at the landing location and surrounding area. The lander carries a seismometer ILSA that can sense impact events and lunar quakes. The thermal probe CHAST will measure the temperature profile and thermal conductivity of Moon's regolith. The Rambha payload will carry out lunar ionosphere studies, while the laser retroreflector array shall be a passive location indicator for future spacecraft equipped with laser altimeter. The propulsion module has not been left behind, and an experimental shape payload has been added to it as a value addition. It will help in understanding the nature and characteristics of water-rich planets and will also aid in the future study of potentially habitable exoplanets. We are minutes away from the start of powered descent. The entire powered descent shall be carried out by the onboard autonomous landing sequencer or ALS, which is a series of instructions preloaded to the lander module. These instructions include the commands to be executed, data to be collected and analyzed, and decisions to be made and executed autonomously throughout the powered descent.
जी हाँ, अब हम पावर डिसेंट के बहुत ही करीब आ चुके हैं। हम आपको बताते चलें कि पावर डिसेंट को कुल 4 चरणों में बांटा गया है। सबसे पहले आता है रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज, जिसमें लैंडर की ऊंचाई को चंद्रमा की सतह से 30 किलोमीटर से घटाकर 7.4 किलोमीटर कर दिया जाएगा। इस पूरी प्रक्रिया को पूरा करने में लगभग 11.5 मिनट लगेगा और इसका समानांतर वेग 1680 मीटर प्रति सेकंड से घटाकर 358 मीटर प्रति सेकंड हो जाएगा।
We have continuous flow of lander telemetry data from ISRO's Deep Space Network IDSN-32 located in Belalu, Bengaluru. The data is being acquired real-time by station and is flown to the Mission Operation Complex through our communication links. In addition to it, we also have support from ESA and JPL DSN stations. There will be no ground intervention once the ALS takes charge. The preparation for today's event had started 48 hours before, wherein various pre-selections and uplinking of parameters for the autonomous landing sequence were carried out. The whole descent is divided into 4 phases: the rough braking phase, the attitude hold phase, fine braking phase, and the local navigation phase or the terminal descent phase.
जी हाँ, एटीट्यूड होल्ड फेज जो कि पावर डिसेंट का दूसरा चरण है, एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण फेज है। इस 10 सेकंड के स्मॉल ड्यूरेशन के दौरान लैंडर के दो महत्वपूर्ण सेंसर कारा और लासा लैंडर की ऊंचाई की गणना करेंगे। इस फेज के पूरा होते ही लैंडर चंद्रमा के सतह से कुल 6.8 किलोमीटर की
During the rough braking phase, the lander velocity shall be brought down from 1,680 meters per second to 358 meters per second. The altitude will be brought down from 30 kilometers to 7.4 kilometers at the end of rough braking. Currently, we can see the scientists are analyzing the lander data.
जी हाँ, हम ये देख सकते हैं कि मिशन ऑपरेशन कॉम्प्लेक्स रूप में बैठे सभी वैज्ञानिक ये जो भी डेटा देख रहे हैं वो डीप स्पेस नेटवर्क आइडिएशन 32 के द्वारा प्रोवाइड किया जा रहा है। और अगर हम अब बात करें पावर डिसेंट के तीसरे चरण का, जो कि फाइन ब्रेकिंग फेज होगा, जिसमें लैंडिंग साइट से जस्ट 800 मीटर की ऊंचाई पर वर्टिकली होगा। इस चरण को पूरा होने में लगभग 3 मिनट लगेंगे और इस चरण के पूरा होते ही लैंडर की वेलोसिटी लगभग शून्य हो जाएगी।
The scientists here at ISTRAC are glued to their systems, analyzing all sorts of complex data. We are very close to the power descent, to the start of the power descent phase.
जी हाँ, अगर हम अब बात करें पावर डिसेंट के चौथे और अंतिम चरण का, जो कि लोकल नेविगेशन फेज या टर्मिनल डिसेंट फेज भी कहा जाता है, इस दौरान लैंडर के 2 इंजन बंद कर दिए जाएंगे और लैंडर के सेंसरों द्वारा इसके हाइट और वेलोसिटी की गणना इनर्शियल नेविगेशन को भेज दिया जाएगा। इस दौरान लैंडर 150 मीटर की ऊंचाई को प्राप्त करने के बाद कुल 131 सेकंड लगाएगा। इस पड़ाव पे आने के बाद पुनः लैंडर 22 सेकंड के लिए हवरिंग करेगा। आप इस समय अपने स्क्रीन पे मिशन ऑपरेशन कॉम्प्लेक्स में बैठे सभी मान्यगणों को देख सकते हैं, जो कि बहुत ही उत्सुकता के साथ टेलीमेट्री डेटा को देख रहे हैं। अभी हम लोग पावर डिसेंट शुरू होने से जस्ट कुछ ही पल दूर हैं। पावर डिसेंट शुरू होने में लगभग 30 सेकंड ही बचा है और हमको ये सारे डेटा मिशन ऑपरेशन कॉम्प्लेक्स रूम में आइडिएशन 32 के द्वारा, जो कि लगातार लैंडर के कनेक्शन में बना हुआ है, प्रदान कर रहा है।
Dear viewers, the pivotal power descent has begun and the lander module is propelling towards the moon's surface along the intended trajectory.
जी हाँ, अब हम देख सकते हैं रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज की शुरुआत हो चुकी है।
During this rough braking phase, the lander velocity shall be brought down from 1,680 meters per second to 358 meters per second. The altitude will be brought down from 30 kilometers to 7.4 kilometers at the end of rough braking. All this in the duration of 690 seconds or 11.5 minutes. Currently, the Laser Inertial Reference and Accelerometer package, LIRAP, is aiding in the navigation.
जी हाँ, अभी आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर अब तक कुल 191 किलोमीटर हॉरिजेंटल दिशा में चल चुका है और अभी तक इसकी वेलोसिटी लगभग 31 किलोमीटर बनी हुई है।
The lander module has traveled a distance of approximately 228 kilometers. The complete downrange that will be traveled during this phase shall be nearly 713.5 kilometers.
जी हाँ, कुल 745 किलोमीटर के इस रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज में आप देख सकते हैं कि हम लोग लगभग अपनी यात्रा 20% कंप्लीट कर चुके हैं। पावर डिसेंट की यह शुरुआत हम कह सकते हैं कि बहुत ही सटीक और सधी हुई है, जिसमें लैंडर अपने वेगमान को अनुमानित तरीके से घटा रहा है।
The altitude of the lander module will reduce from 7.4 kilometers to 6.8 kilometers during the next phase, which is going to be the attitude hold phase. We can currently see that the altitude of the lander module is nearly 31 kilometers.
आरयूसीसी अभी हम इस ग्राउंड ट्रेस को देखते हुए कह सकते हैं कि रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज की शुरुआत बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से हुई है। आप ये देख सकती हैं कि जो भी प्रोजेक्टेड ग्राउंड ट्रेस है उसी पे अपना लैंडर मॉड्यूल आगे चलते हुए बढ़ रहा है। अभी तक ये देखा जा सकता है कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल लगभग 370 किलोमीटर क्षैतिज दिशा में चल चुका है।
The mission operations team is analyzing the data. We can all see the seriousness and the concentration with which each and every parameter of the lander module is being analyzed. The performance so far seems to be nominal.
जी आरुषि, चूंकि एलएस एक्टिवेट किया जा चुका है इसलिए ग्राउंड से कोई कमांडिंग नहीं की जा रही है। इस दौरान आपके स्क्रीन पे सारे डेटा इसरो के डीप स्पेस नेटवर्क से रियल टाइम में आ रहे हैं। इस मिशन में सेकेंड और थर्ड ऑर्डर गाइडेंस पॉलिनोमियल का प्रयोग हुआ है, जो कि इनर्शियल थ्रस्ट और एंगल के हमेशा सुनिश्चित करेगा।
During the entire descent, there is no ground intervention as the ALS has taken charge. The preparation for today's event had started nearly 48 hours before, wherein various pre-selections and uplinking of parameters were done. We can see that the vertical velocity of the lander module has been brought down. It is continuously coming down. And the ALS had already been initiated 1 hour before the scheduled time of the power descent start. Following this, the throttleable engine electronics module, the TECM, was switched on and lander was oriented to the favorable attitude.
जी हाँ, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल जिसकी शुरुआत में वेलोसिटी 1680 मीटर पर सेकंड थी, लगभग 1150 मीटर पर सेकंड हो चुकी है, जो कि एक बहुत ही मैजेस्टिक शुरुआत कही जा सकती है इस रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज के लिए। यहाँ पे मैं आपको ये भी बताते चलूं कि आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि द लैंडर मॉड्यूल का अल्टीट्यूड धीरे धीरे अब कम होता हुआ दिख रहा है, और जो कि एक्सपेक्टेड भी है। अभी हम बात करें करंट अल्टीट्यूड की, तो जो कि 28.6 किलोमीटर के आसपास है।
आप स्क्रीन पर ये भी देख सकते हैं Chandrayaan 3 lander imager display. The lander imager is continuously taking photographs of the moon's surface, and that is also being streamed here. Currently, the horizontal velocity has been brought down and the distance traveled is 574 kilometers. The current altitude is 27 kilometers as can be seen on the screen.
जी हाँ, करीब करीब अपने आधे सफर को पूरा करते हुए इस रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज में लैंडर बहुत ही आगे की तरफ बढ़ते हुए अपनी ऊंचाई को घटा रहा है। अगर अब बात करें तो लैंडर की ऊंचाई चंद्रमा के सतह से लगभग 27 किलोमीटर से नीचे हो चुकी है, करीब करीब 26.7 किलोमीटर के आसपास है।
The next phase after the rough braking phase is the attitude hold phase, which will be for a duration of nearly 10 seconds. The lander will be oriented such that both the altimeters will be looking exactly towards the moon's surface. At the end of this attitude hold phase, height measurement update to navigation system will be given from the laser and car band altimeters. Currently, we are in the middle of the rough braking phase.
जी हाँ, अगर हम ध्यान से देखें तो लगभग 8 मिनट की यात्रा के बाद लैंडर अपनी हॉरिजेंटल वेलोसिटी को लगातार कम करते हुए अपनी ऊंचाई अभी की ऊंचाई के समय 24 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई प्राप्त कर चुका है। अब तक के आंकड़े को देखते हुए हम कह सकते हैं कि लैंडिंग पूरी तरह से नॉमिनल है। यहाँ पर हम देख सकते हैं कि हॉरिजेंटल वेलोसिटी लगातार कम होती हुई दिख रही है। The altitude of lander from ground is currently 22 kilometer, which is again going to be coming down, and that is expected.
For the viewers who have joined now, we are in the power descent phase, and we are in the rough braking phase, which is the first phase of the power descent. We have currently traveled a downrange of 697 kilometers, and the downrange that has to be traveled during this phase is 713.5 kilometers.
जी हाँ, अभी आप देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर की हॉरिजेंटल वेलोसिटी लगभग 720 मीटर प्रति सेकंड हो गई है। लगभग हम ये कह सकते हैं कि 900 मीटर प्रति सेकंड वेलोसिटी को कम किया जा चुका है। At the same time, we can see the altitude of the lander is just 17.8 kilometer from the moon surface, which is going to be around 7.4 at the end of the rough braking phase.
इस फेज के बाद हम जाएंगे towards the attitude hold phase, where we will be expecting sensor update from the laser and car band altimeters. We can see the visualization of the lander module moving towards the moon's surface. The current altitude is nearly 15.2 kilometers, and the distance traveled is 754 kilometers. We can also see the image that the lander imager camera has been providing.
जी हाँ, इस रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज के दौरान 800 न्यूटन के चारों थ्रोटल इंजन अपने कार्य को पूरी तरह से अंजाम दे रहे हैं और लैंडर के हॉरिजॉन्टल वेलोसिटी को लगातार कम कर रहे हैं। अब तक लैंडर लगभग अपने 75 से 80% की यात्रा को पूरा कर चुका है।
After the rough braking and the attitude hold phase, we shall be having the fine braking phase, which will continue for nearly 3 minutes. The whole phase is being driven by the autonomous landing sequencer, and there is no intervention from ground.
जी हाँ आरुषि, अभी आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकती हैं कि जो करंट आल्टीट्यूड है चंद्रमा के सतह से लगभग 10 किलोमीटर के आसपास है। जी हाँ, हम अपने जी हाँ, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी हम सभी का उत्साहवर्धन करने के लिए दक्षिणी अफ्रीका के जोहानसबर्ग से जुड़ गए हैं।
Yes, we are privileged to have with us Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who has joined us from South Africa's Johannesburg to encourage us.
जी हाँ, आप ये देख सकते हैं एल्टीट्यूड होल्ड फेस भी बहुत ही आसानी से लैंडर फेस ने पार कर लिया है और अब फाइन ब्रेकिंग की शुरुआत हो चुकी है। अभी हम ये देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर की ऊंचाई लगभग 5.6 किलोमीटर है, जो कि इस फेस के उपरांत लगभग 800 मीटर हो जाएगी।
We can hear from the mission operations team that the sensors are performing nominally, and we are currently in the midst of the fine braking phase, which is going to continue for 3 minutes, and the altitude is going to be reduced to nearly 800 meters at the end of this phase.
जी हाँ, जैसा कि आरुषि जी ने बताया कि लगभग 3 मिनट के उपरांत लैंडर की हाइट लगभग 800 मीटर वर्टिकली होगी और यहाँ पे लैंडर की हॉरिजेंटल वेलोसिटी, वर्टिकल वेलोसिटी, इवन डाउन रेंज भी लगभग शून्य होगा।
We can see the visual of the lander module, and we can see that the downrange traveled is nearly 831 kilometers.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर की ऊंचाई अब चंद्रमा के सतह से लगभग 3 किलोमीटर से कम हो चुकी है।
We are very close to the moon's surface, nearly 2.6 kilometers, as we can see.
जी हाँ, अभी आप देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर की ऊंचाई लगभग 1 किलोमीटर के आसपास है।
We are nearing the final phase of the power descent, which is going to be the vertical descent phase or the local navigation phase.
जी हाँ, अब हम फाइन ब्रेकिंग वेव के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं। हाँ, आप तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से सुन सकते हैं कि हम लोगों ने तीसरे चरण को भी बहुत ही सफलतापूर्वक हासिल कर लिया है और अभी हम वर्टिकल डिसेंट फेज में आ चुके हैं, जिसकी शुरुआत भी बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से हो चुकी है।
Lot of applause indicates that till now the performance has been nominal. We are in the vertical descent phase 1. The altitude is being brought down from 800 meters, and we are nearing and approaching the lunar surface.
जी, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर का हाइट लगातार कम होता जा रहा है। इस समय हम लैंडिंग साइट के जस्ट ऊपर हैं और इस समय इसकी ऊंचाई लगभग 600 मीटर के आसपास है। इस फेज के दौरान लगभग 150 मीटर के ऊंचाई पे पहुंचने के बाद लैंडर अगेन लगभग 20 से 22 सेकंड के लिए हॉवरिंग करेगा।
We are above the landing site. The horizontal as well as the vertical velocity is now being constantly reduced. and the lander module has begun its descent towards the landing site.
जी हाँ, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं ये जो पथ निर्धारित किया गया है, लैंडर पूरी तरह से उसी को ही फॉलो कर रहा है। इस समय हम लगभग 200 मीटर की हाइट से भी कम आ चुके हैं। अब हम ये देख सकते हैं कि हम लगभग 150 मीटर की ऊंचाई पे हैं चंद्रमा के सतह से।
We are approaching the vertical descent phase 2, which will have the lander module hovering at nearly 150 meters above
जी
the
हाँ,
lunar surface.
जी हाँ, आप इस तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट को सुन सकते हैं, जो कि सेकंड हैवरिक फेज के कंप्लीट होने के बाद इन सारे वैज्ञानिकों के द्वारा की जा रही है। जी हाँ, आप अगर फिर से ध्यान से देखें तो एल्टीट्यूड पुनः कम होता जा रहा है। अभी हम लोग लगभग 135 मीटर की ऊंचाई पे हैं।
The sensors that are updating at this point are providing confirmation of the safety of the landing site.
As expected, the retargeting is going on, and this is a very good signature for the lander. अभी आप ये देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर की ऊंचाई लगभग 65 मीटर के आसपास बची हुई है।
Currently, only 2 engines are now being fired, and we are nearly at zero velocity, vertical and horizontal. We were hovering, and now we are approaching the moon's surface.
धीरे धीरे लैंडर की वेगमान को कम किया जा रहा है और हम अब लगभग 50 मीटर से भी कम आ चुके हैं।
We can see the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who is here to encourage us, and he is critically looking at the visuals.
जी हाँ, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल
People are applauding. Let
लैंडर
us all
मॉड्यूल
wait to hear from the Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Shri S. Somnath.
लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा के सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है। हिंदी में एक कहावत है कि चंदा मामा दूर के, लेकिन अब हम ये कह सकते हैं कि चंदा मामा अपने घर के।
बहुत ही उम्दा. The hard work of the entire ISRO community has come to fruition.
आदरणीय आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, नमस्कार। Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon. Sir, I request our Honorable Prime Minister to address us and bless us. Thank you, sir.
मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जब हम अपनी आंखों के सामने ऐसा इतिहास बनते हुए देखते हैं तो जीवन धन्य हो जाता है। ऐसी ऐतिहासिक घटनाएं राष्ट्र जीवन की चिरंजीव चेतना बन जाती है। ये पल अविस्मरणीय है। ये क्षण अभूतपूर्व है। ये क्षण विकसित भारत के शंखनाद का है। ये क्षण नए भारत के जयघोष का है। ये क्षण मुश्किलों के महासागर को पार करने का है। ये क्षण जीत के चंद्र पथ पर चलने का है। ये क्षण 140 करोड़ धड़कनों के सामर्थ्य का है। ये क्षण भारत में नई ऊर्जा, नया विश्वास, नई चेतना का है। ये क्षण भारत के उदयमान भाग्य के आह्वान का है। अमृत काल की प्रथम प्रभा में सफलता की ये अमृत वर्षा हुई है। हमने धरती पर संकल्प लिया और चांद पर उसे साकार किया। और हमारे वैज्ञानिक साथियों ने भी कहा, इंडिया इज नाउ ऑन द मून। आज हम अंतरिक्ष में नए भारत की नई उड़ान के साक्षी बने हैं। साथियों, मैं इस समय ब्रिक्स समिट में हिस्सा लेने के लिए दक्षिण अफ्रीका में हूं, लेकिन हर देशवासी की तरह मेरा मन चंद्रयान महाअभियान पर भी लगा हुआ था। नया इतिहास बनते ही हर भारतीय जश्न में डूब गया है। हर घर में उत्सव शुरू हो गया है। हृदय से मैं भी अपने देशवासियों के साथ, अपने परिवारजनों के साथ इस उमंग और उल्लास से जुड़ा हुआ हूं। मैं टीम चंद्रयान को, इसरो को और देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को जी जान से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस पल के लिए वर्षों तक इतना परिश्रम किया है। उत्साह, उमंग, आनंद और भावुकता से भरे इस अद्भुत पल के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को भी कोटि कोटि बधाइयां देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के परिश्रम और प्रतिभा से भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका। अब आज के बाद से चांद से जुड़े मिथक बदल जाएंगे, कथानक भी बदल जाएंगे और नई पीढ़ी के लिए कहावतें भी बदल जाएगी। भारत में तो हम सभी लोग धरती को मां कहते हैं और चांद को मामा बुलाते हैं। कभी कहा जाता था, चंदा मामा बहुत दूर के हैं। चंदा मामा बहुत दूर के हैं। अब एक दिन वो भी आएगा जब बच्चे कहा करेंगे, चंदा मामा बस एक टूर के हैं। Friends, on this joyous occasion, I would like to address all the people of the world, the people of every country and region. India's successful moon mission is not just India's alone. This is a year in which the world is witnessing India's G20 presidency. Our approach of one earth, one family, one future is resonating across the globe. This human-centric approach that we present and that we represent has been welcomed universally. Our moon mission is also based on the same human-centric approach. Therefore, this success belongs to all of humanity, and it will help moon missions by other countries in the future. I am confident that all countries in the world, including those from the global south, are capable of achieving such feats. We can all aspire for the moon and beyond. मेरे परिवारजनों, चंद्रयान महाअभियान की ये उपलब्धि भारत की उड़ान को चंद्रमा की कक्षाओं से आगे जाएगी। हम हमारे सौर मंडल की सीमाओं का सामर्थ्य परखेंगे और मानव के लिए ब्रह्मांड की अनेक संभावनाओं को साकार करने के लिए भी जरूर काम करेंगे। हमने भविष्य के लिए कई बड़े और महत्वाकांक्षी लक्ष्य तय किए हैं। जल्द ही सूर्य के विस्तृत अध्ययन के लिए इसरो आदित्य L1 मिशन लॉन्च करने जा रहा है। इसके बाद शुक्र भी इसरो के लक्ष्यों में से एक है। गगनयान के जरिए देश अपने पहले ह्यूमन स्पेस फ्लाइट मिशन के लिए भी पूरी तैयारी के साथ जुटा है। भारत बार बार ये साबित कर रहा है कि स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। साथियों, साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी देश के उज्जवल भविष्य का आधार है। इसलिए आज के इस दिन को देश हमेशा हमेशा के लिए याद रखेगा। यह दिन हम सभी को एक उज्जवल भविष्य की ओर बढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित करेगा। ये दिन हमें अपने संकल्पों की सिद्धि का रास्ता दिखाएगा। ये दिन इस बात का प्रतीक है कि हार से सबक लेकर जीत कैसे हासिल की जाती है। एक बार फिर देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और भविष्य के मिशन के लिए ढेरों शुभकामनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Adharaniya Pradhan Mantri ji, for being part of our journey to this success. And let me take this opportunity to thank the people behind this mission, the project director of Chandrayaan 3. He is here. Veera Muthuvel, congratulations to you. The associate project director, Kalpana, and the mission operations director, Srikanth. And the satellite was built at your house satellite center, Shankar and the director.
It's a great moment of happiness on behalf of team. It gives me immense satisfaction on achieving this goal as a project director of this mission. The entire mission operations, right from launch till landing, happened flawlessly as per the timeline, and we became the 4th country to demonstrate the soft landing onto the moon surface, and we became the first country to go to near to the south pole of the moon. I take this opportunity to thank navigation, guidance and control team, propulsion team, sensors team, and all the mainframe subsystems team who have brought success to this mission. I also take the opportunity to thank the Critical Operations Review Committee for thoroughly reviewing the mission operations right from launch till this date. The target was on spot because of the review process. I also thank the ISRO IR management, right from Chairman ISRO, Director URSC, and all the center directors and IR ISRO officials. And finally, my thanks to the Chandrayaan 3 project executives spread across the ISRO centers. Thank you.
Mission Director Srikanth.
It gives me an immense pleasure to be part of Chandrayaan 3 and acting as Mission Director. I would like to thank each and every team member who has supported in carrying out all the mission operations flawlessly. And I would like to thank my senior management, Chairman ISRO, Director URSC, my senior colleagues and my team members for carrying out and supporting all the things carrying out in a proper way. Thank you very much.
Associate Project Director Kalpana.
Good evening to all. This will remain the most memorable and the happiest moment for all of us, for our team Chandrayaan 3. We have achieved We have achieved our goal flawlessly from the day we started rebuilding our spacecraft after Chandrayaan 2 experience. It has been breathe in, breathe out Chandrayaan 3 for our team. And starting from the reconfiguration to all the special tests and the simulations we have conducted meticulously. And this has been possible only because of our immense effort from our Chandrayaan 3 team. And of course, with the guidance from our chairman ISRO, our directors, and all our experts. With all this, it has been possible. Thank you, one and all. Thank you for all the minutest help which has been provided from all the areas of departments. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, Chandrayaan 3 is a result of the work done by thousands of scientists, engineers, our staff, and industries and support team across ISRO and other places, other institutions. And Shankaran has been the lead of the center, which integrated all of these efforts in the last so many years. So I request him to speak on behalf of all of you.
Thank you very much for the affection that has been displayed today now. Today, we have achieved what we set out to achieve in 2019. It was delayed by about 4 years, but we have done it. When Chandrayaan 3 was launched, after the separation of the spacecraft from launch vehicle, I said, I will speak the rest of the things after the soft landing. So here I will take a couple of minutes to tell the tremendous amount of effort that has been put in by the entire project team. When I say project team, it is not just only the project director and associate project director. Of course, they are the face of the project. They have been living, sleeping, eating, breathing Chandrayaan for the last 4 years. They have been supported by such a large number of people, particularly in the navigation, guidance and control area, propulsion system. This area, the amount of effort that has been put by people, the number of simulations that have been done, the number of reviews they have gone through, the amount of criticism they faced and overcome that. It is, as a person who has been watching this for the last 4 years along with them, my heart goes out for them. The amount of effort is tremendous. That is what ISRO is all about. That is what our organization has taught us to do. Now today, this success has put us even more higher responsibility, as the Honorable Prime Minister was telling, because we have set the bar now so high. Nothing less than nothing less spectacular than this is going to be inspiring for any of us in the future. So as the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned, we will be now looking at putting the man in space, putting a spacecraft around Venus and landing a craft in Mars. Work on all these activities are going on for few years. And this success today will inspire us and will spur us to take those efforts even more strongly, so that we will make our country proud again and again and again. Thank you very much for every one of you who have directly or indirectly participated in this mission, encouraged us, intentionally or unintentionally helped us in all for every one of you. A big thank you, because even casual remark, an unintended point can help a person who is striving to reach a goal. The person who is making that remark may not have meant it that way, but sometimes it can ignite that's why I said that even unintended help is very, very, very welcome, and we are very, very thankful for that. Thank you, Team ISRO, for supporting all of us. The amount of affection we received when this mission came into this final stage, the number of people who gave us confidence that nothing can go wrong, and this is going to be successful. In fact, I was not that much confident because we have seen a couple of times issues, because I know very well as a person who has been doing in this domain for 36 years, I know there are thousands of things. Any of that can anytime go wrong and derail. But so many of the people, because that I only see as the reflection of the effort we have put, that people are so happy to see this effort and they want us to succeed. It is not that they know that we are going to succeed. The people want us to succeed. So thank you very much for everyone for your love and affection. We will continue to do our best and make our flag fly, ISRO's as well as India's flag fly high. Thank you very much.
Honorable Prime Minister called me and conveyed his greetings to each one of you and your family, for the wonderful work you did in ISRO. So thanks are to him for the support that he is giving to us for missions like Chandrayaan 3 and the missions that are in the offing. I think that's a great word of comfort that we are receiving for pursuing the inspirational work that we are doing for the nation. I want to tell you, and I want to thank you also for each and everyone who prayed with us in the last many days, who wanted this success to happen in ISRO. I thank all those people all around the country and maybe beyond the country for their blessings and wishes and affection that he has given to each one of us for doing this work for the last so many years. I want to specifically thank some senior people who have been standing with us, especially the name of Kiran Kumar sir and Mr. Kamalakar, Sri Koteshwar Rao. They have been helping so much. They were part of the team to help them to get the confidence and get the reviews done to ensure that nothing goes with any mistakes. And of course, this is not the work of us alone. This is a work of a generation of ISRO leadership and ISRO scientists. And this is a journey we started in Chandrayaan 1, continued in Chandrayaan 2, and Chandrayaan 2 craft is still working and doing a lot of communication work with us. And all the team that contributed to building Chandrayaan 1 and Chandrayaan 2 should be remembered and thanked while we celebrate Chandrayaan 3. And this is an incremental progress and definitely a great, huge one it is. And thank you so much for all the support and work that you have done. Thank you.
These were relayed live just before the Prime Minister logged in from Johannesburg, where he's attending the BRICS summit. He just gave a long speech. We'll play out an excerpt from the Prime Minister's speech in just a moment. But these were those last tantalizing seconds before the touchdown took place. I don't think the ISRO officers, men and women of ISRO, are going to be leaving that command center in a hurry. Hopefully, they're going to get some time off to celebrate and exhale. Many of them have been in absolute crunch mode for the last 2 months, even before the launch of the Chandrayaan 3 actually happened. And that's why these are the purest emotions you're seeing from ISRO headquarters.
Let's spend a moment talking about what happens next. Raj Chingappa, the rover has landed. This is when Pragyan now comes out. We heard some horror stories yesterday of what happened on the Mars, where it got stuck in parachutes and overturned. So it's not over just yet. The 14-day mission of the Pragyan, then roaming across the surface of the moon, has to commence in a couple of hours from now.
Well, firstly, Rahul, it's a great leap for Indian space.
Of course.
And you remember when we were talking last night, I'd made a bet of a champagne that they will land successfully.
But I wasn't betting against you. No,
You
but
didn't
I
take
wasn't
it. I would
betting against
be
you. So
sipping
we're having that champagne together.
But yeah, I think the major mission is accomplished in the sense landing itself is such a specialized skill. And India becoming the fourth nation to do that. We saw how tough it was because even Russia, that had done it 47 years ago, its 25th, Lunar crashes, right? And so therefore this achievement is even more sort of, creditable. And let's take a look at what happens after this. Firstly, we have to study once it is landed, that everything is stable. And I gather from the cheers that are there, it's not tilting, it's not doing any of the antics that it should. So therefore it's being stable. Now you wait for the power to build. And then in the next 6-7 hours, the rover, whenever they think it's fine, that everything is stable, there's no dust. You see, one of the things that's the
Dust gets
spacecraft,
kicked up.
yes. And because of the lack of gravity, the dust doesn't settle for, unlike on Earth. This will take an hour for it to settle. It just floats in the air. And if any of that gets into the critical equipment inside, then it will begin to damage it. So the first thing to ensure that is over. Then they will check all the systems because you have solar panels. You will check whether the power is fine, the battery is working. When it, after all, it comes and crashes like this, right? And what happens is the wonderful shock absorbers at the landing pads that's there. They're actually built of aluminium, made of honeycomb. So when it hits, it crushes this, and you've got pistons that hold it together. We hope that system worked, right? Then what happens is you have this whole system of the lander, the rover coming out of it, which is a very, very tricky thing.
Will we
because
get to see it?
the
Shiv, what's
trapdoor-
fascinating,
Yeah.
and you're such a tech geek yourself, all of it captured. These are not dots on a black screen which you just follow and imagine to be something. You're almost seeing it as is on your screen live.
I love the hazard camera footage that Raj and I were looking at, just before the landing took place. Fabulous, because in Chandrayaan 2, that wasn't there. So those live video footage that we were afforded this time wasn't there the last time. It was actually like watching the sequence, which basically means, I think, and Mr. Chengappa can correct me if I'm wrong, that at some point of time in the next few hours or maybe even tomorrow, ISRO will be in a position to release a full bit of footage of that actual landing, right from the rough braking phase to the landing.
Yeah, what you would have is a certain camera that is looking down there, the hazard camera, which will come down. You'll see it a soft landing on this. Now, what will happen is that I think one of, we were chatting during that particular period where you wanted to say
I want
something.
to go across just at this moment live to Akshita Nandgopal and to Nagarjun Dwarkanath. There are boots on the ground at the ISRO headquarters near Bengaluru. Akshita and Nagarjun, we were dancing and celebrating in the newsroom. Describe the scenes where you were at in the ISRO headquarters.
Well, it was pretty much the same, Rahul. I must tell you that this is a memory that is etched in my mind forever. I was lucky enough to be here at the ISRO headquarters, and what a beautiful moment to be a part of. I can't stop beaming with pride, honestly, and I know that's the case with you, Naga, as well. There's going to be a press conference in a bit, yes?
In any moment, ISRO chairman would be addressing a press conference here, and I'm doubly happy because I saw in 2019, I was right here reporting for India Today what happened. Then it was 12 post-midnight, 12 o'clock in the midnight when we heard the sad news that it was only partial success. But this time around, we saw that whole, including the media were cheering for Chandrayaan 3 landing. So it was quite an overwhelming feeling for all of us. But like Mr. Raj Chengappa was talking about rover coming out, Pragyan, we have been told from ISRO scientists that it will take 2 to 4 hours for the rover Pragyan to come out of the lander because of the dust. The gravitational pull is quite low in compared to Earth, so it would not instantly settle. The dust should settle between 2 to 4 hours is what we are told. The rover Pragyan will come out any time between 2 to 4 hours, and then they'll check the solar panels. It'll work for 1 lunar day, that is 14 Earth days. And ISRO is trying something else this time. They want to make sure they charge the batteries enough within the 14 days. Again, use it for another 14 days for the next sunrise, so that in one project they're going to use for 2 cycles. That's the plan as of now. Hopefully, if at all the batteries are charged, we'll have almost 28 days of Pragyan doing experiments on the lunar surface. And what's the critical point in this experiment is water molecules. Because the South Pole doesn't receive large part of the sunlight, the scientists feel that tons and tons of ice are still in the lunar surface, and that would be a big invention or scientific invention for all of us, not just Indians, for humanity, that is water on the moon.
It's why the NASA, ESA, everyone has been watching this. They were all international channels that had cut live to this particular moment when the touchdown happened. You can hear the audio checks happening behind us, Rahul, and that's because they're getting set for the ISRO chief and everyone else to come here. We'll for sure get them live on India Today.
So when they're talking, Raj, about water on the moon, what kind of water is it? Is it water in the way that we imagine it on Earth?
Well, it's water ice, really. Okay, and in fact, when Chandrayaan-1 went up, we had an impactor probe that crashed onto the South Pole, and that was the first time they really knew. You know, funnily, people have been on the moon for the last 60 years, while America's even collected samples. But that area, the South Pole, has not been explored. Which is what makes this it very special. And what happens? Why is water so important? Because if we need to go there and spend time, colonize us, set up a colony over there, firstly, we need water. With those water, you can split into hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen gives you fuel. So what happens, like I was mentioning, because there's no atmosphere, here, when we have to send up a rocket, we have this giant rocket to boost any spacecraft over there. If you're launching from the moon, you do not need that kind of, fuel to do that kind of stuff.
BJP President JP Nadda speaking at this moment. Let's listen.
लॉन्च मिशनों को अंजाम दिया है, जिसमें से 47 अंतरिक्ष मिशन श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने 9 सालों में लॉन्च किए हैं। इतने मिशन किसी भी सरकार ने लॉन्च नहीं हुए थे। यह यूपीए की सरकार में लॉन्च मिशन की संख्या से दुगना है। एक साथ 104 सैटेलाइट को अंतरिक्ष में स्थापित करना हो या सार्क देशों के लिए सैटेलाइट
केवल हिंदुस्तान ने चांद पर अपनी जगह बनाई है, बल्कि जैसे मैंने अपने आरंभिक समय में कहा था कि जिस चांद के दीदार के लिए सारी दुनिया तरसती है, उसको आज हमने छू करके महसूस किया है। और ये संभव हुआ कि यहाँ प्रतिभा भी थी, योग्यता भी थी, लेकिन उस प्रकार के वातावरण में, हमारे वर्क एनवायरनमेंट में उस तरह की अनुकूलता नहीं थी। और इसलिए धन्यवाद करना है मोदी जी ने, जब अंतरिक्ष के विभाग को पुरानी बंदिशों से मुक्त किया, तो कुछ ही वर्षों के भीतर एक तीव्र गति का क्वांटम जंप हुआ है। और कहाँ ये यात्रा प्रारंभ हुई थी आज से 60 साल पहले, जब विक्रम साराभाई साइकिल के कैरेज पर लॉन्चर चलाया करते थे। और आज हमारा मिशन जाकर के जल के होने का प्रमाण लेकर आता है। और आने वाले समय में देश जो पहले भारत को से अपेक्षा करते थे कि भारत उनका अनुसरण करेगा, वो भारत की अगुवाई में काम करने के लिए तैयार रहेंगे।
चंद्रमा के दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचने वाला भारत पहला देश है, और ऐसे अगर देखा जाए तो चौथा देश है। एक बड़ी कामयाबी, वो 17 मिनट जिसको के लेकर के बड़ा ऊहापोह की स्थिति थी। आप भी जब बैठे हुए थे तब सोच रहे थे कि होगा कि नहीं, लेकिन अब मिशन पूरा हुआ।
मुझे लगता है कि अगले 25 वर्ष का जो अमृतकाल जिसका उल्लेख अक्सर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी करते हैं, और भारत जब एक ऊंचाई की तरफ, उस शिखर पटल की तरफ बढ़ेगा, उसका वो असेंट का सफर आज अंतरिक्ष के माध्यम से प्रारंभ हो चुका है।
सर, प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि आगे भी चाहे सूर्य का मिशन हो, गगनयान हो, इस तरीके के आगे भी मिशन भारत के जारी रहेंगे। आगे किस तरीके का प्लान है इस सफलता के बाद?
सबसे पहले तो हमारा गगनयान एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हमारा प्रोजेक्ट है, जिसके लिए आरंभिक एक अनमैन्ड 2 मिशन रहेंगी। शायद इस अगले कुछ एक महीने के भीतर ही, शायद अगले महीने भी संभव हो सकता है। उसके बाद अगले साल के आरंभ में एक unmanned लेकिन रोबो.
Let's now go across to the ISRO chief, the man of the moment, the man who led this fabulous team of scientists, as Somnath, the head of the Indian Space Research Organization. This, make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, is the biggest moment of his life, and that of those of his teammates.
And all of you know it is not an easy task at all. It's a work of last so many years. Maybe for Chandrayaan 3 it's a work of last 4 years, but for Chandrayaan 2 that was a work of many years back. And the learning that we got from Chandrayaan 2 of our unsuccessful attempt to soft land has really helped us in perfecting the methodology, and also to have large number of experiments tests to prove the process of landing. Successful attempt to soft land has really helped us in perfecting the methodology, and also to have large number of experiments tests to prove the process of landing, and it has paid dividends today. And we had a very soft landing, and it actually achieved most of the nominal conditions for the landing, including the velocity of touchdown. In fact, I didn't get it exactly. Possibly my team will be able to tell them. The velocity was far less than 2 meters per second. It actually gives us a lot of confidence that the health of the craft will be very good, and we'll be able to continue with the experiments, including the Pragyan rover coming out and then doing all the experiments. So we are looking for very, very exciting 14 days from now for Chandrayaan 3. And as Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned, it is not Chandrayaan 3 alone. It is for future scientific exploratory missions. This is the beginning of a golden era. That is a message I get from what our Prime Minister told. So we are looking for launch of Aditya L1 now next month, and also the launches of many other science missions, including the mission for the human spaceflight as well. So thanking each one of you for your support. And I cannot tell you the type of the excitement that is created in the whole of India. Every school child, every school, every village, every mohalla is excited by the showcasing of this landing videos and broadcast. And all of them are praying, having a lot of pujas and homas and other methods of prayers suitable for each one of them for the success of this mission. And I want to thank each one of you for your excitement, your love for the nation, and for whatever we achieved today. It's all dedicated to yourself and for your courage and strength to support us. Thank you so much. ISRO is planning many missions in the coming days. Our immediate mission is Aditya L1. And Aditya L1 spacecraft is a mission to study the sun, especially the corona of the sun, the processes that take place. The satellite is called Aditya L1. It's already integrated, and it has moved to Sriharikota, and possibly it will be integrated with the rocket maybe today, tomorrow. And we are planning to have a launch in the first week of September. Everything is going as per plan. And after the launch, and this launch will go to an elliptical orbit. And from that, it will travel to the Lagrangian L1 point, which will take almost 120 days plus. It will be placed in that orbit, and it will do continuous observation of sun unobstructed by the sun, moon, or earth. So that is what we are trying to do. There are 7 instruments on board Aditya L1. Now, let me complete some more of the missions. The next mission which we are trying to do is the Gaganyaan abort mission demonstration using a test vehicle. For this also, the preparations are very well going on. We are targeting to have it on in the end of September or possibly first week of October. So everything is going as per plan. After that, we have a GSLV mission for INSAT 3DS, the weather forecasting mission. We also have a mission in PSLV, which is scheduled now. And we also have to have the SSLV D3 mission, which is the third development flight of SSLV. So this much is for
a short time of next 3 months. And further years, I should not announce at this moment because we are working very hard to achieve those targets. Thank you so much. अगले 14 दिन में हमारे ये रोवर है ना, विक्रम लैंडर की हेल्थ कंडीशंस हमको चेक करना है. इसके बाद the Pragyan rover will come out. Pragyan rover will come out in next maybe a few hours. Sometimes it may take 1 day as well, depending upon the conditions. Then each of the instruments will be deployed. There are many instruments. There is an instrument called REMBA, which will be deploying to study the geophysical parameters of the regolith. Then there is an ILSA, which will measure the seismic activity. Then there is, REMBA is going to measure the atmosphere, the charged atmosphere of the moon. And there is a chaste, which is going to pierce on the surface of the moon and then measure the thermophysical properties of the regolith. Then we have a ILSA payload, which will be lowered from the moon craft, that is Vikram. It will be lowered using some ropes. It will touch the surface and measure the seismic activity on the moon. And once the Pragyan rover comes out, there will be two important experiments. And both of them are linked with the elemental composition and chemical composition of the surface of the moon. The first experiment will be using a laser beam. We will send a laser beam from the rover on the material. It will fuse it, and then it will generate some spectroscopic information which will identify elements there. Another experiment is related to an alpha particle which will be emitted by the radioactive material sitting there, and that will generate certain X-ray fluorescence on the surface, and that will be measured to find out the chemical composition. So these are the main experiments that are on board Chandrayaan 3 now. Shall I answer in English? Okay, so say the most difficult part of the mission is to launch itself. Say the GSLV Mark 3, you should not forget that GSLV Mark 3, LVM3 has done the job of putting it in the right orbit very first time. It went to 36,500 kilometers. From that, we did all that up to translunar injection. It worked very well and captured on the moon. So the first critical event is the launch. The second critical event is called the landing and capturing on the moon. If you miss it by your calculation, then we cannot mission. So this is the second critical mission. The third critical thing is called this separation of the lander and the orbiter, which happened at the appropriate time. This is again after so many days of spending in orbit, the mechanism has to work without any problem. So it worked very well. And the last critical moment is, of course, that you have watched along with us. That's it. I'll take it. You. Okay, success of Chandrayaan 3 meaning for the future exploration. I think it's all clear to you. I don't have to tell. Say, when it is such a tough journey for going to moon and landing, soft landing, which is very difficult for any nation to achieve today, even with the advancement of technology, and we achieving it in just two missions. The first mission had a narrow miss, and now we achieved it so perfectly. It gives confidence to configure missions to not only going to moon, going to Mars, sometimes land on the Mars, maybe in the future going to Venus and other planets, and also sometimes go beyond asteroids and others. We should think about it. I think you should all support us to plan such missions with a very, very cost-effective mission. Nobody in the world can ever do like this what we do, and nobody will be able to succeed maybe in the minimum most attempts. So I request each one of your support, encouragement. The whole of the nation should be behind us to do. मुश्किल था. So we went through a lot of pain, a lot of agony. I must tell you, the people behind Chandrayaan 2 are still there. They are part of the Chandrayaan 3 team. I think none of them you know today. Chandrayaan 2 is a senior reviewer of Chandrayaan 3, and most of the people who are in Chandrayaan 2 are with us, helping us to do the Chandrayaan 3. So they are part of this. And they have gone through such an agony of understanding what went wrong. It went about almost a year of thrashing them to find out and looking at the data so much. And the whole of this team, I don't think they would have slept very well in the last so many years. I think the credit goes to those people who have spent enough amount of time, but equal amount of time has been spent by our seniors, some of the retired colleagues who sat with them to find out how it can be improved this time. So my salutations to all such people who have, those are unsung heroes today. They are not in the seat, but my congratulations to all such people.
Sir, Rajiv Mishra from Rajasthan Patrika. Sir, here. Hello, sir.
See, Honorable Prime Minister was kind enough to call me, and he connected my name to the Chandrayaan mission. Of course, I am very proud of that. And and he conveyed his greetings to all the scientists in ISRO for the wonderful work they did. Naturally, all of us are proud of that, as I mentioned earlier. And he is very clear about the long-term vision. He wants to make sure that we remain very, very dominant in the area of space exploration and science. It's important for the nation. He is so clear about the Amrit Kal when he was put forth. And we have presented him these ideas and concepts, and I'm very hopeful that he will be supporting us to continue these missions, exploratory missions, science missions, in addition to what is important for societal and commercial needs. Thank you. See, she is asking about the cost effectiveness of this mission, and I think I don't want to explain all the secrets, because if I tell the secrets, others will learn and they will become very cost effective.
Sir.
See, ISRO already strong.
Sir.
It will be.
Sir, Rajiv Mishra from Rajasthan Patrika. Rajiv Mishra, sir, hello. Sir, Rajiv, sir, Sir, here, sir, here. Sir, here.
See, we must also thank, I think there is a question on who all helped us to achieve this mission. And we must thank all those nations which came forth to help us in Chandrayaan-3 mission. We had support from USA, the NASA, the support from ESA, as well as our colleagues in other scientific organizations in this country. Especially the support came in form of ground stations, the tracking support. You know, from India alone, you cannot see the Chandrayaan-3 all the time. We need other ground stations. One in Australia helped us in Canberra, one in New Hampshire helped us, one in UK helped us, and another in NASA's control. And all these ground stations were beaming the data to us, and we were able to get a lot of information, real-time information, and command uplink. Everything happened because of this. The second help came from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory of NASA, JPL, and they were also estimating the position of the Chandrayaan-3 very accurately using their technology and passing on the information to us, which gave us confidence to work on the mission design, trajectory design of the final phase of the mission. So thanks to all of them for their support.
Sir, सबसे पहले sir Rajiv Mishra here, sir here, sir here.
No, I wish to hand it over to my teammates.
Sir.
You can ask them the question.
Sir.
Please, one by one. Please, come.
सोमनाथ सर
एक मिनट कर देंगे नहीं कंफर्टेबली नहीं आप लोगों के लिए है कर देंगे
सोमनाथ सर सोमनाथ सर
प्लीज मिशन डायरेक्टर to come please wait please patience we definitely will give
yes, sir सोमनाथ sir
definitely video photo don't restless
sir here sir मेरे दो सवाल है sir मेरे दो सवाल
No, there is a question to me. There is a question to me about the technology strength of what we have done. And I must also tell you that the technology that we have in Chandrayaan-3 is no far less complex or inferior to any other technology that goes to the moon. So we have the best of the sensors of the world, the best in the class in the Chandrayaan-3. And I can tell you one story of Chandrayaan-2 to Chandrayaan-3. There is an instrument called the laser Doppler velocimeter was added in Chandrayaan-3, which was developed by one of the laboratory of ISRO And this is a world-class instrument capable of measuring the velocity. And our cameras, which are put on board, developed by Space Applications Center Ahmedabad, gave those beautiful pictures from the moon. And the inertial system package, which measures the orientation velocity made by the ISRO Inertial System Center. And our rockets are one of the best that put it in the right orbit. And we will have engines and liquid propulsion made in India by LPSC, the Liquid Propulsion Center of ISRO. So it's a made in India craft. So the capability that we have today is as good as anybody.
सर सोमनाथ सर यहाँ पे सर यहाँ पे
We'll take some photos.
Okay. सर सोमनाथ सर सर
Somnath, the chief of the ISRO, and just imagine his name means Lord of the Moon or Protector of the Moon. What are the chances, Shiv, that the man who leads ISRO at this moment when we register our first successful landing on the surface of the moon is called Lord of the Moon or Protector of the Moon?
Amazing that his name means Protector of the Moon, but the real zinger there, and I know you caught it, Rahul, was when the journalists were haranguing him for answers. And he said, please don't force me to give too detailed answers. I don't want to reveal my secrets, and then everyone else will learn about how cost-effective we are. Rahul, just today, Elon Musk's tweet has gone viral, where he's talked about how the cost of Interstellar, the movie by Christopher Nolan, is actually more than the budget that was used by ISRO for Chandrayaan 3. So Somnath is king. He's like a true rock star today. No. He's done what most people had written off as far as India's moon aspirations were concerned. There was in fact a theory that India might actually dump the Chandrayaan program entirely and move on to whatever comes next. He's the man on whose shoulders this has actually been proven right.
And Elon Musk's space company, SpaceX, is actually trying to build launch vehicles which are far bigger than anything that's been seen. They have a lot of money. So this is actually not just government, but even in India, with the whole space economy expanding in the way that it is, so many space tech firms getting involved, the effort to try and bring government and the private sector together. I want to go across to R. Madhavan. And the interesting thing is that we have Nambi Narayan joining us as well. R. Madhavan played the role of Nambi Narayan in rocketry. And so it's a bit of a magical moment. I have Madhavan on the phone. So Madhavan, welcome. You've done a bit of this in real on the big screen. What was it like to experience the Vikram landing on the moon?
There is not enough words to explain to you how I feel. Just the euphoria is intoxicating. I can't even begin to tell you. I have just been remotely involved with ISRO in terms of making a movie on Nambi Narayan sir, and I know the kind of pain and agony and ecstasy they go through. But to recover from Chandrayaan 2 in such a short time, to correct all those mistakes and to make this graceful landing of Vikram on the moon is nothing short of a miracle. And considering the amount of budget and the resources available to the ISRO scientists, this is actually a miracle. And my heart swells with pride. I just don't know what else to say.
No, but it's also brought about a lot of interest in science and technology. My 7-year-old son, ordinarily least interested in anything to do with outside dinosaurs and such, now suddenly very excited, trying to read up everything that he can, watch videos, and try and learn as much as possible about this mission and about the moon and what lies beyond the Earth, which is fascinating, I think.
Absolutely. And India that's what it's done in terms of, creating interest among the youth. We've leapfrogged their interest into knowing about space. You have to admit that space is the final frontier. Earlier on we used to say those who control the seas control the world, and then those who control the airspace control the world. Right now, space is going to be the place where dominance has to be set, and we need the youngsters to believe that there is a career there is excitement there, and there is a life to be followed as somebody involved with space travel. And I'm so glad that this has happened at the moment that the children are also getting so excited about it. And not to forget, Nambi Narayan sir's Vikas engine was instrumental in this launch as well, and it's never failed. An engine that has never failed, and this time too it will be successful, although a small part of the contribution, but yet an important one.
Okay, thanks Madhavan for joining us. We'll come back to you in just a moment. I'm also hoping for Nambi Narayanji to join us in just a few moments from now. We're trying to set that live link up for you. Raj Chingappa, what happens next? You know, we're building this solar observatory Aditya. Can you give our viewers a sense of what to expect once the Aditya is up and running?
Well, there are two very exciting programs up. Immediately, you're going to see Aditya, which is really observing the sun. We are sending this for the first time. It'll go about 1.5 million kilometers away from the Earth, position itself.
Is that further from the moon or closer?
Further than the moon.
How much
Moon's only
farther?
about 400,000 kilometers.
So it's thrice as far as the moon.
4 times the distance that you do. You position this orbiter that is there, and this has all the kind of instruments to start observing. You know, the sun is critical for us, and the surface of the sun, the chromosome, the corona, everything else, we will have our eye in the sky looking and observing and also recording what is happening to the sun. Very critical, accomplishment if that happens. The other thing that I think really is going to put us along with the big boys of space, as Chandrayaan has done, is the Gaganyaan mission. And as
so what does Gaganyaan do? Explain that.
Well, Gaganyaan is for the first time we'll be having our, sending our own people, our whole astronauts, right? A human into space.
When
we have
does
never
that
done
happen?
that. That should, I'd asked Dr. Somnath for a date, and I thought it would happen next year, but he says we're not timing it with anything. We are only going to make it perfect. This will be the first time that India will send someone into space by themselves. And one of the critical problems of doing that is we're great at building launchers, we're great at building satellites, we're also now great at building, a lander across the moon. But when it comes to putting humans in space, you have to create the kind of atmosphere that is there within that spacecraft so that people can exist for
We're
those
doing
3-4
that by
days.
ourselves or in collaboration with some countries?
Actually, what's happened is that most of it we're doing by ourselves. But if you notice, when we went, when Prime Minister Modi went to America, one of the projects that we signed on was Artemis project. Now, Artemis is NASA's project or US's project to bring human beings back to the moon, as America did so many years ago, 40 years ago. And part of that is the training for astronauts. So one of the things is one of our astronauts will go up in that so that we get the kind of training required for our own Gaganyaan thing, because it's a complex process, having astronauts moving around in space.
Of course.
So, and that's, I think, the
want
two
to play
exciting
out for our
projects
viewers
that are
that clip of Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking to S. Somnath, the chief of the Indian Space Research Organization. It's gone viral, and here it is.
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India.
आपका तो नाम सोमनाथ और सोमनाथ नाम चंद्र से जुड़ा हुआ है, और इसलिए आज आपके परिवारजन भी बहुत आनंदित होंगे। मेरी तरफ से आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई, और सबको मेरी तरफ से अभिनंदन कह दीजिए, और हो सके उतना जल्दी मैं आप सबको रूबरू में भी बधाई दूंगा। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और बहुत बहुत बधाई। ओके, नमस्कार। आपका तो नाम सोमनाथ और सोमनाथ नाम चंद्र से जुड़ा हुआ है, और इसलिए आज आपके परिवारजन भी बहुत आनंदित होंगे। मेरी तरफ से आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई, और सबको मेरी तरफ से अभिनंदन कह दीजिए, और हो सके उतना जल्दी मैं आप सबको रूबरू में भी बधाई दूंगा। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और बहुत बहुत बधाई। ओके, नमस्कार।
I want to tell our viewers who are watching us live on India Today that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be landing straight in Bengaluru on Saturday morning. Early in the morning, around 6:30 is when he's supposed to land. 10:30 is when he'll be meeting ISRO scientists. That isn't known yet, but we're breaking that to our viewers that he will be going straight, Shiv, from South Africa to Bengaluru. He was to speak at the B20 event in the capital at 10 a.m. on the 26th. That's now been pushed for lunch on the 27th because he'd rather be with the ISRO side.
How's he going to how can anything compete with what ISRO has pulled off today? And let's remember, Rahul, the things that you heard the Prime Minister just say. This is a man who has a personal connection now with Chandrayaan, whether he likes it or not. He was there personally. Those images of him with K7 went viral, consoling an ISRO chief. Those are images that the country had never seen before. It was an emotional side of our scientists who tend to be completely behind the scenes. As Rahul said, Prime Minister will be landing on Saturday morning in Bengaluru. And we're waiting to hear, Rahul, what's going to happen in Bengaluru. Obviously, there's going to be a huge felicitation event. We're waiting to hear from India Today's Naga and Akshita about what ISRO is planning for that. But I imagine it's going to be a massive celebration because what India has achieved is huge. The Prime Minister knows it. I wonder whether, he would have hoped that he could have been in Bengaluru this time as well. But he did the next best thing. He was there on video call. You saw how he got in just before the landing.
But also imagine this is the evening when he's in South Africa at the BRICS summit, Raj. You've got Xi Jinping there. You've got the other BRICS countries there. And Modi struts around, after ISRO has landed on the moon, and that's a big moment for the Prime Minister and for the people of this country in a global setting.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot to be proud of. Of course, Xi Jinping will always tell Prime Minister Modi that we've been there before.
Oh, we're giving you competition.
We are giving
different ways of looking at it. We're the next.
But I think a couple of things need to be put down. Firstly, this is really a made in India project.
Yeah.
And Dr. Somnath said that. But if you look at what it is, it's just not made by government of India. There is a huge private sector industry that backs Indian space. That's one of the things that's happened.
Many
and also
startups
very, very wisely, the Modi government has opened up now space to complete private
which is
competition.
very different for our viewers
exactly
to know,
like we did
from the thinking which was in existence earlier, it was seen as a strategic sector impacting national security. And you like ISRO and like NASA and in the US, you've now invited the private sector to come in.
And exactly the way Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos has been developing their own sort of space ambitions, we hope Indian private sector would do that.
Companies are much smaller and those are much bigger.
But, they have a lead. Sure. They had a military industrial complex. They've been doing space big space for so many years. But I think what India has done is very cleverly moved into niche areas.
Yeah.
And secondly, India's, one of the things we must also compliment ISRO is that, look, this just hasn't happened overnight. It's just not Chandrayaan. ISRO has proved successful in building giant launchers. It's proved successful in satellites. It's now proved successful in having orbiters.
What does this moment mean for India? I want to go across live and exclusive at this time to one of India's most famous aerospace scientists. He was at ISRO, contributed very significantly to India's space program, developed the Vikas rocket engine, built the team, led the team that developed the polar satellite launch vehicle, the PSLV, on which the GSLV ultimately then got built. Nambi Narayan joins us. Many of you would know him as the inspiration behind the movie Rocketry, the Nambi Effect. We just had R. Madhavan with us on this broadcast. He was wrongly accused of being involved in illegal activities. Later, the case completely dismissed against him. He's seen success, he's seen hardship, and now he's seeing this massive moment of the Indian Space Research Organization landing successfully on the moon. Thank you very much, Nambi Narayanji, for joining us in India today. Many congratulations to you and to India's scientific community. Could you start by explaining to everyone the significance in that journey which you've seen from the PSLV to now this moment when the Vikram has landed on the moon? How significant an achievement do you see this as being?
It's a long story. I feel it will be taking a lot of time. But let me try to be as brief as possible. I remember those days when I joined ISRO. One of the occasions which I can never forget is that I was carrying the Judy Dot payload, which looks like a small rocket, by the Kerala State Transport Corporation's bus, because we never had any vehicle. So from one place to another place, from a workshop which was fabricated there, and then carrying it to the Tumba rocket station. And of course, there are occasions where we carried these materials by bicycle and so on and so forth. That was one day. That was, I'm talking about 1966 time frame. But then step by step, we were struggling to make a 3 inches diameter solid rocket motor. That is one problem. Then a 600 kg. See, a 3-inch diameter rocket became later, today, a 3-meter diameter rocket. And a 600 kg liquid rocket has become a 60-tonner Vikas engine. Now, that is a kind of development which took place. Now, at this occasion, this is a long and short story of a development which take place over a period of 20-30 years. But then we are recalling, at least I as an individual who happened to work with the big stalwarts of ISRO, Dr. Sarabhai, who had dreamt of so many things. Unfortunately, he died very young, and that is a misfortune of not only ISRO but also the country. Then Dr. Satish Dhawan, who was instrumental for today's PSLV, GSLV programs. He is the one who had drawn the blueprint for these programs. And then Professor U.R. Rao, who gave life to this blueprint. And today you are getting all these hardwares due to the great service of Professor U.R. Rao. Now, this is a long and short story of ISRO. Okay. Now, the Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan, these were attempted with a small rockets available with us. And the result was you had Chandrayaan 1 successful. Chandrayaan 2 was a failure. Now, today's Chandrayaan 3, we succeeded very greatly. And thanks to the hard work and intelligent work done by the ISRO team. Okay. I hope it is a
spend a moment, Nambi Narayanji, talking about what happens next over the next few hours with the Pragyan coming out of the Vikram lander. Can you explain to everyone watching at this moment the kind of experiments that will be carried out, what we hope to achieve, and why what India is doing on the south pole of the moon is indeed so special?
Well, this is not a difficult job, but I'll tell you, it is going to allow the whole dust to settle for about, I think it's about 3 to 4 hours or so. And then the lander, the Vikram, this will come out of the lander. That will roll down for a distance of about 100 meters. I don't remember those numbers. And it has its own experiments designated to it. But more frankly, let me tell you, I got completely overwhelmed by the fact that we had a soft landing. And that was the prime goal of today's launch. And after soft landing, what is happening is not really very exciting to me, in the sense that the main goal is achieved, and we are now talking about subsidiary goals. So let the subsidiary goals take its own way of getting things done. So that's why I say that.
My colleague Shiv Arur has a question for you, Dr. Narayan.
Nambiji, you know, the scary part about the landing, which was weighing on everybody's mind, of course, was the memory of what had happened 4 years ago, with Chandrayaan 2. And, people tend to see these things as black and white, failure versus success, when it was actually the many lessons that were learned from Chandrayaan 2 that helped Chandrayaan 3 in many ways become fail-proof. Can you tell us a little bit about that process, sir? How would the team have looked at Chandrayaan 2 and made Chandrayaan 3 that much more successful?
Well, again, I will try to be brief. Chandrayaan 2 had, shall I say, some built-in problems. And one was a problem of the software, where if I tell you that it was there in the program, that it had contradictory commands. And one is to say go, one is to say not go. Another problem was the stability margin. And the stability was not proper, because we had a very stringent weight budget with respect to Chandrayaan 2's lander. Now, these are the two problems. Now, these two problems were addressed too, and there came handy the orbiter, which was part of Chandrayaan 2, was still orbiting there with a life. which we never anticipated will be there when Chandrayaan 3 was being planned, but it has come handy, which means we need not carry one more orbiter with us. So we were planning to use the present orbiter, and then we also gained some weight because we are not carrying that orbiter. So we wanted to make use of that weight gain in favor of us by adding some weight to the lander or making it more stable. So both the problems were solved. And then we also added some of the impossible things which you can dream of. Whether you need a redundancy, whether the health parameters are going to be okay with respect to one channel, or whether you need 2 channels, and one thruster is okay, or whether you need 2 thrusters, n number of things. We keep on imagining. I think ISRO team has spent a lot of time in imagining all the kind of failures, and then they have made the entire thing pakka. So the result is that I was talking to some people in ISRO. I personally believed that they never had any apprehension about the success of Chandrayaan 3. Of course, but like anybody else having written an exam and who will get a first rank, still will be under tension till he gets to know the result of it.
Okay, my
So that
colleague,
kind of a
India
tension
Today's
was there
editor,
in my minds of all.
editorial director for publishing, Raj Chingappa, has a question for you. Raj.
Firstly, hello, Mr. Nambi Narayan. It's been a long time, Dr. Nambi Narayan, speaking to you. Always have great regard for you. And my question is this, very interestingly, in Chandrayaan 2, we had 5 thrusters guiding the lander. In Chandrayaan 3, we took off one of them, the middle one, and had 4 thrusters. And by the way, you build a lot of these liquid fuel engines yourself at some point, and these are derivatives of what you've done. How critical was that decision to take off the 5th engine and just keep 4?
Well, Raj Chingappa, I am very happy to meet you in this conversation. I don't know whether you recall on the occasion where we met in the court of law in Trivandrum. I don't know whether you remember that.
Yes.
So that is the occasion I remember. And beforehand also we were working together for the Mahendragiri project.
Correct.
Wherein, we were talking about lion-tailed monkeys and and of course the lion-tailed monkeys vanished because the Mahendragiri name itself is a misnomer. The place where it is called Mahendragiri is not really Mahendragiri. It is Pothigai Malai. So there also I was clarifying your doubts. Then in the court we met, and then afterwards I got vanished in the different place. You got vanished in another place where we were not in touch with each other. It was a sweet memory, I'm just recalling. But I don't know whether you ever thought of this guy who is in the court of law will ever be responsible for developing these kind of things and put ISRO into a good shape. I don't know. But anyway, honestly, the decision to make the thrusters, these things were designed, failure modes were analyzed, and we had a weight budget. They had a weight budget. I should say I always identify myself with ISRO even today. So they had a weight budget. Within that, they have to play around, and then they had required margins for this. So it was not a difficult decision to make, but they checked everything, and then they took a decision. But anyway, Raj Chingappa, I'm very happy having met and talked to you in this occasion.
And happy to see you too, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Old friends who've crossed paths.
I'm a regular reader.
One of them, from in ISRO, the other tracking all those stories, trying to get more stories. So very nice to see this interaction between Nambi Narayan and Raj Chingappa. Incredible. I can imagine you go back many, many years and you've tracked the entire path of his career.
Yes, and watched him actually build the liquid fuel engine, the Vikas, which did us proud, which is the mainstay for all our major launches today. We did have a sort of talks of
30 years,
but that's an old story.
Nambiji, what do you think India did right this time? Because the Israelis tried this, the Japanese did, the Russian Lunar 25 tried to land as well in the south pole of the moon. They didn't succeed. What did India do different which has led to this massive global success?
I have an answer, but I don't know whether you will buy that answer.
Please, tell us
I
your
will tell
answer.
you the failure of course, I am not enjoying the failure, but the failure of these countries which you mentioned could be because of their overconfidence on their own ability. And the success for the Indian mission is because of our carefulness in analyzing the whole thing and making sure that this time we must win. There is a win-win. Winning is the only way to survive. So that is the only answer. But I can tell you, I see. Okay, apart from that, let me tell you a general answer that anything can happen in space. A small mistake can happen, which will be. See, for example, you count some 100 currencies. Every time you count that 100 currencies are still there, but you will count as 99. And you don't know how this 99 comes in the picture. Now, this will be oversight, honestly. But similar mistake even can cause tremendous damage to your situation. So that is the only explanation I can give you. So one is overconfidence, another one is extreme carefulness.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nambi Narayan, for joining us. Thank you for everything you've done for India over the years in this space odyssey. It's an absolute pleasure to have had you with us. Thank you, sir. You know, the incredible thing, Raj, was the sheer confidence of Team ISRO. Each time we'd speak to anybody, you know, we're not men of science, far from. We'd be okay. They hope to succeed, we hope to succeed, but there's always that chance of failure. But just the sheer self-belief, not as a tukka, not, you know, just in a manner of saying, but based on the work that they'd done tirelessly behind the scenes post the failure of Chandrayaan 2, to ensure that this time in their heads they were confident that success will happen.
You know, I think one of the mottos of ISRO, which Dr. Kalam, APJ Kalam said, was that failure is a stepping stone to success. And Kalam said that in a particular context, which he narrated to me, which was in 1979 when he was in charge of India's first satellite launch vehicle that crashed into the Bay of Bengal. Dr. Kalam put in his resignation saying, I don't want to be because I failed. And that time Satish Dhawan was the chairman and Brahm Prakash is director. And he said, Kalam, he tore his resignation and said, get back to work. You'll succeed. And Dr. Kalam told me that because of that episode, they went into each aspect of launch vehicle building and succeeded. Now, why I'm narrating that is, it's a very similar process that happened when Chandrayaan 2 failed. What the scientists then did was that they stripped every single thing. You have three major components, which is propulsion, which thrusts the orbiter around the moon as well as then makes it land. You have your guidance systems that then bring it down, as we saw, and the control mechanism. Each of these had problems in Chandrayaan 2. So they sorted it out. Now, when it came to the engines, for instance, they found that there was a greater thrust. So what they did was there was a valve. You know, this is all liquid fuel. And because it was, opened a little more, there was a problem of it. So they introduced what is called a sluggish way of allowing the fuel to go, and they controlled it. And they built redundancies. So at every step, when the software was a problem, they said, okay, let's get 3 or 4 other things that will ensure that there wouldn't be a problem. And the same thing with the control systems, where they said that they had a hazard camera. If, for instance, when they're hovering, they finally are vertical above there, they noticed there was a boulder, they could move that and go and land at another place. And what Nambi Narayan was saying, when he talked of weight, they actually carried more fuel on this. 200 kgs more was the weight of this Chandrayaan 3 versus the other one.
200 kgs can keep you going for how long?
Because you see, what happens is, it's just like this. If you have money and you run out of your bank balance, right, becomes zero. What happened in Chandrayaan 2 was they had limited fuel. So once the decision, critical decision, where there's an error that is building, it didn't have enough fuel to complete its mission because it decided, okay, we have this much, so I'll only go like this, and then it crashed. Okay. What Chandrayaan 3 had was enough propellant in case there was a problem that they could turn directions, move in the way that they wanted to, and that's why they were so confident.
Confidence is just so inspiring. I want to go across live to the BRICS Summit venue. Joining us from there is Peter Van Nelson. He's reporting for India today on this massive summit that's happening. You know, the focus, of course, was on the BRICS agenda. In the midst of all of this, Peter, India has gone and landed the Chandrayaan on the surface of the moon. The Prime Minister came very briefly to congratulate the people of this country and the scientific community for this massive achievement. Could you give our viewers a sense of what's happening at BRICS right now? We can quite imagine India being the toast of the moment.
Absolutely, absolutely. What an historic day. I mean, everyone is just, I don't want to sound a touche, but over the moon here in South Africa. And I think the Prime Minister may have well timed that perfectly, because he did address a summit this morning around 11 o'clock local time. And he actually, there was no coincidence that he did mention a possibility of a BRICS space exploration at some point, which was possibly he had in the back of his mind that may have been a successful landing. He was also speaking about a BRICS satellite, as well as more space research done, weather monitoring as well, all through the BRICS blocks. So he then was shifted off from that meeting, and he went and found a secluded space just opposite the Sandton Convention Center. We're about 5 minutes away from there now, and he found his place, and he watched it live, and it really was, you could see the glow in his face. He's had a pretty tough time. He must be pretty tired. He's been traveling a lot. He's been attending a lot of meetings. He was at a BRICS leaders breakaway last night, or probably quite late last night, and then tonight as well. He's got a big banquet at the Gallagher Convention Center as well. So it's been a busy time, but no doubt he is going to be the toaster of the evening. There have been a couple of Russian explorations that have failed, so no doubt he'll be having a few words with his counterparts. So it's very, very exciting.
It's interesting that you mentioned that you expect the Prime Minister to be tired. People in India have been wondering for a very long time, and not just does he finish his big BRICS Jamboree, lands straight in Bengaluru, meets these scientists, he has all the B20, G20 work the next day. So this is quite literally non-stop, and that's just the way the man is.
I guess he's a pretty fit man. He's got to jump on a plane tomorrow evening, as well as he's heading to Greece, as we understand it, for another state visit there, another possibly late night for him tonight. But I guess it's instances like this and events like this that will just give him an extra step in an extra boost for this trip. We know there's a lot of hype around whether he will meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping.
So is that happening? It'll be nice soon after landing on the moon. It'll be nice to meet Xi, because China is the last country. There will be a nice moment to be meeting with Xi Jinping.
Exactly, considering that they also had a few failed attempts to land on the moon. So it will be a very interesting evening. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in this banquet this evening, because I think that his team has been desperately trying to meet up with the Chinese delegation that are here. But as it stands now, no such luck. He's got another busy morning tomorrow morning. He's got bilaterals with a number of African countries. According to his schedule, there are a couple of bilaterals, but no country specifically has been given. So perhaps they'll shove it in there. Who knows? But certainly he'll be buoyed on such an amazing day, both for India as well as for the world.
Peter, thank you for joining us. Keep up your fantastic reportage. We'll come back to you for more just later. And yes, India is absolutely over the moon. Raj Chingappa, what does it mean for a moment if that Modi-Xi meeting doesn't happen? Not that it matters ordinarily, but she's supposed to be in India in the beginning of September for the G20 summit. They're together at the BRICS summit. We've had Major General level talks. Before that, we had co-commander level talks. If for some reason the back-end work isn't in order and that meeting doesn't happen, what does that mean then?
Well, I think they would, we're simultaneously having our armed forces in engagement to see if there can be some sort of disengagement happening up.
Limited disengagement.
Limited disengagement. So my sense is that Xi Jinping enjoys multilateral forums. He would like to assert sign of China's supremacy. And this is an occasion where I would gather that he would have a dialogue with the Prime Minister, because it's BRICS at this moment. Maybe not the kind that we would expect, but there'd certainly be an exchange, because when he comes to India, he has a certain agenda as well. And the fact that India is, as we've seen, emerging as one of the countries that is balancing the forces, and USA has come closer to India because of that. We're friends with Russia, a very key player in a lot of these things. And she understands that in some senses, China is being encircled by other nations, the entire American buildup that is there. So it will be in his interest to have some discussion with India on this matter.
Okay. We're joined at this moment by Dr. Yogesh Vadedkar, Associate Professor at the National Center for Radio Astrophysics in Pune. Yogesh ji, Can you give your sense of what this moment meant for you, the landing of the Chandrayaan, and more importantly, what do you expect happening over the next 14 days?
I think this is a most incredible moment in the history of space exploration, and even more so in the history of ISRO space exploration. As all of you are aware, this is for the first time that any country has been able to conduct a soft landing on a very, very mountainous and difficult part of the moon. So I think it's a very, very dramatic achievement. I'd like to congratulate the entire ISRO team for what they've done. Over the next 14 days, when, unlike the Earth, where we have sunrise every 24 hours, on the moon, the sunrise happens every 14 days. And so the sun has just risen on the part of the moon where the lander has landed. And there for the next 14 days, we are going to have continuous daylight. And that means that the solar-powered rover will be able to go around and explore the moon. Both the lander and the rover are equipped with some advanced scientific instruments. For example, the rover is equipped with two spectrometers. These spectrometers allow us to carry out a detailed analysis of the chemical composition of the moon's surface. We'll be able to figure out what are the exact minerals that are there in the crust of the moon. We'll be able to figure out how much water there is. And of course, we expect whatever water there is to be in frozen form. But we'll get a very, very accurate estimate of the chemical composition of a part of the moon that has never been directly visited before. Other parts of the moon, for example, the flatter parts near the equator where the Apollo missions landed, already have moon rocks and other information. But for the first time, we'll get accurate information about the polar region. I'm really excited about what the next 14 days are going to reveal.
It also, in the quest of India, reshaping the global world order, Raj, it's not just economic power with India likely to become the third largest economy over the next 5 years,
Absolutely.
even though the government is hoping for 2027. ISRO landing, all of this contributes together in just raising the esteem of our country in the eye of the global community.
Yeah, let's not forget that we are only the fourth country to have landed a craft on the moon. I mean, that's a tremendous achievement by itself. Okay, and the fact is that by signing the Artemis agreement with the US, there are 27 countries, and India is one of them that's going to do it. That puts us into the league of actually the future of space is being drawn by the Artemis project. The Artemis project says we will put humans back on the moon by 2025, and we will then go beyond. We'll use it as a lunar gateway that will then explore other planets that's there. And why is that important? Because climate change is impacting us. We know that we need to find other places that we may have to, at some point, not immediately, right, 50, 60 years away, maybe if the climate gets too hot, let's find another place that we can park ourselves in. And so exploration of this kind is very critical. And let's not also forget the minerals that are available over there. Despite
what
the
kind
moon,
of minerals do you find on the moon? In this patch, in the south?
There is a lot of things in terms of helium they talk about. Helium is a great fuel for us. So supposing you want to do a mission from the moon, using moon as the gateway, because moon has no gravity, so you don't have to put heavy lift, spacecraft over there. You build a colony over there, you create your fuel, you can then have this lunar gateway, which is like the International Space Station. This goes and fills up those things, and therefore you save all this money and boosting capability. For instance, if you have to explore Mars, it takes 6 months to go to Mars. You have to have the human capability and endurance to do that kind of thing. With the moon mission, you could send things with less...
India doesn't have a spaceship that can go all the way till Mars.
It did do the Mangalyaan, right? We did have an orbiter that landed over there and actually very successfully on its first trip orbited the Mars, and we have another Mangalyaan being proposed to go over there. So India, and let's not forget, Mars is at the other end. If the sun is like 150 million miles from us, Mars is like 250 miles. So we did actually send a spacecraft over there, orbited it, and came right back with a lot of data that's there. So highly creditable to Indian science and space that is there. But the larger point that you're doing is having explored land, having explored the ocean, having explored whatever is there on the earth, the next big frontier has always been space, and we need to dominate that.
Straight from our animation studios in So Sorry at the India Today Mediaplex, we have this new video coming out. This is a tribute to India's achievement, landing the Chandrayaan on the moon. So I'm going to see it with you for the first time, and here it is. So Sorry saluting the Chandrayaan.
So sorry.
ग्रेविटी जीरो यहाँ, इंडिया हीरो यहाँ, हम ही स्टार हैं, सभी बेकार हैं, साउथ पोल पे कोई आया ही नहीं है, सच तो ये जान लो। We are the best, 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 we are the best. Yes, we are best. दोस्तों ये चंद्रयान है, ये नंबर 1 है, यही शान है, तेज है, बड़ा स्मार्ट है, ये तो विज्ञान का बड़ा कमाल है। अरे भाई वाह, ये तो हिट है बजट कम में, ये तो फिट है। अरे भाई वाह, ये तो नंबर 1 है। कोई यहाँ लैंड किया, कोई वहाँ लैंड किया, किसी की मेहनत में पानी फिर गया, साउथ पोल में कोई आया नहीं है, सच तो ये जान लो। We are the best, we are the best, we are the best. Yes, we are best. We are the best, we are the best, we are the best. Yes, we are best. लैंड हो गया चंद्रयान मेरा।
जब वेकफिट मैट्रेस पे गहरी नींद सोकर उठता हूँ, तो दिन भर बच्चों जैसी एनर्जी लेवल्स पे झूमता हूँ।
And cut it. Superb, Ayushman.
One more.
Got it, Ayushman. Moving on. क्या कर रहे हैं?
क्योंकि वेकफिट मेमोरी फोम मैट्रेस की शेप सेंस टेक्नोलॉजी रखे मेरी बैक को फर्स्ट क्लास। And I wake up feeling बिंदास। अंदर के बच्चे को जगा। वेकफिट पे सो जा।
जल्दी मैं आप सबको रूबरू में भी बधाई दूंगा। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और बहुत बहुत बधाई। ओके, नमस्कार। मैं टीम चंद्रयान को, इसरो को और देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को जी जान से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस पल के लिए वर्षों तक इतना परिश्रम किया है। उत्साह, उमंग, आनंद और भावुकता से भरे इस अद्भुत पल के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को भी कोटि कोटि बधाइयां देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के परिश्रम और प्रतिभा से भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है, जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका। अब आज के बाद से चांद से जुड़े मिथक बदल जाएंगे, कथानक भी बदल जाएंगे और नई पीढ़ी के लिए कहावतें भी बदल जाएगी। भारत में तो हम सभी लोग धरती को मां कहते हैं और चांद को मामा बुलाते हैं। कभी कहा जाता था चंदा मामा बहुत दूर के हैं, चंदा मामा बहुत दूर के हैं। अब एक दिन वो भी आएगा जब बच्चे कहा करेंगे चंदा मामा बस एक टूर के हैं।
I like the Prime Minister's play with words. Chanda Mama ab tour ke hai. You can just tour the moon and come back rather than dur ke hai in terms of how far it is. I want to go across to Y.S. Rajan, iconic ISRO scientist, Padma Shri awardee, very close associate of former Indian President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajan, for joining us. It was an absolute delight to have you with us in the build-up yesterday. You were exuding confidence, as was the Indian scientific community. And now, you know, the Chandrayaan has landed successfully. Just take me through what was going through your head as you were in those last 15 minutes being described as the 15 minutes of terror, seeing the Chandrayaan descent on the surface of the moon.
That was a great moment for me when it was announced that the decision was taken to start the descending process. That itself, at that time, I knew we are going to make it. If you recall, I always was saying that it is going to be exceedingly likely that it will be a success. I am a very cautious person. Having been in ISRO, having had a lot of things with NASA, variety of other things, we are always skeptical of something. Something can go wrong. That is why I never said 100%, because one should not say it. But I have looked at the details one has to look at. The variety of details which has been done from Chandrayaan 2 to Chandrayaan 3, so many changes to the spacecraft, hardware, and things like that. In addition, Chandrayaan has given a lot of valuable information about the terrain. So therefore, they can broaden the area of this thing. So with all these put together, I was confident. But still, one always thinks, God, let it be. And when I heard that it is soft landed, oh God, what an amount of flow of this one which took place, because more than anything else, before that in quite a few channels, children were shown from Jammu to other things. For them, ho gaya. They were thinking that it will be, after all, young people, confident that it will be done. Then I was thinking in my mind, on one side, happy tears that these things have fellows have come. But now I am so happy for their India is going to be great. And I also want to use this opportunity, which I told somewhere else, is that the girls particularly should know in this Chandrayaan team, which made it, lot of women were there. You may not have seen all of them. Out of the 3,000, many more will be there. Even one of the important leader was a woman. So you people also have got a lot of chance in space. Not only in ISRO, there is a lot of private sector which is opening up.
Oh, absolutely.
Second, the young children who are all there with all full vigor, some of them will be having a human habitat, will be a part of the human habitat in the moon, maybe 15, 20 years from now. That they will all be young. They will be very eligible for going there. Some of them will go. Maybe if not those children who are shown, there will be so many other children who have watched it and other things. That made me happy. For me, 1964, ISRO's journey, we went through several things and we are given a lot of applications which are useful for the country. This TV or telecom or cyclone warning, which has reduced the Andhra cyclone, 1977, was 10,000 people died. But after INSAT came, do you hear about, yes, cyclones will be there, we can't stop it. But do you hear about any cyclonic death? It's not, because they are able to give an advance beforehand. People can evacuate.
My colleague Shiv Arur has a question for you, Dr. Rajan. Shiv.
Dr. Rajan, everyone is curious about what happens next. Now we've become very, very impatient. We've seen how beautifully, like clockwork, the landing has been executed. Now we're very impatient to see what happens next. We've just been told the Pragyan rover will roll out maybe in the next 3 to 4 hours. And after that, hopefully we'll get those first, highly anticipated images from the moon's surface. Those will be the first images from the South Pole of the moon, sir.
Yes, see, the Pragyan coming out will be, I think it is there also, the chances are very, very high that something will not go wrong. Because the soft landing was the most critical one. Now this fellow will open it, they will carefully do that. And then once that comes out, we will have added lot of data, which will be that human habitat, what I said. For that, it will be not only water, magnesium, there's so many things those two sensors do. They will drill it, and then one laser push the gases out. So those things will come. In fact, I'm waiting for it. But this itself was one of the most critical, because I was telling somewhere else, the riskiest space business itself is riskiest. In fact, English has to invent many more words of riskiest type of thing. So that is the type of thing which has gone through. After he says that I had taken a decision to go down, you know what it is? There is no going back. Even itself, it came to the 28 itself, no going back. How many times you can do? Maybe some few more days. But that one is no going back. And that is the type of thing. But they were confident, doing so many things because they have taken each and everything, so many things, possible scenario, this scenario, that scenario, and all that. And that is what all space is about. We always say, what if this fails? What if this fails? That is the way review takes place. Oh God, the way the reviews will be taking place in the design, and I have participated in many of them. I've also asked questions. Oh, it is terrible. In fact, one of the person told, you'll make them almost, you'll feel terrible when the fellows ask that difficult questions. So that is the type of thing they have gone through, but that has helped them quite a bit.
Dr. Rajan, Raj Chingappa has a question for you. Raj.
Okay,
Dr. Rajan, good to see you. It's been a long time, and greetings. You're still very sharp and continue to dominate the field that you've always specialized in and accomplished plenty. I have a question for you. If you've held various positions, key positions in ISRO. If you had to lay a plan for what ISRO should be doing beyond Chandrayaan 3 and in terms of what we should be doing on the moon, what would that be? What would you advise India to be doing?
See, it has to do some more in terms of moon mission themselves. But before that, the Bahubali, for us it was a Bahubali, but it is not enough. If you just see whether it is NASA or Russia, they went in few days. NASA went in about 7 or 8 or 10 days. So that was because we took this long path because our lifting capability is not to that point yet. This is something we have to remember. So we need to get simultaneously that lifting capability. Now the Gaganyaan which will come, which will give the human rating capability, that itself is limited with this. If that big one comes, they will be able to do more. But in the meanwhile, there are other exploratory things, but they have to have a Luna 4, Luna 5, etc. with a little more. Maybe after 5 years, maybe after 6 years, with a little more things, and then be able to go lift it. That is one.
So describe for our viewers, sir, our efforts to try and enhance our lift capabilities, to try and have bigger rockets going up. The Americans, even what Elon Musk is doing, NASA seem to have more capability there. Where are we in that race of having bigger launch vehicles?
See, there are plans for it. As you all know, there were some setbacks. The PSLV, as we call it, as workhorse. That is what we used even for Mars program, even though it is not supposed to be done for that. But GSLVs, we had some problems. some in the bottom, some in the cryo, etc., etc. Now, your good news is this one which has gone is 7th consecutive success. And that makes it, 7 means it is quite good. Insurance, when it is does big satellites, etc., insurance will come down because now they have a confidence on it. And if this also going, the insurers will think, oh, okay, these guys can do it. When they say they can do it, they have got a reliability. So these things having come, they will have to do, and it is not very, very difficult once this is achieved. That is this Bahubali type of thing, and then these things being done. It is not difficult because it has to be enhanced. And when I say not difficult, it means for those guys.
Okay.
If you tell me to go and design all this, it will be a tough job. But they will do it. And then in addition, since the private sector has been opened up, foreign investments are all open up. Some of them can even be joined to do these things. So
No,
that
but
you
tell
can
me, has the private sector contributed anything of genuine value addition? I've seen some exciting new projects. We've profiled those in our group, but something which ISRO wasn't being able to do, which really is one step ahead of the ISRO curve.
No, not yet. They can't do it. And these things don't come in a zippy. These capabilities of what ISRO did, what it made under its guidance, the many subcontractors. Please note, it is not done in the backyard of ISRO. More than about 60 to 70% they are outsourcing from our industries itself. But it is under the ISRO design, ISRO guidance, etc., etc. Now, to do by our own this thing, what first the private sector will do will be on some small items. One sensor I am improving. They may get a know-how even from ISRO or somewhere outside. Another important thing is they will make a lot of money downstream. That is where they are meant for. Now, if you see, people would have, in all this excitement, people would have not noticed one full, I think GSAT 24 or something, one full satellite is owned by Tata Sky. Earlier, give me one transponder, give me 2 transponders, like that, they have to go to ISRO. Now, they have got your own full. Like this, not that they built it, they got it from ISRO or somewhere else, I don't remember. I think it is from ISRO because GSAT name comes. But in other words, they will start using this. So in some ways, ISRO's operational chores, CHORES, will go down. So therefore will be able to concentrate on many more things. And then you said about the SpaceX and all. To do like SpaceX, I think our own industry to raise to that level, Elon Musk is something uniquely different. But for Elon Musk himself has told, it's not he alone. It is the capability built within USA for so long. So like this, we need to build up many of these capabilities. See now, one young startup did one rocket. Everybody said, oh, very good. Then I checked up what it is. He has taken most of it from what ISRO has already got productionized by some industries. But it itself is a great job. So this will take time. One cannot do like that.
Sure, of course.
It takes time. It takes time. It will be 10 years from now. If I'm still alive, if you ask me this question, say yes, probably yes, we have done it.
But it's a step in the right direction, and that's most important. I want to go across straight to S. Somnath, the ISRO chief. He's in conversation with my colleague Rahul Gautam. Rahul, take it away. Here is the ISRO chief speaking exclusive to the India Today group.
First of all, congratulations for this feat, for making everybody proud, sir. Sir, what is your first reaction, sir, for this great achievement, sir?
My first reactions are already over. Now you can give that 100th reaction.
but how challenging it was from the day one, sir, when you started working on this mission, sir?
So that you will start describing, it will be a big story. So what I will tell you is the lessons from the failure we learned and corrected it.
Okay. And what can we expect it from now, sir? Since we have landed safely there.
See, for the 14 days of work of conducting all the experiments, we have 3 instruments on the lander and 2 on the rover. So all of them have to be switched on, and we have to do all the measurements. That will continue for the remaining 14 days. And based on that, we'll take a decision on we can go up to 14 days and finish and see how how we can get enough of data at this moment. That is the whole concentration.
So everybody is giving credit to you. Whom would you like to give credit to for this enormous and this historic achievement, sir?
It's a contribution of so many people across ISRO centers, lasting so many years. So we should dedicate the whole of this to the scientific community of ISRO.
सर दो सवाल हिंदी में प्लीज. सर आप इतनी बड़ी जो ये मोमेंट आया है उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं, कैसे डिस्क्राइब करेंगे, क्या था आपके मन में सर जब पूरा चल रहा था?
ये हमारे एक वाटरशेड मोमेंट है. हमने ये जो फेलियर फेस किया है चंद्रयान 2 में, इसको ओवरकम किया है. अब लैंडिंग तो बहुत पक्का था, ऑन द डॉट. तो इसके बारे में हमको कई इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स और साइंटिफिक एक्सपेरिमेंट्स को कर सकूंगा, या रिमेनिंग 14 डेज में हमको ये सब इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स को स्विच ऑन करके टेस्ट करके as much as data that we can collect कर पाएगा.
सर जो वो 17 मिनट्स का जो वो ब्लैकआउट पीरियड था, तब आपके मन में क्या था? You were nervous or you were confident that we're going to land safely?
Sure. You are not seeing any of us worried, no?
No, absolutely not, sir. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
तो अब आपके मन में क्या था?
Thank you.
लास्ट क्वेश्चन, आप किसको देना चाहेंगे सर इसका क्रेडिट पूरा का पूरा सर?
मैंने बोला था ना, तो हम तो देंगे इसरो के साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी को.
And remember, there are messages from prominent Indians coming in from all across the country and all across the world. In fact, we're very happy to be joined now by Sri Ravi Shankar, one of India's most well-regarded and well-known spiritual leaders. Ravi Shankar ji, thank you very much for being with us here on India Today. Your thoughts, your sentiments on this wonderful day for the country, sir, and ISRO's amazing achievement. What's your message?
Yes, it's such a proud moment, not just for Indians, but the entire humanity, that we could succeed in getting onto the moon. Here I am in America and see people have made beautiful cake here to cut the cake for the ISRO scientist. And there's a mood of celebration everywhere. People are so happy, and let me congratulate all the scientists and especially the chief of ISRO, Mr. Somnathji. I had a word with him yesterday or so. He was coming back from the temple. And, the prayers and the effort both has made this possible. I said human effort, of course, is needed, but you also need the divine intervention to help us to, be successful in our mission. And so this is such a moment of gratefulness for the scientists and for the whole population for having such a great achievement. Yes.
And Ravi Shankar ji, since you spoke about divine intervention, you're right, because throughout the day, from early this morning, we've seen puja, namaz, prayers, across faiths, across communities, across religions, across different parts of the country, places of worship, people thronging there, completely of their own volition. It was not stage managed. The public was coming together to pray for the success of Chandrayaan. What do you make of that, sir? I don't think anybody has seen this kind of public participation and a sense of belonging in this program.
Yeah, I mean, because it has never happened before, no, like this, that we have been going to moon in such a, the third attempt has been is something that everybody was looking forward, and we have been very successful with the Mangal, journey to Mangal. Now moon, Venus will also come, and other planets. Of
also
course.
The sun, yeah.
India is quite capable of doing that, and we have jo prayatna or prarthana dono saath mein leke chalna hai. The scientists do the effort and the public pray for their success. Yes.
and the well-wishers of the scientists were all there on full display today. So I thank you, Shri Ravashankar ji, for your message to all Indians, to the ISRO scientists, because they truly are the heroes today. They sorted out the science, the spirituality, the invocations of divine intervention. That was the job of so many Indians from across the country, and it was really beautiful to see. Faith is a personal issue, but today it was completely out in public. Indians united with folded hands today to pray for ISRO, and clearly the science and the spirituality has worked. Shri Ravishankar ji, thank you very much for joining us here on India Today. Enjoy the rest of your stay there in the United States. The Prime Minister of India will be landing in Bengaluru this weekend. Remember, his schedule has changed.